right. Hi, everybody. Here we are, two pals who have known each other for 31 years now. That's a long time.
Yes.
Many of you probably are not 31 years old, or possibly. So I have the privilege of knowing my great friend, Kevin Eastman, and he and I have been chatting over the last few weeks, and we realized what a great idea. Why don't we take our 3-hour chats and start translating them so that people can hear the true story behind our time together, and especially the early days of the Ninja Turtles and all of that. So, Kev, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing fantastic. It's really wonderful to join you here, because it is funny that when I think about the past that we've had together, only just from the very beginning, some of the earliest days of Turtles to that. I mean, I was a stand-up guy at your wedding. You sang at my wedding. We've known each other all these years. We've intersected in our careers have intersected in many different ways, and I've watched you as bloom and blossom into so many wonderful things. And it's great that we've been able to keep in touch. And I think that was the point. I think it started when you sent a text after we did that Facebook Live where it said, watch TMNT with me, when I did the podcast of watching the first Turtle movie with the fans. And you sent me a note and said, 30 years, exclamation point, WTF. And then so when we jumped on the phone afterwards, it was just suddenly we realized how much of comics history we've been through together, what we've seen, not only from the early days of, from the black and white boom and bust to the blossom of the Turtles to everything that's happened through the Tundra years and all that stuff. So I think it's a great opportunity to really tell some fantastic stories. And we'll try not to make those stories that time makes better, but the real stories.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really truth in some of the stuff that we're doing. So it's pretty exciting to me to join you and discuss. And I think out of all the things we thought we'd like to talk about, I think we both agreed the first Turtle movie was a fun place to start, because you were right there in the middle when all that happened. So
yes,
I was. And it's the 30th anniversary of that, right?
I was. And so here's a good thing to start with while people are getting warmed up to the idea that this is 30 years, right? So I can't believe that 30 years have gone by. I don't believe that I'm 30 years old even. And all of a sudden we realize 30 years have gone by. But one thing that we can start off with, which I think is really funny, mate, is how you and I met and what situation we were in when I first came to work for you. Because you gave me my first job in this business. I was very young. I just came over to the States from Great Britain, and I was waiting on tables.
Well, you have to first put forth that you were an aspiring, rock god. You had a band, Brave Goods. You were working your way in the music industry. You have an amazing singing voice. You'd kill it at karaoke for as long as I've known you. But you were an aspiring musician, and Stephen Wardlaw was your main partner with the band. Yep. And so the Iron Horse Cafe was this amazing house of music in Northampton, Massachusetts on Center Street. And Iron Horse was awesome because they would bring such a wide range of college-based bands and music and blues, and it was just great. Plus the food was really good. And Mirage Studios was literally right upstairs. And so we used to go down there quite often for lunch and get to know you and be friendly with you. And I remember we go in there once, and you had been playing soccer and had injured your leg, and you were on crutches, but you were still trying to serve food. And you kind of go like, hey, I might get fired. You guys don't have any desk work. Yep. And that was sort of like we already liked you a lot. And so we said Cheryl Prindle was running the office at that time, and Jim Prindle. And this was still cartoon show and licensing. It was just on the edge of when that stuff was starting to go forward. No, it was just after the first premiere of the cartoon, so we were just doing that. So we hired you to come up and just help. And man, that was humble beginnings, right, bro?
Crazy stuff. So I come in, I've broken my leg. I can't do my job, and I'm on crutches. And I said to you guys, is there any chance you could give me a job? Because I'm on crutches. And the other thing, because I used to, if you remember, I used to be on crutches every other 5 minutes, right? So, I believe it was I believe it was you that said that I could break my leg on a blade of grass. That was your saying.
We were afraid when you went out to play cards with some of your friends because you'd come into work the next day injured in some fashion. No, it was just and soccer is such an intense sport, but that was a joke that you're constantly getting hurt as long as I've known you.
Yep. So I've always managed to do it. But anyway, so I came in and I started working with you guys. And then obviously, as I started, the whole licensing was taken off. And so one of the things that was taken off, as you remember, was the film, man. And I suddenly found myself in the middle of helping you guys. I was doing a lot of the production on the comic books, but one of the things that was happening to me, and we'll get into the films in a second, because that's really the big thing that we're talking about tonight. One of the big things that happened to me was that you had some issues with the guy who did the licensing. And so I helped him a lot. I spent a lot of my time working on licensing, which I wasn't trained for. I had no idea, but I'm pretty sure that guy wasn't very trained for it either.
Well, neither were we. That was no. We had Cheryl, who ran the office, who was an amazing, lovely, and adorable person. Rest in peace. But she was legally blind. We had her husband that sort of helped, and he was just helping. It was sort of like we didn't know what to expect as things started growing and blossoming. So we just sort of, it's like, okay, you help with that, and then that's around the time that you arrived. That we were sort of all learning together, and I think that was
right.
That was a cool part of it.
And it was pretty crazy, man. It was a crazy time, and so we were just learning how to do all this stuff. None of us knew what to do, but I'll always stand behind the way that you and Pete ran it, because immediately for me, the one thing that I felt was always true was that you guys were the most humble of any of the people that were involved, right? And when I first met you, you didn't say, I'm a famous guy, or I'm really rich, or I've got stuff going on. You sort of went, yeah, I grew up in Portland, Maine, and Pete used to do cartoons for a local newspaper. And that's how you two conducted yourselves. Whereas a lot of other people around us, if you remember, there were plenty of people with some really big egos, and that was pretty crazy, right?
Well, it's tough because and I understand exactly what you're saying, but it is one of those things that the old adage of be wary of meeting your heroes. Sometimes you could be disappointed, but I remember for Peter and I that we were tuned in to the giants we stood on the shoulders of, guys like Jack Kirby and people that inspired us. And I just remember to this day, and it's something I will often tell at my panel when I do conventions, was my first meeting with Jack Kirby, which was just, this whisper. It was like 1986, one of the first times we went to San Diego Comic-Con, and Kirby's in the house, Kirby's here. And so Peter and I sort of dropped everything we ran over. By the time we got to where Kirby was, he'd already had a large crowd of people around him. And he was just finishing telling a story how he and Joe Simon created Captain America. And the fan next to the fan that obviously asked that question was so nervous, he asked the same question again. Kirby answered the same question without, didn't give him an eye roll, didn't give anything. He just answered it with the same loving passion, intensity of what him and Joe Simon did when they created Captain America, that I just love that. Man, if I ever get fans, I hope they treat them as well as Jack Kirby treats his fans, because he really loves what he's doing, and that was such a moment. And so we felt very privileged that as self-publishers and things that had the fan following they did, that we were able to control all aspects of our creation, much like the movie. By the time we got to the movie, we had done the cartoon series had ran for 2 years at that point. The toy line was blossoming, and it was very successful. And so they kept saying, the next level before we completely go out of business and end up all of those turtle toys in the discount bin, was we have to do a live action movie. Pete and I immediately had this horrific look on our face, like remembering all those bad Marvel adaptations from the early days, like the New World Cinema that did some of those Captain America and Fantastic Four, and they were terrible. And so we were just worried that, how can you pull off a movie and make this work in something that's so fantastical? It was amazing it worked as a comic book, because that's a different medium and a different format. The fact that it could transition into animation, which is also a drawn media, that made a lot of sense, because it was a close relationship, and then the toys were sort of an addition to that. But how do you pull off a live action movie? And that was the thing that we were probably the most scared about at that time, is how we pull that off.
Yeah. And you know, those movies, I mean, you look at them now, you think about it, man. Look at all the effort and all the time and all the things that were done in those films, right? That was incredible. Like we were in, you know, we were right in the firing line of the movie industry, because one of the things that was new to us was that, you know, we didn't know what that industry was. We found out to our cost at times how crazy the movie industry is. So it kind
Yeah,
of gave us the bug to do movies, but it also drove us crazy, right?
yeah, it was. No, that's so right, Paul, because it was like, you know, and I attribute it to or relate it to us going into the direct comic book distribution business. We were clueless. We didn't know how it worked. We didn't understand completely. We were originally intending to just sell single copies through mail order, through ads and a comic buyer's guide. And so once we understood that universe, and you apply that concept of understanding that universe and how to work within it, animation was a completely different planetoid universal system, which was completely different from toys. And the movies were a whole other, like, what the WT, you know, it's like, you know, nothing made sense. And when you approach a movie project, I mean, even in the early days of, there were two producers, Kim Dawson and Graham Cottle, I think is, I hope I'm not mispronouncing it.
Yeah.
I don't ever recall meeting these guys as producers, but apparently they were having conversations with other film companies in Hollywood trying to get this movie sold and talking to an agent without Peter and I sort of knowing it. And then by the time it sort of arrived as an opportunity in our landscape, we were immediately nervous and concerned of the control of the rights, because we felt like we were lucky with the comic book because we controlled those rights. It was just Peter and I. We were very lucky, and we went in, and it was actually we were a bit cocky when we went into the animation development and the toy development, because we said, you know, we understood what happened to some of the creators that came before us, that they did not have the say or the control or be able to exercise their vision of their characters nor profit from them. And so we were adamant, and like I said, we were kind of cocky, so we were paying our rent from comic books, so we were very adamant that we control those rights and have approval over those rights. And so that was important when we did the movie landscape, and people thought we were just crazy, and Pete and I were like, we don't care. You think we're crazy. We want to protect the integrity of our characters. And so that was where the development started. We met a guy named Tom Gray, who is lead producer. I know we've got some great Tom Gray stories.
We have some good Tom Gray stories
that you and I have together that we share. Because again, you know, that's the thing is, you know, I keep thinking of, I'm jumping ahead because I'll go back to the origins, but one of my favorite moments was going to the London premiere with you and Nan, who I love and adore. She was great, and that was a fantastic adventure all in itself, and surreal, because I think that was. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was my first trip to London ever. Was when we went to that premiere. Yes.
Yeah, crazy. And so we'll get into all of that, man, because we got a bunch to talk about, and it's not just the stuff that happened in public. Although what happened in public was incredible. People don't realize now that when that first movie came out, and I remember this like it was yesterday, that there were kids lined up around the block across the country. I mean, you couldn't get into a movie theater the day that it came out, and you couldn't get in for the first 2 or 3 weeks. There were just lines around the block. And I can't remember before, maybe Star Wars, but I can't remember since a single time where people have lined up for a movie like they lined up for that Ninja Turtle, the first one especially, you know?
No, that was, you know, and I think that was like, just people, you know, will ask, you know, and it came up even in a lot in the early days when people go like, you know, hey, you designed this concept because you knew it was going to be a huge kids property, and you knew it was going to be this, that, and the other thing. And Pete and I were just like, no, we a couple of goofy kids living in New England, and we had such passion to want to be in the comic book business, to tell and write and draw, you know, imagine ourselves as a Jack Kirby. That it just came from such an innocent place of, you know, we just want to do comic books, we want to tell stories. And so the fact that any of it had worked before was amazing in itself. So when you stand in the middle of it and watch, you know, hit these box office milestones and things like that after you work through it, which a lot of people that looked at it initially said, this is never going to work. Kids are going to hate this. And this just makes no sense. It's the end of the franchise. And Peter and I were like, well, we think it's pretty good. We think it's pretty good. And then when they start lining up and you just go that Talking Head song. It's like, how did we get here? This is amazing.
How did we get here? There were some surreal moments. So let's talk about the first movie, man, because we just went past. When I saw this the other day, I texted you because I was a bit surprised that it was 30 years, but of course it has been 30 years. That first movie, man, it was almost like it was happening around us. I remember that. I remember you guys running out the door quite often. And it was a really good filmmaker that made it, disregarding the fact that at the time, the production company were a small production company, Golden Harvest, and they had done a bunch of ninja films like with, who was their main star? They were a small company. They had...
it was their biggest hits were Jackie Chan based movies. They were most famous for Police Story and things like that. But there was the main parent company is Golden Harvest. It was a Hong Kong based company, but Tom Gray was their Hollywood executive that was representing them. And it was, and I think that when a couple of the producers had shown it to Tom, he thought they were crazy. But when he sort of really kind of tuned in and looked at it, he felt that, what's amazing is that they have some of the best stunt men in the world, the best stunt men and women in the world, the stunt artists. And he felt that, with the right costuming, with that kind of stuff, we could make this film and do the action the way it should be done and this stuff. So he saw a lot of possibility. And I think even then he was thinking, which was a lot of money back then, was like, $2.5 million film, low budget, shot in Hong Kong and then released in the States. And that was sort of the spark and the seed that started it. And there was a writer that we engaged with early on that Pete and I didn't feel got it the way we wanted them to get it. And then we had this discussion with Tom Gray, and he said, well, you really need to meet the director, this guy, Steve Barron, who at that time was just legendary. And the music video business, he did, Michael Jackson's Billie Jean, he did Dire Straits' Money for Nothing, that Aha video that was so fantastic with all the comic book illustrations. And so Pete and I met Steve Barron. He flew out to Northampton, and he showed up at the first meeting with there he is, my brother Steve. This is a great picture. We would always keep in touch. We had a long relationship with different interactions, and I can't remember the year, and I apologize. This was they decided to show the first Turtle movie on a large inflatable screen to 3,000 fans to kick off the Tribeca Film Festival. And again, I can't remember exactly what year, but Steve was going to be there, and they wanted me to come out. And what was great was, we get to hang out together. We sat in the audience with the fans and watched the movie again. And it was both the first time either of us had seen it on the big screen. So it was pretty awesome moment.
Yeah. Yeah, Steve was a good guy. He was a really talented guy, and I know that you and Pete, but you especially, you used to talk about how great he was when the film was getting made. I remember you saying all the time, "I think this guy's really clever. I think this guy's really good," and you were really waxing lyrical about Steve and his work. And the craziest part of this was that he got let go from the film, didn't he?
Oh yeah, we'll jump to that in a second, but I'll lead up to it because one of the things that was fantastic about Steve is Steve was a visualist. He was, he wasn't a comic book artist, but he loved comics intensely. He had that visual sense, not only what you could tell what he did with mixing mediums and live action and animation and these different sequences, and his work on the Jim Henson storyteller episodes and stuff, which really brought that whole universe together. And we'll dip into that in a second. But he showed up at that first meeting with the original 600-page collection that Peter and I did. It had the first 15 issues we did together, which was basically issues 1 through 11 plus the one one shots of each of the turtles. So, and he had gone through and he postmarked parts of issue 1, parts of the Leonardo one shot issues 10 and 11, and he just sort of said, the story's here, and you've already sort of storyboarded it, and the visuals are there, and I think I can take these strong beats and these strong structures built around these absurd characters, which still are just a family at the heart and soul of it. That they just want to be teenagers. They want to honor their father. They want to respect it. They just want to be kids at heart, kind of like Peter Parker, in the sense that I just want to be a teenager and I'm in high school, but I'm also Spider-Man. So he got all those isms, and the first person he hired to help him develop it were 2 people. One was Todd Langdon to help write the script, and Todd was most famous for his amazingly beautiful work on the Wonder Years. And then he hired a comic book artist from the UK, Brendan McCarthy, who's just a fantastic comic book genius, who's did so many early comics we all love, like Paradox and Freakwave and that kind of stuff. And more recently, Brandon basically sort of wrote, created, designed, and evolved the whole Mad Max Fury Road movie that came out. So Steve was a visualist, and he got it. And the key to Steve coming into it was convincing Jim Henson to be part of the project, which was difficult in that Jim Henson's work was really rooted in many sort of preschool or young kids kinds of concept. Fraggle Rock and things like that came later, were sort of part of that, and even the Dark Crystal. But he was able to convince Jim to join the series. Yeah, it's such a great shot. It was the sets in North Carolina, but look at that.
Isn't that great?
But when Jim came on board, that was something that gave Peter and I such an extraordinary level of comfort, because Steve had the same concerns. He brought those up early on, where he said, if we can't put these characters on screen where people feel like they can reach out and touch them and believe that those eyes and the emoting and the acting and everything they're doing, if it doesn't come off as real, then we've lost before we get the first person in the door. And that was Steve's vision, and Jim Henson and his Creature Shop's vision that pulled it all together. And even, I don't know if a lot of people know that Brian Henson, Jim's son, was second unit director on the movie. I met Brian for the first time on the set,
yeah.
And then if you want me to, you want to tell about what happened with Steve at the end of the?
Yeah, tell everybody what happened, because it was frustrating to everybody. I think he was so great. I'll show you a few more pictures as we go through. Yeah, tell everybody what happened with Steve, because Steve was great, and I know you were so disappointed when he was let go.
It was frustrating, and again, I can't claim to know every single detail, because Hollywood, again, look at that. That's a great picture. They literally built those costumes full size, and once they had the original scale of what they needed the turtles to be, they would then cast an actor to play a certain turtle character, and then build the suit around him. So when the actor moved, the muscles moved, and so many things like that. As well as there were moments like important moments, like back in those days, you had to have all these servos and connectors in the early years of puppetry to make all those eyes moves and the facial expressions that was ran by a puppeteer off screen. Those all had to be built, but luckily the actors that were doing the acting, they had this giant turtle shell that they could hide the machinery to make them work. But Steve, through the process of filming the movie under an incredibly tight budget, a very short schedule, and filming in the hottest months of the year in Wilmington, North Carolina. I mean, we were down there many times throughout the end of June, July, and August, when they were shooting, when it was like 98 degrees and 100% humidity kind of stuff, and the actors were practically passing out in some cases, wearing those heavy suits while still doing spin kicks and martial arts movement, with 80-pound rubber latex seats on. So as Steve built the vision and the pieces that he wanted, he felt that if he had a little bit more money and if he had a little bit more time and could do some more on-site shooting, especially in New York City, that he felt it would just, it's such a strong film that it could be a stronger film. And so, again, my understanding is he did talk to some other possible companies if they would come in and put more money into the film, which Golden Harvest, then, you know, it was, the relationship was becoming strained anyway, so they eventually they let him go. The film had been completely shot. He was completely through all of his editing. They let him go at the very end, which was heartbreaking and devastating to both Peter and I, because we loved Steve so much, and we loved it was his vision that made that film, which is to this day the best turtle film ever made. Great, the best turtle film ever made across the board, and will always be the greatest. So
Yeah,
we supported him. We were devastated as well.
Now, I agree about that, but what I will say is that in all of this, obviously, there was also one obviously difficult part was Jim Henson was working on our film.
Oh my goodness!
And then he passed away, and that was a sad story because there are different versions of it, and the one that I've heard that I believe makes the most sense was that Jim wasn't a guy that would go to the doctor, and he had like walking pneumonia, and he just wouldn't go to the doctor for his own reasons. He had reasons to not go, and so he unfortunately had walking pneumonia, and it kind of took him by surprise. It took everybody by surprise. So that was really sad, man. And I remember when they told us in the offices. Remember when we got the news and we were like, "What?"
Yeah, it was like crying. It was like very, because it was we grew up on Jim Henson. We loved him, although we've never met him. And I only had one very brief meeting with him, and it was on set. And I know we have a picture in there, I think, somewhere. But I had a very brief meeting with him when he came on set, because he used to fly his own plane, and so he came down from New York. From what I recall, he flew to set to pick up Brian, and they were going to go to Florida for a family event. And then so he came to set visit. We get to chat and talk, and that was just one of the highlights. There, it's like we were on set. It's like there's me saying something stupid and him pretending to be interested. But no, look at the puppeteer right next to him.
Yeah.
But anyway, unfortunately, that he did have a walking pneumonia, and then unfortunately got sick. And then by the time he ended up back in New York, it had gone too far, and we lost him in the middle of the film. And that was just one of those things that it was very sad. It took one of the coolest moments of my life and Peter's life, and made it such a tragic event, because we lost somebody that was a legend to us. And then
Now in all of this, right? Obviously, it was still incredible. And one thing before we continue, I just want to do this because we haven't had a chance to do this yet. I just want to thank everybody for coming on board and joining us, because this is the stuff, right? This is half of what Kevin and I are going to talk about are things that people have never really heard before, because those early days with the Ninja Turtles were incredible. Really, really fun time. But there was difficult stuff. There was stuff that we were learning. But let's get into some of the cool stuff, man, because I just want to say before we do, Stephanie and George, Jay, everybody that's joined in, thank you so much. We are seeing your notes, and we're going to answer a few questions as we go along. So we will get into this stuff. What we would ask you to do, if you mash the like button over there, if you actually push the like button, it helps us to bring more people in, and so more people know that we're talking, and we get a bigger community. So go ahead and like that. You see Meta, our company, going, smash the like button. That's why they do this, apparently, so that people join in. Anyway, if you're
that's what's so much fun about this conversation, because this is like, I feel like this is the kind of stuff when we talk on the phone. It's like, hey, you remember that time that? It's like, so this is just like, which I thought your idea of having two friends chat makes so much sense. But we really sort of zeroed down on the things that we could discuss, and the things we will discuss as these things go on. Is that we cover a tremendous amount of comic book history, not only turtle history, comic book history in our old and graying ages, and ages of great wisdom and importance and stuff. No, but I think that besides just having some great anecdotes and some behind the scenes stuff that fans have never heard, which excited us that we could share that, but also there's this pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to tell things from my perspective sometimes because, I was really young, man. You gave me my first job in this business. I was a kid, right? And the next thing I know, I'm in the middle of the biggest licensing phenomenon of all time. We had a guy that was supposed to be doing the licensing, but he wasn't really doing much. And so I ended up finding myself in the middle of like doing licensing stuff. And we'll get to that at some point, because obviously next time we're going to talk about the toys and the cartoons, and some of those toys and some of that crazy licensing stuff is incredible. The behind the scenes story. Let me tell you from my perspective, one of my coolest days, and it's actually something that I tweeted recently and it got a lot of affection. There was a moment when we did the premiere in Northampton. So we're kids. I mean, I'm a kid. You're a kid, man. You're young, and that those dimples and the moustache were brilliant. I only think of you ever as the way that I met you when and I remember sitting in that premiere, and it was our hometown. So we were all sort of there and we were all excited. And there was a moment that was really emotional. And that was when it came up and it said Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird. And I was sitting right with you. And I sort of looked at you, and everybody was just cheering and saying, look at what we did, right? Like, it's us. Like, that's Kevin and Pete. They're right there. They're our mates. That was really brilliant, wasn't it? Just to think, was that the bit where you suddenly realized, holy crap, I've made something that might be bigger than I even realized, because the movie changed an awful lot of stuff.
It did. The movie, the success of the movie of what Steve and Jim and everybody accomplished with the, Jim Henson, what everybody accomplished with the movie was, it put it on a whole different level. It was, whatever records and things that it set, but it was like, it was more all about the fans because, Courtney and I travel a lot. We do about 15 to 20 shows a year. And one of the most amazing things that we see constantly and consistently are those, say, comfortably 28 to 34-year-old fans, and it can go a little lower, more later, is that that movie was the first movie that they ever went to in their life. Yep. That they said, the first movie I, pitched a fit and got my parents to take me to was Turtles #1, and it changed their life. And I remember, my anecdote is back to them, is I remember my first movie in a movie theater was Planet of the Apes, and that changed my life. And I think that was probably a spark of where the Turtles came from. But it was one of those things that we wanted to do this premiere in Northampton because it was our home. It was the home of the Turtles. We were just, Pete and I would go get coffee together or ice cream, and the artist and yourself, and we'd eat and lunch. And this was our hometown. So to most other people, and even after the movie premiere, most other people, it was like, oh, it's just Kevin and Peter. They just a couple of guys, but they didn't quite understand the phenomenon that was building when the movie came out. So the Academy of Music was in downtown Northampton, and so we convinced New Line Cinema to let us do a premiere there. It was still, I think it was on a Thursday, and the movie opened the next day on Friday. And it was mainly just for us and all the people that we knew, whether it be friends and family, the people that helped us work through the whole series together. But it was just a celebration for us and the city that we lived in. So we had a lot of tickets. It was a free event. We gave tickets out left, right, and center to anybody that we could to have this, to share this event. And it was amazing. And it was still, when you looked at that event, it was still before the movie opened. The movie just as easily could have bombed the next day, or could have, just been a complete failure. So that night to us was just a wonderful event that we get to share with the people that we cared about the most. And that was
yeah. Cool. Actually, I remember the fear. I remember the fear a little bit. I remember when the first movie was going to come out, and a lot of the talk in the office over at Mirage was, what if it bombs? There was a consideration,
Yeah, there was a lot of, there were people that like, because there's always like, if anything becomes successful, I think there's a lot of critics that
Yeah.
want to offer their perspective, and maybe you should have done this and maybe you should have done that. And then, even as you went on to even like the second movie, which became more of a live action cartoon version, we thought was a very well done first movie, which was mixed for the elements of the first comic book and the first cartoon show, so it was for both audiences and that kind of thing. But again, going back to the center, which is sort of, Pete and I had no experience. We didn't know, quote unquote, what we were doing, but we went with our instincts, and those instincts were, much like we approach the comic books, is try to tell the best story you can in the best way you can, and make it work for you as a person, and hopefully that'll resonate, because there's no other barometer. If you're writing materials like, you as a writer, Paul, and the incredible amount of stuff you've done, you're not writing, in my opinion, you probably have taken the same approach. You're not writing for your fan base. You're writing for what you'd like to see in a story, what makes sense to you as a story, and how it works as a story. And so that's how we approached each of those things, because we had no preference. But there was really, even in the early days, Mark Friedman was our main licensing agent, who helped choreograph the animated series and the toys, and eventually the movie, that worked with Peter and I. Said, if you have a successful launch of an intellectual property, you'll have an introductory year, and if that works, you'll have a successful second year, and then the third year you're basically in the discount bins. And so save every penny, be very careful, and don't go crazy. But just, this is you've got about a 3-year arc in this thing before people forget that the turtle forever thing. So we were very aware of that.
Yeah, I that when we get into this, as we go on in different ones, we're going to start telling some of the crazies, right? Because there were some crazy stories about, licensing and all that kind of stuff. And I remember just even the one thing that I've always admired about what you and Pete did, and what we insisted on as a group, was that we said the standard of the artwork has to be good. And I can remember that people would try to cheat, and they would try to not do high standard. But ultimately, what you and Pete did, even though you didn't know what you were doing, like you say, you kind of did, because it was your creation, and you wouldn't let anybody do anything that was crap, right? Now, when it came to dealing with Hollywood, there would be times when they would try really hard to make crap anyway. And I'm going to get into some of my personal anecdotes, because I was around the second movie a little more, and that one I think was a bit of a challenge. But let me tell you one anecdote from my perspective. So when this movie came out, my little cousin Bill, he was 5 years old, and he came over to America, and you couldn't see it in Great Britain, right? So it was the first week of the Ninja Turtles, and I took him to the movie, and I'm like his cousin, I'm his big cousin, and he gets to see the Ninja Turtles, and he loves them, right? Remember, they were called the Hero Turtles in Britain because ninjas were illegal at the time, right? Which is crazy. And he sat on my lap, and every time Leonardo threw a punch, he threw a punch with him. I can remember him squirming because he's living inside Leonardo, right? And then, obviously, in the film, when one of the Ninja Turtles gets hurt in that first film, it almost killed him. He was worried, and he sat on my lap, and he was so worried that the Ninja Turtle was going to die, or is he going to be okay? And I realized, even just as a creator, even now, that had such a profound effect on me, watching a character that was a created character that we knew was created, and yet to him it was completely real. So I would imagine that your audience and the people that grew up with the Ninja Turtles, like, they would know over time, they would go like, that was as real to me as anything when I was a kid. For us, it wasn't just it was a job, but I suppose for you,
that's
No,
I love it. Since you made me think of like that story you told me about those nightmares you used to have about the Doctor Who, the Daleks?
Yes, I did. Yes.
The evil robots you thought were coming to get you when you were a kid.
Yeah. I was really scared of Daleks. I couldn't sleep. I never have been able to sleep, but I used to be terrified of Daleks because I thought they were real. So, yeah, that was pretty crazy. But it taught me about
But it's funny because it was.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say that the furtherance, just what you said, is that that's probably one of the greatest joys when Courtney and I do shows. Yeah, I've seen moments where a male boyfriend, husband, significant other, and the spouse would come to a show and they'd have a toy or a dog-eared comic book or something that they've saved for 30 years, or they would have they would come up in there and they'd get emotional, and they'd be like, when I was a kid, I wore the Michelangelo Halloween costume 3 years in a row, and the fact that they would put this item down in front of me to sign and say, I'm sorry, this is all I have for you to sign. And I go, you can't imagine how incredibly awesome it is that you not only shared that story with me, but you brought me something that you kept all these years. You've kept something for 25 or 20 years that meant that much to you. It could have easily been discarded and easily thrown away. But I love that moment. And so Courtney would sort of like watch the wife or significant other watching the boyfriend go, I've never seen this person before, because he's perverted back to a 6-year-old fan. And it's such a precious and awesome moment. But,
it's incredible.
Yeah, so,
one of the things that I know was a big favorite of yours was and this was really cool in the movie, was Casey Jones getting in the movie, right? Because I know that that's a character that you really loved. I found Elias Koteas at the time when he was in that role. I was like, man, that guy is Casey Jones, isn't he? I loved him personally. I hope you did too, because I thought Casey in that first movie was just incredible. And I know it was a character that you loved. So you got to think of an idea. You had a character that you loved. Next thing you know, he's like part of this giant movie thing. That's pretty incredible, right?
Well, that was, and that goes back to, with all heartfelt love and respect to the incredible Steve Barron, is that, there are scenes that, like when, the turtles are going up the stairs to April's apartment in the second time around shop. That's right out of the comic books that Peter and I drew. It is the scenes where Leonardo's sort of thrown through the window. I mean, check those comics, the whole battle, the second time around shop, the outside of the second time around shop. So many things that he pulled right from the comics and said, this works, and this is why it works. So he played on those visuals, and we love that because, when Casey was created, it was 1995. Look at that. That was like when we built the second time around shop. That was just such an incredible thing to us, because again, they didn't belittle, like, you guys know comic books and you do your little comic booky thing, but we're Hollywood guys. No, it was like Steve was so smart that recognized that there's this meat and there was intent and there's heartfelt. There's, on set, and that was July in Wilmington, that they shot that whole scene in the park, which was one of those favorite scenes that Pete and I did in the Raphael one shot. And they expanded on it, and really had a lot of great moments of the added to it. But they didn't just buy a cheap hockey mask off the shelf for Casey's mask. They built his mask to match what we did in the comic books. And then when we met Elias, it was like, it was one of those things that still gives me goosebumps. When we met him, it's like, you were the perfect Casey Jones, and he was really kind of stressed because he was like, I love this character, and I just hope I'm doing a good job. And Pete and I were just like, oh my God, this is like, when you imagine, and you've done the same, you think you create characters, when you imagine the voice that brings your character to life, or makes it move and emote and act, this is better than we ever imagined. And he by far, and I think it's unanimous with all of our fans. He was and will always be the greatest.
He was incredible. He was incredible.
Actually, it's funny anecdote. Just you get a kick out of this.
Yeah, having him as that person, I think, was really good. And then, so let's talk a little bit about what happened once we got into the film, because the film was a massive success, and now all of a sudden, you guys, you're total rock stars. There's all the toys and the licensing. It was almost like the thing that tied everything together. You had the cartoon, you had the toys. Everything was going really well, but all of a sudden, here comes the movie, and it's a cultural phenomenon. And now the world is looking at this thing. And so at one point, we all went over and we went to the premiere in London, right? So there are some pretty cool stories that happened over there. but I'll get us started. So we go over, and at the time, I was a single guy, and I'd never been to a premiere before, and so everybody sort of had their wives and girlfriends, and everybody looked beautiful, right? And my family are not really out there, and I'm just a kid, and so I took my grandmother to. I took
your lovely, awesome Nan, your Nan.
I took my little Nan.
I love her. I miss her.
Who was a wonderful human being, my little Nan. She was lovely. And I took her to the premiere of the film, right? So what happened to my Nan was that they went to her neighborhood where she lived, little old lady, and they picked her up in a limousine. And I don't think there had ever been a limousine in that neighborhood, right? So apparently all the old people are looking out the window like, what's going on with the, Mrs. Eldridge, right? And they pick up my Nan, they bring her to the premiere, and we get in the limo, and now they drive us all up. And we arrive on the red carpet, and everybody gets out, and you guys look fabulous, and you're all like, hey, it's the creators of the Ninja Turtle. And I get out with my Nan, and I'm like, come on, Nan. She's a really little old lady. And she started waving at everybody like the Queen, which I thought was brilliant. So it was so great.
She looked like the Queen.
She looked like the Queen, didn't she?
She looked like the Queen, and she talked like one of the, like John Cleese or Michael Palin in drag. Like, oh, it's a penguin on the TV. Your Nan was so lovely.
She was
because it was the premiere was at the. I loved her so much, but it was like the premiere was amazing because it was at the Odeon, which is help me. It's not Leicester Square, which is what's the big square? It's up from.
It was the Leicester Square Odeon. Yeah, it was the Leicester Square Odeon.
In Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leicester Square. And so that was an amazing thing because again, that was we touched on for a second earlier, which was my first trip to London, which still to this day is one of my favorite cities. But it was just one of those things that I was, because I could never imagine. Again, you put into perspective that it's amazing that any of this had worked before, and the fact that it was this hit in the United States. It was like, this is a bad comparison, and I don't want you to think I'm being egotistical. It's like what I imagine, like, because I'm a huge Beatles fan. It's like the Beatles were a huge success before they arrived here in the States. Back in those days, movies that opened here, it would be 6 months or 7 months before would open those movies in foreign territories. So by the time that premiere was going on, look at that, there she is. look how young you look. Oh my god!
Look at how long
look at those bangs that I have. Holy!
Look at us, right? So look, this is the Kevin that I know. It's the Kevin I always remember, of course. Is you with that mustache? That's how I met you, and you were so kind to my grandmother, right? Because she's a little old lady. Look at me. I'm 21 years old, I think. And here we are on the night of the premiere. We take my grandmother into the premiere, and it's loud as hell, remember? Right? It's really loud and pretty violent. And so there's stuff kicking off everywhere, and there's lights going off. My Nan comes in. And then my favorite part of this, Kev, has to be that we got to the end of the film, and I thought, well, my Nan's going to be really tired because she's old. And the BBC asked us to an after party. I think you went to this after party, but I'm not sure. So we took my grandmother to an after party, and there were all these celebrities there, like Queen were there, Elton John was there. And I'll never forget the moment that Brian May from Queen came over and said to me, young man, I hear that you brought your grandmother. And I said, yeah, you're mad. And he went, that's tremendous. I'm going to bring my mum next time I come. And like all of the celebs were just loving on my grandmother. And I thought, this is really cool because my Nan was the center of everybody's attention, which was so cool. I love that.
She was like, you want to put your Nan in your pocket and bring her home and keep her safe and precious forever. But it was no, I was like the after party thing was like much like everything else that was going on at the time. I was a huge Pretenders fan, and that was the thing because too you put the relationship of what Steve Barron meant to a lot of these musical artists not only just directed this amazing film, but he was the go-to guy for music videos. And so I remember meeting Chrissy Hynde, and I was a huge tennis fan. It was one of those moments where you just went like, I couldn't say anything that wasn't going to be embarrassing to myself. But it was, you sort of look at this thing that was happening, and it was like you're floating above yourself and looking at something that you don't feel like you sort of were really there. And it was such, and that's and as I related that to the going to the premiere of the Turtles in Paris, and the same thing. And it's like the first time I'd ever been to Paris, and I'm standing there, looking at the Eiffel Tower, and here's one of those circular movie or commercial things they put up in the Seeing Turtles poster there, and it just, was such a fan of the city and artwork and all this stuff, but none of this makes sense because this is not real. This is some bizarre fantasy. I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to be cooking lobsters at the Wolverine restaurant.
Right. Right. It's how I met you, man. I remember that when I first met you, you said to me, I'll never forget it because I always try to carry myself this way. You went, I'm just a lucky guy that cooked lobsters in Maine, and I got really lucky. And that's not always true, by the way. The fact that you carry yourself like that is part of the reason why you got lucky, because you're humble about it. But yeah, having that humility will always stand you in good stead. Because if you believe the press, then you would have been the hugest human being in the world, and then it just would have killed you, right? But instead, you and Pete especially were really humble about it. And it was hard to be humble when you got lights flashing at you and like celebrities coming all over you and just going like, man, you're the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I love the Ninja Turtles. And, it was hard to be humble. So I always thought that story about my nan going to the premiere was great because she kind of grounded everybody on that evening, didn't she? She's like a little old lady. And you and April were really good about like looking after her and making sure she was okay and then just sending her on her way, which is really nice, So that was, I always remember that. That was so cool.
Very surreal.
I had
to tell one funny.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
I want to tell one story because I have to tell this because it's one of my favorites. Again, it's years after the premiere, and I remember you would we talk quite often about everything, and then it'd be like every time I talk to you, you'd always remind me that I talked to my nan the other day, and she said, "Make sure you say hello to Kevin." I'd make sure they would say hello. But I remember we were working on another project together, and we'll get to this later on, but we were working on the project together, and we were staying in LA at this hotel, and we flew all day. We arrived, checked in, and you were particularly tired, so we went off to bed, and then I went to the hotel bar to just have a nightcap, and Terry Jones from Monty Python was there.
That's right.
And I grew up, I used to stay up late on a school night to watch Monty Python on public TV, and so I did something I never do because I always sort of was very scared and I'd keep my distance. But I paid for his tab. It was just him and a friend of his sitting. So he comes over and such a awesome. He goes, I don't understand. Thank you. And I said, I'm Kevin Eastman, my friend of the Ninja Turtles. I'm a huge fan. And he was such an awesome guy. We had this wonderful conversation for probably 15, 20 minutes, and then. I felt I had annoyed him enough, so he went to bed. And so the next morning when we met for breakfast, I was like, Paul, you blew it. We had this great conversation with Terry Jones, and you went to bed and you missed it. And it's like walking through the breakfast place, Terry Jones. And Terry Jones walks up to the table and he goes, "Hi, Kevin." And Paul looks over and goes, "You just moved in next door to my nan." And I was like,
I want to be clear about it. It was actually by my mom. My mom, who's a little old lady now. He moved into mid-central Wales in Llanidlos, which is in the middle of nowhere. And 1 week before we had flown out to LA, my mum had called me coincidentally and said, "You never guess who moved in next door to me? Terry Jones from Monty Python," right? And a week later, and if you remember, we arrived in the Northridge earthquake, so the ground was still trembling. The place was crazy.
That's right.
And you met Terry Jones and you brought him in to meet me, and you were so excited because he was your hero. And I said, "Hello, Terry, you live next door to my mum." And then he was like,
then suddenly I wasn't as invisible as a salt shaker.
That's right. I don't know if you've ever forgiven me for this, Kevin, because ultimately he really wanted to talk to me because he loved Llanidlos, but he didn't really like Los Angeles. So he's like, "Oh, let's talk about home." And just the
Oh, no.
craziest, most
I
surreal moment.
always thought that was your dad.
Yeah, no, it wasn't my nan, but I think you probably put it with my nan because my nan was, you knew my nan. Let me tell you the funniest thing about my nan. So, for all the people that are watching, Kevin is really kind, right? And he's really sweet. So, he'll never let you know this. Like, I know been my mate for so long. So, I'll talk nicely about you. Kevin is always really kind, and my nan was really impressed with Kevin. So, what would happen is I would call my nan from America and I'd say, "Hey, Nan, how's it going?" And the first thing she would always say to me is, "Hi, Paul, how's Kevin?" It was like you were her grandson. So I would never be able to talk to her until I had said, "Kevin's doing great. Thanks very much. Everything's good. He sends his regards. I'll make sure that I say hi to him for you." And then she would talk to me. So you were like her favorite grandson, basically.
That was lovely. Well,
she was
awesome.
Great. Let's talk about a couple of the surreal moments in the filmmaking, right? Because there were some surreal moments. If I were to pick out the most surreal moment for you, or you could think about it, what do you think is the most surreal stuff? Because I got a couple, but what do you think is the most surreal moment for you?
Regarding the first film, are you thinking of looking at all three?
All of them. What was the moment to you that was the most surreal part of just being involved in this? And tell me a good one. Come on.
Oh, dude. Well, Josh, it's like any memories that we have of the first film, we're just whether it's painted differently now, but they were just beautiful. I just felt like it was. There were sad moments. There were difficult things, whether Steve being go, and then the passing of Mr. Henson, and so many things. But there was to us that was a perfect film, and what made it interesting was as we completed that and it had that success. Of course, they had to the second film right away, and so Peter and I were again very adamant and very much that we felt that the control aspect that we had in these films was part of the success because again I'm not claiming it, but we felt that it was the right people that understood the story and the concept, and they made a great film. So we felt, why try to fix something that's not broken? So this was how we approached the second film and the development and the writing of that. And so if you read the screenplay for the second film versus what you actually saw, they're quite different. The parent companies felt that there were too many criticisms of the film being overly violent and those kind of things, and so they tried to make it more like a live action cartoon. Now, to Peter and I, again, because I've heard from a lot of fans that Secret of the Ooze is one of their favorite turtle films. Was a lot like the cartoon. The turtle, us, like the turtles never used their weapons. We lost the martial arts basis. There were problems with how the two evil rays are, which should have really been, in hindsight, which is always 2020, it should have been positioned out of that to create new characters to build up the turtle universe, which we were excited about too. But I just felt it was super lighthearted and more as a kid's film, and we just sort of felt like all those parents have to sit through a kid's film that the kids watch, because back in those days you had VHS and they got to watch it, again and again and again and again. But we felt that it could have been stronger. And then how to carefully approach it.
Okay, don't be careful. I'm not
going to the musical side of the.
I won't be as careful as you.
I love the soundtrack.
Go ahead.
Well, I love the soundtrack to the first film a lot. The second film, I didn't care for it as much. In those days, in all respect to Rob and all the things that he's done in his lifetime, he was not a Vanilla Ice fan, and I felt that complicated the movie. It was a difficult sort of thing to manage, but that was a difficult thing. But I know you were on set.
Yes, I was.
We were down a few times.
Yep, I might as well be not as kind as you, because I really don't care, right? So I'm going to tell the truth about Vanilla Ice being on set. Vanilla Ice, I was down there the day that they shot the Go Ninja Go scene, and I'll tell you how it played out, right? Everyone was excited because celebrity was coming, and this guy and a lot of the younger women on the set were like, Vanilla Ice is coming. This is going to be cool. We're going to get a rock star down here. And he arrived, and he was one of the worst human beings that I'd ever met. He basically spent the entire day.
Don't call any punches.
I love the what they did, but I thought it was a bad decision. And basically, he came on set and he sat on a he sat on a golf cart all day, and he drove around a remote controlled car, and he had two bouncers sitting next to him, and all he did was just drive over people and get in the way. Well, that culminated in him driving into the Creature Workshop, and Brian Henson was they were so mad because this kid had driven into it. He alienated everybody. And then when he got on set and they started working, I remember the first AD, I remember this poor guy, and he was trying to get people, he's like partly working with the choreographer, and he was trying to get people to just do what they needed to do, Kevin. And Vanilla Ice was the one person that wouldn't do what he was being asked to do, partly because he was so stoned that he couldn't remember his own lines. He didn't know the words to his own song.
Oh, goodness. Oh.
And so it was a rough day, man. It was a rough time. Now, from that, and you are being very kind about the decision that they made, that evening after Vanilla Ice was on set, by the end of the day, everybody just couldn't handle it, right? Nobody wanted to be around this guy. So every young woman who had said, I can't wait for him to be there, was now like, get this jackass off our set, right? And so we all go out to dinner, and that was one of my least favorite things. I didn't enjoy the dinners because they would throw down $1,000 bottles of wine and stuff, and I just thought it was very excessive, and I wasn't a big fan of it. And I remember sitting with Tom Gray, and there was a table full of people, and I was sitting right near him, and Tom Gray looked at everybody and he said, so what do you think about Vanilla Ice? And the table froze because everybody wanted to say, wow, he's the worst person I've ever met, but they didn't know if Tom liked him. So there was a frozen moment where everybody was just terrified, and they were like, what do I say? And Tom kind of sat back and waited, and he had the whole power over the table. And then he said, I think he's really got something. And everybody at the table went, yeah, Tom, you're absolutely right. He's the best thing ever. And they started talking about making a movie around Vanilla Ice, and everybody was really enthusiastic because he's going to be a superstar. I remember getting home that night and going like, shoot me now, Kevin. It was like the worst. It was just a day on set, and you were like, all of these really hardworking people, and they're trying to make a movie, and they've got this guy Vanilla Ice in there, and he and the funniest part about it is, my understanding is that even to this day he profits off the Go Ninja stuff and Ninja Turtles and all that, and it's like, dude, you were killing us the day that you were on set, and yet you're still making a mo about it. So you're super kind, you're very nice about it. I didn't really have to be that kind because I was nobody.
Well, I'd say I've never met him at any time then or since then. I did love his macaroni and cheese commercial, which I thought was really funny. Did you ever see that?
Yeah.
You saw the Kraft macaroni and cheese?
No.
Go Ninja goes. Anyway. No, but it was one of those things that Peter and I, as with what happened on the second movie, we just felt like, again, I don't want to take away anything that the fans loved about that movie, whether it be the Super Shredder stuff with Kevin Nash to those kind of things. But Pete and I just looked at it because our heart and our soul, as far as storytellers, is making stories that make sense and things that work, and just silly things that one of the turtles turning up the amp to 11 and then pressing two keys on a keyboard blasts the Shredder character, and it was those kind of things that Pete and I just were like,
no,
you guys don't get it, Again, though, there was moments in it that were great, but there was things that we were crushed over, and there really was a lot of discussion after the second movie came out and didn't perform as well as the first movie, and then Pete and I were not happy. We just felt that you guys missed the point, and that was sort of where the separation of what Hollywood's vision of the movie would be and what we wanted the movies to be and how we wanted them to work and make sense. So there was a long time between movie 2 and movie 3, and even movie 3, which I thought was overall a much stronger movie than movie 2. Unfortunately, is one of those things that I think that a lot of fans preferred movie 2 better. So that was sort of when that was the final of those movies until we developed the fourth movie with New Line Cinema.
Yeah. If you remember, actually, you and I saw the third movie together. I don't know where. I think we were in LA, but we went to go see it together, or we were brought to it together, or something. And I remember walking out with you and looking at you like, okay, and you were like, yeah, not bad. At least it wasn't the second one.
Yeah.
The second one was a real problem, and I agree with you. I thought the second one was just. Oh, the second one was hideous, man, and the experience was hideous.
Yeah, because it is, because I can't imagine it's like I don't mean this to be a digression or something. I wish Jack Kirby had been alive to see Captain America: The First Avenger.
Yeah,
because Captain America was one of those. I was a Daredevil fan. I was Batman. I was Captain America. It was all the superheroes are a bit more grounded. But you mentioned Marvel's cinematic universe and what they built and what they were doing and what they did with that movie, The First Avenger, was the perfect movie for a true Captain America fan. They did nothing wrong, in my opinion, of that movie. And I think Marvel's cinematic universe has done so many things right, but that was one of those things that because there were terrible Captain America films done before. I mean, even actually, there's a funny anecdote, and to this day I still need to find the original proposal, but pre Golden Harvest and what became the first movie, we actually got a proposal from Roger Corman's New World Cinema, and the concept was Billy Crystal, Gallagher, Sam Kinison, and Bobcat Goldthwait were going to be the Turtles.
wow!
And they were going to paint their faces green with a mask on, and they were going to wear these shells. And it was this very low budget version where the antagonist was a version of the Shredder, but he had these ninja nuns on roller skates, and there was a bunch of other really B-movie kind of stuff that they proposed. And I remember Pete and I reading this together back in Main Street, above where you were working at the time, and just looking at it, going, and just went like, what? But I think I know I have that proposal somewhere, but that was the luxury of being in control of your characters and your creations, is you can say no to those things that didn't work, because we said yes to some things that we knew better.
Yeah. Well, would you say that perhaps that was one of the hardest situations? Because I remember in the offices, obviously back at Mirage, and I was a bit more dealing with it at that point. I was actually more on the set and actually being involved in the licensing side of it, right? Inadvertently, by mistake. I was just really young, and there was no one else to do it. And I remember that you guys kind of kept saying, we don't like this and we don't approve this. And it still ended up in the movie, it wasn't a positive situation. Would you say that was one of the hardest parts of this thing, was just trying to deal with Hollywood and realizing how hard it is to do it?
Well, it was in so many ways, because we had some pretty strict and some very stringent sort of approval things, but they still had loopholes, in that we had full approval of the likeness and the use of the characters, what the characters look like. We had approval of the treatment, the final treatment. But we, for example, had 85. This final screenplay. The movie had to conform to at least 80 to 85%. I'm not sure exactly. It was at that level, that the final movie had to conform to that percentage of the final screenplay, which gives them room for editing or adjustments and those kinds of things. And so that was sort of like the first thing where, again, a couple guys going in pretty naive, and that we just assumed everybody was honest and everybody just wanted the same thing we wanted, because our experience with Steve Barron and Todd Langdon and just the Creature Shop, that everybody was on the same page, and that page was to make the best movie possible. And the fact that sort of there were people that was sort of like, well, that's what you think, but we're really in control because we're the guys that now have a very successful franchise and we're making a lot of money. We're doing this stuff, so we're going to choreograph to what we in Hollywood think is a better version of the Turtles than what you guys think is a better version of the Turtles. So that was where the movie kind of came out. That was a slap in the face where we go, oh, I get it. Everybody lies and everybody has a different kind of agenda than we are. It's like the chance of winning the lottery to ending up on a film or project that is such a perfect storm, the way the first movie was, is a rarity and an oddity in Hollywood. So that was sort of our first wake up call, and that was, and then as that was something as we continued on with different entertainment opportunities and things that we were involved in with the Turtles, that we still exerted a certain amount of control. And sometimes I think we probably went a little over the top because we were really taken aback by what happened with movie 2. That it was challenging.
Yeah.
So we had control, but we didn't have the control.
By the way, I should point out as we continue to the next little bit that my nephew Charlie is you can see him on screen right there, who asked what's our favorite Ninja Turtle. That's Richard's kid, so that's my brother's son, Charlie. So Kevin, I think you can answer this really quickly. Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle? Did you ever have a favorite?
Well, to me it was tough because the way that the Turtles evolved, where this is the first turtle that was drawn as the joke that I put on Peter's desk, and I said,
yeah,
this is going to be the next big thing, ha ha ha. And that evolved into that drawing that had all 4 of them with the full title. I called it a Ninja Turtle. It was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. So I feel like this was Michelangelo before Michelangelo became Michelangelo. Although both Peter and I certainly love them, like my children, and so it's hard to pick a favorite. But if people say, well, if you had to pick, I'll usually joke with them. I go like, well, I choose Donato or Raffaello. But then I'll go, it's like, if I have to choose one, I just choose Mikey, only because he was firstborn. But I just love them, all. And then oftentimes when if I'm exploring an idea, especially my sensibilities usually gravitated towards Raphael, and that he was the most unpredictable of the Turtles. So I felt that you could do things with him as a character that you couldn't do with the others, and you could push him farther and deeper and do some unexpected things, especially when you teamed him with Casey Jones. But
Mine was Donatello, man. I really loved Donatello because he was the underdog. Not many kids liked him as much. He was the least popular turtle, and he was a total nerd, right? And this is just back then. I mean, just in the terms of toy sales and merchandising and stuff, you could kind of categorize. You could see what the data was, and Raphael was by far the one that sold the most stuff. If it had Raphael on it, it would be really popular. Mikey was really popular. Leo was the leader, but Donatello was kind of like the goofus, and I like the doofus. I really like Donnie. So that's sort of like an aside. So I'll tell you quickly, like what my lowest point was. There was a very strange situation for me when we were on set, and it wasn't actually almost tied into the Ninja Turtles, but it was actually a different thing. I was at Carolco the day that Brandon Lee died. He was on the Crow. And we as you and I through Tundra and other relationships were nominally tied into that film, and so I remember being on set and we were watching dailies one night, and they walked in, and we'd already been through the shock of Jim Henson on the first film, which was crazy, and they suddenly told us that Brandon Lee had been killed on the set, and even now I'm saying it like out loud, and the hairs are going up on my eyes. I remember everybody sat there for a moment, and there was this kind of quiet in the room because people sort of thought, is that real? And you've got to be kidding me. And that's right here. And I knew we were tied to it. I remember thinking, I mean, it was just difficult, right? It was just an awful moment. I know it wasn't Ninja Turtles, but we were right there, and we were tied to it. And being on set when Brandon was killed was awful, man. That was that moment where you thought, like, whew, you know.
Well, you know, just to you know to you know, I don't want to say this. It's still going to be too weird, but the worst and the creepiest part is that you were on set that they filmed in a disheartening part of many years later, because the set in Wilmington, North Carolina, which we were on, which they shot The Crow on,
Yeah.
originally built for a movie called Dino De Laurentiis did a movie called Year of the Dragon with Mickey Rourke. A lot of it got blown down in a hurricane, but they rebuilt it just for the Turtle film. And so there's a scene, and actually it's one of James O'Barr's cameos. There's a scene where he's one of the thieves in the Crow movie, where he's stealing a TV from set. That's the second time around story. That's the second time around shot. So you were back down on a set that you'd already been to. Yeah. They're filming the Turtle movies, and that's what they're filming the Crow. And what's even crazier, and how this ties in, because it was so devastating and heartbreaking in that when at Tundra, when I brought you over to run so many important parts of Tundra, one of the properties that we obtained was the Crow, and then at that time we had rights to movies and all the entertainment stuff and all that kind of stuff, and we actually through Limelight, Steve Bear's company, again the director of the first Turtle movie, he had a company called Limelight, and so I had invested in that company, and part of Limelight, that's part of our many trips to LA, was sort of trying to marry the creativity of what we were doing with Tundra's projects with LA, and our was Limelight. Alex Proyas was one of the #1 directors of commercials and videos for Limelight. And Steve was desperately trying to find him. We were all trying to desperately find him a movie project, which then ended up, he was sort of stolen away by Ed Pressman, who ultimately came down to, even though we had this all rights deal with James O'Barr, he forgot that he signed a deal with Ed Pressman for the movie rights. And so when Ed Pressman started developing in the movie, we had a discussion where we had a very polite discussion, which allowed us to then manage and control all of the licensing rights to the Crow, in lieu of being a partner with them as the Crow movie moved forward. So, so they stole Alex Proyas, they stole this thing, and so they were shooting down on this Turtle set. And I remember, like, actually before even Brandon was cast, Brandon Lee, the amazing Brandon Lee, the first Crow actor that was attached to the thing was attached to the project was a singer from Texas called Brandon Sexton III, who had a one-hit wonder and actually had that goth kind of look. That was then sort of disbanded when a very young Christian Slater was attached to it temporarily as the Crow. And then through a partnership that based in Hong Kong, that were funding a lot of Brandon Lee's early movies like Rapid Fire, which was an amazing movie. And unfortunately, a terrible movie that came out in the States called Showdown in Little Tokyo, which was Brandon Lee and Dolph Lundgren. But it was one of those things that when Brandon was cast, I was concerned because I had only seen Showdown in Little Tokyo, but they were funding a lot of the movie. But then we started having dailies come in, as you said. He was just perfect and just brilliant, and just so many things with Alex Proyas' vision on those sets. I never went down to set when they were filming. You did a number of times, but it was just and there was this weird thing that not long before Brandon passed away through a mishap, a very unfortunate and stupid technical mishap on set. That they had sort of dubbed bad luck. There was a lot of bad luck, a lot of things that had happened on the set.
Well, it was bad luck and a little bit of stupidity by pointing a full load at someone's chest and pulling the trigger. You know, not a good idea. So it's
so
very
it
sad.
was very, very sad. Very hard.
Now, on a light note, there were some amazing moments, and I know that I want to tell one anecdote of us going over to the premiere about the Star of India restaurants. I'm going to tell that. So think for a second, right? If you can think of like one of the funnier moments of this thing, because there was plenty of stuff going on. I'm going to tell everybody a little bit about this crazy thing that we did. So we go over to the premiere. And we get together with Steve Barron, the director, and he's a really straightforward guy. He was a really nice guy, wasn't he? And he said, hey, let's all go to the Star of India. So now I knew where the Star of India was, and and I'm like the resident Brit with the Americans, and so we all go off to the Star of India with the director of the Ninja Turtle movie. And it was a particularly interesting place because the guy who ran it was a lovely guy. He was a lovely gay gentleman, but he was Indian, and his family were very unhappy about him being gay, and so they sort of disowned him. But he was super flamboyant guy, right? Remember, he was really friendly, and you'd walk in, you go, "Hey, everybody," and he was, and so he, we're sitting there, and we got like leather jackets on, and we're eating this food. And what we didn't know was that guy would play show tunes, remember? And so we're sitting in the middle of, we're just about to take a bite of food, and all of a sudden, bam, Oklahoma weather.
That was like, it's like, there was an Indian restaurant in Northampton, Massachusetts, which, to set the stage, was, the best Indian food we'd ever had.
Right, right. Yeah.
And then you go to London, and Steve Barron said, one of his favorite food is Indian food, and we said we love it, but this food at this restaurant was the real deal. It was the best Indian. I still remember to this day, like everything was like the best food we'd ever eaten, especially Indian food, and it was fantastic. But I do remember those moments where it was, like you said, it's like we had taken up a big part of the upstairs. I was up on the second level, and then it would be like we're about to take a bite, and it'd be like, what? He
didn't give us any warning. He just started playing. And so now he's right next to, he literally was this close to me. And so there was one other funny thing about it, which I thought was brilliant, which was we had a friend who was one of the Ninja Turtle artists that was with us. And he, to be fair, he was a little worried. He was a little homophobic. He was a bit worried about it, or he wasn't sure how to deal with it. And he found out that this guy who owned the restaurant would always give everybody a kiss on the way out. We're like, great, give us a kiss on the way out, give us on the cheek, and we're good. And he spent the next hour trying to work out, how can I escape and get out before the guy tries to kiss me on the cheek? And it was great. It was excruciating to watch. But I'll never forget sitting in there and having the guy singing Oklahoma. And I was sort of like, yeah. The movie business. That was my most surreal moment, but I think it was also almost one of the funniest moments as well. But I'm sure you've had like millions of surreal moments with those movies. Probably,
Yeah, but it is treasures like that. It is like, it can be like, there's a lot, and it's sort of trying to figure out, like, you remember certain highlights, and then that's what I always would laugh about, like, when we get in these quick catch-up calls, and suddenly it's 2 hours later, and both our wives are going like,
"Yeah,
are you still talking to Paul?" But it was those moments that sort of made everything would ground it a bit, because there was sort of a fantastic level of, because a lot of people, again, throughout so many of these adventures, especially in the early days, when people would just say, it's amazing and what you went through and all these things. And it's different when you're in the middle of it, and because you're not really navigating as best you can. It's like going down a level 5 rapids, and an analogy of some point, where you're navigating it as best you can, but you're moving very fast, and there's a lot going on, and you're just hoping for the best, and you do sort of try to keep your wits about you and make the best choices you can. But there's so many moments, and it's the weird stuff. It is like, meeting Casey Elias Koteas for the first time. But I remember, even like meeting Casey for the first time. But then when I spent so much time in LA, I started working out at this gym, and I remember going to this gym one day, and there's Elias Koteas on the treadmill, and I hadn't seen him in years, and I went like, holy smokes, there's Casey Jones on the treadmill. What? And it's just, so you remember different things. It's more like I say with this, there's a lot of happy memories. There were challenges. There were difficult memories because, at some point where the company had grown and blossomed and become this thing, like you mentioned earlier about the control over the look of, say, licensing guy. You were doing a lot of work in the licensing area, and we'd have like, say if we were licensing a coloring book or something, they would have these artists that they would hire, and they'd turn in this work, and Pete and I would be, through you and Brindle and whatnot, would be sort of, no, this isn't work. And then it sort of evolved with like, you've got, Jim Lawson and Mike Dooney and Steve Levine and these amazing artists that are doing stuff in-house. So I said, let's create this sort of side business for the preservation of what we wanted the characters to look like and be out there. So a lot of times, all that video game art, toy designs, the Archie comics were produced in-house. I mean, all that stuff that we were producing was with Mirage artists, so it came as sort of pre-approved and
Yep. I mean, it was a really good little operation if you think about it, because a lot of times stuff will get turned around really quickly. We would make sure that licensees weren't waiting forever. They got it turned around pretty quickly. We were really consistent. Anyone that lied and cheated and tried to do substandard product, we would step on them and say that's not fair to us, and we would make sure that they didn't. I remember that very clearly. So, it was a good little operation, but it was really confusing time, man, because when you're involved with all this crazy stuff happening around you, you never know what's going to be next, right? And
I was just wondering, do you have a favorite Weird Turtle licensing item that came across?
I do. Okay, so first of all, when the electronic talking toothbrush, I'm like, that was amazing. But my favorite thing, this is a true story. Obviously, we'll get into licensing next time we talk, but this is a true story, right? So you remember the pinball machine, the Ninja Turtle pinball machine? It was great. It was a really fun game. But do you remember that the April in the Ninja Turtle pinball machine was very, very chesty? She was super top heavy. That was my fault.
That was your fault?
Yes, it was. It was an accident. We got the artwork in, and I think you or Prindle, the guy who's the licensing guy, or Pete had said, she doesn't quite look right. She's super flat chested, in the way that she just didn't look like the cartoon. Yeah. And said, we need to, I don't know if it was you or Prindle or whatever, but we need to change it. And so I drew a big W on her chest as an indicator to say, hey, just as a reminder, we need to make sure that she actually conforms to the way the other April looked. And they drew it as big as the W that I drew. So all of a sudden,
oh my God, that's funny.
We got the artwork back, and it was the boobs were huge. And I looked around like, oh no, I didn't mean, but they had already done it and they put it into production. That's my favorite licensing story.
I like, it's funny because it's like, and actually you touched on it earlier, talking about some of the early animated episodes, and we'll talk about it the next time. Of course, because we're going to put out stuff online. But one of the things I found with the early animated episodes were these early development pictures of April as the animated character, which evolved into the character she became. So I love this idea of like what Peter and I did with April initially in issue 2 is she had a jumpsuit on, and so that evolved to the jumpsuit as a scientist to become the jumpsuit as her thing. But I kept jokingly, because it was just, we were sitting around with a bunch of the toy designers, because Pete and I would go up to LA often or do stuff. So I would just always make April's boobs bigger just to make everybody laugh. So I'd be like, oh, she'd be like this. We should have large boobs. They go, stop doing this.
Is that right?
And have the camera and all this stuff. So you'll see some of these early drawings of
well, there you go. I guess everybody was drawing on April's boobs. I had no idea. I didn't really mean to do anything. I was just kind of saying, hey, as a reminder, someone had told me hey, her boobs aren't big enough. They don't look like the normal character. So I remember drawing on this thing and saying, hey, reminder, what I drew these big boobs to play, and they drew it on the stuff.
No, I think when it finally came in, it was just because it's sort of like the foot or the shredder is kind of holding her with her hands behind her back, and she's got this
Yeah.
cleavage. But I think
yeah, she got some big cleavage. So that was pretty funny. Let me ask you this. As we go on, like this is a legacy for you, right? Like obviously with Ninja Turtles, it's a thing that you created. It has some elements of a life of its own, and there's a bunch of stuff that I know because I was there that you and Pete made sure happened, right? And we did as a group. Like we made sure that stuff happened properly, but it was really driven by what you guys did. And I've created characters with Marvel and other that have lived on, like the Sentry and other characters like that. But here's your characters, and obviously at a certain point, they go into other movies, right? And at this point, you're distanced from it to some extent because it's been a while and other people are taking them. So you got the 2007 one. I think it was 2007, right? I got a picture of it up here somewhere. It's the I'll do this sort of share screen so people can see it. It's 2007 movie. It says on this. It's this one, right? That was Kevin Monroe, right?
Fantastic. It's sort of like. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I guess my question is, what do you make of that? Like this was another movie, and I know that I think you were a bit higher on that. I seem to remember you telling me at a certain point you were enjoying that process, I think, but I can't quite remember. What was that all about?
Well, it was an interesting time in the evolution of the Turtles and my relationship with the Turtles as a property. In that, I sold creative control to Pete, and Pete did the wonderfully excellent Fox Kids. We call it the 2000 series. So that ran for a bunch of years, and I think it started around 2002, 2003, and it ran for a number of seasons. And as that sort of started to trail off, there had actually been a number of Turtle movies in development, including one that involved Steve Barron being developed. He was part of the development process with Hallmark to do it as a mini series, which then after a couple of years of development sort of fell off, and there was not a lot going on with the Turtles on the larger scale, say the movie side of things. So Tom Gray came back into the picture with a company called Imagi, and Imagi was a company that was founded by this guy that his dad's company made a couple $1 billion selling artificial Christmas trees through Walmart. So he formed an animation company, which became Imagi. And so he first produced a series of 6 episodes of a Siegfried and Roy animated series. I think only 2 made it to air. It was full CG. It was very early days. We're talking again 2006 maybe, and that maybe 2005, and then that bombed. But he had the money and he was building the studio, so he came in and was willing to fund a big chunk of a movie like this, a full animated Turtle movie. So around that time, I was working with Tom Gray and another guy named Joe Pearson, and we were developing a Crow animated movie, again, low budget, talking $5 million, Highlander animated movie, direct to DVD, those kind of things. So we were developing that, and Tom came to me and said, hey, Francis really wants to do a Turtle movie. Do you think this is something that could happen? And I said, well, let me run it by Mirage and see if they have any thoughts, if it's something they'd like to do. And there was a bunch of discussion there, and basically it was better for me to sort of step back from it and let that discussion happen between these parties and see if it could move forward, which it did. And so it was produced within the same facility, and that's the first time I met Kevin Monroe. And what I loved about what Kevin's vision was with the Turtles and what he wanted to do with this movie is he also worked very closely with Peter on it, was that it'd be a version of the Turtles that was sort of updated from maybe where they left off in the first 3 live-action Turtle movies, where they still had the you know, the relationships and the difficult relationships and the different things and how turtles made money and how they survived, you know, what their place in space in this world was. And so it was very clever. And I love that the first 18 months of this movie were done under Kevin's direction without any input from anybody because Weinstein Company, which was part of Warner Brothers, who was distributing it, well, really sort of, to them, it was kind of a throwaway picture. Like, hey, this other company in China is paying for most of it. They're doing all the work, and there's this relatively unknown director doing it. And so the best part of that movie was that Kevin had complete autonomy to do such an amazing movie like the Fight in the Rain with Raphael and cast guys like, you know, it was Chris Evans' first, you know, superhero movie, if you will. He was the voice of Casey Jones. Sarah Michelle Gellar was April and all that stuff. And so by the time that, you know, Warner Brothers figured out that, hey, this movie's really, really good, then they came in and messed up a bunch of stuff at the end. But ultimately, I thought it was a great picture. It was one of my favorite of the turtle pictures outside of since the first movie. So it was
amazing. So I was going to say, it's amazing how these things can get messed up, Kev. You know, I was involved sort of nominally, well, you know, I've relatively close involvement with Wolverine because I wrote the origin of Wolverine for Marvel, right?
That's
and
right.
I got a mate of mine who was on that film, and he told me he came in to like help fix that film because the first film was an absolute mess. And what he told me was that once they realized that this was going to be quite big, they said there was another movie that had come out. Let's say, for the sake of argument, it was the first Nolan Batman movie or something. And they saw that it was really popular. And they said, oh, we need to be more like that movie. So they changed it and made it darker. And then the first Iron Man movie came out. And they said, well, actually, you know what? We need more tech in this. So then they told the filmmakers, well, we need more tech. And these are all the executives from Fox. And then by the time that they finished that, they got a mess on their hands. So they said, well, why don't we just try to fix it and bring it back to what it was intended to be? Only Hollywood can mess up stuff that badly sometimes. You know, you had the origin of Wolverine. You could have done anything with it. And the fact is, even though it was really quite a poor movie, it still made money. And so they were all really happy with themselves and patting themselves on the back and saying, look what we did. But you and I both know you could have done an awful lot better if you had never done that. You should have just let the creators create. Is something that I know that's where you came from when I first met you. That's what Tundra was all about. And so, you know, not trying to like do homogenized forms of entertainment, but be really true to the stuff is really important, right? Now, speaking of which, and I guess I'm going to get your reaction because I'm about to find out, right? So you tell me. You got some other stuff here. so what do you make of this was cool, right? And then you got this.
What was the other slide? No, that's it. No, the what's interesting in what you said before resonates on so many levels is that you know, now it goes back to like literally, you know, you touch on the concerns that Peter and I had on the first movie is that we've seen so many really bad adaptations of characters that were beloved to us, certainly as fans and things like that, that were then butchered by Hollywood because it was still like, I mean, I guess I look at like, you know, one of the reasons I founded, stop showing those. No, I'm kidding.
Sorry, man. I'm just messing with you.
You should show that there was a great shot when they first showed the picture of Turtle with the nose that some fan artist online replaced it with Shrek and then put Donkey behind him.
That's funny. That's funny.
But no, there was a deep concern of like comics versus even cartoons of integrity. I remember like guys that did newspaper cartoons used to look down on comic book artists because, well, we're in the newspaper, you just do comic books, and you go like, well, we're kind of the same. But they go like, well, it's this frowned upon system, much like, you know, you wrote a book that's very popular. We're going to adapt it in Hollywood, but you know how to write a book, but we know how to make a movie, and they would sort of dismiss that because we know better. Same with so many comic books, especially in the early days that became movies that were terrible versus when you had things like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, when you had Captain America: The First Avenger done, somebody finally got it, and it was probably a guy like Kevin Feige that grew up reading Captain America and said, "Why the hell aren't we just making it like this comic book, which I loved as a kid? This is what was awesome. Let's adapt this to the screen." The same with Iron Man. The same with Thor. This works, and that's why those movies work. Because suddenly you go like, I remember the first time watching, Josh Whedon's Avengers. It was you practically wept because it was like something you read as a kid in the early '70s brought to life in a way that you could have never imagined as a live action.
And he had written the comics, right? I was actually working up at Marvel when Joss was in there at one point, and he was writing one of the comics, so he understood what comics could do, and then he translated that into film. That's great to see that, right? Kevin Feige told me one time that The Sentry was their best movie. They actually care about he knows the content. The point would be it would be their best movie. They're never going to make it because they can't, but. The idea is that the people that care about it and the creators that love it, if they're allowed to actually create and make stuff, guess what happens? Great stuff happens. And when the creators are not allowed to make it and it becomes Hollywood by committee or creation by committee, look what ends up happening. And it's very frustrating to watch because you kind of can predict it. It's going to be a mess. It's going to fall apart. They do it anyway, just like I felt the second movie was a bit like that. It was very difficult to watch the process because it really was good for the kids a little bit, but it wasn't good for the franchise. And you guys knew better. And as the creators, you always knew better. So
no, even you showed like the thing is like when we started development when development started on the 2014 Turtle movie. I worked with Scott Mendick and Galen Walker, and we developed a movie. Actually, the first script was written by a guy named John Fusco, who wrote Young Guns and a few other things. I still have the original copy of the script. It was much like J.J. Abrams' approach to Force Awakens, in that he sort of took
all right. We got a little sound that's going bad. Hold on a second, Kevin. I think your sound went really bad in the middle of it. We're going to try that one again and see. Give it another try. No, we lost him mid anecdote. In the stream, in the comments, can anybody tell me if Kevin's mic is going funny? Because it sounded a little bit funky right there, or went all kinds of funky. If you're in the stream, can you just type in and tell me if you're hearing this properly? Because it's getting funky. Yeah, audio warbles. Okay, so we've got audio issues, Kev. I would say I'll entertain the troops for 1 second while you maybe reboot your mic or come on out and come back in again. Yeah. We got all kinds of audio issues. Yeah, we got StreamYard issues, unfortunately.
I'm so sorry. I didn't touch you.
All right. Well, I think everybody can hear me just fine, but I think Kevin's gone funky. So I put you on mute for a second, Kevin. Why don't you unplug for 1 second and come right back in, and then we'll wrap up our session anyway, okay? Try to go back out of the studio and back in again. Leave and come back. And then we'll try that. Sorry, everyone. A little bit of technical difficulties on Kevin's end, but not a problem. And my mic is okay, so that's good to hear. Yeah, the coronavirus is interfering with the stream. What I will say to everybody, if you're watching along, as Kevin kind of heads out and tries to come back in, if you have any questions, please write them in right now, and we'll try to answer a couple of questions for you. So, Kevin, if you can exit StreamYard for a second and come back in, it'll work, okay? So just exit out and then come back in. And then, so if you guys have any questions, then please go ahead and ask us questions. If you have any comments that you want to make, go ahead and make a couple of comments. I'm trying my best to keep this going while Kevin, the main attraction, is gone. But what we're going to do, if you guys are in here right now and you are willing, we would love it if you could like or mash on that like button, because that will bring more people in. We'd love it if you guys would be willing to subscribe to us, because if you subscribe, then we will get more people coming in future. Kevin's coming back, don't worry. So let me answer a couple of questions if I can while Kevin's finding his way back. Paul, can I come on your show? Is that Dan? Because if you can, then definitely. Did we take anything from the set? If so, what? And how did you get it off the set? Well, I actually did take a few things, but I didn't steal them, just so that we're clear, because I really could care less about stealing anything. I make money the old-fashioned way. I earn it. But I did actually take a few things from the set because I was given some things, which is really nice. So I've got a couple of really old things from the original movie. Jeff asks me, is it true that my real name is Theodore? Thanks a bunch, mate. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the great question. But no. All right, let's try Kevin again. Hey buddy. Try again. Hey, he's back. Hear me? Yes, we hear you just fine. Thanks, mate.
No, it was,
I'm going to go on a limb and guess, thank you, Courtney, for being awesome.
As I keep doing like this thing runs on steam or coal or something. No, thankfully it's like, I'm just a technophobe. It's like, I always relate myself to Neil from The Young Ones. Oh, yeah. Technosphere.
Well, we got a couple of questions in here, Kev. I think we kind of lost a large part of the thing you were saying. So we'll answer a couple of questions and then we'll wrap it up, okay? No let's go to one from George over here. Will we ever see the brutal Mirage Turtles animation or comic, or will that likely never happen? That's an interesting question.
No, it's actually an incredible question on two fronts, because it's funny. We were doing some touring last year before we wrapped up, and people were asking, what's the next evolution of the Turtles? And I said, if you ask me, and what I would love to see, because so many of our fans are of the original generation, which are now, again, 30 or up, is I'd like to see a Daredevil style, Netflix Daredevil style version of the Turtles, because I think there is a huge audience for that material. It's not like, you want to see heads being lopped off and flying in all directions. You want something that's done realistically and the way it was intended, the way we did the original black and white issues, which, Charlie Cox, who was amazing for Daredevil and what they did with that series, was brought back the best moments of what Frank Miller did in that series. So I'd love to see that. And then for the comic book series, actually Tom Waltz, who just wrote 100 issues of the Turtles, by accident. But Tom Waltz wrote 100 issues of the Turtles from 2011 to last year, 2019. I was part of that series, and it was an amazing thing in every capacity. We are working on a story right now called The Last Ronin. The Last Ronin is based on an idea that Pete and I wrote in 1987. So Tom and I are adapting that, and it's going to be sort of our, to steal from Frank Miller again, it's going to be sort of our Dark Knight version of the Turtles. It's an older, set in the future. And it's
that's cool. So Anthony asks, was there ever any intention to add a fifth or sixth turtle, possibly female? That's a thorny subject.
Well, it is, because I know everybody loves and remembers Venus de Milo from the.
Yes. There was a fifth turtle. Her name was Venus de Milo.
Short history of that, just to elaborate, was when we were developing, after the third Turtle movie came out with New Line Cinema, Mike DeLuca was in charge, and we were developing a fourth Turtle movie, and the fourth Turtle movie had a fifth turtle, which is going to be added to the series, and he was named Kirby. He was a male turtle, floated further downstream. That was sort of the impetus of the story.
Yeah.
That movie never went any further. When Margaret Lesh and Chaim Saban came in wanted to do a live action series, we brought that concept of the movie and adding a fifth turtle to this new series. In the 11th hour, it was changed to a female turtle, which then Pete hated. I felt we could do something with it. I love strong female characters. The series wasn't as successful. It was successful in ratings, But the difficulty of working with Saban was what ended up ultimately killing the series. And so when Tom and I started working on the IDW comic series, one of the things, by the time we got to issue 50, one of the things that he wanted to add, and we both agreed we'd love to add a female turtle to the mix, but there was no way at that time we could figure out how to do it that made sense. But through the creation of a character called Jenica that was introduced to the turtle family over a number of issues, became really popular, and through the sort of She-Hulk blood transfusion becoming the Hulk thing, we added a fifth turtle called Jenica, based on as part of an existing turtle character in issue 95, and so far she's been super popular. So we have a fifth turtle, it's a female turtle. She's named Jenica, and find some of the latest issues of the turtles.
That's pretty cool, man. Actually, I'm glad that is that's come to fruition, because Venus was really not seen as being much fun. I don't think the fans they didn't want to. It felt shoehorned in a little bit, but now there's a female character that fits.
You're right. It was completely shoehorned in. It was sort of presented in a way, and even though as that version of the Turtles, the live action version, was dumbed down a little bit for a younger audience, and I think it was just a series of unhappy accidents that
so we're asked what our favorite pizza toppings. I'm about to go on old school on you. So Northampton, right in the center of Northampton, there was a pizza place, right? And it was across the street from Main Street, so whatever that place was called. And I used to go in there and get chicken, spinach, and blue cheese pizza like twice a week, because that is the greatest set of pizza toppings. And however it was that those guys made it was unbelievable. I used to eat spinach. I put on about 30 pounds because I couldn't get away from their pizza.
What was that thing? Yeah, it was right next to Michelson's, and around where the that was like,
yeah,
it was I can remember, it was like, it just had a big sign that said pizza.
Basically, it was a pizza place. God knows what it's called. Northampton Pizza, probably. But they made spinach, chicken, and blue cheese pizza, and that was unbelievable, that pizza. So we got
it was fantastic. It was great crust. It was great, and they had a wide variety of vegan and all that stuff. But our family favorite pizza is based on Courtney's dad, who loves Hawaiian style pizza with ham and pineapple, but he adds jalapenos to it. Man, it's just the most perfect pizza. I like heavy cheese and white pizza, and
so it's Hawaiian.
I like a lot of different kinds of pizza.
Sorry, Hawaiian pizza with jalapenos, yeah?
Yep, Hawaiian pizza. You have to dice up the jalapenos and sort of spread them around. So it's Hawaiian pizza with jalapenos.
I like it. Well, we'll try to get to people's questions quickly, and then we'll kind of wind ourselves up. Who would you want to see the Ninja Turtles team up with? What about you, mate? Who would you want to see them team up with?
Personally, Deadpool would be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Turtles, Deadpool crossover. Daredevil, of course, would be fantastic. One of my, actually, it evolved into I pitched. That's great. Oh, like, you kidding me? That would be fantastic. Especially if the Tom Holland Spider-Man would be fantastic.
Yeah.
I pitched Dan Didio at DC. My dream team up for the Turtles would be a Turtles Commandy crossover. So I pitched them a Turtles Commandy crossover, and he's like, nobody knows who Commandy is anymore. Why don't you do a Turtles Batman crossover? And I was like, didn't realize that was on the table. And so, fortunately, DC and IDW moved forward, and they hired the most amazing writer, James Tinian, who worked with Freddie Williams, who's incredible, and one of my best friends. And we've done 3 series on that. So Turtles Batman was probably one of those childhood dream come trues, because Batman was one of my faves. I mentioned him earlier. I like Daredevil, Batman. I like the more grounded superheroes, but Spider-Man would be awesome. How about you? What would you? Spider-Man, Turtles?
I kind of got it. I wrote Spider-Man for Marvel for 6 years, and I love Spider-Man. He was always a character that I felt was easiest to write, and it was mostly like me. I felt like I was this guy, and I was just writing stories about me. I'm not a hero. I'm just saying I like this character, and I just write me in it. And for Mary Jane, I would just write my wife Melinda, and I would just write stories about the two of us. So I think New York and Ninja Turtles being with Spider-Man, they're all misunderstood. They all kind of live in the shadows. I think that would be a perfect crossover, frankly. That would be incredible. By the way, the answer, Miss Sai, the answer to the question why Kirby is almost always Jack Kirby. So Kevin and I, especially, but I got my reverence for Jack Kirby from Kevin. But Jack Kirby really is the guy that created basically everything at Marvel. I mean, Jack is the guy that made it, and it's very sad. I got some Kirby stories that we'll tell a little bit later in some of their other streams, but Jack Kirby was a genius, and he made the most incredible stuff. You heard Kevin say Commandy, the last boy on Earth, would be his. Why? Because Kevin's a big nerd and he likes Jack Kirby. So anything that has Jack Kirby on, Kevin would say yes to. Question: when you made the first issue, the reason it wasn't colored, was that just because the black and white boom was helpful, or because you couldn't afford the color?
Pretty much, we couldn't afford the color. It was.
Yeah. I knew the answer.
Yeah. When we went to the, because it was a very small printer in it's called the Lakeville Journal, and they printed the local TV facts or sort of leave behind advertisements that were left around supermarkets or convenience stores, so it was black and white. So it was like they were cheap, and that's how we sort of set our prices. Like, how much could we get for 500? How much for 1,000? How much for 3,000? So we ended up asking my uncle Quentin for $1,200 because it was enough to print 3,000 copies in black and white with a 2-color cover, and put one ad in the Comics Buyer's Guide to try to sell these mail order.
Yeah. And stories about your Uncle Quentin and the money he lent you and all of that stuff, those are coming, because there's some stories in there. I'll address this really quickly because I think this is probably one for Courtney and or you. Jasneet asks, can they get commissions from you? Now, I think that's usually a business thing, not necessarily for our stream, but I will say that the way to do that would probably be through your studio, Kevin, or something like that.
If anything you want to ask, inquire, or follow up, whether it be you just have tons of free content or original content or commissions, things, just go to KevinEastmanStudios.com, and that's where you can be in touch with Fiona and Kevin Russell, who run the website. They're basically, Fiona's our COO, Kevin Russell's our creative director of everything. And so what I love about studio, Kevin Eastman Studios, is this is like Courtney and I, husband, it's husband and wife with Kevin and Fiona, husband and wife, and that's it. We have 3 wiener dogs and 2 cats. Otherwise, we run the whole business. But we are doing commissions, but we're sort of just being careful. I've always had a problem with I would hate anybody to ask for commission and have them wait for a long period of time. And I've unfortunately made that mistake where people would sign up and ask for a commission, but then suddenly it's 3 years later and I still haven't finished it. But that's only because I'm working on a comic or a series or writing stuff. It's not.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do more.
So here's a question. I'll put you on the spot a little bit. Would you rather another Michael Bay Ninja Turtle movie? We probably should have you mention the nostril thing, because that's actually kind of funny. But they put nostrils in. Here's the skinny is they put nostrils on them when Kevin said don't put nostrils on them, and that's pretty much the way that they tended to approach that film, right, Kev?
Yeah, well, it's funny because they one of the development artists discovered those. Remember that Michael Zulli series we did at Mirage years ago? And it was sort of one of those.
The one with the animals with Stephen Murphy. The one with the animals. Yeah. I can't remember what it's called now, but I'll remember it in a bit. Yeah,
but it was called. It was kind of like a what if kind of story.
Yeah.
Because the turtles were larger in size, and they had Michael had this wonderful. He was a naturalist. He was a artist that did a lot of wildlife drawings and illustrations, including the Puma Blue series that they originally did.
Puma Blue,
Puma Blues. But yeah, they did. So it was a more realistic take on the look of the turtles. And I just said when they did this, some of the early conceptual designs, and that I think was the philosophy of the 2014 movie, where the first time I sat with Jonathan Liebsman, who was actually the director of the movie, and said, I've never seen a turtle comic book. I've never seen a turtle cartoon. I've never seen any movies. I want to make the greatest turtle movie ever. Fill me in.
Great.
And that's where our relationship started.
Yeah.
So pretty much then it seemed to be the thing that like anything that I was bringing to the table that I thought was important to the structure, the heart and soul of the Turtles, making them smaller, making them underdogs. Think Sarah Connor, think Lieutenant Ripley, think of any Spider-Man. You think of any underdog story that takes on this menace from across the universe that's going to destroy Earth, and it's fought in this small neighborhood in Queens. And it's like you want the underdog to win. I said that's what makes a great story, like with the Turtles. And so they go, okay, never mind. And so whatever I said, it seemed to be the MO for let's do the exact opposite. So
I've
making
heard
them
that
6 foot,
heard that
7 foot tall and bulletproof. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that one before, man, and I know your answer to it because it's just difficult. If you say don't do this and they do it, that's a little bit frustrating, I think. We'll probably take a couple more questions and then we'll wind up because we got plenty of weeks and we got loads of stuff to talk about. But this one is from a friend of mine actually in Massachusetts, Daryl. You may have met my good friend Darren, who was my best man at my wedding. If you remember my best man, Darren, this is Daryl, who is his brother, Darren and Daryl. And yes, they hear that question all the time. Their other brother. So Daryl says, how are we working around getting news stories and content to people in the public, right? Because obviously COVID, but also, well, guess what? Hold on to that thought. We'll get back to you. There's your teaser. Sorry, Daryl. We'll get on that later on. Kevin, I think the answer to this one, I'll answer for you. How much was an influence of Daredevil was it in the Turtles? I'm going to answer for Kevin. Quite a lot. It's pretty much where it came from. Not at all. Yeah, not at all. Yeah, no, nothing. While you're at the website, join the Kevin Eastman fan club. Sounds good to me. I'm in. And I want to just give a little highlight to what Brett says here. I've actually changed my mind. A Ninja Turtle Judge Dredd crossover would be just about everything. Would that not?
That would be awesome.
It would be incredible, wouldn't it? It would be incredible. We did cover the Who's Your Favorite Turtle. Kevin doesn't have one. He kind of does, but mine is Donatello. But Kevin's is sort of Michelangelo and kind of Raphael. And, it's because they were all very similar when they started.
Raffaangelo.
Yeah. Donardo, yeah. Raffaangelo.
Actually, that Donatello was almost named Bernini, right? You know that.
Really?
Yeah, Peter and I had a discussion early on, when we was like, because, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael came pretty easy. It was sort of like master, the other master, and then this Raphael was kind of a student of Michelangelo. But I liked, I was a big art history geek, and I liked the sculptor Bernini much better. I thought he was a better sculptor. And so, but Pete liked Donatello, not just Donatello wasn't a very accomplished sculptor, but it was just sort of like, he said, well, it's got the Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, and I was just like, yeah, but Bernini. And so anyway, I wisely listened to Pete, and Donatello became Donatello, but he was almost named Bernini for about 2 weeks.
Imagine that because the whole world, I've often said this, and we'll sort of close on this, right? Because we'll get to other stuff in the future. Kev, one of the things that I always encourage people to do is to stay true to creatively, right? I try to do this with everybody. I know that you've always done that because you and I went through Tundra and we went through Mirage together. And I've seen you encourage people to stick true to what they want to do and help them and fund them and do stuff like that when you did. So here's the deal. When someone tells you you can't do something, I often, and people with me at Meta Studios know this, that I'll often point them to the week before you created the Ninja Turtles. And in that week, there were 4 words that you were never going to say next to each other: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They were never going to exist. And if you'd have pitched them to anybody, the answer would have been no, right? And if you pitch them now and no one had ever heard of it, they would say no. It's always a no. No, I don't believe in it. I don't believe it. But you guys did. You knew it was funny. You knew what it was. So when people say creatively, don't do it, or you shouldn't do it because your audience won't like it, I got to say that I have already seen it work. I was right there when the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles became a thing. So everyone should stay really true creatively to what they want to do. And I think that's what you guys did. And from that came all of this stuff, including these incredible films. Some of them not so incredible, but you know what I mean.
Well, let me flip it back on you in this respect. Is that every single one of what's become the foundation of all things Turtles is those first 15 issues that Peter and I wrote. Those issues are written under one main driving force: is we wrote those books for us. And we love those books because they were written for us. We weren't intended to write them for anything else. And I would tell you, your favorite stories, I bet, are the ones you wrote without any audience in mind at all. It was like you wrote them because you wanted to see that story told, and you had a vision in your mind. You wrote it for yourself, and that's where the truest and purest vision comes through. And it's like you can't think about, this might sell more if I put a cape on, or this might work more of this. But am I right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Say again.
I'm saying your favorite stories are the ones you wrote for yourself. Am I right?
Yeah, I think they're the ones that I wrote about myself to some extent. In other words, I knew what I was writing about. Yeah, no, that's a good point, right? I was writing about myself, and so to some extent they were for myself, but they were very much about myself. And so they were things that I really understood, like, you know, a lot of stories I've written about how I grew up with my brother. Stuff like that has made itself into my work. And that's what makes me those are the things that make me the happiest. I feel they're the best, most accomplished work. So yeah, it's very similar, which is you wrote the thing that you liked. You guys loved it. And then anyone that told you no, and I've used this before, if you tell me I can't do something, that just means that you can't do it. I can do it. Shut up and leave me alone. Right?
No, honestly, just there's a bit of self-promotion and because it only ties in so specifically, is like when I had this idea for a story which became Drawing Blood with co-creator David Avalone. It was an idea that we showed it to a couple of publishers and they said no. They just basically looked at it. And so we, through the, much like Uncle Quentin in the early forms of crowdfunding, we went to Kickstarter, and I know you've done that route, and we had this tremendous outpouring of support. And then Drawing Blood is probably the closest thing to an original idea that's sort of something written about myself, including myself, that I love, with David. David does all the final scripts, and he's fantastic. But it works because it's in its purest form, and that's what I love. And we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that at some other point. But I would just say, like I got here's my sign off on this, right? I'm privileged that I was lucky enough to run into you when I was young, right? And you gave me my first chance in this business, and I've had a chance to then go on to do things. I learned a lot of those lessons working in those days. I learned that anything was possible, that creators should own their stuff. I learned all of these things because that's what we did. That was my first lesson in this business, was watching success in a tiny little town called Northampton, Massachusetts. And if you'd have told us that we couldn't do it, we were already doing it. So shut up, get out of my way, I've already done it, was almost always going to be our answer to everything. So having gone through this, Kevin, and having, been given a chance to write, say, Wolverine's origin or Years of Spider-Man, or one of the things I'll never forget is that when I created the Sentry, they rejected me for years. And then I won an Eisner Award with the Inhumans, and they said, what do you want to write? And I said, I want to do that Sentry. And they pissed and moaned at me about doing the Sentry. And guess what? It ended up being a member of the Avengers. So when people say you can't do it, of course you can. And I'm really glad that you did it, and what came out of it was incredible. But man, these films and the joy that they bring to all these people in our stream and all the people watching this, it came because you guys stuck to your guns, and good for you.
No, and in addition to that, and one series of incredibly impossible accidents led me to meeting Peter Laird, and without Peter, the Turtles would not be the Turtles. I know that Peter would have gone on to do things in comics. I would have gone on to do things in comics, because that's our passion. But this creation that has lasted 36 years is the greatest blessing. And that's because I met Peter Laird, and everything that's come from that, and the support of the fans that give us the greatest job in the universe. All the things that we do are, but you got to stick to your guns and then stay true to yourself, and fight the good fight, I guess, because there's really nothing else.
All right. Well, here's how we're gonna end it. In the future podcast, the future broadcast, we're going to be talking about a couple of things. So one of them is going to be we're going to be talking next time about the toys and the cartoons, because that's insane. Find out how Kevin and I actually directed and wrote a Ninja Turtle project together from Nickelodeon. So we actually got to work together on Turtles after all these years, which is really cool. Find out about how the toys were designed and all the crazy stuff in the merchandising. And then in future ones, we're going to talk about some of the behind the scenes that is beyond crazy. I think literally one of our streams is going to be about the craziest shit that ever happened to us, because it's crazy. Also about the really interesting days of like trying to do the comic book publishing company Tundra, which was really complicated and difficult. But we will talk a bunch about Ninja Turtles. We'll talk about my time at Marvel, which was madness, because I was a little punk and I got given a job by Kevin Eastman. And a few years later, I ended up writing like Spider-Man. It was crazy. So, thanks everybody for joining us. We really appreciate you coming here and seeing us. And Kevin, as always, mate, it's a blast.
Great pleasure. Stay safe out there. Love you, Cowabunga. Can't wait for the next episode, Paul.
Stay safe, everybody.
Love to Melinda and the boys.
See you, mate. Bye-bye. Everybody, Paul Jenkins here. Hope you guys are staying safe in the terrible COVID environment and that you are all healthy. Once again, I'm here to chat with my great mate, Kevin Eastman. So without further ado, there he is in California.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Paul.
You doing good?
I like the new show. I was going to say, I like the new show graphic you came up with. So by episode 3 or 4, we'll have theme music and stuff, right?
Yeah.
No, that was great. So happy to be here. This is awesome. Week 2.
We almost look like we know what we're doing. Hi Jesney, hi Nolan. Hope you guys are doing great. So Kev, you and I have been sort of jonesing about talking about certain things. This week we get to talk about something pretty cool, which is the toys, and also some of the merchandising and the cartoons and how all that tied in. So I think it's a really interesting conversation, but to kind of open it up a little bit, just as a refresher for anybody that had never heard this before, I happened to be a young kid making my own way, and I ended up going to work for these guys I met that had created a black and white comic. And it was the Ninja Turtles, and it was crazy. And so we're talking about some of the old days and that. And Kevin and I had very different perspectives, because Kevin was the creator of the Ninja Turtles, and I was a little punk, snot-nosed kid. But
well, you're the same as me in that you're not padding your part appropriately. No, it's like you were on your way to be Bono in The Edge with Stephen Morgan. But no, it's funny. What I liked about when you first talked to me about this idea of doing these casts was that, we were just chatting one night and we just realized that, we've known each other for a very long time, and we've been through some pretty massively epic periods, not only in comic history, but even when we, you broke your leg and we were, hired you and gave you a desk job to help out. We didn't realize how much we needed you, because things just exploded around that time. It was like, Mirage as a company and you being right smack in the middle of that, all grew together. It was really figuring this stuff out from, no basic concept, but whatever, this seems right and this seems appropriate. So it's pretty fantastic.
That's right. It was crazy. So just say hi, Stogie's out there. Claude's over there in Italy. Silvio, Sarah Boyd with Meta, our company. So we got all of our folks in, and people will start picking up. Make sure, everybody, as I hear the kids say, apparently you're supposed to mash the like button. So there you go. Mash the like button. All right. So,
I always mash the like button.
There you go. I mash the like button all the time. I've been in jail twice for it. So let's talk about that, because this is the coolest part, and I've always been fascinated by the situation. We'll go to one thing that I think is really interesting, which is most people don't realize that there's kind of like a three-person deal in the Ninja Turtles, because it's you and Pete. But we must give appropriate credit to Mark Friedman from Surge Licensing, because really what Mark did was make everybody able to learn about the Ninja Turtles, because he's the one that made the deals, right? So can you explain the famous meeting that you and Pete had with Mark Friedman, the guy in the suit that showed up from New York?
Yes, it's interesting because in the growth of the Turtles, we thankfully, and thank you to all the fans, the comic book became very successful fairly quickly, right? Launched in the middle of the black and white boom and bust, or the boom part before the bust. And so we did a number of tiny little licensing deals, maybe 85, late 85, early 86. And one of them was a role-playing game with a company called Palladium Books. Kevin Eastman from Palladium Books. He was doing role-playing games based on Robotech and a few other things. So anyway, Mark Friedman was somehow associated with the Robotech license. And talking to Kevin one day, he said, "What's new? What's hot? What's interesting out there for concepts?" And Kevin told him, "You should check out this new game we're doing. It's selling like hotcakes. It's called the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles." Now, by the time Mark reached out to us, we had a couple calls from a couple other licensing agents, and we just got a bad vibe from them. And so we said, no, we're good. So when Mark called, and he just was very nice and pleasant, he said, "Hey, I'd like to come up and talk to you about Ninja Turtles and where I think this could go as a toy thing." He had just formed his own company called Surge Licensing. And so we had just gotten the office above Iron Horse, oddly enough. And Pete and I, that day that Mark was scheduled to arrive, we were painting the office. So we're in shorts, covered in paint, painting the walls.
I think we lost Kevin's audio for a second. I think you whacked it. Okay, we're back.
Oh yeah, no, I knocked. Maybe that was it freaked out the thing. So I opened the door, and there's this guy with this perfect hair and probably an $800 suit and this super slick briefcase, and he sort of goes to take a step in and freezes and like Eastman and Laird, and we're like, "Yeah, come on," and we're all messed up. And so we went out and had a bite with him, and he he did the typical sort of Pete and I were very wary. 1, 2, we were very cocky in that we had a successful comic book, and we had our own office at this point. We were like, whoa, living it big time. and we were most importantly well aware of the giants that we stood on the shoulders of the guys that didn't profit from the success of the characters and the creation. So we were reserved. So he said, 5-year deal and this and this and this, and I'll make toys and all stuff. And Pete and I were like, I don't know. We're not doing that kind of thing. But by the time the lunch ended, and everybody talks about this deal signed on a napkin. I think even Mark says that. And to my honest and sincere, and he can correct me if he hears this, but I don't recall anything being signed on a napkin at any time. But we just said, we'll give you 30 days, and in 30 days, if you can come back to us with something interesting that we think is something we want to pursue, we'll give you another 30 days. And so within 30 days, he had gotten some interest from Playmates Toys, and there was a few other things. And so we continued. By the end of the 6 or 7 month period, we ended up signing a short-term deal with him, but it was a deal enough that he then would fully represent putting the structure together, which is toys don't get made unless it's an animated series, using that 22-minute commercial. And so licensing agents at that time got around 33 1/3, not around, they got 33 1/3. So as you started off saying, it was a 3-way partnership. It was Mark, Pete and I as a three-way partnership in the Turtles, and that's how it was started. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, maybe some of these stories are apocryphal because obviously stories always get better in time. Like my stories are brilliant now. You know, they weren't anything, but they're great now. But if you think about it, like some of these are somewhat apocryphal stories. Having said that, there's still some truth in it, right? Because I seem to remember talking with your attorney one time, Michael Weiss, and he was explaining to me about how. I think he was explaining to me about how an original deal that was signed is like nowhere near complete. So whatever it was that you did do with Mark was not really the first contract. And then after a while, it takes a while. So I think maybe there's some truth in the fact that the first deal isn't really thought out very well. Like, we'll split it in thirds, you know, let's see what happens later, right? That's kind of a crazy situation. So here's one of the apocryphal stories. Tell me if I'm wrong about this, because maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I seem to remember hearing when I was working with you that when Mark went down to Los Angeles, he kind of wanted to get the toy and he wanted to get the cartoon show or something. You know, they needed to get a cartoon at some point because the cartoon would sell the toy and the toys would be a good thing for the cartoon to kind of go behind. So he needed to persuade, was it CBS or was it a production company that he needed to persuade? Was it CBS?
It was, no, CBS came later. We actually, one of the few shows around that time, it was really TV and cable and all that stuff was pretty much in its infancy. So we were one of the shows that actually started in syndication. So it was first broadcast on cable channels and then later went to CBS. But no, what's interesting about Mark is he was actually a great teacher, and he was very thoughtful, and he was smart in his approach. For example, I remember him telling us clearly when he was looking for the toy company, which was part of his trip to Los Angeles. He had spoken to Playmates, and he said, you know, the first line of thought would be like, you know, hey, maybe we go to Mattel or Hasbro. But he said you have to be careful because a lot of times if those guys will take an option on a property, you know, they'll write you $100,000 check to take an option on a property and just never develop it. They don't want to have it on the shelf to compete with what their own line, their own boys action figure lines putting out. And so when he chose Playmates, Playmates was basically known for preschool toys, dolls, and those kind of things. And they were successful, and they wanted to take that huge step into the boys action figure market because that was the brass ring, so to speak. So he had them on board in discussion, and you know, the part of it was like chicken and egg thing where they committed to say, well, we need an animated show to support it, so we'll put up, generally I'm giving very broad strokes here because I talk way too much and go on forever, but they said we'll put up some advertising dollars which will help it get on the air, but now we have to make an animated show. And so we found this guy named Jerry Sachs, who looked like Curly from the Three Stooges, and he was one of those guys that would find money for development and producing the animated films, and then find a broadcaster. So we actually, one of the early meetings we went out, and it never materialized. It was talking to Marvel Animation at that time, and that never came to fruition. And so he had this very small company in the Valley called Murakami Wolf Swenson, and they had done movies like The Point and a few other interesting things, and they were wanting to compete with like Hanna-Barbera and that stuff. So they ended up taking on the show. We were able to sort of put the money together, get them on board, and then Playmates with the offer to sort of step up for the advertising for the show. We have to find a place for it. So we Mark actually cobbled together this whole deal with Jerry Sachs, and that's how it developed into those first 5 episodes. Because we didn't do it wasn't a full season. Again, it was running in syndication, so we just produced five episodes, and it was as they progressed and finished them and worked on them. It was designed to run Christmas break, 1987. So it ran that, you know, after December 25th, it ran that week, you know, every day for a week, you know, to New Year's 1988.
Yeah, and if I remember, was it like which came first? Was it the toy deal or the cartoon, or was it like they had to both happen together? You know,
they had to happen together. It was because Playmates, it wasn't worth Playmates developing or agreeing to sort of most expensive part, obviously, of making toys is the tooling up. Back in those days, so you'd have to create, besides the designs and the concept, but then you'd have to create these, massive metal molds and the injection molds and all that stuff, and that was the thing. So even though we were developing, the toys and the animation at the same time, it wasn't until the cartoon show aired in 1987, before Playmates, then in January, the ratings were good enough, and that they agreed selectively, the funding partners and everybody agreed to fund another 8 shows, which would give you a full 13-episode season. That then Playmates greenlit the manufacturing of actually making the molds for the toys, which first came out in June of 1988.
June of 1988, and I came to work for you in November of 1988, which is crazy. So
yeah, I guess. Well, I said earlier, you were thrown into the fire with the rest of us, bro.
I was thrown into the fire, man. There were 3 people in the office, and I was suddenly thrown into, and I started off doing comics. I was supposed to do production on comics and sell them because no one could really do it because they were so busy. And I probably was only there 2 months before I was now just doing licensing because I was the other person in the office, which is really kind of funny to me. I just wanted a bit of a housekeeping, by the way. So I want to say hi to Brett and to Scott, to Comic Quirks, and to, I can't pronounce the name of the person who's with us from Greece. I'm going to go, it ends with Ross. Eros, I think. I'm not quite sure. You have to type it out for us in English if you can, so that we can say hi. Comic Quirks and all the other folks that are out there. Hi, everyone, from Kevin and I. And hit the like button, apparently. Smash it. All right? Smack it one. All right, there you go. So
it's a funny story. Just you get, speaking of the toys, because you'll relate to this, is in the area that back in the day when the toys first came out, it was KB toys were the big thing. Is it KB's on there sticker, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was just looking. I think there's KB toys up in the corner, right? Yeah.
But KB was the predecessor of Toys R Us and that kind of thing. But so the closest one was in Springfield, and so we'd heard that the toys were in stores.
Right.
And so Pete and I, jumped in his car and drove down to Springfield into the KB. And as we're sort of walking, through KB, heading towards the action figure aisle. Just as we arrived at the action figure aisle, this mom is sort of dragging this young boy, probably 6 or 7 years old, out of the action figure aisle, and she's basically proclaiming, "No, I'm not going to buy you one of those stupid Ninja Turtles." And Peter and I were like, "Oh, what have we done?" But they were there. In fact, they were in the stores.
I had a similar experience. Just on an aside note, I remember when I wrote the Origin of Wolverine for Marvel, right? So I was sort of, I'm not really much one for walking into comic stores or seeing how my work is doing or saying what I do. But I thought, well, that's a pretty big job, So I was up in Canada, and I was in Vancouver, and I went into the shop to find out, I wonder how it's going. And apparently it's sold out on the first day across the world. So you couldn't get the Origin of Wolverine anywhere. But as I walked in, there was a lady, and she was in there with her son, and I think she'd never been in a comic store, and she was saying, I heard that you had the Origin of Wolverine, and my son's really interested. And the comic store owner was like, "You don't want that piece of crap. Jenkins is a hack. This is the worst." And I kind of turned around and just walked out again. It's beautiful, man.
I love that, that, and it's like, and we've chatted about this before, is like, especially in the early days, I remember a few times going to conventions very early on, and somebody would come up and want a book autographed with their mother in some cases. And I just remember this one lady in particular, she was looking down, and I'm signing this child's book. And she goes, "Well, what are you doing that for?" And I said, "Well, I'm one of the writers, and I'm one of the artists on this book." And she goes, "What? People actually write these things? I thought they were just stamped out in a factory in, China or something. I don't know." She said, "I didn't know people actually did this for a living." And she goes, "Do you make a living doing this?" And we're like, "Well, not a good one, but we're paying our bills." Anyway.
We love it. Well, so we go back then, right? So actually somebody brought up a good point. Our pal, Nolan Bradley, brought up a point that one of the first licenses you had, and I remember there being maybe an apocryphal story about this, but wasn't there a problem because you had the the lead figurine or the miniature figurines license, didn't that create a bit of a problem with the toy license? Because I remember it from being in the office, and I seem to remember that we had some things that we couldn't do because those people had the license.
You're right. No, it's a good. I'm glad you brought it up, because it was it was one of those things that and I still have a bunch of those toys, but it was back in the early days. Again, 85, 86 role playing games were huge, and you could buy mostly in hobby shops, those kind of things. You could buy little lead figurines, and they were sort of HO scale, so they were just sort of 35 millimeter. I'm not sure exactly, but there would be these little poisonous lead figures that you could buy and then paint and sort of use them as part of your role playing game and stuff. And actually the funny part is the company was called Dark Horse Miniatures, and they did quite an extensive line of like characters, like all the main characters from Triceratons and all the turtles and all that kind of stuff. But I think it was one of the categories that when we started negotiating with Playmates is like they wanted everything from every single miniature scale, action figure size, larger size, plush, everything. And so that was an issue with them for a while, is that they wanted that part of it. We negotiated with Dark Horse, and then unfortunately, as business things do, they ended up going out of business not too long after that.
Yeah. So I'm bringing up on the screen a few toys. This one's actually later. Obviously, this is sort of like I don't know when that one was. That looks like I don't even know if that's a toy. I think it's just someone made it. But look at some of this stuff that I found, man. Right?
Oh, that's great. Well, the one you showed first, that was from the 2012 Nickelodeon animated series.
Yeah,
which is great. And what I love about this series, because you have these days so many artisans that will take existing action figures and repaint them or restylize them. Somebody sent me actually pictures of like turtles made into a full cast of Walking Dead characters and stuff like that, which I love it. But you got to go to this next slide, because this is
so this is brilliant. So in scanning the internet, mate, I'm looking around and Stogie and I are just kind of looking for stuff, right? And I found a bunch of peaches. This one Stogie found, which I think is brilliant, because some of these toys got wacky for a while, man.
Oh, seriously wacky.
This is April in 90s. No, it's either aerobic stuff or it's either she's Tarzan or it's aerobic, but I can't work it out.
Well, what's funny is like, even when essentially when they first did the original SKU, which was Four Turtles, Splinter, Shredder, Foot Character, and April, and Playmates, from the very get-go was female action figures. This is a boys action line, so female action figures don't sell at all, which I'm sure is true, certainly for that time period. And so they would short ship it. So they say out of one box of X amount of toys, there'd be say 2 or 3 sets of turtles, a couple of splinters and things, and then only put one April in. And so for the hardcore collectors, suddenly, April becomes really collectible. And I don't think even Playmates knew they did it at the time they did it. Each time they reissued an April, they would change something in it, like either, no stripe on the yellow jumpsuit, or 1 stripe or 2 stripes. And so those are also really valuable. So I think they kept trying to reimagine April into an interesting character. So I think this is one of those. This is a later version where they were like, she'd be like a April Jungle Girl kind of thing. But even
is she April Jungle Girl or is she April like aerobics girl? I can't work out what they're doing here.
I don't know, but she's got a nunchuck and she's saying "scoop this" on the side, and
whatever.
It was even funny, like in the first version of April, you look at the blister pack, and up on the top here you see where she's doing some kind of kick. They would have April in a yellow jumpsuit with a gun shooting at something, and I'm like,
yeah, no guns. Right?
No guns. Oh goodness. But yeah, there was some pretty awesome ones.
Yeah, so these ones are sort of like, we found a bunch of old pictures of the toys, but ultimately we kind of went looking for some of these things, because first of all, it's hard to even think about the fact that back in the day, and we'll talk about it in a minute,
sure,
we had that toy cupboard, right? And so that toy cupboard was chock full of these things. And nowadays you think about it, you're like, some of these things are worth like, $3,000, and and some of the, I found one of them, which is the sewer playset that's worth like an absolute ton of money. But we would just get these shipments of them because I think Playmates had to send them all to us. And so there'd be these giant boxes, and we kind of wander them in the toy cupboard and go, we can't fit all these toys in the toy cupboard. Let's just give them to people and stuff. And they were just going out the door. And man, you think about it now, it's like.
Yeah, because it was like, and that's, in the collector's market, which, we really didn't pay that much attention to. And actually, I'm wondering when this van was, because this might have been an early version or maybe later version, because it's different. I don't think they ever made that van exactly, but I may be wrong. But I think it was completely changed.
Yeah, I seem to remember this van, but I'm not so sure about the suspect artwork on the front of the thing, because April looks a bit weird in that one.
Well, they always have some weird substandard drawings, which Playmates really liked it. Pete and I didn't like some of the artwork on them at first, but we grew to like it. It was fine, but no, but it's funny, like especially the hardcore collectors, like when they did the first 1988 Turtles, they had what they called soft heads, which was the turtles had a kind of a squishy rubber head that they would sort of plop onto a little pin that would hold it in place. But they were having problems with getting a lot of complaints from moms and dads that the child would pull the head off the toy and you just could not get it back on. No matter what you did, it would not get it back on. And then there was also the little soft head was a perfect chew toy for any family pets and stuff. So the family pets would be chewing the heck off it and stuff. But those now are some of the most valuable toys, is finding some of those original.
Yeah, some of those are mad. I just want to say hi to Scrat and Taka and a bunch of other people that are showing up. Thanks very much for coming to hang out with us. This is a blast. We'll answer questions as we go. We'll try to answer a few questions. And we Kevin and I are going to show you a couple of things, including a very special cartoon that's very special to Kevin and I, and we'll show you a little bit of that stuff. We'll go through the toys at first, because some of this stuff was whack. Let's take a look at some of this stuff, right? That's Bebop and Rocksteady and Splinter riding around in, what was that car? Do you remember? Was it the Shell Cruiser, or what was it, that thing?
Well, it was it was it looks like a early Cadillac, 1950s Cadillac.
Yeah, it's like an old Cadillac.
I may not be 100% right, but I'm probably not too far off. Is one of the things back in those days that sometimes was happened between toy companies, manufacturers, and those kind of things, is that there might be a mold for a particular car or vehicle or things like that. In particular, when we get to the pizza thrower thing, that they would buy the mold from that company, then turtleize it into a turtle vehicle. So the fact that Bebop and Rocksteady and Shredder are riding this, turtleized, 1950s Cadillac looking thing is just absolutely genius. I love that. That was
I think it's really funny. I think it's really funny because sorry kids, but some of your childhood was bullshit. They just made a mold and they just kind of pulled in the thing, and everybody's looking back going like, that was my favorite toy. It's like, yeah, there was a mold that they had spare, which is kind of like the truth of some of these things. It's the Foot Cruiser. That's what it was called. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
The Foot Clan's Bad to the Bone Cruiser.
Yeah, they're Bad to the Bone Cruiser. Look at the state of that thing. I love it. They're a tank vehicle. So, we had a bunch of these, and then, here's a few obscure ones. And you and I are going to play a funny game in a little while, which I think everyone who's watching can play as well. But after a while, some of the toys got whacked because, again, I remember it a certain way, and you can always correct me if I don't remember it correctly. But at a certain point, it was really about our artists, and we had a lot of artists who worked at Mirage Studios. And it would be a point of like, Playmates would like toy designs and ideas and stuff like that. So they would constantly be sending out ideas and just kind of throw stuff and see what hit. And, I can remember so many of those the toys that eventually came out kind of beginning life in Mirage Studios and kind of getting designed and then just chucking them down there. And every so often Playmates would go, great, we like that one and this one and that one. And then it would end up in the show. So it was almost like a factory of content being created. And some of them got a bit weird. Do you know what the hell this one was?
Well, it's funny, actually, just to that point, which you just said exactly, was that in the early years, maybe one, of course, was the main shipment that you saw, which included Bebop and Rocksteady and stuff. But then year two, they started adding a bunch of characters while they were developing. Because we went sort of straight into production on season 2 of the cartoon show. Oh, you got to talk. I got to tell you a story about this one.
Yeah, we'll
it's
bring that
really
one
funny. But but they would so when they do the second season, so Playmates wanted to get more toys out, and they had to prepare for Toy Fair, which always is held in February, which previews the shows they're going to ship for that Christmas. And so they put out things like characters like Hotspot and Scratch and Ace Duck, and there's a lot of other computer characters that never made it into the cartoon show. And later, you get into year 3, we adjusted because they found out that if the characters weren't in at least at least two episodes of the cartoon show, the toys generally didn't sell as well as the ones that were. There was a lot of design stuff that we did early on with John Handy and Kyle Aronian and those guys that came up with these kind of characters. But then later, as more and more Mirage Studios artists, Mike Dooney, Ryan Brown, Dan Berger, Steve Levine, and all those guys, we had approval over that stuff. So we asked the guys to submit ideas for new characters. So there was a real group effort, as you just clearly said, for pitching ideas. But it was one of those things that was, again, chicken and egg, where Playmates would go, we'd like these ideas, and if it gets, if it's included in the animated show, then we'll make the toy out of it. Otherwise,
Yeah, and you can never guarantee whether it will be, but obviously a lot of stuff. I mean, because they're trying to churn through content, and so they needed a bunch of new characters. By the way, I really like Brett's comment here. I remember when Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves reused the Ewok playset for Sherwood Hideout, which is pretty tremendous, I got to say. Can you imagine? They got the Ewok thing and they went, we need something for Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. How can we make merchandise for Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves? I love that idea.
That was such a bad movie. No, it's actually, we were cleaning out, doing some cleaning in my dad's basement recently within the last year. And so he had just stacks of toys and stuff because he would have them around to give to the nieces and nephews and his grandchildren. And this was one of the ones I pulled the shelf and I said, it's got a hot spot in mint condition. I go, whoa, this is worth like $900 right now. This is I can find this one. He's like, really? But no, speaking of show the next slide, because this is a really
so let's take a look at this monstrosity, which by the way is freaking awesome. I actually love this thing. Yeah.
What is so cool about this also was a reuse. This was developed for some, He-Man or something. I'm not sure exactly. Don't take my word for it. But it was developed for something else. It was this texting, but they turtleized it. But there was a problem when they made the first edition of them and put them out. The springs that would shoot the pieces out were way too powerful. So Playmates started getting calls from people who were like, my son just wounded our cat with your pizza thrower thing because that thing is lethal. They were shooting it and it was breaking furniture or breaking glass, but it was, I guess, apparently it was really powerful. So
that's really cool, man. That's really cool. I remember, one of the things that because the toy cupboard was so full of toys, right? We had way too many toys in there. It got to a point where it was sort of like we would give a lot of the toys away to kids and send them out and stuff like that because it was almost like impossible. You guys would take a bunch. I wasn't the kind of person, personally, I wasn't really a guy that was a collector, so I didn't take anything. I had one plush toy, which I gave to my nephew, Billy, which you guys gave to me. And then sometimes, you guys would let us give toys to kids locally or something, but I never kept any of it. And now I'm like, I should have kept some of it. I didn't really want any of it at the time, but I sure as hell do now. Anyway, so here's some of the madness again. This is the Rat King. Yep. Someone just mentioned, I believe that was Jim Lawson who helped work on that one.
Yeah, that was when we started the second Turtles comic, the Tales of the Ninja Turtles. A number of characters that were developed there became toys, and including the cartoon show and the toy line, like Rat King, which was I'm pretty sure was created by Jim Lawson and probably maybe with Pete's help, and then Ryan Brown did Leatherhead and a few other things.
Got some gun showed. I got to be honest, man. I don't remember that one at all. Do you?
This I think there's turtle fans, especially super turtle fans out there that know so much more than I do. But I think this was based on a character that Mike Dooney created for one of the comic books, one of the ongoing Mirage Studios comic books.
Okay.
Not 100% sure, but I think it was then later included in the show because it was sort of things that were, so many things crossing over at that time.
Yeah, and one of the things that was kind of interesting, again, this may be an apocryphal story. I'm just kind of going from my memory of things that were told to me when I was there and all of that. Was that at the time that Ninja Turtles started, really action figures were being seen as like, maybe it's not really, they're not going to be any good ones anymore. Are we not, maybe the whole thing of action figures is dying, but Turtles kind of put a stop to that. Is that true from your memory of it?
Well, it was, and again, in the most broadest of strokes, I guess I would say that I remember that around the time when the Turtles came into the marketplace, I Pete's Triceratons. Oh, I love this one.
Look at that one.
That's one of my favorite. Like,
I'll talk about that one in a second. Yeah.
Krang with the android body.
Yes.
Oh, that's so awesome. But around that time, G.I. Joe ruled the toy aisles, Masters of the Universe, that kind of stuff, and I think it was kind of waning a little bit. And I think what the Turtles did is they brought in a whole new audience into the toy aisles, and that sort of opened the market back up. But I don't want to take credit for something that just because I think those kind of things go in ebb and flow, and sort of remember like Silverhawks came out and that was a thing, or Power Rangers and those kind of things. But it's sort of it goes in fits and starts. But the Turtles sold as we used to say in Maine, they sold a shit ton of toys. So.
Yeah, they did. They sold a shit ton, and it was sort of wacky at a certain point because it felt like I felt completely overwhelmed by watching this thing happen sort of around us. I can't imagine what it was like for you and Pete. To some extent, it was okay because you guys were pulled out to go do the rock starry kind of things and talk on. There's a lot of stuff you would drag to, but just taking care of it and signing licensing deals and making sure stuff was happening. There's a ton going on. And I remember just toys flying in and ideas flying in and merchandise flying in. We're going to get into merchandise in a little bit because that stuff is cool. I got some fun stories in merchandise because I had a little bit of input into how that stuff worked, right?
Oh, yeah.
But so I like Keep It Thorough Comic says, my mum would be because I hit her with a pizza from the pizza thrower.
It's just so true. So, I mean, somebody told me, he's like, yeah, I shot one and it stuck in the wood, in the plaster in the living room, in the wall. I'm like, that sounds, really? I'm like,
by the way, I mean, to me, if I'm a kid, I'm like, that's the exact toy that I want. I don't want the one that fires like 2 inches.
Yeah,
I want the one that fires across the room and scares the cat,
Exactly.
So we had all these toys. So this is one. This thing is great. This has everything in it, but it's got the Krang inside the android body. Bebop and Rocksteady, of course. Splinter. Who's the guy in the middle there, Kev?
It's either General Trag or he's one of the rock soldiers, one of the rock warriors from Dimension X. One of Krang would open it up. So it's Trag or sorry fans, I can't remember the name. There's 2 of them. They did 2 of them, but I like them. Yeah.
Well, by the way, in a little while, we're going to play a game, which is fun. It's going to be kind of called Stump Kevin, because it's going to be a fun little game. We'll try to see if the actual creator of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles can remember some of his own creations, which is fun. In the meantime, we found this one, which was actually a pretty cool one. We were looking online and we realized that there were some that were like really big collector's items. Here's Leo's Jolly Turtle tugboat, which apparently you can get somewhere. And this thing's worth a mint now.
And I think some of this, not to interrupt, but I think this might have been something similar where it was other technology or another mold that was picked up and they would do what they would often say, turtleize it. And so like, this was one of my favorites, and it was stuff to play with in the bathtub, of course. But they would have like the turtle sewer taxi, or have like these inner tubes that the turtles. You float this inner tube with a turtle in it, and it would be turtleized with camo and a gun mounted.
By the way, good question here from Trock, who says, "Didn't that thing, the Technodrome, didn't it attach to the sewer playset?" And
yes.
I would say probably any kid would say, sure, of course it did, because I pulled string out. But was it intentionally tied to the sewer playset? I can't remember.
It was actually, because if you look at like in the lower, on my screen, the lower left hand, you see sort of that black sort of round space. You see that?
Yeah.
What they have is on the would it be the turtle sewer playset or included in this one as well, was it'd be a couple of these green tubes of these tunnels, so you could literally connect the Technodrome with the turtle sewer playset, so you could put the turtles through there and do that.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Man, I remember when the blimp came in. First of all, I got to say that, like, I don't know about kids now. I don't know. I hope that they get great toys. A lot of it's video games and stuff, and that's all good. But these were some good toys, man. I mean, I remember when the blimp came in, it was like an event, right? I remember this because the blimp came in and we went like, holy crap, that's the best one yet. Like, look at this thing. And everybody's like holding up the blimp like, I want one. Because those blimps were nuts, man.
Yeah, they unfortunately, the first year they released them, they were having a disastrous time keeping them inflated. So the blimp would be about a blimp for about 15 minutes, and mom or dad would be forced to inflate it again.
But it was just
blow it up again. No.
That's right. It was just a toy. It was just a really big toy, and it was just like this big wide thing that you could blow up. It was cool. It was cool. I want one now. There's the blimp. Look at the state of it. It's bigger than the kid.
No, I think it's one of those things that it's like. When I first saw this, even then, I drifted back immediately. Even back in those days, I was thinking of like, remember in old comic books they would have like, for $1.49 you could build your own Polaris submarine. It really works, and you order it, and it's just a bunch of cardboard boxes that you sort of stick together, and it makes this little submarine. But you're thinking like, hey man, I'm gonna get this submarine for $1.50, be cruising around the lake,
Yeah, from the old comic books.
So this was like one of those things. It's like, this is, if you get to fill that with helium and fly it around, it would be like,
I wonder if anybody did fill it with helium and then just saw it soar off and they never saw it again. That would be.
I'd love to hear that. Yeah.
But there's the party wagon, which I remember again. That was one that was sort of like, that was their car, right? That was their vehicle, wasn't it? That was the first one, I think.
That was you're exactly right. That was the first one. I love this vehicle because it was such a ludicrous concept, but it's always like. But I love it because it was, when a toy company would stage, when they start staging the development of the different levels of the toy line, it's sort of like, multiple action figures, a couple medium size, like the turtle tugboat or the sewer taxi, those kind of things, or they had a skateboard, like a cross between one of those airboats meets a skateboard, and then they would get into some of the biggest playset items, more expensive ones. Well, the Christmas toys.
Yeah, and I remember, I think this was the first vehicle, though. That's what I remember it as. It was like they didn't have one, and then there was this one. It was the first time there was a car, because it's almost like the Spider-Man car, and here's the Ninja Turtle wagon, and you're like, crap, we got one. We got a car. It was really cool. Here's awesome. There it is. There's the foot stinks. I think is brilliant.
Dude, it's funny, and just not to digress, but just to add to that, what's fantastic, and you've done lots of conventions. Courtney and I do with lots of shows and stuff, but it was always, to me, it was a huge thrill when fans would bring in, because you could take off, you could just bring in the top of the sewer van, so you didn't have to carry around this huge van. But they would bring in this totally beat up, dog-eared. It's been obviously played hard with this person is now 30 years old, and they bring it in. They still kept that van all those years, and I'm like, dude, this is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's cool, man. That was a great toy. We'll answer a couple of questions as we're going along. From Facebook, Joseph asked us, how did the weapons come into play? In terms of, I'm not quite sure if we can answer that to some extent, but it's probably, I do remember one thing which is worth making a joke about, which is we couldn't actually endorse weapons being sold because of all the lawsuits that were coming with it, right? You remember that? They used to be really worried that people would, if they made a sai or a bow or a katana, that then kids would just go and stab and whack each other with it. So they were really reluctant to make those for kids.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I think those came into play later because it fell into that category of, if you go into a toy store and you want to buy a Viking helmet and an axe, or you're going to buy, a Thor figure, so there'd be, knights in armor, or, you'd get the Robin Hood bow and arrow. So there was a, role-playing aspect of all that stuff. So I think when they introduced him, it was had to be careful for exact reason you said. They didn't want lawsuits, of course, so it was made really lightweight and of course out of plastic. But I remember that we'd go we go into we get letters and lots of letters from parents going, would you please tell Tommy that his sister's not a practice dummy for his martial arts skills, because he'd be like running around and kicking and punching and it's like, no.
Well, I don't know if you remember this, or you wouldn't remember it, but obviously I do, because I had my own kind of thing to do in the offices in those days. And I remember actually that for a while I was in charge of writing little notes to people on your behalf to say, dear Tommy, don't smash your sister over the head with a
You had to, because we had we had the Turtles fan club, which when you see one of those complete sets with the little turtle ID and the bandana and stuff. But yeah, I mean, there was a lot of, because when you get into merchandising, we tell like all the other stuff, because there was so many other things that were converging at that same time that I think all came across your desk were things like the Random House coloring books and puzzles and storybooks. And all that.
Absolutely, yeah. Tons of stuff. Do you want to say hi to Juan? And we've got Sanctuary of Geeks here and a bunch of other people that we haven't said hi to. So apparently we are now contractually obligated to tell you to mash your like button. That's our current thing. Mash it. So how did you feel about the cartoon show in contrast to the comics? Now, this is we can't give the longest answer, I think, because it would go on for a long time, because I know how you feel. But in general, let me rephrase this question a bit to say the comics and the cartoons were very different. Obviously, the comics began life as a very different thing. And at a certain point, I know the story very well, that you and Pete were faced with the idea of, we're going to make a cartoon, but it has to be different. And they're going to have different colored headbands and toys. How hard was that for you guys to wrestle with, mate? That was
it's a great question. And it's because, and remember, it was one of those things that, even as that came together and actually became a thing, we had this sort of repercussion or backlash with some of the original fans that loved the original black and white comic book. They go, oh, you guys sold out, you did whatever. But Pete and I resolved it, and I may be glossing it over a little bit more these days. But I remember that, the concept was basically this, is that we had the black and white comic book that we built and designed, and we wrote it for ourselves, and that was the original Turtles, and it was written for an older audience, specifically again ourselves / an older audience. And so in the cartoon show, when the opportunity came, we knew specifically that it needed to be written down to a much younger audience, say 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7. So any of those decisions to whether it be soften the origin story, change the foot soldiers and the robots, because you can't have turtles running around with sharp cutlery hacking at humans on Saturday morning TV, to even things like, the different colored bandanas, because that was one of the questions I remember, Peter and I were sitting in the room talking to it was either the animation company or the toy company, or maybe even both. And they just said, well, how do you tell them apart? We said, well, the weapons, duh. Because it was a black and white comic book. And even the first color cover I did was for issue 5. And I put them all in red bandanas.
Yeah, they all had red bandanas, right? Yeah.
So it was actually Pete's idea. He said, well, why don't we do different colored bandanas and then match them up with, orange being silly for Michelangelo, blue, kind of a regal sort of royal color for, Leonardo for the leader, and then Raphael, raging red, and then Donatello, with the, the bow staff as a kind of a priest, like.
Hold on a second. I'm going to interject something, because that I love Donnie, right? That was my favorite Ninja Turtle, and he's always an afterthought. You're like, yes, regal for Leo, and really angry and silly for Mike, and I can't remember for Don. It's like,
well, Donnie was purple, but it's funny because like I said last time, like Donatello was almost named Bernini. So no,
yeah,
but
I know he's an afterthought. Poor old Donnie.
So a lot of the stuff, just to wrap up, is we worked on it because that was the thing that, again, standing on the shoulders of our giants, the same, that inspired us. We knew the guys that, the creators, the people that didn't have control, have say over their creation, not only for, content, how they adapted them and what they did with them, or profit from them. So we were pretty adamant that we wanted approval of a final look, final say, and even like in those early, David Wise cartoon strips, David Wise, Patty Howarth, cartoon strips, and we wanted approval over the treatment, the screetment, and the final script. So we wanted that control because, and again, we were kind of cocky because we had a successful comic book. I think around those days, I think we were selling between 80 and 100,000 black and white comic books, and so we were just like we were making enough money, and so we just said, we're going to do this. We're going to do it our way, and we want to prove that.
Well, it didn't hurt that you guys said to do it our way, because I've always maintained to anyone that asks me about it that is the reason why Ninja Turtles had longevity, because it sticks with the creators, right? You look at these projects, and I'm a big creator friendly, thanks to learning this from you guys, that the creators are the lifebloods of all of these things. And had it gone to a corporation early, they never would have had the success that they had. It was because of what you and Pete did and what we did at Mirage is what made it work. Let's digress for a second, because we're going to finish out with some of these images. This one, this is, I think, isn't this like April's like boss or something? This guy.
This was, it's funny because we had after about the first year, going into the second year of the cartoon show, we had I'm going to try to say this carefully, legally. We had ongoing difficulty with the animation studio. Who would claim, we did a lot more than they actually did, content wise and stuff. But this was one of the characters, and so when we sort of finally giving up, and then so if something becomes successful, everybody wants to sort of carve out their bigger piece of the pie. And so when it came down to a long legal discussion, that we said these are the characters were created, and this is what's owned, and this is what we will continue to own outright as Mirage Studios going forward. We carved out the ones that the animation studio owned. This was one of them. Vern, Irma, and something else were just April's friends that worked at Channel 6. I think it was Channel 6 News. So we were obligated to make this toy.
I think it's beautiful because the guy literally like, hey kids, your action figure has a hamburger in his hand. It's like, damn, dude.
Looks like Kevin James from King.
Yeah, it's like Kevin James. But I'll say it for you because I know you're too polite to say it. One thing that I remember just really vividly, and we'll get into this in future talks.
Yeah.
I remember how many people created the Ninja Turtles apart from you. There were lots of them. They would come and show up every week, wouldn't they? They'd go, I created the Ninja Turtles and now I'm suing you. And then we'd like mess with that stuff. It's a lot of people, did that stuff, right?
Yeah, no, it was, I think, looking back, and I remember discussing this back in the day, I think that there'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of between 5 and 8 ongoing lawsuits at any given time, because it cost usually very little to file a lawsuit, and so you could make some outrageous claim. We got ones where there was one guy that said that he was on a bus in New York City with Peter Laird and Renee Friedman, which is Mark Friedman's wife, and he told Peter and Renee about the Turtles, and they gave him a briefcase with like $100,000 or something. But he had no idea it was going to be this successful, so he wanted his money. And again, there was some that were just even more outrageous. But if you
we're saving some, Kevin, because we can't do them all today, right? Because we're going to do them in future. And I kid you not, like the most fun that you guys out there are going to have is the week that Kevin and I do the one about all the crazy shit. Because not crazy for a while.
That's gonna be the 6-hour telethon.
It's going to be a 6-hour telethon because once you start talking about how much crazy was surrounding the Ninja Turtles in those days, let alone other stuff that I don't like. There's been some. I mean, we're going to do one about conventions and comics, which I'm really looking forward to, because so many crazy things happen at conventions. But because we love the fans, right? But there's some madness and craziness that surrounds it. So we'll pass it by. Suffice to say that Toon Burn was not exactly a massive contribution to the world of Ninja Turtles. It got wild for a while. Here's Crazy Cowboy Don, which is, at a certain point, the Ninja Turtles are a little bit like Thomas the Train, right? So I noticed about Thomas the Train that after a while, really what Thomas does is he drives around, he gets derailed, and then he acts like a dick. That's basically Thomas's MO, right? He drives around on his tracks, he gets derailed every so often, and he fails. But after a while, the toy company are like, what are we going to do? So they do an episode in which Thomas gets splattered with paint, and then there's paint splattered Thomas as a toy, right? So after a while, we had a lot of different ones that came out, and you know, there would be like the Wild West one and the sports one and all kinds of versions of the Ninja Turtles. This was one, and this.
Oh man, is what's funny is actually you mentioned Thomas. You know, our son Shane is when he was a kid, that was flat out his favorite toy. We watched it constantly. We watched Thomas constantly, all the movies, and so. But he had all the wooden tracks and all the stuff and all the stations and all the different toys. When they come out a new one, it's like, you know, they you know, we need Bernadette, or we need, you know, Steven, or we need, you know, the new train that says. But yeah, when it's you know, as the toy line sort of progressed, it was a bonanza for Playmates in the sense that if they put out a theme line, and it's all four turtles, then if the collector, the fan, even the kids, the general play kids will want to have all four of those characters. So like the Wild West Turtles, you had 4 Wild West Turtles, or you had the Punk Rock Turtles, or you had the Sports Turtles. One of my favorites was they did a version of Star Trek Turtles, Universal Monsters Turtles. So, and that was the thing. So if you put them out in the theme, you got 4 turtles, and you're trying to sell all 4 turtles to those collectors. So that was that was always and that's like in the turtles, you know, sold every other secondary character.
I mean, there was some crazy one. Jasneet, Jasneet, listen, we're going to get to this, okay? Because this stuff about people, I promise you, the crazy that you're asking about, we have so many crazy stories for you guys. You're not going to believe it. And I mean, I can't even imagine. I know Kevin's crazy stories, and every time that he and I talk, which is where this idea came from, we end up saying, did you know I did this? And I listen in awe as Kevin tells me something crazy. So we will get to these, I promise, but not necessarily today. So as we go through all of this, while you're going through all this toy stuff, the fact is, you got to admit, you have to say some of your favorite toys, Kevin, because I can tell people a couple of mine. What were a couple of your favorite toys that you had from the Ninja Turtles?
Well, it was, you know, it was definitely you know, from the first year, it was, you know, obviously the original Turtles, and I thought Bebop and Rocksteady were done great as toys. I liked some of the more themed ones later on. Again, the Star Trek toys, or they did a superhero version, or the Universal Monsters were fun. But there was one of my favorites is they did a larger size Android body Krang that had the, you know, the Krang you sort of put in, but it was, you know, stood close to what it was actually actualized in the cartoon show. But yeah, some of the vehicles and some of the stuff that, you know, it was fascinating. Actually, just popped into my mind. I remember once we were sitting in a brainstorming session with Playmates, and Pete, when he was younger, liked the remember those troll dolls? You'd have like this weird looking troll with the big hair.
Yeah.
And so he said, "Why don't we do troll turtles?" And I just laughed. I said, "That is the stupidest thing ever." And Playmates was like, "That's awesome!" And so they ended up doing the troll turtles, and it just sold like gangbusters.
I remember those things really were popular. They were really different, and they had little gonky. We call them gonks in Britain. They had like this little fluffy hair that goes up, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And they were so popular. They did the smaller version, but then they did a larger version, like later, like the full, like a 12-inch thing, and they sold like gangbusters. And that was, it's funny, my wife Courtney, that was like, we saw one at a convention, and Courtney grabbed it. She's like, trolls were her favorite when she was a kid. There you go. What do I know? And that, actually, even years later, I was like, I remember when they did remember when they, you know, because you have kids as well, and they would have programs your kids could watch of like construction sites or farming machinery or something, and the kids are fascinated by that. Or, you know, Shane, when he was younger, he loved garbage trucks. He thought that was the coolest thing ever. But they came out with a line of, you know, machinery and and Turtles. It was sort of like a box set, so you'd have like a little bit of machinery and a theme turtle with it. But they did this one called Farmer Mike. And, it was Michelangelo with overalls and a hat and a tractor, and I'm like, oh, dude, this is gonna bomb. Like, this business, and it was one of the best-selling toys that year that everybody had to have their Farmer Mike.
I mean, that's the crazy thing. You think it's going to be like nuts, right? You think it's not going to be anything, and then you turn around, and all of a sudden, right, it's like the biggest thing ever. And you can't even imagine some of these things when you think they're crap. So I'll bring one up. Let's take a look over here, if I can find it, at the Star Trek ones, which were genius, right? Let me show you the let me show you the Star Trek ones. If I can find them. Here we go. There you go. These are the Star Trek toys, which are the greatest crossover. I guess two of them are Spock, although I'm not quite sure. I guess one of them must be Spock because of the ears. One of them is Dr. McCoy. One of them is Kirk because he's the leader, and Raph is Scotty. So look at that thing. Look at it.
This is this sits on my turtle shell right behind me. I love this. I got my Captain Kirk Leo, and my sits near my authentic phaser. Yeah, it's in my. We do some broadcasts from the Turtle Lounge back here sometimes, but this was like, dude, I was a biggest Star Trek fan in the world. So
yeah, I'm actually working on a Star Trek project right now, and I like Star Trek.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm doing this thing. We'll show it at one point because we're actually doing a comedy on it as well. So, but no, you're right. Those things are freaking ridiculous, and they're brilliant. Now, talking of freaking ridiculous, let's talk a little bit about this merchandising stuff because I have some of the best stories about this merchandise. So I can't even imagine how your stories will go because even my experience with this, there were some really cool things that came out. But let's take a look at some of the crazy merchandise that we had in the day. So here's bubblegum. We're starting very benign, right? This is bubblegum, but I love how 80s/90s the artwork goes. So it would go, we're Mondo to the max, right? Because that'll sell bubblegum, right? If I'm not mistaken, Donatello looks like he's wearing pink at that point. No one gave a shit with the artwork.
No, that's definitely. I think it's a Ryan Brown, Steve Levine drawing or something like that. And it's funny because I always remember that the bubblegum in those things. I think they made one giant batch of bubblegum in the 50s and never made it again. They just keep. It was disgusting. Break
your tooth hard and disgusting. It was not Bazooka Joe. Let's put it that way. All right.
Yeah.
So this is cool. I actually didn't really know what this was, but apparently this goes back to like the film and the first film, right? This is like one that was tied into.
It's possible, but honestly, at first glance, it looks like NECA did a line of turtle figures based on the film, but there might, because I know they did toys to coincide with each of the films, at least the later ones, the second and the third one. But no, that's just because that's beautiful detail. I think that might be a later one, but
yeah, but it was really gorgeous. I found these things out. Those were cool. Okay, so this one cracks me. So I'm not quite sure where they were coming from, although I got to admit, not a bad idea. They basically, this is the skin for the Konami arcade game, right?
Yeah.
And the April, they sort of went, all right, Turtles, check. April, check. Let's not draw her. Let's do the typical arcade thing. Let's get a hot girl and we'll take a photo of her and we'll just chuck her right in the middle of it. And that's how they did with this. And then, I gotta say, I look fondly on this thing. This thing was great.
Yeah, yeah. There was I like they did that in the pinball game. Even they had a more cleavage heavy April, but it was.
We're gonna get to that in a second because that was.
But no, I remember that when the first arcade game came out and the Konami, the NES games and those kind of things. It was so hard. It's like, and I'm not that skilled at that kind of stuff anyway, especially in its infancy. The PlayStation games and stuff, but I played that thing and played it and just never got through,
Yeah.
water level and other things. But they would always, back in those days, each time you sort of played, if you got killed, you had to literally go all the way back to the beginning and then start on this whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Jazzneat says there was even a TMNT razor blade for kids. What? That's an apocryphal story. Surely not. We have to.
It was retarded. It was actually they did it was these toiletry kits that they sold, and it was like came in a little bag that had like a toothbrush and stuff like that. And then if you wanted to pretend shaving like your dad, it was like it's almost as scary as those candy cigarettes back in the day. It was so stupid.
That's impressive. I love it. So yes, moving along. Here's the thing. I told this story last week, but I want to tell it again because it's definitely worth it.
Yeah.
So what happened was this is the artwork for the pinball machine, and we kept at Mirage Studios. We would get a ton of stuff that would come into us. They would send in this artwork, and we'd have to approve it. And so you guys were running in the offices, and frankly, a lot of times you'd be handed a stack of stuff to approve. You just didn't have time to do it. It'd be like sign a bunch of them quickly. Here, sign this, right? And then you sign it and run off. But I remember at one point with this one, we got the artwork in, and our licensing guy, apparently either you or Pete or someone said, it doesn't look like April on the original artwork because it just doesn't look, frankly, her cleavage looked really flat on the original, and it sort of like just didn't stay on model for what April looked like. And they said, can you make that as a note? So they handed it to me, and I was supposed to send it, and I went, oh yeah, here's the reminder. And I had this list, and I drew a big W on April's chest right here where my little cursor is. I drew a big W right there to say, hey, reminder, she's supposed to have a bigger chest. And they literally did my boobs as big as I drew it, and it came back in, and I was like, oh shit. And then,
that's very funny.
Yeah, they were like, "This is it." So that's the legend of the Ninja, which, by the way, was a great pinball machine. It was a good one.
It was, and actually, I remember it was great. And actually, both my mom and dad still have the original ones that were sent. But it was and played them for years. But I remember Playmates was over the moon over this pinball game because part of the components of the pinball game, it actually had turtle action figures. I think maybe 4 or 6 of them, different turtle characters, sort of bolted into certain landmarks, like a bumper cushion or something like that. So Playmates prepped and sold all the toys to make the pinball game. So there was just, they didn't have to do the packaging, they didn't have to do anything. They said it was like it was just printing money at that point. They would just make all these toys and be part of the game. But that was a great pinball game.
Yeah, that was a really cool pinball game. I loved it. Here's the only thing I'll say about this. I get it, right? It's just one of the merchandising things. Apparently, the turtles will keep you safe at night. But what we should say is that piece of artwork that is on it right here, this thing, I would have to think that must be the one that was used the most from Mirage Studios, right? That was on everything, that piece of artwork.
It was, and for sure. One, as it evolved early on, is that when we started doing some of the original licensing and some of the, and some of the stuff you saw, I'm sure at that time was, like the Random House was doing the puzzles and the adventure books and the coloring books and that stuff. And a lot of that, Random House was a quality company, and some of the stuff was really great. But then we'd do these smaller sub licenses, and they would, hire some, somebody's nephew that works at the place. Well, he could draw, and so the artwork was really terrible. So then we started employing, as the licensing business really exploded, a lot of the guys in the Mirage Studios, Ryan Brown, Dan Berger, Steve Levine, Jim and Mike, and all those guys to actually do the artwork for specific, so they could actually go to a style guide and purchase a piece of finished art like this one, that then they could just slap it on and use it. Or they could have something that was drawn specifically to fit their item. So it was, so this one, right? It was a great piece. It might be just Ryan Brown, but it might be a combination of Steve Levine and Ryan Brown. That was used a lot.
Yeah, I thought this was Steve Levine. This one, I remember it as being Steve Levine's one. let me tell you a story about that. Everybody, the story about like substandard artwork. So we used to have to battle this all the time because people would try to get it past us anyway. They would say, but in the end, Kevin and Pete and Mirage Studios had the right to say no, right?
Yeah.
And I remember there was this guy. His first name was Earl. I know his last name. And they did the license for the swimming pools, and they manufactured this in China, and it was white. So it was white with green turtles on it. And these turtles look, I don't know what they were thinking, but there was no way, right?
Yeah.
So this guy tries to ship it in, and I think Mirage as an entity was really frustrated and said, no way, no way. Mark's, Surge Licensing said, no, you can't do it. And the guy kept calling up and whining and going, no, you're killing me here. You're killing me. You're killing me. Like, we're not letting you do it, man. We're not letting you do it. And Jim Prindle, the licensing guy there, that guy went missing. The guy, Earl, basically went missing. We found out he had a heart attack.
Oh.
And Jim Prindle retired his number on the bulletin board because he had a heart attack. That guy, but it was his fault, man. He shouldn't have shipped that stuff. It was crap.
No, it's funny. It was around this time there was definitely a lot of anything that becomes popular, whether I don't care what the Disney character or Simpsons or anything, but there was always pirating, people that would pirate stuff and try to ship it in as legal stuff. And we had a pretty strong enforcement trademark and copyright, because we'd have to when you have a character, especially in those days, intellectual property that you were licensing into any territory in the world, Europe, Asia, North America, South America, that you would have to go in and file trademarks for all these categories. You had, paper goods and toys and clothing and, clothing apparel and all this stuff. And so it was sort of protection that, so when you then granted a license for somebody to produce, say, T-shirts in Brazil, you had the control of the trademark within the government so you can enforce it. And so it was, they caught stuff coming into the States, but my favorite story just related to trademark enforcement was we had this guy in Connecticut. His name was Bill Crusher. He was our trademark guy, and he was great, but he was like an older guy. He looked like he's probably 60 plus years old. And so he had the Turtle account because he's the first guy we reached out to. So he was like, handling all things all over the world. It was a big deal for their company. But so every once in a while that, he would go on these trademark enforcement trips to Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So he would get in with a toy SWAT team. And so they would get him, and then they'd stage this raid, and they go in and then, kick in the door and, put these guys in handcuffs and take all these counterfeit toys, and then have Bill standing with all these Chinese SWAT guys that they just raided the toy company. And he'd go like, all right, job well done, and then ship them back to the States. That they were back in business the next day. But
I remember that they one time they were told by the licensing agent, nah, Ninja Turtles aren't very popular here. So they went to Hong Kong, and they said, like, they got there and the airport was green, remember? They're everywhere, right? Oh, they're not very popular over here until you actually come here, and then we find out like that the whole place is Ninja Turtles, So let me get to one of my favorites. This one is,
I love this one,
and I'm super excited about this. So I was working in the licensing side of it because at a certain point I was doing the books, but I'm like, man, we need help. We got to get this stuff out the door, right? And so sometimes I would field calls, and there was this really pleasant old fella, and he called me and he said, I've got the Ninja Turtle license. My grandkid really likes them, but I have no idea who they are or what they do. And he was the guy that had the license for these things, which was the drinks. And so I talked to him on the phone, and I said, how popular is the red flavor, whatever it was? I figured it was raspberry, but it was like punch flavor. And he goes, yeah, that's not very popular at all. And I said, well, the only thing that we know is you might want to make a lot of those. Like, you might want to make more of those than the other ones, because I'm pretty sure that those will be the most popular, because Raphael was really the most popular sales toy. And we knew that at this point. And he took my advice, and then he called me up a few months later and said, young man, that was the best advice ever, because we are shipping through the ceiling on the red flavor, and nobody buys the grape flavor. Nobody wanted Donatello, as usual. But they made the boxes the color of the headbands. They got it. They made the flavor of the drink the same color as the drink. Amazing Orange, Rad Grape, Primo Punch, and I can't even see the one at the end, but whatever whatever Leonardo's was. It was blue raspberry or something. So I feel a little bit of ownership, a tiny little bit of ownership in that little thing.
I love that you could actually find that picture online. So somebody saved those drink containers from that day. That's
who drank it and then saved it. Yeah. This is a toy, but look at the state of this thing, man. That's the super playset.
Yeah, this was from the relaunch, the 2012 series, and what's interesting is that the height of the turtle sales back in the day, the original, say 89, 90, 91, it was like one of the, if not it was one of the best selling toy lines in the world. But when they relaunched, when Viacom, who owns the Turtles, had bought the Turtles, and they relaunched the comics and Nickelodeon's cartoon show and stuff, that the toys ended up reaching a height that was, different days, different dollars, different time periods, but it was definitely it was more successful than I think anybody ever imagined.
Yeah,
and I loved it. And then because you have guys like Todd McFarlane and other specialty toy manufacturers that sort of up the ante as far as quality for design elements, components that made a toy. So they really raised the bar for the whole thing. So when you see like that play set, and we have one, Shane played with it for ages. And when I took it out of his room, when he was finally, got old enough, I just sort of put it in the garage, and it's still all set up, but I love it. The quality is just fantastic.
Yeah,
I love it.
That was really cool. Let's show you again. There's more of this stuff. Here's these things. I kind of remember these things, but they're like some kind of bowling ball or something. Do you remember these?
Yeah. Yeah. It was at some point, it was amazing in that you could put a turtle on anything, dude, and it would sell, and it was just crazy. So there was like it was a squishy, like it was a ball, so people could play it, throw it back and forth with each other. But
didn't you throw it, or you bowled it at that target, right? You chucked it, didn't you? You threw it.
Yeah, probably. No, I just I was just looking at this, and it just made, because we had everything from Happy Meal turtle toys and those kinds of things. But because sometimes people will ask me at shows, they go, "What's the weirdest turtle licensing item you ever saw?" And I'll ask you the same thing. But for me, it was you might remember these. I'm not sure. It's like they made these. Those moon pies.
Yeah.
They made these. Like Hostess and these kind of half moon pies.
That's right. Yeah, man.
And the turtle ones had green ooze filling and like green frosting on it, and it was just indeterminable taste. I don't know what kind of flavoring the custard was or whatever was in it, but I remember those those came in, and I think actually took a bite of one and went like, what is this? This is gross. And then I mentioned that at one of them at a convention or a couple conventions, and I said, "Do you remember those moon pies?" And like half the audience, raised their hands. "I love those. Those are great." And I was like, I'm sure our parents wanted to just murder us at those times.
I was gonna say, your memory of it, if you were a kid, you're like, that was the greatest thing ever. But literally, it was nature's way of saying, "Don't eat me." It was literally like the worst thing ever. But hey, man, people love it.
It's like the turtle cereal.
Yep.
Turtle cereal was, I always loved like in Calvin and Hobbes, they did this thing like Calvin used to like the cereal called chocolate frosted sugar bombs.
Yes.
And remember this moment where Calvin's eating them, and Hobbes is going like, "This is gross," and Calvin goes, "Yeah, they're a little bland till you put sugar on them." The turtle cereal.
Yeah, it was rough. The moon pies I remember very much. They were inedible, man. Those things were awful.
Yeah.
You asked me about my favorite, and it was
the turtle cereal was this yours?
Yeah, this is my favorite. I just thought that at one point, sort of sitting in the office and realizing that we had an electronic talking toothbrush made, and you're sort of sitting there going like, "What have we done?" Right? Because it was crazy. But I can't remember. I think it just said like "cowabunga" as you brush your teeth, or what did it say? I can't remember.
That's a good question. I'm sure
Somebody in
Some
the
fan
chat,
knows what it has.
somebody will
It
know.
says it probably still has one.
Yeah. And then this is cool because we can sort of get into the animation in a second, and this is great, right? It's a good segue because I've got to admit that back in the day, Ninja Turtles was the cross-media project. Ninja Turtles was toys, cartoons, became a live-action film. They were good video games, man. Those games were good. This particular game, I remember when it came out. I remember the first one. Those games were good, man. They were playable, and they hang together even now. They're decent little games, you know. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, No, you're right. It's like I love those games, and actually, this one I liked in particular because I could actually play it. But what I loved about this, not only this game, you could plug in different players into your console, but then they also did an arcade version of it, so you could play.
Yeah.
It was like a stand-up version, but then they did. I think it was a tabletop one too. But you could have all four. So four of you guys could play at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but it's funny, because you mentioned Donatello being one of the favorites. The smart person playing the arcade game would always choose Donatello because he could have a farther reach with the stuff.
That's right. Oh, the bonus stuff would go further. Those would have been cheat codes, man. Back in the day, that would be like your cheat code. Play Donatello. That's all we got. You know?
Yeah.
It was a really fun time, and it was, just being flooded with merchandise, man, and just I can't imagine what it was like for you guys. Just trying to work out what have we done.
It was, and it's what was got even crazier was because it was, and I mentioned this. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it again and again. But there was this interesting thing where, as a concept that should have never really worked, but became really popular here in the States, was enough because Americans, we're all goofballs and we love our superheroes and we love our cartoons and all that stuff. And so you sort of almost go like, yeah, you could see how this worked in the States as a concept, but then as a licensing. So if you did coloring books, puzzles, toys, apparel, things like that were all working here, as then the popularity of the show started growing overseas. So suddenly you were having, say if coming through the office, and you'll remember this too, is like if you were approving, again, I'm just going to throw it out, say 15 licenses a month or a week. By the next year, as it sort of started spreading into other countries, suddenly it was 40 deals a month and 40 product lines a month, because now we added a UK deal. It was called Hero Turtles in France and Spain and this stuff. And then suddenly, Canada and South America and Asia. So suddenly, within a year, you're now getting, I think at the height, I think we had 3,000 licenses worldwide, which is what? That's just insane.
I just remember that it wasn't really possible to understand all of that. At a certain point, you have to go like, yeah, great, go for it. Electronic talking toothbrush, do it. You want to do this, do it. You couldn't really. There's no way to know how all of that stuff works, and then you see. I mean, it was obviously a lucrative thing, and it was obviously a really good thing. But I sometimes think that sometimes when we were watching those stuff, especially you guys watching this stuff come through and not really thinking that much of it.
Yeah.
And to some of the people here, even tonight in the audience, it was like that was their childhood, man. Like the talking toothbrush was literally made my life. And you're like,
no, that's great. And like I mentioned earlier, I just love that. I'm always amazed and sincerely impressed and quite honored in so many ways when we do these shows. And like I mentioned earlier, where somebody would bring in, like when they did the turtle cereal once, one of the promotions they did at one point is they saran wrapped a turtle themed cereal bowl on the cereal bars. I've had people, bring that cereal bowl in, and it's like, you think of how many breakfasts they had with that turtle cereal bowl. Somehow they kept it for 20 years.
It's incredible. It's incredible. It's got such a lot of life. Now, talking of a lot of life, we're going to go with something here because we're going to kind of pivot a little bit into something that really made everything work. I'm going to see if this works. Here we go. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power. They're the world's most fearsome
We're really hip. They're heroes in the half shell, and they're green. Hey, get a grip. When the evil shredder attacks, these turtle boys don't cut them no slack.
There you go.
I love it.
That earworm was in everybody's head. And it was effing everywhere, Kevin. It was everywhere.
Well, it's like one of those things. I'm sure when it came on, you just have like parents running out of the room, going like, or like these days, listening to never minded the cold anyway, snow anyway. But no, it's we were chatting a little bit before, and I had actually forgotten from the early days, and was reminded by a friend of ours that Chuck Lorre wrote the theme song, and our friend Niambi, he was on a show called Mike and Molly, and he got us into an episode of Big Bang Theory, and we get to meet Chuck, and he was just such a nice person anyway. And he sort of came over and he just said, "Man, it's so great to meet you." And his daughter was with him, and she's grown now. She works with him, and he said, "That was when I first started in Hollywood. That was I did jingles, and I did commercials, and I did so much of the right place, the right time when this came out, because a lot of the other cartoon shows that are were sort of G.I. Joe and sort of action based, and it was sort of obviously action based, but it was a different kind of toy line. When the Turtles came out, it was fairly different. It was funny, it was weird, but then in my opinion, one of the things that I think made the Turtles so popular to a lot of kids is that they were not of any specific race, creed, or color kind of thing. So anybody could imagine themselves anywhere in the world as Michelangelo or Donatello or Leonardo, because it's a green mutant turtle. It's not, that's why I think that they, I think that was a big piece like it, but it was just so different.
I spent about 6 years writing Spider-Man, and I always used to say that to people, that really what Spider-Man is, it's you inside that suit. You don't, you see you as a little boy, you think that's me. I'm Spider-Man. So as a little boy, you see yourself as a turtle, right? And whichever your favorite turtle is, that's who you are. And as a little girl too, I mean, that was what's so great, is we had a ton of crossover. That was really cool. Even though they were boy characters, I seem to remember quite a lot of girls that were just really excited about it, because they got to play with action figures and say, I want to do this. I don't want to just play with like one thing. I want to. So there was a lot of really cool crossover with the Ninja Turtles, and it was kind of exciting. Like the cartoon was exciting, and just all the madness. Quick story about that theme song. I was asked to sing it with my guitar to a bunch of elementary school kids. And I have to tell you that as much as you think it's easy, it's really freaking hard to play it and make it make sense, because it all relies on a harmony, and you can't do the harmony by yourself. And so you get to the end of it and you're like, this is really difficult to do, right? It wasn't the most exciting thing for the kids. They're just sitting there looking at me like, what the hell was that? But it was like this. Our Sarah says, I always wanted to be April. So that's really cool. I love that,
I like to, it's funny, again, going back to the conventions that we get to visit and the fans you get to see. And we are very lucky and very blessed that we do have a large female audience base. And I heard more than a few times that, a young lady would come up to me and go like, I would always play in my neighborhood, and everybody said I have to be April. And I was like, I didn't want to be April. I want to be Michelangelo, and I want to be a turtle. I didn't want to be, So, but we had lots of April fans. And actually, one year at Comic-Con, we had a regular group of turtle fans that would come every year, and 29 awesome young ladies, turtle fans, all dressed as April, and they all came to the show. So it was like this massive,
It's
great. I said you got to be my bodyguards for the show.
At the risk of alienating it, it's not too hideous, but it is weird. So as I'm doing research to try, I showed you this picture a while ago. We might as well show it for a second. I'm looking online. I'm like, oh well, I got to find things, and I did find one piece of April cosplay that was worth sharing, because I'm like, what is going on? It was like, what were they doing? I love it. It's brilliant. Thanks very much for your contribution to Ninja Turtle lore, but okay,
He's making sure she's not got a concealed weapon or something.
I guess so. He's just making sure. But yeah, April was very statuesque from the cartoon, and so I imagine she does pretty good cosplay.
Well, it's based on the pinball game.
Yeah, it's all based on it was my fault. Yeah, it was all my fault.
Sure, good one, Paul. Thanks, man.
Yeah, you're welcome, man.
Bless your buttons.
I'll take a lot of credit for the success of the Ninja Turtles. So then the cartoon was so dynamic and vibrant, right? And like the films, it got a lot of kind of reboots. And I know that one of your favorite reboots was the one that came out 2012. We'll sort of show it a little bit because it is really cool, man. I mean, I thought that what they did with that was very cool. So we'll show a little bit of it so that people can sort of see the beginning of the trailer a little bit.
They were created by accident. They were kept a secret. They were trained for battle. And now, when their city is under siege, the fate of humanity is in the hands of these 4 turtles. When evil threatens our universe, these 4 brothers are destined to save the world. Okay, who's next?
Isn't that great? It's just great, man. And what I like about
that was
well, what I like about that one, that particular version of it, is that one had the humor in it, and it was kids. They were like brothers, and all the things that I think make the Ninja Turtles work.
Yeah, no, not to carry on too much, because I adored that series. Ran from 2012 to 2017, but it was the executive director on that series was a guy named Cyril Neely, and I had actually known Cyril before, and he was introduced to me by our mutual friend Bob Burden, who Flaming Carrot and Mystery Men and all those things. And Cyril did a series called Super Hyper Force Monkey Go, and he worked on Teen Titans. And so when he brought in and pitched his vision, I was thrilled. He called me up and said, I got the series. They're going to bring me on as the creative director and develop the Turtle series. And what I later learned as I get to spend more time with Cyril was that he grew up in Philadelphia. His dad owned a pizza place, and so when he was a kid, he was literally eating pizza after school. He'd go to the pizza place and work and do his homework and eat pizza and draw turtles all day long. So he couldn't have found a more perfect guy. And his approach to the series, which I love so much, is that with all the history behind, he got to go to different turtle universes and pick some of his favorite bits, and then reinvent them or represent them in a new platform, a new foundation to tell stories from. Like, it was his idea, for example, to make April roughly the same age as the Turtles. The reset button was episode 1. The Turtles come out from the sewers for the first time, and they meet April, and she's got a number 5 on her shirt, and that's representative of her being the 5th turtle and brought into the series. But they actually brought in martial artists to help stage some of the storyboard fight sequences. The fight sequences are great. The visuals are great because it was the first computer-generated series, so the depth of perspective and what they could do and the movements they could do were really phonetic, and that really, I think, not only added so many awesome moments, not only to the action stuff, but the humor stuff was very important to the show. And Greg Sipes, who voiced Michelangelo, who's the best Mikey, it's one of my favorite Mikeys. Let's put it that way. But he did such a good job of bringing that character to life. And trust me, I've spent a bunch of time with Greg Sipes, and he didn't have to do a lot of acting to do that. He's like a living Michelangelo.
He's literally Michelangelo and/or Beast Boy. He's both of them. Right?
Yeah, that's right. There's Beast Boy too, which is he's
Beast Boy, and that's who he is. Yeah, I know him a little bit. Obviously, I know a lot of voice actors, as you know.
Sure.
And so we'll get to. I'm sort of trying to make a choice. I think we'll do this just to kind of show it. This is great. let's put this up because this is really good point from Jasneet. I like the voice actor who did the voice of the legendary Ice Cream Kitty. Kevin, do you know who that is?
It was Brad Pitt. Everybody knows
Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt did the voice of Ice Cream Kitty.
that. No, what's funny is, do you remember when George Clooney did the voice of the dog on South Park?
Yeah.
Basically, Trey Parker and Mastodon got him to go woof woof woof. So they just kept using it. George Clooney, the voice of the dog. And so I always thought that was funny. And so one year at Comic-Con, Ciro Neely was showing, bits and clips of different episodes they were working on, and they said other characters that they were developing, and they had this one picture of this cat called Ice Cream Kitty, and it was based on one of his favorite Mirage stories, which was the Michelangelo Christmas special that Pete and I did, where Mikey finds a stray cat, which then becomes part of the family. He named it Clunk. They went to a toy store and all that stuff. So he's going to do Ice Cream Kitty. And so, dude, I went up after the panel, and I said, dude, I want to be Ice Cream Kitty. And they're like, because they had asked me to do a voice in the series. And they go, no, we'll come up with some, bad guy or super, another character. And I said, no, I want to be Ice Cream Kitty. That is the coolest thing. And they kept thinking I was joking. And so I called them up like a week later and said, dude, do not cast anybody for Ice Cream Kitty but me. I want to wear a T-shirt that says, I am Ice Cream Kitty, and then make Courtney wear a shirt that says, I'm with Ice Cream Kitty or something.
I'm with Ice Cream Kitty. I like it.
So, yeah, they let me do that, and I loved it. It was so much fun. I went into the studio and meowed for like 40 minutes, and then they just...
Well, we are about to talk about your lovely wife, Courtney. Sorry, Courtney, we're going to talk about you in a minute.
She's the loveliest.
It's all good things, as you know, because you and I had a chance to kind of do something that was very cool for us. Before we get to that, here's something that, I suppose we will sort of like look at it a little bit. It's been a bit of a challenge because I don't think it's been too popular. As you know, but here's the sort of 2018 version. We'll show a little bit. Yeah. So the thing about that one, to me, was that it sort of did what. And I don't want to speak badly of anybody because obviously it takes a lot of time to make these things. But I do think that what they did was they did what went wrong with the second movie. And we talked about the second movie last week. They kind of had the same thing go wrong with that one, in my opinion, which is I think it sort of went to like a young. Yeah, I didn't want to play the audio because we get flagged for the audio sometimes. So Jose is saying we can't hear anything. I'm like, yeah, I did. That one we'll pass over. It's nicely put together. It's not like it's not a great show. You can see the intro looks really good, but the problem is that it kind of plays a little bit young. And I know your opinion a little bit is that's not the only audience for the Ninja Turtles. There's audiences across, and so playing it too young kind of creates a little bit of a problem. Plus, it's being compared to the 2012 show, and the 2012 show was amazing.
Yeah, it was because it was very challenging in that in the opinion of Viacom and Nickelodeon that they felt like the fans that came in, and you were spot on by saying that was part of the argument too, was that fans of the Turtles go back. So that I said a lot of people that are watching the 2012 series are some of the original fans. They're late 20s, early 30s. It's a big part of the audience, but you are having a lot of these kids come into it, and it was clever in that it had in jokes and characters pulled from other Turtle universes brought in, and it was a way to attach. But they felt like if you were, say, 5 years old when you started watching the 2012 series, by 2017, you're 11 years old and you're on to something else completely. And so they felt like, well, there was a logic to rebooting it and shooting for a younger audience and going back to more traditional animation, lots of squash and stretch, and even Ant and Andy, Andy Serrano and Ant they worked on it. They were part of the team that was working on the 2012 series, and they were brought in to redevelop it. So they brought it down. We worked with Nickelodeon a couple times. Tom Waltz and I, who's the head writer on the series, and they said, well, we want to go back to sort of the pre-Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which is kind of around issue 9 of the original Mirage series, do a younger version of them, but then add this mystic sort of that other world below Big Trouble in Little China, for example. They want to add this level of mysticism and change it up. And I said, well, that's one of the places that really hasn't been mined, it hasn't been explored, and it does give you an interesting foundation that is different enough from that. But I said, if you're going lighter, then you're going to lose the older audience. They won't travel with it, and then hopefully you get the younger audience. So I don't know the level of success. I know the older fans, but it's like, I remember when we showed the first trailer of the 2012 series, we get just tons of letters and comments of people going like, "Oh no, you destroyed my childhood. You've ruined it. The Turtles will never work as a CG series." And then it became one of the most popular series. And so this one, I don't know how successful it's been. I know they're still doing new episodes, but it's different. And I think a lot of the older fans they're not into it. So I don't know how it's doing.
A few things to be fair. First of all, it takes time, like you say. It has to hit its audience. Second of all, people fear change. They don't like anything different, so it'll never get harder, right? I'm not really commenting on how good the show is, because in fact, it's really well put together, and the animation and the action is really good. But I just think that they slightly missed their audience. They didn't really know what the audience would be, which is surprising because they're Nick, right? They know those things, but I think I feel personally that they slightly missed it. Now that being said, we're going to be able to relax for a couple of minutes, you and I, because we are going to do like a little watch party. So for anyone out there, a couple of years ago, Kevin and I got to realize, I think a dream, certainly a dream for me. Kevin just had to put up with me, basically. But it
was a blast.
We had an opportunity to write and direct and create our own Ninja Turtle short for a series of shorts that Nickelodeon did for Ninja Turtles. I work in animation at times, and so I voice direct quite a lot. I was happy to bring in a couple of really good friends. Yuri Lowenthal did voices for us, and Yuri's amazing, and he had always wanted to play with the Ninja Turtles. He got to be Leonardo. And we had a very special guest star as April, and that was really cool. I know it was a thrill for you. It was a thrill for me too, man. I was really happy to do that because I thought the work was really great. So here we go. Everybody can sit back for just a second. Well, especially because I have to find it. But yeah, here we go. Because I'm terrible at this. Here we go. This is the Ninja Turtle short that was written and directed by Kevin and myself. Take it away, Pizza Friday.
This is officially the worst idea in the history of ever. We're gonna get caught.
Au contraire, April, my little souffleur. It's foolproof. Show it, Donnie. Okay. I press this button and my new cloaking device translates our personalities into a human version of us who look exactly the way we see ourselves.
All this so you guys can sneak into Pizza Friday? Does that thing even work?
It's almost nearly glitch-free. Let's do this thing.
Wait!
Check it out. I'm excellent. Nice. Ooh, I got next. Fingers.
What the? Fix this, Donnie. No!
Oh, what's wrong with this thing? What?
Exactly the way you see yourself, huh? Just make sure you don't do anything to embarrass me.
10 fingers. Hey, girls.
Oh, please let this day end.
Are you kidding me? Look at this place. It's interstellar.
What the heck is interstellar?
It's a thing. All teenagers have a thing. Everyone knows that.
That doesn't sound plausible.
That's because it isn't. Let's just get to the cafeteria and get this over with, okay? Huh?
I've always wanted to sign up for Glee Club.
What's up?
Do I know you? He's with me. They're students from Sweden, and they don't speak English.
Flurgenberg?
Cafeteria? No.
But I didn't get to sign up for calculus club.
They're Swedish?
Ja, das Pizza ist gut. Ja, Fluben, Blumen, Magnifique.
Vote for us. You are welcome.
Hey, April. Who are those guys?
Vote for us. You are welcome.
Hey!
Vote for us or face annihilation. Thank you.
Yo, you can't do that to a man with pizza. Now pick it up and apologize.
Vote for us or be obliterated. Thank you.
Weird. Hey, what just happened?
I can't place that accent. Where are you guys from?
We are from a foreign country. From which terrestrial population center do you originate?
Sweden.
There's something wrong with these guys.
They're using a cloaking device. Boy, isn't that our thing? Yeah, and being so close must be shorting out both of our disguises.
Vote for us or be obliterated. Thank you.
Krang!
At my school. Of course. Aww. Oh my gosh, Teenage Mutant Turtle thingies from Sweden.
Turtles, our mortal enemies. Quickly, utilize the mesmeron.
Shield your eyes! Johnny, look out! Take out those blasters! Interstellar!
I'm telling you, that's not a thing.
Attacking. Crank his head.
Hey, shell shock!
Now that's a thing.
Handling mutants. Quickly, the exit strategy.
And don't come back.
Dude, that was April's book bag.
We better get out of here before anyone sees us.
Hold on. And close your eyes.
Come on.
Interstellar!
All right.
That's awesome.
That was that. Hey! Freeze frame. Here we go. There you go, man. We had fun, didn't we?
That was awesome. And I think that you can only see it for a second. I wonder if anybody noticed it. It's like when they're dropping down in the sewer, the last minute, we got to put layered high on the
Yes, that's
on the
right.
school that was up.
I think we called there it is. There's the school,
Yeah.
layered high.
Yeah, but that was, dude, that was so much fun. It was because I think you came up with 4 or 5, and I came up with 4 or 5. We sort of melded a bunch of ideas, and Nickelodeon picked one of them, and we got to develop it and sort of work it through all the way through. And it was we've been involved in that stuff kind of peripherally, but this was sort of our little baby, and so we get to shepherd it through. And House of Cool was the animation company we worked with, and
Yeah.
I just loved it. It was just had that really poppy sort of anime kind of vibe to it, and I remember we sort of like pushing him to say, and if you look at it, you can see it mainly in maybe the Leonardo character. We were sort of trying to ape some of the Gorillas style a little bit, and this
That's
kind of
right.
stuff. But yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a bunch of fun doing it. A few things that were noteworthy in it, right? One of them was that my favorite line, by the way, is when the Krang are under attack and they realize they're losing. They go, quickly, the escape strategy. So I the whole idea was what would they look like as humans? I think it's something Nick were really into. They had wanted to do that for a long time. I will say it was really cool for me in a couple of ways. Obviously, to voice direct and to direct that with you guys, and Nolan, thanks for showing up, by the way. Just to say bye. Thank you, buddy, for being here. And everybody, thank you for watching us today. Mash the like button. There you go. But what was cool, a couple of things. So Yuri is one of my best friends, Yuri Lowenthal. He's the voice of Spider-Man in the PS4 game. Yuri's been the voice of Ben 10. I've known him for a very long time, and he's one of the best people I know. He's one of my best friends, and you and I have worked with him in the past. So he really wanted to be a Ninja Turtle. And the fact is, he's got the perfect voice for, he's got the perfect kind of voice for one of the Turtles. So we cast him as Leo. We had great actors in, everybody was tremendous. It was great working with Nick. And I had the pleasure of voice directing the lovely Courtney, who did an amazing job. She was April. She owned the role. She was really good at it. It played great. And Sasuke, by the way, yeah. Yuri is obviously Sasuke. But Courtney was incredible, and I loved working with her. And I'm pretty sure she had a blast being able to do this, because she was a great April. And one of the things that was really cool was the look of April was like none that we'd ever seen before. It was a brand new April. It was like high school April, which is really cool. But I loved the glasses, and I just loved the fact that we did something different. We weren't breaking it to make it different. We just wanted to do something really cool, So
no, you're right, man. In April, and Courtney auditioned. The amazing Gene, and his last name begins with a V, and he's awesome. He he cast so many amazing things. But she actually auditioned against 4 or 5 other actresses, and they gave it. She earned it, and she's, like you said, very appropriately. She owned the role, and I know that's something that she's been interested in doing more of that. One day, and so maybe that'll come to.
I'll tell you right now, I would work with her again at any point. We have stuff that we do, and I think Courtney was amazing, and it was really cool because you don't get those opportunities very often. You don't get the opportunities to have friends in or people that you love, and it worked out just great. I loved the project. It was a chance for you and I to do something together. Because we rarely do. In the strangest way, we've done a couple of kids projects together. I've worked for you at Mirage, but we really haven't done much creatively, which surprises me at times, that we hadn't done that. And so it was really cool to do something with you. So that was brilliant. That was cool. It was fun. And I figure, we've had a chance to talk about the toys. So I'm going to do one last thing as we sign off. We're closing in on our 2 hours. So we got 10 minutes to go. And everybody who's in our stream, we did this with the Meta Studios stream. And by the way, if you haven't subscribed to us, please do, because Meta Studios, we do a bunch of fun stuff. But we got a little game that we're going to be playing with Kevin. So Kevin, I'm going to minimize you for a second. You're going to get little. Hang on a second. Let's get it this way. Yeah, here we go. All right. So I dominate the screen. But there's this little game that we're going to play with Kevin, because we found this out by accident, right? So what I didn't realize was that when you hold up green screen, you can hide pictures behind.
That's awesome.
It was so stupid. This little cloth here, by the way, that I'm holding that you can't see because it's basically green, is like a cloth for your glasses or a screensaver or something. So
that's awesome.
This is how this game works, Kevin, and anybody playing can play along, right? Anybody watching can play along. Here we go. So how it works is I'm going to reveal I'm going to bring this thing closer, and as you see, it'll get closer and closer. And then what you have to do is to tell me who is the character hiding over here, right? So we're able to give you a little bit of a clue every time. So who's this? Who is it?
It's Ace Duck.
It's Ace Duck, right? So now you know how the game is played. All right. So we're going to play this stupid ass.
That's absolutely brilliant.
It is fun, right? It's the dumbest game. And as anybody that knows with Mirage Studios, and we're going to swear occasionally, you score fuck all points. It's kind of like the no prize from Marvel. You basically score fuck all points. So you're not going to get anything but fuck all. But here we go. Kevin, and anybody playing at home, who is this? Who can you see? Anybody? Anything yet?
Dude, it's the gorilla. No, is it a? Oh, it's a beaver.
It's a beaver. It's a
Sure,
mole.
oh,
It's a mole.
the militant mutant mole.
Yes, this is Dirtbag, the militant mutant mole. I'll just kind of hold it up there. That was Dirtbag. The
That's
militant
awesome.
Do you remember this one?
I don't know. Actually, it's funny because it's like, there was like when I first started, there's kind of a gorilla character that had some camo, so I thought it was a gorilla. But
Okay.
I don't remember Dirtbag.
Yeah, we don't remember. That's what I thought was really funny about this was, would you remember this? No, now hang on a second. What's going on here? What's going on?
Oh, that's the gorilla one. What's
This
his name
one is
called?
the gorilla. Check it out. Sergeant Bernard. I'm telling you, it's like anything else. Like we were not in our right minds. Nobody was in their right minds when they made these things. All right, Kevin, here we go. Anybody playing along on in the stream can do this. What do you think this one is? What is this? Fangs don't fail me now. Which one is this?
Oh God, it's not.
Can you tell?
Wingnut.
It's Wingnut and Screw Loose, right?
Wingnut.
Yeah, there's Screw Loose. The little, it's kind of like a mosquito or something. That Screw Loose, right?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, and some of that, I think that might have evolved out of some of the Archie comics that they were doing.
Yeah,
it's funny that one of my favorite things was all these different toys that some of them I don't remember, of course, but I remember Dan Berger at Mirage Studios. Basically, in his studio upstairs at Mirage, he had a wall, and he literally put up every time a new turtle action figure would come in, he'd sort of pin it up on the wall. So then,
what's going on?
he has to come on and watch. No, we're getting people calling Courtney and giving the answers to her.
Oh, that's great. I love it. Okay, keep bringing in the answers. We love this. Okay, here we go. Here's another one for you. Okay, do you recognize this one?
Oh, it's the worm guy. What's his name?
Well, guess what? Surprisingly, Kevin, his name is Worm.
Oh, there you go.
So yes, the Worm guy. His name is Worm.
As Worm.
This game is like the most fun you should ever have. Here we go.
This is really cool. What a great idea.
Yeah, it's a funny game. Okay, what's that one? Do you know? Because I think you know this one pretty well, actually.
Merman, a merdude.
No, dude. No. I think you know this.
Oh no. Poobies. Is it Man Ray?
No, it's close, but the first name is Ray.
Oh, Ray Fillet.
Ray Fillet. There you go. There's Ray Fillet, which is bizarro, but I really like that action figure. That was a good one. Okay, here we go. We're going to throw in a couple of turtles in here, by the way. There are a couple of turtles. What's this one? Do you recognize it?
Komodo Dragon? No. Oh, God, no. That guy's cool, though.
Scale Tail.
Yeah.
His catchphrase is "Feed me, Splinter."
Yes.
But of course, right? Language is important, kids. Commas are important. Apparently, he's saying "Feed Splinter to me." Feed me, Splinter. If it had a comma in it, it would be "Feed me, Splinter." Anyway, sorry.
It could be maybe they stole it. Yeah, from Little Shop of Horrors.
There you go.
Feed me, Seymour.
That's right. Yeah. Okay. See if you can recognize this one from the center and the color.
Not the Triceraton. It's like a moose guy.
Yeah. It's it's Ground Chuck.
Ground Chuck. Oh my God.
Yeah. Crazy. We'll get through all of these, but we don't.
No, they're brilliant. I haven't seen a lot of these in a while. I love it.
The part of the point of this game, by the way, was to try and stump Kevin. Right? Was to see if he actually knew how much stuff had been created in his name. So here we go. Here's another one, Kev. Here we go. Can you recognize this thing? What's that?
Oh, Napoleon Bullfrog. Napoleon. No. Peace or Die Dudes. Isn't that the? Oh,
you're right. That one is Napoleon.
Oh, it is Bonafrog.
Yeah, Bonafrog. Yeah.
That was because it was because they did a different version of him. No, there was the cartoon show. They had some surf. Anyway, they had some surfer frogs. Man, look at put it this way. When I've written stuff with, when I've been writing stuff for Turtles, sometimes I have to go to like, online or Turtlepedia or one of those things to find out. I was like, oh, I kind of remember this character.
This game.
Most fans know more than I do.
This game is so stupid. I love it. This is exactly.
I do. I love it. I think it's awesome.
Okay, here we go. You're either going to recognize this one or like immediately, or kind of be like I was and go, I have no idea. What's that one? Do you recognize
Oh,
it?
it's one of the neutrinos. It was I forget which neutrino, but it's one of the hot rodding teenagers from outer space.
That's it. One of the neutrinos. Zach.
Zach,
The
yeah.
neutrino. I figured you'd either know it or you'd go like, what the hell? Okay.
Well, that was one of he was in one of the first 5 episodes. So that's like I remember the neutrinos, the hot rodding teenagers from outer space. I love it.
That's right, the neutrino. So here goes. This one I think you'll get pretty quickly, actually. It's sort of relatively. I think you'll get it quickly, but
it's a pizza guy. He's got like a pizza foot. What's his
Pizza
name?
face.
Pizza face. I love it.
I like that one. That was okay. We're going to get into, and then I'm going to go to, I actually saved one to last that was like my favorite because I remember it vaguely and I was like, what is going on? Okay, we got 4 Ninja Turtles. I'm going to give you a clue. These ones are all Ninja Turtles, but you got to say which one they were because after a while it got whack, dude. So what is this one? Do you have any idea what this one might be?
Oh, it's one of the rock and roll ones. So
Okay.
The heavy metal turtles.
It was a heavy metal turtle. Yeah, it was. It was. I got to get this on my screen so I can see it properly. This one was Rocker Raff or something like that. Right? And it says in the corner, it says the Green Governor of Guitar. He was supposed to be heavy metal. Rocker Raff. All right.
Yeah, I thought there was a. Was there another one? Because there was a.
Oh yeah,
no, one of them had a mohawk. I thought that was.
That's right. There was a punk one. There was a punk.
Well, the punk ones. That's just different from the heavy metal one.
Yeah, and then there was there were 4 music ones, right? So it got weird. Okay, see if you can recognize this one. This one. Here we go. Okay, we're getting on screen. Here we go. What is this?
Oh, it's a Police Leo.
But
Sergeant Leo.
It's kind of a Police Leo. I'll give you a clue. It came in time with the Terminator.
Oh.
This is Make My Day Leo.
Oh my God, that's awesome. We were, shameless and
shameless crap, right? I love it, but we were good at that. So here we go. Here goes another one. I kind of like this one, and actually I got a little story to tell about this concept. You know what this one is?
It's a hockey player, one of the sports ones.
Yeah, it was one of the NHL ones. It was the NHL Leo, but I like
THL, Turtle Hockey League, right?
Yeah, Turtle Hockey League, right? This one is just Looney Tunes. This is the second most Looney Tunes one I'm going to show you. I'm going to do it really slowly. Here we go. What is this thing? Do you have any idea?
Oh, it's like it was a toon Michelangelo. It was like one of the turtles dressed as a clown.
It is Michelangelo the clown, yes.
Yeah, and I was like, that was like hilarious because that was, it was also because to me clowns are scary in general, but it's like that was one of those that's kind of funny but also kind of creepy, like killer clowns from outer space kind of thing.
Yeah. And so here's my last one. This is not a Ninja Turtle, but I got to tell you, this is one of the most whack ones of all. Here we go. Do you recognize this one?
It's the Canadian mounted moose.
It's
like
Monty Moose. Mutant mounted police. I always get my mutant.
I love that one. That was.
It was a good one. It was a good one, but I got to say, the mounted moose one just cracked me up. I couldn't remember that one, and then I was like, "Wait a minute, I think I remember it." So there you go. That was our little fun game. Thanks for playing.
That was awesome. I think I failed miserably. I think I got a 2 out of 10, but it was fun.
If it was any consolation, you failed fuck all basically because you win and you lose. But it's a ton of fun, man. Like I know that the toys and just this whole life, this crazy thing that connects you and I. We've now known each other for 31 years. As you know, I consider you one of my best friends in the world, and this opportunity that you gave me as a young kid changed the trajectory of my life. But it's so funny looking back on all these toys and looking at the madness and realizing, damn, man, that was a lot of stuff. And that was just the toys and the cartoons. I want to thank everybody for coming here because we really appreciate it. We're going to be talking about a bunch of other things. We're going to be talking about our relationship with fans. Next time, we're going to be talking about comics and comic book conventions and the origins of the Ninja Turtles in comics and how you and I have had these trajectory in the comic industry, especially because it's been crazy for me and I know it's been crazy for you. So for me, thanks everybody. Kev, what do you have to say to everybody?
No, the same thing. I'll say that what's fascinating, anytime you and I got on the phone, which is, suddenly it's like, the wives and the kids are beating down the door going, are you done yet? Because one story would lead to another. And then I think that was definitely the evolution. And I think that was what was so exciting for me when you proposed the idea of me joining you and doing these shows together was that, like you said, we've known each other for 31 years. We've been friends for 31 years. And we've gone through 31 years in our industry of comic history. It's pretty epic, and what you've done in your career, which is astounding and amazing. You were part of watching this whole thing explode in such great memories and such crazy times that it's really fun to chit chat. And I mean, just seeing that little game you played at the end, it's like some of that stuff I haven't seen in years.
yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But I love doing these shows, and I love. I hope the fans get as much fun out of this as we're having doing it because it's absolutely a blast.
Yeah, you and I have the most fun out of anybody on this thing. But what I would say is thank you everybody for joining in. Please send in your questions whenever you do. Please subscribe to what we're doing so that you can and tell everybody what we're doing because this is the most fun, right? We love doing this and we love talking to the fans. Next time we're going to do crazy convention stories and we're going to do crazy comic stuff. So from now, thanks very much. See you. Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Hey there, everybody. Hope you are doing well. Paul here. I am here with my great mate, Kevin Eastman, and we are about live. There he is, socially distancing himself from me. Look, Will, I don't know. The wrong way. Kevin, I'm a little further away from you now. Stop.
Wait, this way.
That's right. It's the other way, apparently.
I guess this is the shirt I wore just for Paul.
Yeah.
He was showing me he used to have nightmares when he was a kid with the Daleks.
A true story. I used to have nightmares about Daleks, mate. I was terrified of them. And I have a true story as well, like a crazy story about when I went to go work for the immigration service when I was 17 years old, and I was interviewed by one of the original doctors. True story. We'll get there someday. That's going to come in next week's one, which is about crazy stuff, crazy stories. So anyway, we just want to say hi to everybody who is out there. We have Jazz Neat, who we remember from last week. I am going to try, I don't know, SDJP, how you doing? Jakob from Australia, excellent. All right, Gabriel, Miss Sai is here. Jeff is here from Reach Film. So we want to say hi to all of you guys. Thank you so much for joining in. And today, Kevin and I are going to be talking about the thing that binds us, which is not the Force, it's comic books. Right, mate?
Yes, exactly right. 100%.
And what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about, obviously, the Ninja Turtle comics, which is where you started, although that may not be where you started, right? I want to say there's some other stuff that you were going at with Kevin, with Pete Laird, right? Didn't you do like Fugitoid and other things that you were trying to do?
Yeah, it was, even going back, well, we can go back a little bit further a bit later, but, I was always interested in comics since I was a kid. I had a paper route and I used to run down to the spinner rack at the, 5 miles away, there was a little grocery store that was like it's called Stop and Go. It was a version of 7-Eleven, and go in the spinner rack and get the latest fix, especially around that period. It was Jack Kirby's period when he was at DC Comics. So I used to tell and create a lot of my own stories. And I discovered Heavy Metal Magazine and guys like Corbin and stuff, which then I started doing more underground, edgier stuff, but short stories. But when I first met Pete, and Pete was then and still is now a huge robot fanatic, and so we had this idea about a renegade robot on the run, and so we had come up with this thing of this worker robot that was struck by lightning. At the same time, this Professor Honeycutt was helping him out of the fields, who was helping doing stuff around the yard, and that sort of fused his brain into the circuitry of of the robot. And then the robot was blamed for killing the professor, the scientist. So that was our first creation that then we brought into the Turtle universe around issue 4 and 5. And he's been an ongoing part of the Turtle family since the very beginning. And almost every single version of the Turtles, which is great.
So Fugitoid was first for you, right? Was the first book that you got? Fugitoid actually preceded the Ninja Turtles, yeah? It was the first one that you guys did, yeah?
Yep. And in fact, it's like if you look at the Fugitoid, the first couple of strips in the Fugitoid, it was actually an idea that Pete had, which I thought was quite brilliant. Which was he wanted to do these as what he called poster comics, which was I guess roughly a 17 by 22 sheet of paper that you sort of fold it over and then fold it over again, and so the page 1 would be sort of the title and the splash page of the comic. Then you sort of open it up and you've got a spread, which is 2 pages of a traditional style comic story. Page the flip it over to the back of the book, you have another thing, and then you fold it out to this poster thing, and it'd be this big dramatic splash page of something. And so they were going to be we were going to do it as these poster comics, which is one step up from mini comics for us. And I think we did 4 or 5, and then never really got off the ground. Turtles got in the way and messed everything up.
What a shame, right? Like you were going to make your fortune with the Fugitoid, and in the end, the pesky Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got in the way. Terrible.
It's crazy, right?
This, if I'm not mistaken, I kind of found, I pull out these images and stuff, and this one here is the image from the first cover, right? This was the first cover, but this kind of a wraparound cover, is it? Or did it become a wraparound at some point?
No, it was something that we borrowed heavily from Frank Miller's Ronin, of course.
Right.
And I love that the graphic design and conceptual design of what he was doing with Ronin, what they were doing with Ronin was sort of wraparound, half dipped into the back cover, and I love that. So I felt that was a route that we should take with this one. And the first issue had kind of a heavy black border to sort of make it work proportionally. But we did keep the wraparound covers pretty much through the entire run that Peter and I did. Of it's 11 issues plus the 4 one-shots. But yeah, so this was definitely a huge Miller Ronin influence, the scratchy lines and all that stuff. And I think it was sort of I was a big Miller fan because I was a huge Daredevil fan, and then when Frank Miller came on board, I was a huge Frank Miller, what he did with Daredevil with that character. So I think I was a bigger fan of Frank Miller than he was, and so I kind of pushed that kind of stuff harder. But it's our iconic.
Let's bring it up again. Here's the iconic image. This is it.
Yeah.
And you know what, man? I mean, it's like you and I. Obviously, when we first met, we sort of. I started working with you doing comics, right? Because I was in like production of the comics and maybe the editorial to some extent, which is basically, frankly, it was like collecting the money from people and stuff like that. There wasn't a lot of editorial to do. But, tell us a little bit, because I think this is kind of really cool. Like, what were your first experiences of comics, man? Like, what was it that you saw what were your first influences, man? Like, what made you love comic books? Because really, that's how you and I connected, and we ended up going off to Tundra Publishing and doing that.
Yep.
So tell me about your comic stuff, and I'm going to kind of flip through a few images of your comics while we do that. I'll go through Ninja Turtles, but how did you fall in love with comics, man?
You know, it's funny because I was going to ask you the same thing. Growing up on, many thousands of miles away.
Yeah.
But no, for me it was, always loved kids books. When there was actually a Kids Illustrated named P.D. Eastman. He used to do Go Dog Go and all these different things. But I love children's books a lot, and I would certainly by the time I discovered Maurice Sendak with Where the Wild Things Are and things like that, it was just mind blowing. The visuals just captured my imagination. So when I got into discovered comic books, it was kind of like in part like the spinner rack in a drugstore, a local variety store, that kind of thing. And I quickly became fully obsessed and consumed with them. And then not only to the point of I think probably even worried my parents a little bit, but I was just, I would read them constantly. I knew them inside and out. I knew who drew them, who wrote them. I quickly had favorite artists that I liked. I liked them all, but there was ones that stood out to me. And
who were they? Who were the artists?
Well, early on, I was a huge fan of DC war comics. Joe Kubert was, at that time, as I found out later, Joe Kubert was one of the cover artists, and he did a lot of Sergeant Rock and many of the other stories. But it was he did a lot of covers. So there was the Haunted Tank. There was the Losers. There was Weird War, GI Combat, which was also the Haunted Tank, and but it was I guess Sergeant Rock was very appealing to me because it was just Sergeant Rock of Easy Company. But Robert Kanigher, I think is how you pronounce his last name, was the writer, and he just did these great stories that each story ended with a little symbol on it said "Make war no more." So a lot of the stories were didn't glorify war so much. There was action adventure, but there was loss, and there was a lot of heartfelt things. But Russ Heath was one of the artists that drew a lot of these Sergeant Rock comics. It's like his that was it. His line work was just absolutely fantastic. And then with the Losers, which was a really neat concept. In particular, I love the guy named that was a Joe Kubert, early Joe Kubert cover. But there was John Severin was one of the guys that drew a lot of the Losers comic books and stuff. But I also then there was Marvel had their own line of Sergeant Fury and Combat Kelly and that stuff. But then I also there was superheroes that I liked, which was but mostly more the grounded ones, which was grounded in the context of superheroes, Captain America and Daredevil and Batman and things like that. But Daredevil was one of those ones that was just a particular favorite of mine, and so I sort of had that. But it's funny because when Kirby came along, and I really, because early 70s, I was born in '62, so I was literally 10 years old, and that's around the time that Kirby was at DC. And the first movie I ever saw in a movie theater was Planet of the Apes. So I discovered Jack Kirby's Commandy, which is basically a furtherance of that whole concept. And that was it. That was the bomb. But Kirby quickly became one of my favorites above all for everything. I really followed his career, and anything he drew, I had to have it. And going back to the back issue bins when finally found out we had a comic book store in Maine. It was. I'm sorry.
I was going to say we'll get into Jack Kirby in a while, because I think for both you and I, we have quite a reverence for the giants that we stood on their shoulders, kind of thing. That's an important person in comics that most people don't realize how important he was. But those were your first. I mean, Daredevil. What was your favorite when you were a kid? What was it?
It was probably like Captain America and the Falcon. There was a really great period that Sal Buscema was drawing them, and I just liked it, and that was just right in my wheelhouse. I like kind of like that. But Daredevil was Gene Colan was drawing a lot of them. An artist named Bob Brown. But those were sort of my favorites, and it was always it's funny, and because I had a couple friends that were goofy geeks like me, goofy geeks like me, and they all read comics together and trade them and stuff. But you had guys that were either like Marvel or DC, but you couldn't like them both, and I was like, what? So I just liked what I liked, and that was it. And I liked the Marvel and DC.
Yeah.
But no, but it was the sense of adventure. I grew up in a very small town in Maine, so those stories that took place in New York City or Gotham or Metropolis and stuff. It might as well have been. There you go. That was the shit right there. It might as well have been 100 miles away because we didn't have any places like that where I grew up. There was a lot more cows and dairy farm.
Yeah, man, I hear you. I had kind of a weird situation with comics because I couldn't get them. Like we just were in a place where we didn't have them, my brother and I, and yet my grandmother, my little Nan, who who loved so much, my grandmother, she used to make sure that she would send my brother and I a rolled up tube of comics every week. And not every week, she couldn't do it, but that's where we only saw comics. We were lucky enough to see the British reprints of Spider-Man and Daredevil. So those were the first two characters that I knew. So clearly I was exposed to Marvel. And then she would send us the British comics, which were these one strip daily comics that had crazy characters in, like Hungry Horace, who ate a load of food, and and they were literally one and done. It was 1 page strip, and every week they would do the same thing, and then you just buy the next one, right?
So like things like 2000 AD and stuff. That's much later. Those characters.
Yeah, that was a little later. That was. That came out in 1977, 78, something like that. So that was later. The first ones were reprints of the Marvel comics. And so, I just thought that Spider-Man lived in London. That was something that I thought Spider-Man was in London because he lived in a city and that was the only city I knew. I didn't even have a sense of what America would be, right? And the other thing that we got in Great Britain was we got these British war comics called Commando and stuff like that, and they were really small. They were only about this big, and you'd open them and it would be like the main character would kill like 10,000 Germans with one burst of his Tommy gun. It was crazy, right? And so all these crazy war stories. So I've always loved war stories, and I loved comics, but I had no sense that I would work in comics, right? And one thing that was really funny about me was that we had a friend of the family who went to live in Canada, and many years later, I'd end up doing quite well in comics. And I reestablished connection with this guy, Colin, and he said, I always knew that you would work in comics, Paul. And I said, well, how did you know? I didn't know. And he said, because when you were a kid, I used to walk in and you would be on the ground drawing comics, which is true. I used to love drawing comics. So my first ever, I never quite hit the art style of you, Kev. I never managed to get to your pinnacle, but I did draw an amazing first comic. It was Spider-Man versus Dudley Moore. It made no sense, but it was Spider-Man versus Dudley Moore. And then I found the picture, and it said Spider-Man versus Dudley Moore. And then underneath it said with a black face. And I had colored Dudley Moore's face in black, because I realized that my image looked nothing like Dudley Moore. So I know myself, and I was really annoyed that I couldn't make him look like Dudley Moore. Miss Sai is an old style comedian that used to, he was in Arthur, the movie Arthur. And for some reason, I had Spider-Man fight him for no reason whatsoever. So there you go.
Well, that's, you just captured that was the essence of that was what was fascinating about comic books to me, and that's what I think I fell in love with very early on. From some of the kids' books influence to the natural evolution of the comic books, illustrated stories. Was it just seemed to me that if you could write them and draw them, whatever you could imagine, you could go there. So if it's Spider-Man fighting Dudley Moore, then hey, that's the story you want to tell. But it was likely you could do. Robin Hood to World War II to 2001, some Star Wars type adventure, and it was just wherever you could imagine. So that was from early on, I felt like that's what I liked so much about Kirby, and is you understood because you'd read the credits in the Marvel or the DC comics, and it'd be like written by, penciled by, inked by. So you knew there's a whole team of people, lettered by, and all that stuff. So, but it seemed like guys, when you see like when Kirby was especially doing DC period, it was edited, written, and drawn by Jack Kirby, by somebody else, and so I thought that was it. That was cool that he did all of those things. That's what I wanted.
Did you think when you were a kid, did you think that you would be a comic guy? Is that what you thought you might like to do, or did you have any sense of what you wanted to be when you grew up? Was it a comic guy? Because me, I wanted to be a hedgehog doctor.
A hedgehog doctor. That's all. No, I think it was. There's a while with as I mentioned I like war comics for a while, and I think that I thought I would be going to the army or do something like that, because it was still the kinds of comics I was reading when still World War I and World War II was still considered great wars, if you will. Korea and Vietnam, we really understood that, but mostly it was from day one. I was always comics. I wanted to do something in comics, and that's what I think really mortified my parents, and that I think they really did think I had special needs, and that I might never move out of the basement of the house, and that kind of stuff. So it's very, very old-fashioned New England family. So it was always very much go to school, you get your grades, you learn a trade, something that you can support the family, and so on and so on. So they were dead set against it.
I found a page, by the way. It has Fugitoid right there, which is really nice. Early pages, and so years later, you end up working in comics because you go through this black and white thing, and you do Fugitoid, then you do Ninja Turtles, and then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles takes off. And before it becomes a toy and a TV show, this is what it was, And most people sometimes don't realize that Ninja Turtles was your black and white comic way before it was the Archie comics or the colored bandanas or anything. It was this, and it's at times. Would you agree? It's a little darker, man. It's not actually as light as it's a little rougher, and right. It's not as light as the Turtles that many people know, right?
Oh, for sure. No, that was and that was a little bit confusing early on, especially when we were talking to like the guy that ran Playmates Toys, a guy named Bill Carlson, was very religious, and he was very, very, very concerned about the level of violence in some of the early black and white comics, and so was Jim Henson. When Steve Barron had told me later that when he showed the comics, showing some of the original comics that he liked, Henson and Jim Henson was very concerned about the level of violence in them. But it was, and I say that, when we did those early issues, they were written and drawn specifically for Peter and I. We assumed that nobody would really be reading these. That it was just sort of like, so we just wrote these stories for ourselves. But they were still like they were probably edgier, and that it dipped into violence levels that you were seeing around that time from the progression of comics. Like Ronin was very violent, and Batman, and Batman and stuff. But comics were starting to grow up, and it was that merging of when I accidentally stumbled onto Heavy Metal magazine, which led me to not only European artists, but Richard Corbin and Von Bodie and guys like that were in the early issues of Heavy Metal magazine. And so when I went to the first real comic book store, it was a place called Million Year Picnic in Boston. That's when I found a lot of underground comics like Sarah Does the Aardvark and that. And there was a lot of edge, because they were rebelling against the institution, man. Because Marvel and DC still had the Comics Code Authority, so they were restricted for generally 12 years old and younger. And so they were sometimes went to extremes, the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers and Rip Off Press. And
Freak Brothers, man. The Freak Brothers were great. I love the Freak Brothers.
No, I was like, my dad had I went to visit my dad in Arizona one year, and I was a huge comic nut, and he had just you know, and I hadn't really seen even underground comics or discovered heavy. I was probably 6th or 7th grade, you know, just middle school. And yeah, he had Freak Brothers comics, and I just poured through them and was like, "What are these? This is awesome!"
Yeah,
So,
it was crazy. It was all drug culture, and Fat Freddy's cat was hilarious, and it was totally against it. You know, I discovered that stuff when I was maybe 13 or 14. I got a Heavy Metal magazine, which is a European magazine to some extent because of all the content. Remember reading a story by Enki Bilal called "The City That Never Moved." That was Bilal, I think, right? And I was blown away by the story. I was like, wow, comics are incredible, right? They're much more. And then, of course, in Great Britain, we get 2000 AD. And so the 2000 AD stories are really groundbreaking, written by, you know, some young guy named Alan Moore and all this crazy stuff that was coming out. So comics are incredible. And I've often said, and I think you agree with me, that if you think about it, they're the oldest form of human artistic expression. Cave paintings are comics, right? That comes from the days of Tundra. You know, the sequential narrative is drawn on caves. So they're hardwired into the human brain. And hey, I have a quick question here from Miss Sai, who asked the question, since we're on the Ninja Turtles, well, non sequitur. I think we've covered this, but we'll go again. Who was it who thought up the respective bandana colors after they became a thing? Because I want to say that was Pete had a lot to do with that, right?
Yeah, it was. Because you know, back in those days, you know, Pete and I were both flying out. You know, he eventually stopped flying. I don't blame him.
Right.
You know, but in the early days, we were going out to Playmates a couple different times and visiting them for toy design and concept work and that stuff, and it would be double duty because you were developing the animated series stuff along with the toys because they were sort of they had to develop together to work as a whole licensing thing. But it was you know, they basically said, well, how can you tell them apart because they're black and white comic books, and they just have all red bandanas on the covers, and it was, you know, we're like, well, you know, it's the weapons, and you know, and we did a lot of, you know, hey Mike or hey Dawn before everything, so you knew who it was, and you'd always try to show the weapons so you could separate them. But they said, you know, in animation we want to try things like maybe even make the green of their skin tone different shades of green. Want to be a little lighter, want to be a little darker. But then, you know, and Pete said, well, how about if we made the bandanas different colors, which was, you know, with some logic to it. You know, orange, Michelangelo was a silly color. Blue for Leonardo was samurai sword, sort of a regal, sort of royal samurai-ish thing. Raphael with the red because it was our like our Wolverine guy, you know, so he's a raging red. And then Donatello with the purple was sort of more of a pacifist style weapon. He had the bow staff.
Yeah.
So that was where that came, and they went a little bit further and added the letters, the initials to their belts, which we felt was a little over the top, but you know, it was also like, you know, hey, you know, okay, we know the black and white comic books were written for an older audience and at this level, and we know this is specifically a younger audience.
These are some of the images from the original black and white comics. I mean, you know,
yeah. First appearance of April, the first.
Is this the first? I was going to say this here is one of the first images of April, right?
It is. That's well, it's like this is kicks off issue 3, so it's issue 2 was where that's where the Mausers come into play, and she was a scientific assistant to Baxter Stockman, who created these things. So this is the second. You know, this is where we decided we liked April as a character. We had her in issue 2, so this is after the Turtles saved the day in issue 2. This was sort of a furtherance as we went into issue 3, and my favorite part about issue 3 was when Pete and I were discussing the idea. I told him I wanted to do a car chase in a comic, and he was just like, "Nah, that's stupid. No, nobody's going to do a car chase in a comic because that's who wants to see a car chase in a comic." So I said, "Well, if you did it right, I think it would be really fun." So we have 13-page car chase where the police are chasing April and all 4 turtles in the VW van, which the VW van, I know I borrowed that from Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers, because they had a VW van back in the day. So I wanted April to have a VW van.
If you're going to get anything from the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers, it would just be people stoned out of their mind laying on the floor, because there wasn't much going on in the Freak Brothers more than that. It was just how can they buy drugs was basically the main story. One thing I want to say here, which Jasneet brought up, that you do, and I've often bragged on you a little bit behind your back, unfortunately, that your layouts are pretty. I mean, that was the thing of you, wasn't it? I can't speak to your art as well as you can, but I will say that your layouts were always a big thing for you, and how you laid out a book and how juxtaposed panels against each other was really important. So comic book storytelling is complicated, right? It's difficult, but layouts and the thumbnails and all the beginning of it is the hardest part, in my opinion. Well, apart from the writing,
Yeah, I know it is. It's a very delicate balance, because it is, like we grew up and we had, say if we were fans of Iron Man or Captain America or whoever, then there might be a specific art team, a writer, an artist that you particularly liked, and they might do that series for say 4 or 5 issues or even 12 issues, and then they move on to something else, and then they bring in a new team, and you might not like them as much. And then to me, I would notice differences in the subtleties from how they moved to comic, how they paced, how they chose shots of dramatic, and I lean heavily on Jack Kirby, which his stuff was always very explosive. It was very rigid in his control, but there's 2-page spreads, and it was really those splash pages that looked like they jumped out. It was 3-dimensional practically. But then sort of combining with what Frank Miller was doing, which is obviously a huge influence, and I think of Frank's work quite often when I lay stuff out, because he was very cinematic in his approach. Kelly loved movies as much as we all did, but he would sort of be thoughtful in his pacing, and it was to me that I recognized early on something even as silly as page turns, because and I'm sure that frustrated you when you were writing for say more of a mainstream comic which has a lot of ads in it, that if you're thinking of a left to right layout, so you want that page turn, so you lay it out so your right hand page at the bottom has got that moment of like what, so you turn the page, and this, but if you've got a Hostess cupcake ad which you're turning to, sometimes it can probably get frustrating. But that was to me was the most exciting part, and I was never a very solid writer. I'd have ideas that juvenile at best, and then sort of it was hard to well, you didn't have a lot of depth in them sometimes, and so that's what I think what he and I were, the balance was really good, is that he was a lot more well read, and he would bring important chunks of story to help have an action scene that I wanted to do evolve. And so because I would always avoid things that were challenging, which was acting. It's like I look at back even comics that I'm doing now, it's hard for me to make a particular character look the same panel to panel, issue to issue, as well as have that person act and emote the way that you need to tell, especially a more delicate story.
Well, one of the things I can tell you from my early days of writing comics, I'll get into that in a little bit. But I used to, I'm annoying, right? I'm really meticulous. And so one of the things I used to petition my editors on Hellblazer when I first got that gig was, can you tell me where the ad placement is? Because I'm going to end a scene just before the ad. Because if I could end a scene just before the ad, then people would already be out of that scene, and then they would see the ad and it wouldn't really matter. Then they could turn the page and and they would be able to kind of pick up the story again because the scene had ended.
Did they do that? Did that work? That's awesome.
They did very briefly. And then they found out it was harder for them to do their job, and then they stopped doing it. But for a brief golden period, I actually would end scenes where the ads were, where the ad placement was, which was really cool,
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's hard to do, but it's not impossible, right? So as long as it's not impossible, I don't care. You know, hard is fine, right? But we're looking. Look, where's that one from? This image right here.
I'm pretty sure this is a fan image.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I quite like the way they did the red bandanas. That's all. That's why I picked that one out. Yeah.
I know this guy's work. He's given us stuff at conventions before. It looks so familiar. Apologies for forgetting who it actually is, but no, that's, honestly, Courtney and I have just boxes of these amazingly awesome gifts that fans have given us over the years. And, pages and pinups and things like that. But
now at this point, I am contractually obliged to tell everybody to smash the like button, right? Forgot. We're 30 minutes in and we haven't said it. Smash the like button, get everybody in, advertise our stream. We're having fun, right? And so, a lot, actually, maybe I did pick up some fan stuff. I don't know. I mean, I know this one is not, right? I love that image. That's a great one.
You know what? You'll love this. This is a good story to this one is, over the years, I've gotten to know and be friends with Robert Rodriguez, the Sin City Desperado El Mariachi director, and awesome guy. Robert is a lot of people don't know what a fantastic artist he was. When he was in college, he had a strip, which I still a newspaper strip in his local college newspaper that was called Los Hooligans. And I keep trying to get him to reprint it and put it out there. I think it's probably like 150 sequential, like Outland, Berkeley Breathed kind of stories of Doonesbury, 4-panel strips of the college newspaper, and it's great. So Robert and I got to be friends, and he was showing me these drawings one day, and I'm like, dude, do you ever want to do a cover? You ever done a comic book cover? And he said, no. And I said, well, coming up on the 30th anniversary of the Turtles, and I'm doing a couple special covers. I said, if I pencil something, will you ink it? And he was like, yeah. So I penciled this, and Robert Rodriguez inked it. It's 2015. You can see the date. Hello. And my friend Tommy colored it. So yeah.
That's cool, man. That's really cool. I like this comment. Alex over here says the last thing that you want in the comic is to have your story interrupted by an ad for Hostess Twinkies or fruit pies. But let me point something out, Alex. When you are a little kid in Britain, that when I would see American comics, I so wanted to come to America because I was going to eat a Hostess blueberry pie because there are no blueberries in Great Britain. I was going to eat a Hostess blueberry pie, and then I was going to get myself a submarine out the back. I was going to sell the seeds and then get myself because to me, reading the ads of the old comics was brilliant. And then I came to America and I ate a fucking Hostess blueberry pie, and I was like, oh my God.
Wait, were you not as thrilled as you should have been?
Yeah, it wasn't quite as great as I thought it might be, but yeah, at least I'd eaten one at that point. So,
because I always tell the thing is like, so I used to when I had my paper route when I was a kid, I'd make about $3.50 a month, and that's what I'd use to buy comics. Comics are 20 cents a piece, so I'd actually ride my bike. It was probably 3 or 4 miles or so. Buy my comics, and then I'd have enough money left over to buy a Twinkie and a Yoo-Hoo. Sad excuses for a chocolate drink or whatever. So I'd eat my Twinkie and drink my Yoo-Hoo and read the first few comic books on the steps of the store before I then would ride home.
Yeah, because hang on, I'm sending my wife a text that says, could you get my kid to stop banging the floor up above my head? I don't know if everyone can hear this, but to me, it's the loudest thing ever. How can a 9-year-old sound like an elephant? I have no idea. Working from home, baby. Yeah, so I don't even know if some of these images that I'm bringing up, like these may well be fan things or other things, but I quite like this one that Stogie found. That was a pretty good one.
I'm going to have to think of the name of the guy that did that one.
Yeah, do you know that one?
I think it's Paul something, but it just slips my mind completely. But what's interesting about this piece is he did this drawing, and then this Chinese company called Good Smile did a set of statuettes that were all interlocking based on this guy's drawing.
Yeah.
And fantastic. I mean,
pretty cool, that one. I like that one. Yeah. And it goes to show, right, that comic art, art in general. This is mad.
I love that one.
Art in general can just be so useful. You know, it's so good. Like comic art, comic style art is so brilliant, man. You know, there's so much that can be done. I remember that when I first came to work for you, you really like Richard Corbin, which is funny because I really like Richard Corbin because I was really into Heavy Metal magazine. And you ended up getting, I mean, one of the first books I think I was working on was a Corbin crossover. It was like a Corbin version of Ninja Turtles. Man, that thing is great, you know, like that stuff is so cool. That comic art can be so different and so expressive, from Bill Sienkiewicz to Richard Corbin to Mobius to Jack Kirby. All of this dynamic quality of art is so cool. And then Eastman and Laird and Turtles. I mean, everyone's got their style. Everyone's got their. Like, I wanted to find this. This is great, by the way. This thing cracks me up. This, I've seen this before. So tell us about this thing.
I'm pretty sure we use this as the back cover for something, but this was done as a. Man, I know it's done some kind of promotional thing, and it might have been for the CBG or something. And I'm looking at the time period here because it's probably dated somewhere, but I know Pete's mocked up Turtles issue 6, and I've got the Michelangelo cover that I'm working on. But it was one of those kind of fabricated things, because Pete and I did for a while. We worked together in the same room, Mirage Studios. But by the time we get to having an office, that we didn't do that as much anymore. But it was kind of like those old advertisements you'd see sometimes in back of a Marvel comic where they talk about the Marvel bullpen, and you'd do this sort of cutaway drawing, and you'd see these rows of drawing tables, and it'd be like caricatures of Jack Kirby and Al Milgrom or Stan Lee, and they're all sort of working side by each and having a great time drawing comic books, which just was never the reality when we knew it was a reality. But we liked the idea because we had this dream of going to work for Marvel, working up on one of those on the 26th floor, right, down the hall would be so and so and so and so, and it's just most of them worked at home, the studio anyway.
That's right.
So that was a kind of a homage to that.
Yeah, I love how people think that like doing comics is glamorous, and it's like doing comics is like staying awake till 4 o'clock in the morning and like falling asleep on your drawing table and then doing it again. It's not. The only time it's potentially glamorous is when you're at a convention and there's loads of people who are really cool, and obviously the fans, being around the fans is cool. I've definitely enjoyed a chance to have fans like come up and get a signature and be excited to meet me and stuff like that. That stuff never gets old, man. Like loving the fans of comics are like a unique breed. They're interesting people, but they're always cool and they're always interesting. And very rarely do you get anyone that's kind of crappy. And if you do, I'm fine with it anyway. Like, okay, like they can tell me like you ruined Spider-Man. I'm like, thankfully, I finally ruined Spider-Man.
No, I always I remember, and this goes back to our hero, our mutual hero Kirby, in that I'm pretty sure it was San Diego Comic-Con. Probably I'm pretty sure it was 1986. But it was that was one of the local conventions that Kirby would go to, come down from Thousand Oaks, and Pete and I were so desperate to meet him because we were such a huge fan. So we were like, had a little space at the end of a friend of ours that had a real proper booth. It was like more like a flea market back in those days. And so you sort of hear this hush and this sort of whisper sort of echoing through the building where, Kirby's here, Kirby's here, Kirby's here. So Pete and I like literally threw down our stuff and ran to go meet Jack Kirby. And so by the time we got to where he was, and this is San Diego, for anybody that knows anything in the history of San Diego Comic-Con, it was when they were at the Civic Auditorium, which is about 5 blocks from where the convention center is now. Just basic civic center. And so he was already kind of sitting, and he was surrounded by about 50 people. And he was in the middle of, we showed up and sort of muscled our way through, and he was just telling a story about how he and Joe Simon created Captain America. And so everybody, giving us is hanging on every word, and then so he finishes, and then fan kind of standing right next to the guy that I think asked that question in the first place was so nervous he didn't know what to ask, so he asked the same question. How did you guys create Captain America? And Kirby, without missing a beat, didn't make the fan feel belittled or embarrassed in any way. Kirby just told the same story again with every moment. Well rehearsed, and just he loved what he did, and he gave that fan a moment. And I just remember thinking to myself that if I'm ever lucky enough to have fans, I hope I treat them the same respect that Jack Kirby treats his fans.
Well, I can tell you something that is I think a good compliment to you, mate. It's why we've been friends for so long. Is that all of my career, I've made a point of being like a mentor to people, and I made a point of being the cool guy. I hope like really kind to fans and all of that. But I got that because of the way that I saw you be when you were like rock star, Ninja Turtle, kind of like, man, you can do anything you like. You were always pretty straightforward, and then you would tell me what Kirby would be like, and I would always see like good people really acting quite humbly, and people on just a slightly lower level would always act like jackasses. And I hate the idea that anybody would ever be a jackass to a fan at a convention, because the fans they pay our wages, and so why would we be mean to somebody or to be demeaning to someone? And if you got Jack Kirby that's going to do that, everybody should do that, because he was the forerunner. And so I love the idea that having humility to some extent is an indicator perhaps that you're confident and that you know who you are, and that's good, right? That you can accept yourself for your flaws and everything. So Kirby's someone that I care very much about. He's somebody who really, frankly, you think Stan Lee invented it? Jack Kirby invented it. That's pretty much the way that it was, And I know that Stan enjoys a lot of reverence, and I know Stan has a very special place in this industry. But the fact is, Jack Kirby was the person that really was the creative driving force behind the creation of so many characters, from X-Men, Hulk, you name it, Captain America, all of these things that he was involved with. Another person that I think deserves recognition would be Steve Ditko, because he generally was a person who pretty much created Spider-Man, and he had a difficult time. He did not get on with Stan, obviously. And Stan was a wonderful person, interesting guy. I was very lucky to have had a couple of interactions with him. But Ditko and Kirby, those guys created an awful lot of stuff for Marvel and for Stan, and they deserve recognition at least,
No, you're right, and I think it was, and back in actually even in around the time that you're doing a lot of shows and getting to meet a lot of people that we admired. We were getting temporary heroes, more like let's say Barry Smith, for example, or Mike Kaluta, or Bernie Wrightson, or the Frank Millers, or the Alan Moores, and the people that were sort of like we came after those guys. Those guys came right on the heels of guys like Jerry Robinson and Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko and so many others that really were living through and rebelling against the work for hire system, where the corporation owned everything, not just the way they did business back then. It's no excuse. It's no excuse to make it right. We all know that, and they knew it. And even I remember Mike Kaluta told me the story once that he used to sign. They would basically print on your check that by endorsing this check and cashing this check, you are giving away all your rights to the work you did for this check. And so Mike would always sign it, signed under protest, Mike Kaluta.
Nice.
So it was a time where we were all kind of becoming aware that in so many of those cases that they not only kept all the rights, but they kept all of the artwork. And I think even Stan, who deserves a significant amount of credit. He was the company guy. He was the guy. He was a very creative guy. but the company was built on the house of people that worked under Stan, and I think because he was kind of the corporate guy, he was like he had to sort of toe the company line and then take these positions that, in my heart, I believe he knew was wrong, but he was a company guy. And again, not that he didn't have anything to do with it; he was there at the time. But I think he later, you know, when it became more real to everybody, and everybody clearly knew that the importance of what Jack contributed to what Steve Ditko contributed, and so many other people that contributed to the Marvel Universe, that he would sort of pull back on his, you know, well, I created everything, and these guys work for me. I created everything, and they work for me. To the point where, you know, he would mention many times, you know, Jack Kirby was the most creative guy he's ever met in his entire life. Stan. But you know, even like that was, I love there's a documentary that came out about Bill Finger recently, maybe within the last 2 years, and just looking for, because Bob Kane, you know, forever did the Stan Lee thing that he said that, you know, he created Batman, you know, whole, you know, 100% in, you know, top to bottom, and lived this lie for a long time, and never gave guys like Bill Finger and other people that really came up with concept of characters, the underlying characters, the secondary characters, the entire Batman universe.
Yeah.
So, but so it's you know, and I feel like, you know, and we've talked about this a few times, and you know, we've met you know, the comic business in, you know, the UK. There was some similarities. The structures were very similar to things that were created, you know, with Judge Dredd and the Warriors and those kinds of things, and it's just
Well, one person that you and I are very familiar with is this hairy lunatic. Someone that I love, right? So I was Alan's editor at Tundra on Big Numbers, and also From Hell originally. Actually, I had that book, and I was lucky enough to work with Alan, and he was really kind to me, right? Like Alan Moore, you know, for those of you who may, if any of you have been living under a rock, Alan created Watchmen. He created V for Vendetta. He created the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, From Hell. I mean, this is a guy who's incredibly prolific. When I was a little kid, he created half the stuff you read in 2000 AD, including 2000 AD's Future Shocks, which were brilliant single-page stories, right? Complete lunatic. And I have some great stories for Alan. Now, we're going to save some of these because next week you and I are going to go full-on crazy. It's going to be a whole thing of all the crazy crap that you and I have, because there's a bunch of crazy, and some of it is Alan. I will remind you, we might as well just give a little teaser. How about a teaser of Alan meeting my brother in the Brown Set?
God, it's like, I don't know how you can even explain it. I mean, I'll describe like Alan Moore looking like he is, you see in the picture, but he was wearing a
brown suit.
Brown suit. It was exquisite, beautifully pressed, double-breasted, buttoned down with a trench coat sort of draped over the shoulders. It was just like you couldn't get a more perfect picture of elegance and fashionability with this crazy animal from the Muppet sort of head sort of stuck on the top of it. You know, and it was just one of those things. I think people saw it and were just like, because he's also very tall as well. And I think that was we were in the Browns.
Yeah, we're in the Browns Hotel. Yeah, we're in the Browns Hotel. Yeah.
Very, very, very posh. We didn't fit in there very well. I know I didn't, but it was around tea time, and Alan had come in to have a meeting with us and stuff, and your brother was coming to visit and drop off some indispensable items that some of the people that were in our party that needed. And he was the people that, he had a mohawk at the time, right?
Yeah, no, my brother had basically a red, white, and blue mohawk like he normally did. And he came into the Browns Hotel, which might be the poshest hotel in London, so that he could bring comestibles to the people. Basically, he brought weed. So actually, it wasn't even weed. The best part was it was like red Lebanese hash. It wasn't
exactly. It was.
It was like this really tarry kind of stuff, right? So when they needed to be hooked up, my brother hooked everybody up. And so he comes into the Browns Hotel, and now we're sitting around, and Alan and my brother are just yucking it up and hanging out.
Well, they weren't going to let him in. They were like, they blocked him at the door. I was like, sorry, you can't come in here. And he was like, he went full on, punk. And he was screaming at him. He's like, ah! And they finally just let him go to come in.
They just like let him come in, and he's like, do you know who I'm with? And then he pointed at us. They're like, okay, well, I guess you better come in then. They look as bad as you do. So anyway, so Alan Moore, getting back to him, man, I mean, I had come into working in comics at that point, and I had come through Mirage. Now I came into Tundra Publishing, and you and I did that publishing company. We are going to do a whole series on Tundra. That's going to be an interesting set of stories, because there are some untold stories of that are brilliant.
Absolutely.
And also heartbreaking. But Alan, was working with us, and he's a guy who got treated really badly, I think. I mean, he created Watchmen, and my understanding of it is that they said, well, if it goes out of print, it can return to you. And he said, okay, great. And then they made sure it never went out of print, but not necessarily because of the sales, just because they wanted to keep ownership of Watchmen. And that was something that he was furious about, and said, I'm going to curse you. By the way, I just want to point out, over here, we had Charlie, my nephew. This is my nephew, Richard, also known as Cider, because actually his name is Cider, who ended up in Hellblazer. And his comment on my brother is classic dad. Can you believe Rich the Punk is now a dad? It's great, so yeah.
We got to tell the story about how you and Richard ran yourselves over with a golf cart one day. So
we did run ourselves. I may as well get into it. It's my brother. This is how crazy my brother is. My brother and I grew up in the back end of nowhere, and one point he comes over to America, and you have to understand, I've got to find a picture of him. I'll try to see if I can put one up, right? My brother is as lunatic as anybody you've ever met, right? He's just a complete loon. So he decided he wanted to play golf, right? And if there's a person who is least likely to be on a golf course, that is going to be my brother, Richard. And so, I took him out playing golf, and okay, yeah, let's see if I can show you. This would be quite a famous picture of my brother.
Sure, a lot of people don't know you're a very talented golfer as well, but it's
yeah. Okay.
Richard seems like a guy that Guy Ritchie would cast in one of his movies. He flicked right from the East End of London.
Right. So my brother. This is a picture of my brother. This is the one I could find. The significance of this picture is this is in 2002. Cider, my nephew, will recognize this. This is a picture of my brother when they took over Stonehenge and they were booted off by the police. Right? And my brother ended up on the front pages of the newspapers because he was kicking a copper in the head. I ended up talking to him, and he was like, "Can't talk right now. I'm busy." And he was busy fighting with a policeman. It was brilliant. So my brother comes over and he wants to play golf with me, and he's a complete maniac. And so we went golfing, but we went drinking at the same time as golfing. And we were already drunk when we got to the golf course. And the way it worked was, it was a little 9-hole course, and we drove around the course, and we would buy another 6-pack. And by the time we had played 35 holes, we were so drunk we couldn't stand, right? And we started going down a hill, and my brother went too fast, and I said, "We're going too fast." And I grabbed it, and it was a 3-wheel golf cart, and it pulled the bar, and it bucked the two of us off. And we went rolling down the hill, and I looked around, and the golf cart was bouncing towards us, and it bounced literally on top of me and then bounced down the hill. And we lay there, and I thought, well, my brother's dead, because he was laying on his front, and he was just staring at the ground, shaking. And I thought, well, my brother's dead. I've killed him. And then I realized he was laughing. Right? That's typical of my brother. So we stood up, and we were so drunk, and we found out that his rental clubs were all bent in half, and the only club that wasn't bent was the ball retriever. So So we managed to get and drive that down to the clubhouse, and then we left the clubs outside and we ran off the course. It was great. Anyway, there's my brother. That's the story of my brother. We'll get to that later because there's a lot of crazy in all of this. In early days when you and I worked together, we worked with Alan. We were very reverent to some of these people. Rick Veitch, Dave McKean, George Pratt, who I think is just the most amazing artist. Like George Pratt's work was brilliant. And so then I got like my turn, which was mad, right? I went away I'd been an editor-in-chief actually at Tundra, and then for a little while at the end. And then I went away to a company called Majestic, which was another typical thing. They were in bankruptcy. They weren't paying their artists. I got annoyed immediately and said, you have to pay your artists. Hey, Charles. We see Charles showing up, so saying hi to everybody. And Toka's there as well, yeah. So I move away. I go to Majestic. Kind of the last you see of me for like, because I went and lived in Cincinnati for a couple of years was, oh, yeah, well, he's kind of moved on to go do another job. And then in the middle of that, like I came back and I ended up getting into writing Hellblazer, which is crazy because at one minute I'm like I'm working in the editorial side of it, and the next thing you know, I get to write comics, which I'm telling you, man, was not my chosen career. I was going to be a filmmaker, but I had found a different way, and I was now working in comics. And so
what's interesting is, I was just thinking what's interesting is I know you worked on it was a comic you co-plotted and wrote with Craig Farley at Mirage, and you were around all the stuff that was going on in Mirage Studios on the comic line. And when you came to Tundra, there was so many different aspects of just logistics, which is, was important to have. I felt it was important to have you as the sort of the main liaison with so many of the British creators that we ended up gravitated to Tundra as a company. I mean, everybody from Neil Gaiman to Dave McKean to Alan Moore to Simon Bisley and a bunch of others. So it's just what's interesting is that you were overseeing and editing and commenting and from at that level a lot of different kinds of comic books. So it's sort of like I can imagine what it must have been like when you jumped into it, but at the same time you'd been sort of sleeping and breathing comic books in general for all those years at Tundra. I remember just popped in my head was the first time we looked at when Alan Moore sent in the script, I think maybe Big Numbers issue 3 or 4, and it was like that thick, and you were like, what?
Yeah.
It was like there's a massive amount of pages that he could write for those kind of things. So but no, you can definitely see the progression of just the experience that you had in dealing with so many different kinds of creators in the whole world of comics. So
yeah, there it is, man. This was my first book with you that I finally got to write one for Mirage Studios. It was my one Ninja Turtle comic that I did, which was really cool. Craig Farley's a great artist, and I wonder, I'm not sure if he's underrated. I don't know if people know him, but I always thought his art was really good. Really great artist. And so, yeah, I can tell you how I learned to write comics, because I used to get Neil Gaiman and Alan Moore's comics in, and I'm like, I would read them voraciously. I want to learn how to write these things, and so that's where I got my comics. So, yeah, I got to write just one Ninja Turtle comic, which was cool. I go away and I come back on, and the next thing you know, I go down. So my break into comic story is I broke into comics as a writer the only way that you cannot break into comics, which was going down to San Diego Comic-Con and meeting the editor of Hellblazer and asking him, can I write Hellblazer? And he said, well, what have you written? And I said, I've got to be honest with you, mate, I've not written anything. And
I say
how you can't break into comics like that. There's just no way to break into comics doing that, because that's just stupid. But I had worked with you,
and I know that Karen Berger from Vertigo, who's the editor-in-chief, she knew me because a lot of our Vertigo guys. So we had Neil Gaiman, we had Alan. You know, he wasn't a Vertigo guy, I don't think. But we had Dave McKean, we had a bunch of Kent Williams, a bunch of people. So we kind of knew Karen. I didn't know what I could do, so I just asked, "Can I write Hellblazer?" And the next thing you know, my first issue was Hellblazer number 89. Which was set in Australia. I didn't even want to write those 2 issues, to be honest, but I took over from Eddie Campbell, who did 4 issues of Hellblazer and then just said, I don't like doing it, and left. They really needed, that's very Eddie, right? And they really needed someone. And so I became the guy. And then my nephew, Cider, who's now watching, this is him. This is him, the kid on the front there.
That's awesome.
Poor old Cider, he's possessed by a demon. It's great.
Awesome.
So I got into comics because I broke in, and the one thing about me writing Hellblazer, Kev, was that I wanted to write about where I was from, and it was a bit more authentic, frankly, about Britain than maybe even what Garth had done, because a lot of that was all London and stuff like that. But I grew up in the countryside, man, and I just really felt that the British countryside and the magic of it was a really important story to tell. And so I did I'm going to find a few more. We got loads of different ones. These I'm going to go through my stuff in a second. But I did Hellblazer, and I loved it, and I was very lucky to have a chance to do it. And
well, so you had some great artists that you work with. I mean, family covers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sean Phillips, right, was my artist, and he's incredible. Yeah. So a couple of stories for anybody. We have a little echo, by the way, I'm told. Kev, it might be your volume if you could turn it down a little bit.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Hopefully we lost it. Good. Maybe.
Really loud.
Yeah, it might be your volume a bit. Okay. So this is my first. This is something that's very special to you and I. I don't know if you know this story. So sometimes, yeah, I think it might be coming from your laptop. So I think we've lost it now. Okay. So you know the story of Swamp Thing 88. Why don't you tell our viewers the story of what happened with Alan Moore and Swamp Thing 88?
Well, it was actually Swamp Thing 88 was Rick Veitch.
Rick Veitch, I'm sorry, yeah, Rick Veitch.
Yeah, no, there's a lot because we all know Alan. We're talking about Alan, but Alan's the one that Steve Bissett and John Togleman brought. I think they were a couple issues away from canceling Swamp Thing, and those guys came in and just revolutionized not only the character but almost comics in general. But Rick Veitch is just a super clever writer and artist, and was offered early on taking over Swamp Thing, and he had mapped out a year's worth of issues, which was basically this time travel story where Swamp Thing would go back in time. Each issue would be further back in time to the point where Swamp Thing 88 was he was actually part of the wood that was the cross that they crucified Christ on, and it was approved in advance, and so he methodically went through issue to issue to issue, and around the time they were getting, just you didn't always work a bit in advance, and around the time that he had done the cover, Tom Sutton was the inker, and he had penciled the entire issue, and I think Sutton had inked about a third of it, and then again, this was still 3 months before the issue would even come out, and I think DC had some interest in the Swamp Thing movie, and suddenly got very nervous and just didn't want the movie to not go ahead because of something controversial of Swamp Thing being part of the cross of Christ, and so they canceled the issue.
Yeah,
and it was basically dropped in mid pen stroke. Was it Tom Sutton or Michael Zulli? Michael Zulli was doing
Yeah, I can't remember who drew it. Well, I got like a story that I don't actually know if you know this. So when I took over Hellblazer, I didn't like that story. I thought that was really hypocritical to basically cancel something because you thought that it was, and I'll tell you why I think it's hypocritical. If John Constantine can spend all this time talking to the devil and talking to demons and all that, and you can't put Christ in the story, that's really hypocritical. I thought that was silly. Well, I got in Hellblazer '97. I got to write the first appearance of Jesus Christ back in a Vertigo book. They didn't know it was Jesus Christ until they realized what was happening at the end of the book. And I didn't tell them, so I was really rebellious, and I actually put Jesus in a story. And it's this guy right here. This is a character that was based on somebody that I knew when I was a kid. It was a gypsy. We lived out in the country. And the story is that John Constantine goes down and he finds in a forest, he finds this gypsy called Tom, and he talks to him, and the guy does basically like tarot cards, but they're like British countryside kind of earth cards. And John says, well, what do you do for a living? And he says, I'm a shepherd. And he said, well, don't you need a flock for that? And he says, well, I can see mine from anywhere. So really, it was Jesus, like the shepherd or whatever, and we put him in. So I sneakily got a little of my friends back a little bit, because I was quite friendly with each, and so I thought that was actually worth doing. So I ended up getting my stuff in Hellblazer. That was cool, and then I did. And this is an interesting one for you, by the way. This is actually a cool story. You get that question a lot, which is, where do you get your ideas from? Normally you don't know, right? It just kind of comes, right? But I was running around a cemetery where I used to run in Northampton, where we lived, right? So I was running around a cemetery, and as I'm running, I realized, wait a minute, I'm running anti-clockwise around a cemetery. And there's an old Scottish legend that's called Widdershins. If you go 3 times clockwise, anti-clockwise around a cemetery, the ghost will come and haunt you. So as I'm running, I'm like, fuck. I've run around this thing like 70 times. I'm screwed. So I figured the only way to solve it was to write a story about a poor jogger that didn't realize why his life was screwed up by demons and stuff. And it was because every day he ran the wrong way around a cemetery. It's crazy, right? And then I was lucky enough to do the 10th anniversary issue of Hellblazer in my run. And
how many did you write in the end?
I wrote more issues of Hellblazer than anyone that's ever written it.
Oh, no kidding. That's awesome.
Yeah. I wrote 5 years, I think, of it. And so what was cool about that issue was that in Hellblazer, he's got an internal monologue, and he basically, John Constantine talks to you like, yeah, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. This is the one where you go to the pub, and it's the pub where he tells you, the reader, the stories. And so you go in and he said, come on in and sit with me. And then all of the creators are the people drinking in the pub. And then he takes you around to meet everybody and shows you, where his life is. And then at one point in the comic, he says, I realize that I'm just black ink on white paper, but I'm also real. I'm as real as you want me to be. And the reason that I wrote that is because a lot of people have said that they've met John Constantine, and I've seen him too. And I know it sounds crazy, but I had an experience seeing him. Rick Veitch said he saw him. Alan Moore said he met him in a sandwich shop and then in his kitchen. And so I wanted to talk about that maybe if we believe in something a lot, it makes it true. And so one thing that's really funny is I'm writing all these like heady mental stories, and that really wasn't superheroes, man. That was like really different from the kind of stuff that I ended up doing. And then,
I think he was one of the lawyers that represented Mirage back in the day.
What was that?
John Constantine, I think he represented.
Yeah, maybe so.
That was Fred Fierce, somebody else.
Fred Fierce, yeah, right, absolutely. Yeah. And then for me, I was lucky, right? I had no idea, like I said, that I was going to do this job. And then the next thing I know, I'm like working in comics, and I didn't plan on it. And I get this phone call from Marvel, and they're like, "Hey, would you come work with us?" And I said, "Yeah." And I go to Marvel, and they're in bankruptcy, man. They're going out of business. And so they said, "Well, can you just, we know you write clever comics. Can you do one?" And I wrote this book called The Inhumans, which was their biggest giveaway. Like the characters that they'd never been able to sell. So they asked me, can you do it? And I went, yeah. And we won an Eisner Award. And that surprised the hell out of them. It was crazy.
No, that's great. You know, it's funny. Just when you were talking about Hellblazer before, because we were talking about I think we had intersected a number of different projects that we worked on. But we would talk a lot about what you were doing, and I loved the source of the ideas because it was very. It seemed a lot of the Hellblazer ideas that you came up with were very personal and very like it was about I think Richard like you were putting people you knew in instances you knew and legends, and you really found a voice, a way to express yourself the way you did in those comics. And then it's funny when you went to Marvel, I was immediately jealous because you then wrote one of my favorite Jack Kirby Stan Lee creations, which is the Inhumans. It was one of those characters, just Black Bolt and just so many Lockjaw and everything. That was so cool. And then you also got to work with Jay Lee. Was really I think he was not quite legendary, but he was like one of those guys that was a huge fan favorite at that time. So but yeah, I love that series.
Yeah, and so I did. I got to see you later, Nolan. I got to work with Jay, and the very first thing that happened was we had this tremendous success. I mean, Marvel Knights went off, the rails. And I remember when it happened too, it wasn't issue 1, it was issue 2. It was like we came out with issue 2 about some kids, and it's like the internet exploded, like, wow, it was just a comic. And next thing you know, they're like, this is the best thing ever. And then they said to me, you can write whatever you want, which is kind of cool, right? And I'll be honest, I didn't want to write Spider-Man because I thought it was a mess. And so I asked him, can I do the Sentry? Which is crazy because I had been pitching this bloody comic to them for years. And they had said no to me constantly. Every time I asked them, can I do the Sentry? They're like, no. I pitched it at DC. They said no. And it actually came originally because I wanted to do the Hour Man. Do you know that character for DC?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
he takes a pill and he's powerful for an hour. And I'm like, man, I'd be so addicted to that. I wanted to do a story about addiction.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let me do it. So I created the Sentry. They rejected it. Marvel rejected it so many times. And then when I had a little bit of power at Marvel and they said, you can do whatever you like, I said, I want to do the Sentry. And it really pissed them off.
I think they want to take over one of their own creations.
That's right. That's right. They wanted me to take over Spider-Man, and I said, I can't do it. I don't know what to say. It don't make any sense, right? I couldn't work out what Spider-Man, I wouldn't have known what story to tell, right? So then,
that would have been a hard one.
Yeah, it was hard because it was so convoluted. And they had the Clone Saga and all this other stuff, and I couldn't understand any of it, right? So after the Sentry, that's when they let me do Spider-Man, and I ended up doing it with Mark Buckingham, and that was really lucky because Bucky is like incredible. Like he's an incredible artist, and
yeah, he's like one of those guys that I felt like when he came in with a style that then was so accessible and was sort of like this, hyper cartoony little dash of anime.
Yep.
And it just was, Bruce Timmey, Batman. I don't know. It was just
yeah,
agglomeration of a lot of really fun art styles that I think then was replicated many times by a lot of different artists. Really,
And the thing about Bucky, and this is kind of a cool thing, is when I took over, when I did our first book, what happened was I called Bucky up, and it was late at night for me, so maybe 3 a.m, and it was 8 o'clock in the morning for him in Great Britain, and we had just come off successfully being on the front page of the Sun newspaper because they wrote about us taking over Spider-Man. And we ended up talking about Spider-Man, and we had not done any work yet. and we both agreed, like, when I was a kid, he used to piss people off. He used to have a really funny sense of humor. And so that's what we wanted to do. We just wanted to kind of have him have a sense of humor, right? That's what, I mean, aren't those the Spider-Man issues that you remember when you were a kid? Like Spider-Man being a kid and punching Dr. Octopus and stuff like that. That's what we wanted to do. So I was lucky enough to do Spider-Man. And then, you know.
You had quite a run. How long was your run on that? Because you did a bunch of...
6 years.
6 years. And it's like I have a bunch... waited till they came out with the collections, but I've got a lot of the collections.
Yeah,
a couple of different artists as well.
Yeah, I did 6 years of it, and I was really cool. I got to work with Humberto Ramos a while, and obviously Humberto and I became friends, and we did some other work. But we did a story that was quite a definitive, like Green Goblin story that they ended up using in their first movie, and they called me up and said, "Hey, good news, we're using your story. Or Raimi really likes it. Bad news, we can't give you credit."
Of course not. You know, like,
yeah,
that might leave them hanging out there for some legal claim that then.
That's right. And so they did that to me a lot, man. They used my animals in the Hulk. They used, and for me, it got to this culmination, right? Which was, I was really lucky. And then at one point, I'm at their editorial conference, and this is how it came down, right? So their president looked at me and said, "Why are you annoyed?" And I said, "Well, I'll be honest with you. You're supposed to be the house of ideas, and you keep saying no to every good idea that comes up today. Why is it that you keep saying no?" And he said, "You know, I agree with you, and I would like you to tell me what the problem is." And my idea was, if Grant Morrison does Arkham Asylum, which is a great book, if he pitches Arkham Asylum 2, DC say no. It's almost like their default is to say no to anything. And Marvel's default was to say no. And I said, why can't you just say yes to stuff? And so I pitched them, you know, would you be open to, why don't we do like the origin of Wolverine? You say we can't do it, but why don't we do it? And to Bill's credit, he said, sure. So I found myself writing the origin of fucking Wolverine, which was great because I didn't know anything about Wolverine.
That was right off the heels of the Spider-Man run.
That's right. I did Spider-Man and I did the Hulk. They let me rebuild that content. Then, you know, so Joe Quesada always used to say to me, "You're like our rebuild guy. You rebuild our stuff. You know, when we broke it, you fix it," kind of thing, which is nice to hear. But part of my answer would be, well, stop breaking it then.
Well, you know what's interesting is it just made me think again. We talked about Alan Moore a bit earlier on, and just seems like you know, around the time that you know, he came into Swamp Thing, it was like, you know, he's some crazy Brit guy that wants to do a Swamp Thing story. We're gonna cancel it in 3 issues, so do whatever you want. And then you know, look what happened. And I think that, you know, when Marvel in a situation around the time that, you know, all the Marvel, you know, all you Marvel nice guys that sort of came in, I think it was sort of like, well, what do we get to lose? Let's take some chances and make it work. And then and that's what sort of brought this interesting, you know, not rebuild is not, because that was sort of came later, but just sort of renewal, revival. It was a fresh look with fresh eyes, with people that they said, well, what do we get to lose? Let's let this happen. But then the flip side of that, the worst part of that, is that creates success, which then creates something more precious that then they have to sort of protect it. So then everything becomes no, because they're getting really scared. Like, okay, we built it up to here. If we say yes to something, and it could tip it all over. Oh.
It is always crazy to me, Kev, right? That the freedom that we should enjoy as creators and the support and the trust that we should enjoy immediately is the first thing that's in jeopardy when it starts getting good. Because ultimately, when I first went there, they were in bankruptcy, man. They were so close to Chapter 7 bankruptcy. And then when we had success and they finally did the last thing that you ever think they're going to do, which is to let good creators actually make good content, they turn around and they say, no, you can't. You can't do that. And you're like, why? What are you talking about? I'm telling you right now that we did a little project called Civil War, right? I worked on Civil War, and Mark Miller was writing the main title. And what most people don't know about that book is that I had 11 issues of Civil War Frontline, and it was the man on the street kind of story, right? I'd written 11 issues of that book before Mark had written issue 2. So what you see in Civil War is very much a story that I wrote.
Oh, wow.
And because Mark was really sick, Mark Miller was really sick at the time. And so he was struggling. And so they would have me hand in mine. And so really that's the way the story was going to go. And I'll never forget that, you know, they never touched a single word of Civil War, not once. I would write it and they would say, that's great. You can just keep it as it is. We love it. And you're doing a great job. Thanks very much. And Civil War Frontlines, I believe, sold, they said, like 4 or 5 times what they thought it was going to sell. So we were doing great. Thanks very much. And then they had me do the next one, which was Frontlines World War Hulk, which was their very next, they did some next, you know, event. And I started working on it, and they started telling me, you need to do this, you need to do that. And they started telling me the rules. And I'm like, why the hell are you telling me what to write now? You've never done that. I've done this for 6 or 7 or 8 years with you, and everything's fine. And now you're telling me what you think I should do. I don't understand. And you know what? It was like 1.5 years before they sold to Disney. And that's when you realize what was going on. They needed to tell me because the stakes were high now, you know?
Yeah, they started to get worried. It's like, yeah, exactly. Protecting the franchise, protecting the, you know, because it is, you know, they're building it, you know, it's been built up to now. It was a reputable company again. It was popular and you know, selling loads of comics.
Yeah. To which I say, you're welcome, Marvel. No problem. Help.
Well, you know, it's you know, unfortunately, it's one of those kinds of stories that we all wish didn't repeat itself as much as it is, you know, whether it's in our business or, you know, similar creative businesses that, you know, you know, it's like even, you know, working through, we're doing some great stuff with Tom Waltz and I working on this last Ronin story based on a story that Peter and I wrote. But, you know, it was one of those things that Tom Waltz wrote 100 issues. He spent 9 years. He wrote 100 spectacular issues of the Turtles, and it was, you know, and it's, you know, he takes a village in the sense that, you know, you get really fantastic artists, and you know, Nickelodeon had some input, and Bobby Curnow is a series editor. But at the end of the day, it's like every single one of those was written by Tom. He was in the driver's seat, and so when they were gearing up to getting to issue 100, it was sort of like, you know, well, we're gonna, you know, you've done 100 issues. We're going to try some other things. And he's just sort of like, so he was just sort of like, well, you know, trying to do this and what, and, you know, I still want to do stuff. What do you want me to do? And they're sort of like, well, you know, thanks. You wrote 100 issues. That's great. And it wasn't, not want to make it sound like they completely dismissed them, because we had been talking about the last Runner for the year before, but it was one of those moments where, you know, like you're spending, you know, 5 years on Hellblazer or 6 years on Spider-Man, or, you know, 8 years as a company man, and suddenly that, you know, there's sort of, you know, like literally, because he edits some other books as well, but he sort of was sitting in his office and was just sort of like, well, I just spent 9 years writing 100 issues. What am I supposed to do now? And it was a moment of, you know, giving your sea legs again, and it's and I think it's that corporate structure sometimes that
I don't mind it. You know, I don't mind it, buddy, because I'll be honest with you, man. I kind of get it. They're corporations, you know. Like, look, my background was with you. Like, my foundation in this business was with you, especially Tundra, right? And as crazy as Tundra was a cool, amazing movement, right? It was telling creators, yes, you can, and you're worth it, and you deserve the chance to own your content and to benefit from it. Now, listen, you and I are going to get into Tundra in a couple of weeks, and that story is fucking whack. Okay, that's the wackiest story of all time. And there are going to be some
good ones.
But what Tundra really represented was beautiful, right? It was letting creators own their content and benefit from it. Why did you want to do that? Because you and Pete did, right? You guys had the opportunity to do it. And the very first thing, like I've said on this show many times, the reason I love you, buddy, is because you said how lucky you were.
You didn't say, I did this and I'm really cool. Almost the first time I met you, you went, look how lucky I was. I got to own my content, right? Let's be clear, everybody out there. Kevin wasn't just lucky. Okay, you guys stood up for yourselves and you guys turned down a lot of money at one point for various things, right? And that's hard to do when you're not rich, right? And someone goes, I'll give you $1 million. And you go, oh, and you turn that kind of thing down. That's pretty hard. But Tundra Publishing meant something, and it's what I took with me. So when I was working with Marvel and when I was rebuilding their content and their value, I didn't care. I already knew that I was going to be moving on. I knew it, man. I didn't expect... I was expecting to move on because I wasn't their guy. I wasn't an insider. I didn't do politics. I didn't know anything about it. I was just going to end up moving on. And so around about 2002, I got back to what I was expecting to do. As I started working with Rob Pryor, remember?
Yeah.
And I started working with him in Los Angeles, and we started trying to do film. And I wanted to get out of Marvel, and I was working on game design, and I was doing video games. And that to me was what I was always going to do anyway. And so when I look at these things, I look at Tundra Publishing, as difficult as that was, and I go, yeah, man, that was awesome. Those days were crazy, and they broke our heart a little bit, but we were trying to do the right thing. Whereas working for a giant corporation like Warner Brothers or Sony or Disney, Marvel, you're going to do the work, you're going to bring value to them, and then they're going to have the value. And so I never felt worried. In all of this, I've had some real luck, right? Look, I got to write Wolverine Origin. I got to write Spider-Man for 6 years. I got to write all of these things. So let's lighten it up a little bit. This is a cool question for you because I know what mine is. In fact, I'll go first, and then I'd love to hear from you. The question is, what was your favorite thing that you ever wrote, right? Or that you ever drew, or your favorite issue or whatever, and why, right? So think about it for a second, and let me tell you what mine is, because mine is very surprising. I was lucky enough to, at one point, I worked on a project called Mythos, right? And Mythos was a fully painted reimagining of the origins of Marvel. So they would let me get the original story, usually by Stan and Jack, or Jack and Joe Simon, or whomever, and then we would paint them, and they were beautiful. Paulo Rivera is the artist, and my God, the art is absolutely beautiful in those books, right? And at one point, I wrote one about Captain America, and it's fully painted, and I put my next door neighbor, who was a survivor of the USS St. Louis. He was the main character in it. He was Captain America's buddy from when he was a kid. And I loved it so much, and it was so popular that the editor, Tom Brevoort, called me up and he asked me, okay, do you want to do more Captain America? And I said, yeah, I'd love to do more Captain America because I love the character. And so I wrote 4 issues of a book called Captain America, Theater of War. And all I can say about them is if you read them, you'll cry your eyes out. It's like, I don't care who you are, you'll get weepy because it's all about the plight of the common soldier. It's very much about my family. I wrote a lot about my great-grandfathers, and they, they lost their lives in the First War. I wrote one issue about one of my best friends, Brian Anderson, who's a triple amputee who survived his injuries in Iraq. And so writing about soldiers in the military always makes me cry. Always does. Like, I'm a big weepy soft bastard when it comes to it. My favorite work that I ever did at Marvel or anywhere, my favorite mainstream work was Captain America. And so when I get to the end of this relationship with Marvel, I don't really do mainstream. I still can look back and go, man, I'm proud of that. I love working on that stuff. Right?
Yeah, I gotta look at it. I feel like I know I have that in my collection, but I definitely gotta look at that again. But this is what time period did this come out?
So this was about 2007 or 8. It was Mythos. This is actually an image from Mythos, right? What I'll do is let me show you the Captain America Theater of War. That's this one. This is the actual book I'm talking about. I got to work with John McCrae. He was amazing. and the stories were progressively. I'll tell you how it came out. Right when I got a call from Tom Brevoort, and he asked me, "Can you write Cap?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, can you pitch me these oversized books called Theatre of War? We want single issue stories, and we know you love them." And I waited for half an hour, and I called him up and I said, "Tom, I got 4 stories for you." And we ended up publishing every single one of them. It took me half an hour to think of them. And I told him the first one that's in this series. And when I told it to him, Tom Brevoort on the phone at the other end of the line, he let out a little laugh, Kevin. And I said, "Tom, I know what you're doing. You cried then, didn't you?" And he said, "You bastard. I've been doing this for 35 years and you just made me cry." And I said, "Great, man." So those are the ones that I'm most proud of. They will make you cry. They're very poignant, and they're very much about my family and my friends who've been in the military. And having survived a little bit of the military myself in the Air Force Reserve or cadets, if you've ever been exposed to the military, there's a love in the military for brothers and sisters that is unlike any other. And I can tell you, on firsthand experience, like my contribution to the British military was putting my arms through the middle of a dead sheep. Long story. That's what we got. But standing around doing hard things, going through drill, standing on a cold drill thing, just having each other's back, it's hard. And so writing about that is really cool. That's mine. What about you?
Well, what I love what you said is what you're talking about is it was an interesting thing that I've always been fascinated by history and what history, big part of history is war. And so I remember I'd read war comics, and then read books on World War I, World War II, and I was just Vietnam and Korea and these things, and people would have this idea where the Spartans, and it was just one of those things that people think, well, you're just a warmonger, and it's like, no, I'm not a warmonger. I don't like war. I don't promote war. I don't want to. War is a very cruel. It's just the most despicable thing in the world. But what's interesting is that, to me, the fascinating part is the heroes, the people that any veteran that survived. I have an uncle that was second wave at Omaha Beach, and and any veteran will tell you that survived those wars that all the heroes of that particular battle, of that war, were left on the beaches or left in the fields or left over there. They didn't get a chance to come home, and so it was the idea of the hero that would, against all odds, against the fear and the things that the scariest thing in the world, which is dying, to help your brothers, to help to stand up for the things that you felt were right and doing the right thing. That to me was the commendable thing. I grew up in the great state of Maine, and we grew up with Joshua Chamberlain, who was a very famous Civil War commander that helped spotted the weakness at Little Round Top in the Battle of Gettysburg and helped save that battle and potentially help save the war, so to speak. So it was more the idea. So that was what it fascinated me about I mentioned the war comics I was reading that Joe Kubert was editing, which was not only the Make War No More symbol, but a lot of the stories that they were crafting and writing were, about the camaraderie, the brotherhood, the sacrifice, and all those things. And that's what.
Yeah, man. And I got like a really cool kind of okay, so I love Karen Berger. I'm so reverent towards Karen. She's amazing. I mean, she gave me my first job as a writer, and I love her. She's incredible. But there's kind of a funny story about, I wrote a story for Weird War Tales.
I love Weird War Tales.
Okay. They did it with Vertigo, and they asked me for a story, and I literally wrote a story that was based on a real event. That not only was it a real event, but my great uncle Charlie was in. He was lost on the Battle of the Somme. So again, like poor old Charlie Hazelgrove, he bit it. They never found his body, but he was right in a very famous battle that was a very big tragedy in British military history. The morning of the Somme offensive, a colonel came down the line, and the way that the battle was supposed to go is they would make the soldiers march across no man's land
and right in front of them would be the shelling pattern. So they would shell the ground, and the guys would run behind it. So they knew the Germans would take about 5 minutes to winch up their heavy equipment, right? And they figured, as the Germans are busy winching this up, we can go and overrun their trenches. We're going to win this battle. And the colonel said, no, you're not going to do that, because British soldiers do not run, they march. And literally, the poor soldiers had to walk across, they had to march across no man's land. The Germans winched up their equipment, probably said, like, what the hell are they doing there? And they shot them and killed them all. My great uncle, Charlie Hazelgrove, was in that battle. That's so sad. So I wrote the story from the perspective of the captain who's leading his men across no man's land, and he's been told this, and in his head he's thinking, I've got to tell him to run, but because he has orders, he cannot tell him. So Karen said, why doesn't he just tell him to run? And I kept saying, Karen, you'd understand if you've been in the military, like you can't go against your orders, as stupid as they would be. That's kind of the point of what happens. She didn't like it. Frankly, I just handed in the same script 2 weeks later, and they said, okay, it's approved. So that was really sneaky of me. But I wrote that in Weird War Tales, like literally based on a real person. So, you know, stories can come from real life experiences as well as your imagination, man. I mean, they should. And
yeah, I think that's, you know, I think that's some of the scary stuff about those kinds of stories, is that, you know, something that is, you know, is that real, that people think is, you know, it's hard to believe, you know, like, you know, Peter Weir did a pretty fantastic version of Gallipoli, you know, with the Anzacs and what happened there, and stuff that, and some of the things that they would show in these battles. And it's always like, to me, and just, you know, the historical stuff that I've read and grown to understand of certain battles and how it evolved and this and that, it was all too often you'd see, like, by the time, you know, World War I started, the military tactics were far outdated. They were a war that was 20 years old, that the generals that were commanding them in those days, they weren't going up against machine guns. So they still felt massing their men and marching them. And you know, I just read another book on World War I again recently. And actually, French artist named Tardy did René Tardy did a really fantastic series of events based on his father's stories of World War I, the French military. But it was, but yeah, they you know, completely antiquated systems, and you have some of those battles where you could lose 15,000 Germans and you could lose 15,000 British, French, whatever. You know, have 30, 40, 50,000 person losses in a single battle was not unusual.
On the Somme, dude, on the Somme, they believe 80,000 casualties on both sides on the first day of the Somme offensive. That's 80,000 people, 80,000 casualties. That's incredible, you know? And so,
yeah,
you know, I think we got onto this because I was so proud of those books, and writing about military and writing about war is something. And I got one little aside. I also do game design, you know, and I worked on this game called The Darkness. It was one of my favorite games I ever did. And we did a series that was set in the trenches. You actually go through some of the levels and you go through the trenches. And so I put my great grandfathers all in one section of one of the trenches. And what you do is you walk across the no man's land and you get to the trenches, and they walk across. And my great grandfather, Bill Eldridge, says, "Hi, I'm Captain Bill Eldridge of the British Expeditionary Force." He wasn't a captain, by the way. He was a corporal, you know, private, I think, actually. But when I played the first build of the game, I walked across no man's land and I found my great grandfathers, and I couldn't go. I couldn't move on. So I hung out with them for hours. I just sat there. I didn't do anything.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, very heartfelt in an awesome way.
It was really cool. And they're like a little bit alive now, you know, they live in a game, right? So yours, man, I know we got sidetracked, but we always do, you and I. What about your favorite copy, you know, your favorite work of your own? Like, what was your favorite thing that you did?
You know, I guess I'd probably go, you know, Peter and I, of course, but I go back to some of my favorite turtle stories. You know, it was sort of one of those things that depending on the idea that how it would evolve, it was just always an interesting process. I mean, so some stories I might take a bit more of a lead in. Stories like one of my favorite issues that Peter did, took the lead on, was a Donatello one shot, which was the Kirby on and stuff. But I had the idea for the Casey Jones, the one shot with Raphael. On that time in comic books, they were doing 4-issue miniseries when that came out, 4-issue miniseries. And I said, well, if they can do 4-issue miniseries, why don't we do a 1-issue micro series, and each issue would feature an individual turtle. And so the first one, I had this idea about Raphael, that if he met somebody that was crazier than he was, would it sort of help him look inward a little bit and say, well, maybe I should tone it down or whatever. And so that was the introduction of the creation and the introduction of Casey Jones. And that was one of my favorites. The next one was, I love them all in so many different ways, of course. We all love our stories for different reasons. One of the highlights for me was working with Dave Sim. And it was, when I say working with him, I had an idea to do a Cerebus Turtles crossover in Turtles issue 8. So I was such a huge Cerebus fan. And so this is one of those stories that I took a bit more of the lead in. It was actually the story ended up being 45 pages long, and I pitched Dave the idea, and I think he was he wanted to do it, but he was sort of like, I kind of inspired these guys, and they're selling 10 times as many comics as I am. And so he agreed to do it because we seldom would give him 50% of the royalties, and he said he'd donate all of them to the Comic Book Legal Defense Fund, which I think the issue sold almost 100,000 copies of a black and white comic book, and his royalty was very large. And I think he said years later, he said that was the hardest thing I had to do, was write that, endorse that check over in its entirety, because it was such a good thing. But it was a great story. I really loved everything that happened in that story. But one of my personal favorites that I did on my own, wrote it and penciled. I worked with Eric Talbot for penciling and inking, but it was a story that I fully wrote on my own. Was Turtles issue 14. It was called The Unmentionables, and I had just seen the Untouchables movie with Kevin Costner and Sean Connery and that, and it just was sort of one of those things that, like a superhero, especially like the Turtles, are that they go out there and they do these things and solve the crimes and or save the day in their tiny little corner of the universe, but they're not recognized for it. So they're basically unmentionable. They do this kind of thing. And it was the name was borrowed that. So I had like this Slovakian gangsters come in, and they there was this legend of this was based on a variety store that I used to work in Westbrook, Maine. It was called Louis Variety. They had a rival sandwich shop, a grocery store, deli place that was called Nicely's Market. Nicely's had a big plastic cow on the roof, and these college kids stole it. These college kids stole it as a prank and then hid it somewhere, and they found it later. So I sort of had this thing where the gangsters had brought this cow from Slovakia. All this gold was hitting on it. It was stolen off this roof, and this whole thing was running around. I had guys like Norman Whitty and local. By then the Turtles had been completely relocated to Northampton, Massachusetts, from New York City, and so it was zany. It was cool, and Casey was pretending he was a detective, and April, I sort of played it up as his Girl Friday, and it was just a fun little romp that it's probably one of the first ones I wrote completely, sort of soup to nuts by myself, and it was just fun, silly, looking inward, like bringing memories of persons or childhood things or things we write from what we know, and that's
right. You write kind of about yourself for your audience, right? You write what you know, This question that Jasny is asking us, right, which leads me to another quick question. Is it true that the two muggers that Casey Jones beats up in the Raphael one shot were based after you and Pete?
Yes.
The two muggers you and Pete. That's cool.
Because it was what I love is you look at them, and some reason we were a lot muscular. And,
yeah, they were based on you and Pete. They weren't you and Pete. Hey, have you ever been in your own comics, or have you ever been a character in comics?
in a comic that you know of, or in the Ninja Turtles or whatever? Have you been a character? Like Kevin Eastman is a character?
Only, we just did that recently in a series that we did a Kickstarter for in 2017 and then again in 2019. It's called Drawing Blood.
Yeah.
And Drawing Blood is an idea that I had started probably about, you'll relate to this very well, is that, I had the idea about 10 years ago, and it was, I keep the sketchbook diary. It was sketches and little anecdotes, and it was stuff that either a personal experience that I had in comics in Hollywood, publishers at conventions, those kind of things. But, to me, it was always like, and this is probably, again, you can relate to so well, it's like when a comic book convention is over, 99% of the time, you're either going out to dinner with other creators, you end up at the hotel bar, the stories are told, and of course, as the drinks get, the night gets longer and the drinks get stacked up, the stories get better. And there's such great anecdotes, and like you said, we'll get into some of the crazy fun like that.
First of all, you get more handsome, and you can fly, and you're invincible. So yeah, I know those things. Yeah.
So I started adding these anecdotes to this to the sketchbook diary I was keeping, and it evolved into, I said, I want to do a story here, and I'm feeling it could be an interesting movie, kind of like Spinal Tap, where it would have a character that had huge amount of success, that created a kid's property, wasn't as wise with his money, did the rock star, sports star, comic star thing, and lost this and that, and he's sort of digging his way back, but he's haunted by his characters and past bad decisions and things. And when I developed it, and the original idea, as I called it, was On the Shoulders of Giants, and I had met David Avalone in a bar at Emerald City Comic Con, and we talked about everything else but, Russ Heath comics and all this kind of stuff. And then we were hanging out again at San Diego Comic Con in 2015. Just, we just sort of hit it off, like-minded thing. And I just said, you can relate to this. I know you worked in the movie industry and you're doing some comic stuff now, but I had this idea, and I told him about On the Shoulders of Giants. And he really got into it. He said, "Oh my God, you could do so much with it." And I said, "You see the autobiographical element that'll be part of it, but if you do it as a completely fictional, true story, you create a character, then you can push them further, dig deeper, do crazier things with that character." And so we were just sort of walking. I was heading over to back to the convention center to do a panel, and as we kind of got to the door, and he goes, "You know what you should call it? You should call it Drawing Blood, because it is." Like giving birth and drawing blood. So we quickly became our idea. He's officially the co-creator, but it's set in the world of comic books. I'm in that world. You're in that world. Everybody we know in the world of comic books is in the world of Shane Bookman.
Here it is, like coming alive, right? Here's the world of that comics are so alive, Here they are.
So this is Shane created, and Shane and his brother Paul created a comic called The Radically Rearranged Ronin Ragdolls, which are 3 samurai cats that grew up over sushi. They mutated and they grew up over a sushi restaurant in Queens. They're all named after famous Japanese animators, Tezuka, Miyazaki, and Otomo. And so Shane Bookman and his brother self-published it in 1991 in their homage to Kevin and Peter and this stuff. So in this first volume 1, there's a scene where Shane's going into a panel at New York City Comic Con, and he meets me. We've met before, and he goes, "Hey," I'm like, "Hey, Shane, how's it going?" He's like, "Oh, good, Kevin. I have to do this panel," and you get this. The joke is Morgan Harbour is the Hollywood producer who's making the radically dark, reimagined version of the Rain. Right now.
What was his name again?
Not Michael Bay. It's Morgan Harbour.
Yeah, Morgan Harbour. No, I got the joke. I just thought it was brilliant. Morgan Harbour.
So the thing is that, like, Morgan Harbour has bring Shane to this panel because Morgan has announced that the Ragdolls are going to be aliens and not going to be mutants like they were in the original comic book. Which is what Michael Bay did with the Turtles. He was in the Turtles. So anyway, we have an exchange, and David's there, Ben Bishop, the series artist, and Troy Little's one of the others. But we get time. So this one is really fun because it is very meta in that the things that experiences that I've had, and including experiences with you and other people that we all know in comic books, have all sort of been merged into the completely fictional true story of Shane Butler.
And we've had a few, but I really want to talk to you a little bit more about this because Kickstarter, right? I found it to be a really pure form of publishing that harkened way back to the way that we began this. Certainly I did with Tundra. Kickstarter is great, right? You've had Drawing Blood. I think you currently got Drawing Blood now, yeah. Drawing Blood 2 was the one that's current, yeah.
Yeah, we did. 2017 was the one that kicked it off. It was the first 4 issues because we imagined the series to be 12 issues. So it's the first 4, plus a recreation of the 1991 Ragdoll's comic book, and then we did the one in 2019 covers issues 5 through 8, and plus we did a 2-part Ragdoll's animated special thing. And so we're hoping we can self-fund the rest of the series, but if not, we'll do a Kickstarter. But it's to probably take what you were just going to say away is you have the fan support to do a comic book that you have traded as a purest form of vision. It's you're the writer, you're the editor, you're whatever you want it to be, you want it to be, and at the end of the day, you still own it, and they've supported it and brought this to life. So it's
absolutely. And then I know you told me off camera, you told me that you have another one. Have you announced it yet, or are you saying, because I know you want to do another one, right?
Yeah, we want to do another one. It's up a property that I created many years ago, but we haven't announced it yet, so we can save it.
I didn't say that. Didn't happen. Kevin doesn't Kickstarter. There's nothing going on. Forget I said it. Look at the man behind the curtain.
One of these, we're gonna have to come up with something on our own and do one or something.
That's right, brother. You know that. I've done a couple. I've been very lucky with Kickstarter because I loved it, but it also broke my heart. Right, it was really hard because we had some problems with the people doing the fulfillment for us. But you've seen this book, right? Do you know Fairy Quest? Yeah, okay. Fairy Quest is something that I've always been in love with, and I got to work with a good friend of mine, Umberto Ramos. We did Spider-Man together. But look, man, look at the crazy. Look at how this stuff looks, man. I mean, it's just
exquisite.
It's so exquisite. And so we've done 2 Fairy Quest. And I can sort of say that actually we're going to bring this back I never thought this book would come back because I didn't think we'd be able to get back to it. We're going to bring it back. I think in about 3 or 4 weeks, we're going to do a Kickstarter for it because I can't stand it not living, man. It's so beautiful. And
what was the result of the Kickstarters? Was it individual issues or a miniseries?
No, they were beautifully bound 48-page, 56-page books.
Wow.
They're super nice, and why the story basically is the story of Red Riding Hood and the Wolf, and they are supposed to be enemies, and they live in a world called Fablewood, and they're supposed to be enemies, but they've broken the rules. They're actually best friends. Look at the picture at the end; it's so beautiful, right?
his artist, that guy just is such a fantastic artist.
Yeah, Umberto was great, and I'm actually doing it with a guy, a different artist now, which we'll announce. But he's just like Umberto, except he's got his own style, so it's still beautiful. And then I also did another one, and I may have told you about this years ago. I did this one called Fiction Squad that's set in the same world, and the premise of it is that all the worlds in Fablewood are all like there's like the world of like crime stories and the world of horror stories and science fiction. And right in the middle of the children's stories. So there's a guy from the world of detective fiction, and he hasn't had a job in 100 years because he's been out of print. So he moves to where all the nursery rhymes are because he realizes that every nursery rhyme is a crime scene. Right?
Oh my God, that's funny. That's hilarious.
So this is the dish and the spoon, and they're running away. Like Itsy Bitsy Spider's a home invader. This is a bunch of numbers that they're chasing, like the Keystone Cops, because they're running numbers.
Oh my God.
And so this guy, Frankie, who's the detective, he moves to the world of nursery rhymes, and he finds out that the queens and the witches are the mob. So the Queen of Hearts is like Don Corleone, and they're all killing each other. And so someone drops a house on the Wicked Witch of the East, and there's a turf war between the queens and the witches, and this poor bastard gets stuck in the middle, and they give him Simple Simon is his partner.
So there's Simon right in the middle of it there. So someone just put this up. Look here. I like this comment. The best thing about comics is the unlimited imagination it engenders.
Yeah.
That could not be more true. Like, people love Ninja Turtles because of one self-evident truth about Ninja Turtles, Kevin. When you're a kid, I can give you 4 Ninja Turtles and your imagination, and you can go. And Scott McCloud said this in Understanding Comics. He said, the story that we tell in comics is not really told in the images. Sure they are. You know, you see the 2 images kind of juxtaposed against each other, but really it's the gap in the middle. It's the panel border. That's where you're actually telling your story. It's all in your imagination.
Yeah. No, and that's
and so we are so lucky to be able to do comics for a living. And, it's nice to play with the toys of Spider-Man and Ninja Turtles I've had a chance to play with. It's great to play with them, but in the end, nothing stops us from having a blank piece of paper and our imagination and making up a new story in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, that goes right back to the start of our conversation in Jack Kirby. Is that was what fascinated me, is that it was all about the imagination. It's like if you can imagine it and you can write it or write it and draw it. Which was the appeal to me, is that you can go anywhere. It's limitless, and especially for depending on what the circumstances that you're growing up in. Like, again, I was very, very small town. Downtown was a stop sign and a tiny little store that was also a gas station. But that didn't need anything. Anything you can imagine, you could go, and that's a beautiful thing about.
I wrote about that one time because I remember you had told me about that, and I grew up in the back end of nowhere in a caravan most of the time. I didn't have anything, and one thing that I remember talking with you early on about, like, how really when you have a comic, now you're not in that shitty environment. You're transported to wherever that comic takes you, right?
Yep.
I wrote about that in a Spider-Man comic that I did with Paolo about a kid with cerebral palsy. And every night his family will take him up to the roof, and he can only sit there trapped inside his body. But like he says to the reader, yeah, but while they're busy downstairs, I'm upstairs flying. Like, he would fly in his imagination. And one night he gets to witness a fight between Spider-Man and Morbius, the living vampire.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's this incredible world that he lives in. And then it all kind of comes back, and he just goes about his life again. But he's had this incredible experience, right? So
awesome.
Comics are such a conduit. And then, we'll run a little long tonight because this is a really good conversation that I think we should have, which is what's happening now, right, in comics. Obviously the industry's closed down. Everybody's a bit worried and upset because of COVID. And, we hope everyone's staying safe and feeling okay mentally, because I'm sure that it's really hard for people with their emotions. But
Absolutely.
the comic industry is closed down, right? And right now, nothing's being done. It's kind of come full circle. Diamond are not shipping. The question really is, how's the content, right? Where's the content coming from? Where's the good content coming from? And as hard as it is to say, I love the medium. I love my friends who are comic book creators. I adore the opportunity to say hi to fans. But I've never been a big fan of the industry itself, man. It's so broken because you've got small retailers trying really hard to stay above water, and they are trying really hard to pay the bills, and giant corporations that are sending content to them. That's pretty tough, man. That's a tough business to be in, because Marvel and DC and Diamond kind of dominate the way that the business works. It's great when the content is great, but when the content is substandard and mediocre and panders to people and all that, it's a shame. So my personal opinion is that the COVID thing, which is obviously, listen, COVID is not good in any way, shape, or form, but this resetting of the world might be good for the comic book industry. That's my opinion.
Well, I agree with so many parts of what you said. Is when I look at, like, say the path that Peter and I had, say, with the comics initially in the success because of the creation of the direct market distribution system at a time when there were, rumored to be between 5,000 and 6,000 comic book shops back in those days. We're talking like mid '80s, and it was like the things like the black and white boom and bust, where the shops suddenly became very profitable because they had lots of collectors, people from outside the comics come in, collect these books that might be worth a lot more than they were going to be worth ever, and it sort of drove the market up. And so people speculated, and when the market crashed, 2,500 shops went out of business. So now you got 3,500 shops, and then that slowly starts to rebuild itself, and then you end up with the color comics boom and bust when you had the explosion of Image Comics and things like that. Where Image, I remember talking to John Nee, who at that point was heading Wildstorm, and it's like they didn't even go to press on a comic book unless the orders were at least 1 million copies.
Yeah, crazy, right? Remember those days? Wow.
Yeah, remember those. And so then when that crashed, that had the same effect. That I think at least a minimum of half the comic stores in the country went out of business from speculation, loss of business. So it just came down to each time it sort of had these massive expansion and then contraction. What was left were the people that were reading them, that loved comic books for the art form that they were. And so when you have not long after the restriction of losing distributors like Heroes World and Capital City and stuff, and then you came down to just one singular distributor, then it's it borders on it borders on a lot of problematic.
Well, let me be less polite than you are, because you're always really polite, right? Yeah, it's fucking monopoly. It's a monopoly, man. Like, don't tell me that wasn't a monopoly. You got one distributor, that's a monopoly. And that's no fun, right? Because people can't get out of a monopoly. That means that they control the industry, and that's not good for anybody. So yeah.
No, so then you have these comic stores, and there's some exceptionally smart, comic book retailers who run great shops and have a say in the market and can help with the business. But they have the monopoly, and it's like they have a stranglehold. It's like working, back in the old mining or logging days when you're, beholden to the company store, so to speak, that, your livelihood of, they want to shut you off. If you don't get your Marvel and DC books, then you're out of business. And they can control those purse strings, and they can control other things that happen. So that was incredibly problematic just for, it changes the marketplace so much so that it's harder for, upcoming, interesting, independent, people like Oni and people that are sort of bringing in interesting ideas and different perspectives into the comic store. Suddenly you have one publisher, one distributor that can set limits on it. Well, if I don't get 1,500 copies and orders, for your particular book, then we're not even gonna put it through our system. So you can't, we'll put you in a catalog, but if it doesn't hit this level, then you can't. And so when you're passing that down the line, where you get this 250-page catalog that these retailers have to budget their weekly spend on, sometimes you can't, take a risk on some of these more specialty items or more interesting and diverse comic books, because you just can't afford to keep it on the shelf. If it doesn't sell, then you're screwed. You can't pay your own rent.
Yeah, the job's made 50 times harder, Kevin, by the catalog and all of that, because you're a retailer, you're doing your best to diversify your product, but frankly, you can't diversify your product because you're trying to navigate your way through this giant catalog. You have to fight to bring in independent work, but that shouldn't be the way. Like, I grew up in Europe, man, so like superheroes were not mainstream comics. Like, we had Asterix the Gaul and Tintin, and we had war comics, and everything was a comic, right? So we didn't expect it to be just superheroes. The American market is very much dominated by superheroes, and it's great because there's a place for them, but it's a shame because there should be other stuff. And so what's not mainstream is seen as mainstream, and all mainstream things like detective fiction and comedies and kids stuff, don't get us started on kids stuff, because kids material should be prominent. You should be making tons of kids material and letting kids come into comic stores, and there's nothing for kids, or very little.
Well, that's and again, it's this discussion alone could be a whole other session because there is a lot of no, in a positive way, in an interesting way, because as we said when we started our very first session, is that you and I have been around, whether it be fan of or / intimately involved in the business for 32, 33, 35 years. So I've seen stuff, whether experiences with heavy metal, with the newsstand market, and what's happened there, to what it's evolved to now, to what we see, what works, to the the fact that I've had friends in LA, Golden Apple Comics, and Ryan and those guys. So it's like, if you're selling a $3.99 comic book or whatever, that's to pay rent on a store front in Los Angeles, you got to move a lot of freaking comic books to do that. So it's challenging, and you have to be just savvy and smart and be able to negotiate side gigs, which is people will have gaming components, or they'll have subscription services. They'll do all these things. Again, it's just to make enough living to pay your staff, to pay your rent, and have enough so you can go on vacation once a year with the family, usually to San Diego Comic Con.
Yep, and you know what, Kevin? I think the problem is that if you get that wrong, if you accidentally do too much gaming in your store, for example, you blow it up, and now suddenly it's not a comic store, and then it doesn't work right. Like, you have to fight really hard to get that to work correctly, and I think that's a shame, because the comic store is a place to go. It's like a cultural kind of place in the middle of our community. That's what it's all about, community, right? And so we're losing those right now, not because of COVID, but because we were losing them anyway. We were killing these retailers, and that's a shame. The retailers and the creators deserve to be right in the front and center, and yet they were getting marginalized by the business itself. That's a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame, because it is, because we're worried about all of our family, all of our friends, all of our loved ones, whether, and when I think about the fans that we've had, whether it be, I'm as much of a fan of Star Wars or Star Trek or Marvel Cinematic Universe or all those things, and you're thinking like you want to have the collectability aspect and enjoy those kind of things, but when suddenly you had this disruption that you had with it's a global, I'm not whining in any sense, it's a global disruption, but you have the scenario, because people have that big discussion with a big question mark at the end, going, well, what's it going to be like when it comes back, when they finally reopen comic book stores and they start doing this stuff, start distributing comic books again, and doing that. Well, all of the fans that were willing to stand in my line or go to my same comic store I go to, that were baristas or service staff, or did sort of just really basic jobs to support their families, do not have or will not have that ability to enjoy the things that they love, the fandom and the things. So that it's going to be a long, slow recovery period for everybody, for every part of the business. But it's sort of I'm saying that again with that big question mark at the end, and so to see where we end up, and and that's why I think doing things like what we're doing right now, talking to the fans. We've been doing some stuff. Kevin Eastmen Studios have been doing some really fun Facebook Live events, just to be with the fans. I did a thing, watch TMNT with me. We're going to do another one May 15th. We're going to watch The Secret of the Ooze with our fans, and
that's great. I want to come watch with you. I'm just going to kind of join in. I'm going to go in the audience and watch it with you, man. Did you see?
Heck yeah, man.
Did you see that Judith Hogue is in one?
Yeah, well, what's funny is Judith was going to be. We were supposed to be doing a convention in Bangor, Maine. Home turf, bro. And Judith was going to be up there, and Ben Bishop and Troy Little was coming. There was going to be a great sort of turtle-based.
The gang back together. Judith Hogue, by the way, for anyone that may not know, was the original April in the first movie. But she's going to be doing a watch party, I think, coming up. She's actually I think they might be pivoting away from the watch party. So you've got a bunch of stuff going on Facebook, right? You've got like Facebook watch parties and meet the fans and all kinds of stuff that you're doing, which is cool. We do it too at Meta. We like to just kind of hang out with the fans and and do that. What do you have coming up? What's coming up for you?
Well, that's it. That's kind of it because I was just to say, I love that you guys, you guys at Meta do that because it's it's the only way we can hang out, and that was the thing that and not being selfish about it is that one of the things we do, Courtney and I would do about 15 to 17 shows a year, and that was our favorite part was going to some place that we've never been, meet fans that we've never met before, hear their stories. It was just it's be with like-minded, the camaraderie that we can now we're enjoying on these online gatherings. So we just did May 5th was the original 1984 May 5th was when the Portsmouth Comic Convention happened that we premiered the first book. So we did an event yesterday with Ralph DiBernardo, who was the original host of that show. He now owns a store in Rochester, New Hampshire. We had a friend of ours come on, an actor named Nyambi. He's on The Good Fight right now, but he's a huge comic fan, huge comic geek. And he came down to an event at San Diego, then invited us to meet Chuck Lorre. We get to talk about Chuck Lorre writing the first theme song. And then May 15th, we're going to do Watch TMNT with me, which will be the Secret of the Ooze.
That's great, man. That's fun, man.
Yeah, but if you go to Meta Studios for details, Kevin Eastman Studios for details, you can find anything we're doing, anything that's coming up, any specialties.
I got the wrong banner going. Here you go. This one, Kevin Eastman Studios. I put the banner up. I'm learning how to do this every day because I'm not really the best broadcaster in the world, but we're getting there.
Well, I put it up on my space page, but I don't get that much traffic anymore.
Yeah, MySpace kind of went the way. So the last thing that we'll do, because we have a lot to talk about. We did this last week, and I did hear from a few people that they love doing this. So we'll try not to mess it up. So last week we played a crazy game. We got 5 minutes left. We're gonna play this crazy game again. So this week, we get to play the game. Can you recognize what's in the background underneath the green screen? And the way that this works is, I show you something hidden right here. And this week, the theme is comic book characters. And you guys have to see if you can tell me who's the comic book character. Now, you should be able to recognize most of them. But because I don't know anything about comics, I'm telling you right now, there are 10 of them I went like, I don't even know who that is. So apologies if you don't know who it is. Here comes Kevin, and you got to guess, and you guys can all guess in the stream, which comic book character is this? Who could this be?
Wonder Woman.
Come on, man.
Bane, the Darkness. Incredible Hulk. Batman. No. Black Panther.
The Black.
I think I'm gonna be as bad as I had a really fun time with doing the toy one you did last week, last time. But I love this is a great thing.
This is a great thing. It's just really funny. It cracks me up because we have to try to work out if we know who the hell they are. And I'll be honest with you, man, I don't know who the hell they are. So well done to you for being game and playing along. All right. Here's the next one. We got a few of these. Here we go. Who is this? I got to be honest, I wouldn't recognize this person, but maybe you do. All right. Who's this? Who could it be? Look, you can see a little bit of that.
It's like Cable.
It's Cable. Well done.
Cable? Oh, what? No way. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was Cable. Well done. You got that one right. Okay. I know so little about comics sometimes. I have to look at the screen up here because I made a list of them so I wouldn't forget who the hell they actually were. It's so bad. I've done comics for 25 years as a writer and I still don't know any of these characters. Here we go. Who would this be? Actually, this might give you a clue right here. Does that give you a clue?
Wait a sec. Oh, Deadpool. No, Gambit.
Gambit it is. Well done.
Oh, sweet. No, that's funny. No, when I said Deadpool, it reminded me, it's like, I've been in the business for 36 years, and I finally drew my first Marvel cover last year.
Oh, really? Well, you and I once were maybe going to try and do it, but we just couldn't get it together. But we were going to try and do Daredevil once. Okay, here we go. Hang on. Who could this be? You probably got some clues right here, I would think, because of that stuff.
I want to say Magneto or.
Oh, you're too good at this game, man.
What? No, see, now I'm getting some street cred right now because I am a big.
You are getting some street cred. I'm going to come from the top on this one. Yeah, go on. Hang on. Up here. Look, see?
I want to say it's not Black Widow. It's not. Oh man, who is that? That's is it one of the X-Men?
Yeah, apparently it's. Hang on. I'm looking. It's Mystique.
Mystique.
It's probably,
Well, yeah,
probably just not a very good, or at least a different version of Mystique, I think. I don't know.
Well, that's because I have when I was doing so I did a cover for House of X. Get to do a Wolverine, but I did a cover for X-Men #1, and I put Rachel Summers and Jean Grey on the cover. But they've reinvented, and there's so many different universes of them. So even when I was trying to do some research to find out which version it was like,
yeah, I think that's the problem, is that there are different versions of these. So I'm always sort of like, who is this? I don't know, right? Right? It looks a bit different sometimes. So let me bring up the next one. Hang on. Having computer problem. Okay, who is now? I'll be honest with you. I don't think I know who this is anyway. But go on. Who's this? Do you have any idea? Oh God.
That's it. What happened?
Let's try this again. Okay. Do you have any idea who this might be? There's the uniform. Any idea?
What the hell?
Do you know who that is?
No.
So apparently this is someone called Omega Red. I didn't know.
Omega Red?
Yeah.
I do those in the morning, just like a fish oil thing.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but apparently that's Omega Red. So you lose a point right there, but you're really on top of this game. By the way, for getting points, you get nothing. Right, who is this? Who could this be? Oh, it was very much a boob shot, this one, by the way. Look.
No, it's he's definitely one of the X-Men. It's not
You are right. It's one of the X-Men.
What's her name? Elektra. I'm getting blind. It's not Elektra. It's
It is Psylocke.
Psylocke. Yes, Olivia Munn played her in the last movie.
Okay, Psylocke. Right. This one here. You kind of either know this one or you don't, because the next one I know you're going to know. Okay, you kind of either know this one or you don't. Who is this? Can we get any clues? Who could this be?
Oh, geez.
No, you ran out. That one is Pyro.
Oh, Pyro.
Yeah, Pyro.
Yeah, I thought it was the.
Pyro. That's crazy. All right. I think you're not even going to have any problem with this one. This one's going to be easy. Ready? Here we go. We'll come up. Oh, wait a minute. That's the wrong one. I got to change it. Hang on. Here we go. Who could? Oh, I already did it.
Scarlet Witch.
Scarlet Witch. Yeah, that was too easy. This one, I do hope you get. I hope you get this one. Who could this be?
Oh, the Sentry.
Hey, Kevin, who created the Sentry?
That was Marv Wolfman.
That's right. It was. All right, we've only got, mercifully, we only have a couple more of these to go. This one is so easy. Now I'm going to give you like a different sort of view of this one. Here we go. Who could this be?
Silver Surfer.
The Silver Surfer, and I only showed the bottom of it just because it was so easy. We're going with boobs this time again. Whose boobs are these? Whose boobs are these?
Oh, the Valkyrie.
Valkyrie, yes, well done. Valkyrie's boobs. This one, you get literally, you have to get the answer of this in 2 seconds. You ready? Hang on, over here. Here we go. You got to get the answer of this in 2 seconds.
Wolverine.
We're almost done. You have to get the answer to this one in 3 seconds. Ready?
Hulk. No. Savage Dragon.
Savage Dragon. Yeah, that's just properly. There's the Savage Dragon. Almost done. This one you have to get in 1 second. Literally, I'm going to hold it up for 1 second. You ready?
All right.
Who's that? Oh no! Wait a minute. Who's that?
Oh, it's Ben Grimm. No, it's Human Torch. No, it's Reed Richards.
Yeah, it's the Human Torch. And then last one. I think this is a very fitting way to end because of part of our conversation. Who do you think this could be? Hang on. Let's bring it over. Who could?
Swamp Thing.
That is Swamp Thing, and guess what? in Jesus pose as well.
Oh, love it. That's a great way to. That's a perfect way to round it out.
All right, brother. Well, we had fun again, and we got some good guesses. Thank you so much for everybody for coming. Please tell your friends, try the veal. Kevin, we got a bunch of stuff coming up from you from Facebook and all kinds of, and go to Kevin Eastman Studios and buy comics, I guess, because you sell comics, right?
We sell everything. Furniture, anything you see in the background you like, talk a little. If you want to find out, there's tons of free content. We've been putting up loads of digital copies of anything. Just find something fun to read, and you don't have to spend any money. Just come and hang out and say hi. And but if you want to know what we're doing, any events, and keep track of, because we're going to do a couple more of these at least. And but stay tuned in, and we're just having a blast. I really enjoy doing these, Paul.
Yeah, this is fun. And so next week we got a very special show, because I'm kid you not, we are going to do the crazy next week. We are going to tell you guys a bunch of crazy stories that you've never heard. And when you hear some of these stories, you're going to go like, oh my God, I can't believe it, right? So next week is crazy. Thank you all much. And brother, thank you always.
Thank you.
See you soon, all right?
Awesome, buddy.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey everyone, here we are, Paul and Kevin. We're already jabbering away backstage, so we just want to say hi to everyone. Thank you so much for coming along and showing up. And Kevin, this week we're going to talk about some of the crazy.
So just going to talk about each other then.
Yeah, apart from each other.
Inmates running the asylum.
Right. We're going to try and talk about some of the crazy stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And we have some stories for people, because there is no way that we're going to fit all of this in. This is literally selecting as many crazy stories as we could.
Oh my God. Yeah. It is. It's, I think that's what's funny is, over the years, because one of the things that was interesting about starting this dialogue and starting these series of broadcasts with you was just the amount of history we have in comics. That we've been doing it so long, and how many different conventions and different events and experiences in Hollywood with publishers to, that kind of stuff that will always come out, especially if you're with a sort of an interesting or select group of other creators and people that have gone through the same things. The stories are great. They usually get better after, a few cocktails. So they get more fantastic as the years go on. But some of the ones we personally witnessed firsthand, there's some pretty outrageous stuff, which stranger than fiction,
Yeah, life is very much stranger than fiction, and I have so many convention stories, so many things like that. Before we get going, tell everyone a little bit about what you have been doing this week and what's going on with you right now. I think, do you have a Kickstarter going on right now? Is it live, or is that one that you would?
It's funny because we had originally planned to do a Kickstarter at this time. We sort of nudged it. We just felt like the timing for these kind of things. We love that the fans come out and they support us with so many of the different things we do, and I just felt like man, we speaking for all of us, we can't even get to the local comic book store yet. I just heard the latest and the greatest, I guess, that Diamond's going to start shipping again the end of May, and then and depending on each local government's restrictions or specifics for reopening these kinds of businesses. So we held off on it for a while. We'll just sort of see how everything goes. And we talk about almost each week is these kind of questions and these kind of discussions all end with that little question mark or a big question mark rather at the end that you go, we don't know. But
yeah.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I hope everybody's doing okay out there and everybody is safe, but it has changed our lives. I know one thing that you and I definitely miss is that we can't really go to conventions and be around fans right now. But I know that you sort of connect a lot with fans, even in COVID, you stream from time to time. And I know you've been doing some Facebook Live things, right?
Yeah, that's always the fun. It's like, I always remind people, you can go to KevinEastmanStudios.com and you can see whatever we've got coming up next. Like this Friday, we're going to do a fun one where, March 30th, we did, to honor the 30th anniversary of the first Turtle movie, we did watch TMNT with me. And so fans got to join us in my living room, and I gave sort of audio commentary and we watched the movie. We're going to do that with The Secret of the Ooze this coming Friday. So it's like, if you haven't seen that in a while, it's like, I was gonna rewatch it just to see it again before I watched it. And I said, no, I just want to do the commentary on the fly and see what evolves as I'm watching it with everybody together.
See if it feels the same now as it ever did, because I remember when I first watched it and went like, what happened? So we'll see if it came out okay. But well, look, we got Jazz Neat and we've got Nolan around and Shaman, and we'll see who else we got right here. We got Mahir. So thanks everyone. Stephen King is with us, which is lovely. Thanks,
Stephen King,
for showing up.
The infamous Stephen King.
Yeah, any Stephen King is always welcome here. All right, so thanks Stephen for coming up, and we are going to casually BS, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to start talking about some of the fun stuff that was behind the scenes with both of us, because I always tell people, if you ever want to have the most fun ever, talk to comic book and like film and animation people about conventions, because we have the best stories and it's not even close, right? But before we do that, the one thing that I know that you care about very much, because I have always cared about this, is that the fans are very much like the lifeblood of what we do, right? Now, for me, I've always thought it was really important to be kind to fans and to just kind of hang with them and say thank you for what it is that they do, because they pay our wages, right? And so that's important. But fan, let's be clear, is short for fanatic, right? Now, I'm not much of a fan except Crystal Palace. That's my football team. I'll be a fan as much as anyone. I'll be a lunatic in the stands. That's my little piece of fandom, right? Are you a fan of anything?
Well, I love the fact that you mentioned Crystal Palace. I think one of the first times I went to London, I brought back an inflatable sheep and I put a Crystal Palace jersey on and gave it to you. You hung it in your office at Tundra.
I did. I had my Crystal Palace sheep forever, man. That sheep was my favorite.
That was so genius. No, fan of many things, and it is a lot of pop culture stuff. Grew up with the Star Trek-isms and even Batman-isms. Like remember the first time seeing Adam West at a comic convention, and it was one of those things that I feel like I learned kind of early on, with a few exceptions, that it's always, you just have to be careful eating your heroes, or sometimes it's better not to even do it. And it was actually something when I was looking over the notes and we were passing back some notes of what to discuss, the things we wanted to discuss this week, and it was some of those. The first couple of times I for example, introduced myself to a celebrity that I really liked, and then just was. It just didn't go well. They never do. I think that it's sort of like the person you imagine this person might be, oftentimes is the furthest point from what that is. So, and it just, I've actually met people in comics industry and literally was so disappointed I threw every single comic I had that was written by the writer, that kind of stuff. I guess it's just fans of all the pop culture things we love so much, the things that we give us inspirations and stuff. And
no, absolutely. And I think the thing is that both you and I have, I mean, like I said before a couple of weeks ago, I kind of learned this from being around you and Pete, because you guys are pretty straightforward with fans when you were at the height of your success, when you couldn't even breathe in at Mirage Studios with the Ninja Turtles at some point, but you guys were always pretty straightforward. You go to shows. Actually, I can remember one of the very first shows that you and I went to together. It was just the two of us, and we went to Dragon Con in one of the very first years of Dragon Con, right? So we may as well kick it off. This is the story of Kevin and Paul at Dragon Con. So I was still at Mirage, and we were trying to promote Tundra Publishing. So we had the new publishing venture, but we were still at Mirage. And they invited us down, and we didn't really know very much about Dragon Con. And the two things I remember were that Dragon Con was in some hotels, and they put you and I halfway up a flight of steps, right? Do you remember this? We were on a booth that was halfway up a flight of steps in a hotel. So you would go up, hit the landing, then there'd be us, and then you would just keep going, climbing up. So we had the best traffic, but it was the craziest convention that we had been to. Yeah, I was like overwhelmed by it. And then our great friend Bob Burden, the creator of the Flaming Carrot, took us around Atlanta. And let's just say we visited a number of his interesting establishments with Bob. Bob knows everybody, right?
He's like, you always reminded me like Bob reminded me like, kind of like a Hunter S. Thompson kind of guy, comic books or something, because he would have these fantastical stories, and but they were all true, and especially if you hung around with them long enough. But it was, he's just like such an interesting character, and still is. I still occasionally get random calls from him, and it's sort of one of those ones. If you got an hour to kill, you pick up. If you don't, then. But I love Bob. Yeah. I love the carrot. But no, the thing about Dragon Con was so crazy is that was a series of interconnected hotels, so there wasn't one central place. So it was just spread, organically, like a weed that got out of control, and it sort of took over different lobbies and different levels of the hotel. And it was just reminded me of like a cross between a Mardi Gras, Burning Man, and a comic book convention somewhere in the middle there. And
it is literally the most fun that you can have with your clothes on, and half the time people do not have their clothes on. It's amazing. Yeah. I love it. It is so much fun. I got a picture that I'll bring up here. So I would always I would always bring up I was bringing my kids because I live here, right? I live in Atlanta. And so one year I took my little kid when Jack was very young. I took him to Dragon Con, and I got pictures of him with every pretty girl in the place, right? And of course, my wife, who is we call her my long-suffering wife, is just like, what are you doing? And I said, listen, one of these days he's going to thank me because he's got a picture with every hot girl in Dragon Con. This is my favorite one, because this is the one where he finally found 3 girls and a gun. And look at the expression on his face. He's like Sheriff Kickass.
He's like he's Mad Max. He's ready to party.
He is ready to go, right? So, and then of course, like just to make up for him, the little one really out-cuted him. Look at the state of that. That's just awful, isn't it? That is a license to print money right there. So yeah, so go ahead.
No, I was just saying what's interesting is it goes back to some of the earliest conventions we did, and we can touch on that in a sec. But it was really watching the evolution of cosplay as a whole entity, which I adore. I think it's absolutely awesome, not only for the kinds of costumes that people make, original ones that they spend like a year in some cases making a costume to wear at a show. Look at this, look at that. It's just genius. No, and actually I was looking for it, and I don't have all my files digital, or I would send it and I couldn't find it. It was in 1986 at San Diego Comic-Con. We had these. Look at those people. Oh, they're awesome. That's so fantastic.
Isn't it great?
They really go all out, and that's like that's awesome. But yeah, 1986 San Diego Comic-Con. These 4 guys made their own Teenage Mutant Turtle costumes, and I know it's incredibly old because they all had red bandanas. We have the photos of it. But years later, when I had my my office set up down at the IDW Comic Art Gallery, The guy actually still had one of the original styrofoam helmets that he made. I love this.
I got to tell you about this one in a second. This is a great one. But
He
yeah.
brought it in, so it's on display down at my studio down there at Liberty Station. So, but yeah, cosplay is the bomb.
Cosplay is the best, and you know, for you, it's got to be thrilling even now when you see someone dressed up as a Ninja Turtle, right? I mean, it probably doesn't get old, does it? Right?
No, it's, you know, especially these days, and we touched on it before, but it is always, I love it. What's so amazing is that, you know, you have the original people that who dress up as a turtle character, one of their favorites, but then even their kids just become generational. So sometimes you have like a whole family.
Yeah.
And I've seen the range of costumes from very, you know, highly professional, spend a lot of time making them, to people wearing a green t-shirt and one of those roasting pans that you cook a turkey in, painted green with yarn sort of holding into the back, and they have a mask on. And
so hold on to that thought, because in a little while we're going to play a game. We're not playing the same game as we played the last couple of weeks, but we've got a game. Can you guess who this person is trying to cosplay? Because I found some brilliant pictures of people that you could never guess who they're cosplaying. It's amazing.
I love it.
And so, yeah, so for me, you know, there are times actually in the middle of this one, we can probably see my cousin over here is the Sentry, who is a character I created from Marvel. So from time to time, I will find a character that I've created. Someone will just walk up and they're dressed in, and it is always for me like a huge thrill. I love it. I can't believe that you're wearing a costume of a character that I created. It feels so cool. So for you, it must be like, you know, every day, right?
Yeah.
And so let me show you this picture that we got here, right? So the next one. So when my oldest Jack was a little guy, we took him to Dragon Con, and he's the little guy in the middle, right? So he's playing a pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies, and he looks perfect. He looks just like one of the characters.
Yeah.
And so my kid went through the 3 stages of fame, which was great. Like at first, people would come up and they would say, "Hey, little dude, can I take a picture with you?" And there's the little one with him. He's playing Mario, right? But he's wearing his thing, and grown-ups would come up and they would say, "Hey, can I take a picture with you?" And my kid was like, "Dad, I don't get it. What are they doing?" And I'm like, "It's okay, buddy. You just go ahead and, you know, and do the picture, right?" And then about half an hour into it, he was like, "Dad, I got it. Don't worry about it. I know what they want." And he would take his photo. And then here's my stupid cat parading all over the place. And then about another 20 minutes into it, he's like, "Dad, I don't want to do this anymore." He was so sick of it, you know? So I think it's really cool. You know, I love the cosplayers and what that speaks to. I mean, look at these cosplayers, man. Some of these people, our guy Stogie found these cosplayers, and some of these people look incredible, you know, and the amount of effort and time that they go through. I like the whole, isn't that great? That's amazing.
That's fantastic.
They're having the best time. That's an amazing costume, I think. That's
Holy smokes.
incredible.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Can you think of it, because we didn't plan on this, as we never do. Can you think on the best costume you've ever seen? Is there one that strikes you? Because I actually can, and I'll lead you off, right? I was at Dragon Con one year, and there was a woman, she was a ballerina from the Atlanta Ballet, and she came in her tutu and her slippers and everything, and then she put a clockwork device on her back. So she would pirouette with the clockwork device, and then she would wind down and just stop, and it was the most beautiful thing. It actually came close to making me like really emotional. I was like, man, that is so beautiful, right?
That's awesome.
So I think of all the ones I've seen, and I've seen plenty at Dragon Con, that one stood out to me. Is there one that you can think of, where, even if it's bad?
One I was doing a series of gallery shows at I know, look at that. That's so cool. I was doing a series of gallery shows when I was moving out of LA a bunch of years back, and it was at Meltdown Comics when it used to be on Sunset Boulevard. And these 2 guys showed up in cosplay, and they were Transformers, but it's like they were they had built these costumes like they looked like you know, motorcycles, like, you know, the racing bikes, you know, the fairing and the front wheel and then the back wheel. And it was actually motorized, but they would get down and they would scrunch up and they would ride up, and then it was motorized. So they were controlling it, And then stop and then get up and it's kind of like, what the, that's ingenious to figure out the mechanics of that. That was probably one of the things that was the most fantastic. And for me personally, I feel like glad that they've done that. Now that we have the overweight Thor character, I can now go into cosplay and shows.
Anyone can do it, man. Anyone can cosplay. We'll find this out in a little while. One of the things that I saw one time as well was a bunch of people who had come as the Flash. And so each of the colors of their costume was slightly faded. So the one in front would look like the Flash. And then they would all pose behind it as if the Flash was running. And now he had cast his thing. That was brilliant.
That's amazing.
But it doesn't matter sometimes if the costumes are brilliant, because the one thing that I love so much is that if you're enthusiastic about it, then all power to you. Like, love it and enjoy it. I went to Spain one time and I was amazed by how little effort the Spanish fans put into their costumes. It was great. They came as Klingons, and a couple of people just came. They put a T-shirt on and put a lump of clay and just slapped it in the middle of their head and went, "I'm a Klingon. Good enough."
That's awesome.
I was really excited. I was just like, this is great. They don't care, and they don't have to care. They're just, I'm a Klingon. I'd got my lump of clay on my head. I'm good. And that is, and by the way, I will say that Klingons at conventions are one of my favorite things of all. There's a thing that I used to do. We call it Klingon hunting. So I don't know if you know about this, but this is from a long time ago. I thought Klingons were an endangered species, right?
Right.
And so what I used to do was go through conventions and try and take photos of people dressed like Klingons.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could catch them, if you caught 4 Klingons in a photo, then you got a 4-pointer. And if you could catch 7 of them, it's like a deer, with its points. You got like a 7-pointer. And I was always good. I would always release them back into the wild. So I would go back to their natural habitat of the comic book convention. But for a while, it was great. I love that. There's a great one of Bridget Silvestri, who is Mark Silvestri's wife. She's lovely. Yeah. She's a sweetheart. And so Bridget, she used to help me trap Klingons. This is her trapping a Klingon for me. So we would be behind the booth of the Top Cow booth, and Bridget would see a Klingon and suddenly go, "Oh my God, there's a Klingon." She'd jump over the booth, go grab the guy. And of course, this poor guy, look at his face. He's not been near a girl in like his life, right? And now beautiful Bridget draped all over him. And that used to be my favorite photo of all, was just like getting Bridget to kind of hang out and drape herself off of some of these fans. But I love the fans and I love the Klingons. The Star Trek guys are super excited. And I'm going to start, right? Let me tell you one of the craziest things that ever happened to me at a convention. It was Dragon Con, like it normally is. And this guy came up to me and he was all into it. And he said, "Mr. Jenkins, I am a big fan of yours." But he was trying to stay in character as a Klingon. And, Klingons are supposed to be grumpy. But he was really excited to meet me, right? So I said, "Okay, right." And he's trying, but he's beaming with delight. And he said, "We, the Klingon Empire, would be honored if you would join us tonight." Mm-hmm. And I don't know what came over me. I said, "Yeah, don't tell anyone, but I'm in disguise. I'm one of us." And he said, "Then you shall dine tonight with us." Right? So I go and catch up with him, and they have made a thing from the Klingon stuff called blood wine. And it's literally supposed to be a Klingon drink. Who knows what it's supposed to be? But he made it out of meat and vodka. Meat. Like, he cooked up meat and he put vodka on it. And we were trying to drink this stuff, and it was the most repulsive thing. I got plowed with a bunch of Klingons. And at 2:00 in the morning, we were doing Klingon karaoke where they will not sing in English. They will only sing in Klingon. And the guy is drunk off his face. And he's singing, "I touch myself, I want you to touch me," in Klingon. And it was the most surreal moment of my entire life. It was brilliant. So I have a soft spot for Klingons. There you go.
Yeah, I think I'll tell you, it's kind of a related one. It was one of the ones that I was going to mention earlier, but this is so perfect. But I'd say, what was the, you told me about it one time. It's, I I don't know the terminology for the. It's a form of singing where they'll sing.
Filking.
Filking. But it's just made up. It's not. It's like just made up songs of people they're fans of, right? Or go ahead, explain it.
No, well, the idea behind filking is that you sing like kind of science fiction folk songs, right? So you get a guitar and you sit in the middle and you sing a song about like The Hobbit or Star Trek or something. And people love it, man. They just sing. Some of them are popular in that, but to me, it was like, what is going on? You know?
That's awesome. No, I love that kind of stuff. No, it was one of my favorite stories, and it's you couldn't have three more and at least two more unlikely characters, and I was the third. Is we went to this convention. It was in July. It was in Macon, Georgia, and so they flew us into Atlanta, which is 3 hours away. And later I'll mention the part that they actually had an airport in Macon. They could have flown us into there. Yep. But so this guy picks us up, and George Takei is riding with us. So it's me, Pete Laird, Mike Dooney, riding, and so we. Huge Star Trek fans, of course, and so we were trying to engage in some conversation. But it was sort of like he was in this very heated, very detailed conversation for 3 hours with the driver about the construction/architecture on the underpasses of all the bridges we were going under and everything as we made our way up to Macon, Georgia, Macon to the convention. So, so we were just like, "Wow, there's a good one, George. Look at that. What do you think of that?" But it was very, and we didn't care. We were talking about different recipes of pea soup. We were just thrilled to be riding with Sulu.
Yeah.
And so we pull into Macon, and there's the convention's being held in this gorgeous facility. It's kind of semi-indoor outdoor kind of thing, but it's this old factory, and it was a big Star Trek convention. DeForest Kelley was still with us, as was Jimmy Doohan. So Scotty was there, and so they let us out in the van. We get out with Sulu and walking through, and there's people interviewing all these Star Trek people and all this stuff. And then we hear we understand there's a lot of this. They were having 5 of the current Doctor Who's were there at that one time, and so we're excited to be in this really beautiful hotel, and they can't find a reservation. And come to find out, they had put us in this. It wasn't even a Motel 6 or anything even that good. It was this hotel out by the airport. It was about an hour outside of town, and the pool was green. It's been drained. It had the green in the bottom. So we're sitting out there going like, "Oh, dude, this kind of blows." So make what could be a very long story short. So we go into the convention the next day, and it was just fantastic. A lot of people in costume, and actors and aliens. So remember. One of the more popular Doctor Who's, and you'll know them, the original one with the big hat and the long coat and the big scarf. And,
that was Tom Baker, the guy with the big scarf, right? The big college scarf, yeah.
So, so there's lots of Tom Bakers, and there's lots of other, Doctor Who characters dressed up for the nines. So, so by the second day in Macon, Georgia heat, again, it was in July, there was this odor that began drifting through the convention center, which was, like 40,000 fans sweating profusely, dressed as Klingons, Doctor Who's cosplay, with very little air conditioning, and what little they had just wasn't holding up. And then, unfortunately, one of the Doctor Who's died, had a heart attack, and died at the show. And Pete and I, it was just one of those suffering shows that Pete and I and we were, because it was, we were at the point when. It was pre Turtles cartoons and all that stuff. So they put the and Dave Dorman, we all love Dave Dorman, can verify because that's where we first met Dave. But he was still considered kind of a comic book guy. But they put us in this hallway that was on the way to the restrooms. So they had the comic guys in this hallway on the way to the restroom. So we were sitting, smelling the restrooms, and Pete was like, I think that was one of those. I think Pete was like, "I'm never doing another one of these shows."
Yeah. I've had a few difficult conventions, man, and sometimes you can be in conventions, and it can definitely be a challenge on your nose. And I'm very lucky because I have absolutely no sense of smell.
So people will be saying to me, "This is terrible," and I'll be like, "Okay, but if I can smell it, then it's not good." And there will be times. And yeah, I like Nolan here says, the heat in the South is brutal, and I live here. I live in Atlanta, and it can be really, really humid. Well, look, we'll get to some convention stories again in a little while. But the thing I was touching on before was, we have like super fans. I have had fans come up to meet me, and so. And they'd be trembling and they'd be terrified, and you always want to try and put them at ease, because I think the fans are really what makes it. I did want to talk a little bit for a minute actually about one super fan, which is Michelle. So someone had asked us a little while ago, did we ever meet Michelle? But I think you'd interviewed her at one, or you did an interview with her, I guess, at some point. So Michelle Ivy is a person who, she's a super fan. She just said, I'm going to go for it. This is my thing. This is where I'm going to hang my hat. And I always thought she was kind of cool, because she just said, I don't care what anybody thinks. That's my thing. I love the Ninja Turtles. And she was the most, you'd have to think that she was probably the most you can't say she's most passionate, but she certainly went for it, right?
Well, yeah, it's a good way to frame it, because it is, to us, it's like, there's a couple of people we met, Peter and I met early on. One digression, for example, is that we met this kid named Larry Klein, who wrote us a letter when we were still in Sharon, Connecticut at the time. And he said, I'm a huge fan. My dad and I just paid $25 for issue 1 of the Turtles. It took us months and months to find it. And so that was like one of the early super fan letters that we got, and it relates to Michelle, and that when we first got contacted by Michelle, she just wrote these wonderful series of notes where she was dressing up as one of the Turtles. I think Michelangelo was her favorite, if I remember. Sorry if it's not Michelle, but she was dressing up, and she was going into the burn units or the cancer units in local hospitals, and it was just out of the goodness of her heart just to go cheer people up, and that was just so lovely. And so then she showed up at a couple events. It got to be this thing where, if we were doing something, a show, or we're doing something that was a pictures museum, that sometimes, oftentimes, our whole family would come out, and so we get to know them. And so, yeah, we've just noticed. So to me, she was like one of the original super fans. We've met many along the way. Stephen Reese, like you mentioned him. I was actually best man at his wedding. He was a super great guy, and so we met them, but they're really passionate. But yeah, I would say she was definitely one of the first, I think, that I've experienced as full-on Turtles. And that's what's so cool is, what I find interesting these days is when Courtney and I used to go to shows, and we'd go to shows, you'd be, yeah, look at that. I love that stuff.
I love that stuff. And these are some people that I know very well. They're super nice people down here, and they are just the kindest. And so what these guys do, they go to the wards of like terminally ill children, and children that have got really bad health issues and stuff, and they visit them as these characters, and they put a smile on their face. And this is, they got the Thing, and they got Green Lantern, and all of that. Here's Wolverine meeting a fan. And there's Wolverine under the costume. That was me. They brought me with them, and I had the best time, man. I had just the greatest time. I had a smile on my face forever, because we had a chance to give back to fans, and these kids were so thrilled that we were there. And we were just people dressed in costumes, but for the kids, it brought a lot of life into them. So that was really cool. I love that experience.
Yeah. No, that's it. You're right. It's because back in the day, early in the day, there was when the Turtles cartoon show it started, and the toys, and it was a couple years down that we had a couple costumes that we used to hire an actor that would go to Make-A-Wish, local events, and then there was the Great Race in Northampton at the time, where there was a fundraiser for March of Dimes and things like that. And I remember one year something had happened, and we didn't get the people that were going to wear the suits. So Steve Levine and myself wore the suits, and it was just the best day ever because it was like the reaction, like you said, if you're wearing Wolverine, it's like, their reaction is like, oh, that's, especially the younger one that was, it's
so you and Steve Levine, who's one of the Mirage artists, actually went and you dressed in the suits and you just had the best time, right? Like, it's amazing.
It was like, because especially in the earliest days when some of the a lot of the fans were really young, except for the ones of say the comic books, it was like to them, they come up like I tell this anecdote that Kim mentions a lot is back in some of the earlier days, you'd have this young fan and the mom and dad would bring them and say, these are the guys that created the Turtles, and the kid would be sort of looking to see if there's a shell on your back, and it's like they don't want to see some goofball, It's things they want to see the actual Ninja Turtle, and so it was.
Well, at some point, not today, because today's like all about the crazy. But I have a personally hugely influential story about what we did with Make-A-Wish that changed my life when we did it, and it's a very sad story, but I'd love to tell it at some point. We'll do it in a future week. Right now, let's get to some of the crazy though, because this is like the let's relax and have fun time. So one of the things that happened was when the Turtles got popular, we started getting people, and people would start coming to the door, and people would start trying to find us. And as I recall it, everyone in the world basically created the Ninja Turtles except you and Pete, because we would start having people that would say, I created the Ninja Turtles and you stole it from me and all of that. Then we would have super fans, and then we would have fans that weren't just super fans, but they started getting, we started to attract people that were, I'll be fair about it, having some mental health issues at times, right? Because fans, people will adhere to it, right? As Jess Neat said in this, yes, there were so many lawsuits, because we'll talk about those in a minute, because that was crazy. But I can remember, and I'll kick us off a little bit, because I want to talk about the people that would show up at the door, because it was actually kind of funny at times, but it was also a bit disturbing, right? But we had this guy, and this is not his real name, so I'm not giving anything away. This guy called Casper Krogel. And Casper Krogel would send us letters, right? And he lived in the nearby town of Springfield. How did we know that he lived in the nearby town of Springfield? Because he got his real name and his address, which was on all of his envelopes, and he would try to block them out so that we couldn't see where he had sent it from. But the problem was that and I kid you not, I always thought this guy was the sweetest guy, because he would block them out in pencil. So all you had to do was get an eraser and you found out where this guy was. And we didn't really have much. We didn't have a choice. We had to call the police and say, is this guy okay? He never wrote, but he basically would send me letters. I was like, this is great. And so we wrote back, said, thanks very much for your interest, Casper. And he started writing to me, and he would tell me that he had a technique of walking into a room and meditating for 2 hours. And in those 2 hours, he could live for 17 years, 15 days, and two hours or something like that. He had this perfectly specific time he could live for. And so the last time he went in this room for 2 hours, he learned how to do ninjutsu, right? He would write to me. And he was one of your biggest fans, dude. In other words, like, whoa, careful, dude. So we had a few people that were a little bit off the hook, Yeah.
Well, it's funny, because I looked at as I was thinking, in the evolution of sort of mentioning somebody like Larry Klein, when Pete and I first started getting fan mail, it was just like the craziest thing to us. It's like, holy smokes, we're getting fan mail. And so we would start writing back, and then Steve Levine would help, because he was one of the first employees. And so he would start writing back. And then at some point when you came, you were one of the guys, because by the time we were, starting to build up this fan base, once, because even at the height of the comic book, it was 60, 70, 80,000 copies of the comic book. But when it became a TV series, things really went off the hook. And it was just funny, because I want to one of the things that I've been asked this before, I said, when, you know, in the early days, when did you realize you were successful, that you really had made it? And I say, well, it was very specific, because my grandmother used to send me $5 every year on a card and send me this little thing. And she stopped doing it when she saw I was a question. Peter and I were questions on Jeopardy.
On Jeopardy, right?
The question was something like, yeah, it was like, are the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles the real name of a superhero group or something? And so she stopped doing that. But then, you know, it was, you know, there would just get to be more and more of these oddities, which take you by surprise, because we were all working very hard. And you know, and I say oddities in the sense like, it was odd. I went to my class reunion, and it was probably 10-year class reunion, and you know, I was like one of the people they made fun of in high school, you know. And so I went to the class reunion to see a couple friends. Steve Levine also went to our high school and stuff. And I just spent the whole night in the corner signing autographs from, you know, it's a very large, 250 person graduating class, that I didn't know most of them, but then apparently I was a close personal friend of theirs all through high school. So when they, you know, start making it like, you know.
Oh, by the way,
so that was kind of funny. But then, you know, we'd have.
I was going to say, we should mention the fact that one of the crazy things, and I dealt with this myself quite often, and I was like a kid working there. You know, I was pretty young when I worked with you at Mirage, and I would get like phone calls. I remember a very specific one at 2 o'clock in the morning, and they said, "Is this Paul Jenkins?" And I said, "Yeah." Well, is it Paul Jenkins who works with Mirage Studios? Yeah. Well, this is such and such from a bank in Hong Kong. Would you consider investing? And I'm like, dude, you got the wrong person. Right? But I mean, we would get hit up by everybody. You were everybody's best friend, Kevin. Everybody had known you their entire life when you know, when the Ninja Turtles were going.
Well, it was always, you know, and it is one of those things that, you know, years later when they, you know, because it's so easy to throw out a number like, you know, they'll put it in the newspaper and they'll go, say in the height of the Turtle success, maybe they sold $400 million worth of toys, and they would had the success with many different parts of the licensing and the movies, and so they would come up with this number, then they would sort of double it and sometimes triple it, and they go, you know, the two guys that are running a multi-billion-dollar franchise, or even, you know, in the early days, multi-million-dollar franchise, and Pete and I would sort of cut things and go, you know, we would get the tiniest of tiniest percent, but people automatically did think that when they would read a headline like that we were actually making that money. And so our line early on was, you know, again, we were bestowed blessing upon blessing upon blessing, and it was just such a wonderful thing. But it's like, we always joke that we wish we made the money that people thought we made.
They thought you made, yeah.
But that's
that happens.
But I've had some pretty interesting.
Yeah.
At one point, the mayor of Northampton had asked if I don't think he's around. He's not been around for many years. Asked that, you know, that Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird should pay to repave the streets downtown or something else. But that was just great. Yeah, it was some.
Well, I remember that guy because I played soccer with his two sons, and they were all politicians.
Oh.
That's all they did. The mayor of Northampton and his two sons. Yeah. Hey, I figure we'll take an interlude for a second, because I know a couple of people we said we're happy to answer questions from anybody. So one here. I'm curious as to what Kevin's relationship was with David Wise. How much did you interact with David Wise, Kev?
Well, basically, what was great about David Wise, and much like our first, you know, encounter with the world of Hollywood and relationships with, at that point in time, more comic Wolf Swenson, was, you know, we were able to give a prospective writer like David Wise, who's incredibly smart, incredibly clever. Worked with a wonderful young lady named Patty Howarth, who co-wrote and worked with him on a lot of his scripts. But we were able to give him like 20 issues, which is ultimately the entire foundation of all things Turtles. And I always love that, you know, it's like if you have 4 turtles that are martial artists, raised and trained by a rat, living in a sewer. They have a friend named April and Casey Jones. It's in the streets of New York. They're fighting the Foot Clan, the Shredder, and you have all of these key elements. Then they'll bring in a writer, and this is no way discrediting David Wise, but then they'll go, created by or written by David Wise based on Eastman and Laird's stories. And you go, well,
no, that wasn't
yeah,
based on, that was your story, wasn't it?
It's like, it kind of was the whole story. It'd be like, you know, is the Harry Potter based on an idea by J.K. Rowling, or, you know, The Stand based on an idea by Stephen King? So it just sort of was one of those, and we'll get it when we talk about Hollywood. So they'd have these terminologies where Peter and I had full approval of the treatment, full approval of the scripts. We had complete say because we were so adamant that we wanted to do Turtles in these other entertainment venues, movies and toys and other things, the way we wanted to see them done. And so we would only do deals in the early days. We told Mark Friedman that we would only do deals that we had full control of. And so, dude, 100% yet, I would not take one single thing away from what David did with those scripts and ongoing scripts. He worked on the franchise with a number of other really talented writers from early on. And he should be credited with helping shaping it into, more of a kid-friendly thing. But Peter and I worked with him.
Yeah, it already existed.
Yeah, and it was,
yeah.
So, and it was very sad to hear of his passing. Of course, anybody of any talent, anybody that's had, anything to do with Turtles history, it's I love them, and they were part of the family, adoptive or not.
Yeah.
So that's
well, we'll say hi.
Very sad to have David.
We'll say hi to Anthony and Jeff at Reach Films and Juan. Fatal J's with us, which is cool, and Brett and everybody that's out there. We will get to some of your questions again in a little while, but we're going to get back to the crazy because there's some really good crazy to come. So one of the things that would happen, I recall this, but you know this better than I do because I just kind of remember it happening around us. A few people would come to the office, remember, and we had a very small office in Northampton, Massachusetts. And I want to say that one person came and they were very sort of, I suppose, infatuated or really, really interested in Pete. And they would come and they kept coming to the door. And I know that when that person would show up, we would have to go, okay, they're outside the front door again. We may need to call the police because that was a big nerve-wracking, right? Who was that? What do you remember?
Yeah,
about
there was a couple because we used to. Well, there was, it's funny because we didn't really understand that kind of stuff. Only in that we weren't aware of having fame of any kind or being recognized in any capacity or acknowledged for this, and so I think it was there were people that were infatuated with the Turtles, and from some local interviews or some that went out on the AP. So people getting to learn more about the guys behind the guys behind the Turtles, that it sort of spread a wider net. And I think people would sort of, oh God, I just had this really funny idea. I have to tell you now, because I told you when we were trading notes earlier. I'll get to them. So I would remember some other. This person just became, I think, infatuated with the Turtles and the guys behind the Turtles, but I do think he personally was very fond of Pete. But that was very scary because Pete is he's just so very sweet, and he's very sensitive, and I think he worries that I think even some of the shows that we did early on, it was hard for him because it's sort of handling that kind of appreciation or being showered with affection or things from somebody you've never met before is just sort of, he's like, whoa, it takes a long time for him to warm up to you and something. So I think that really concerned him a lot. But it was also one of the first times that when this particular person just showed up a few times and knocked on the door, came in the office, we were kind of like, well, I think we need to take a few more precautions and have like a buzzer to let people in, and to let people in only by appointment, because you really don't know. The world can be a kind of a scary place. And actually, it reminds me of one other one that was and it was even scarier, but it was one of those that we sort of started getting into this frame of mind of being concerned about, this type of person, whether you put it into a stalker or somebody with a more fragile personality. But there was a guy that used to write pretty regularly, and letters were kind of. I created the Turtles. He had some story that he and Mark Friedman's wife and Peter were on a bus in New York, and he gave him the idea for the Turtles, and they paid him with a suitcase of money, and he wanted his money, and so then we would have to hire like a private detective to take a photo of the person, so then have them pasted on the on the office wall, so if this person showed up, would be aware. And so he said he was, he didn't know the Turtles were going to be that successful, so he was coming up to get his check. And told us the day that he was coming up, and he actually made it into Northampton and made it before he bumped into an undercover police officer at a place down the street, made some threats, and they arrested him just for safety because they could tell something wasn't quite completely right. So he went to.
I think it was about 1989. I think that was. It was 1989 that happened. I remember it. It was a bit nerve-wracking because that was the first time that we faced the hey, this time is real. Right? There might be a problem here, and that's a bit nerve-wracking.
It was because even because you don't know, because we all we lost John Lennon to a terrible tragedy and things like that. So you have a level of something you never thought of in any sense of the world that you never put your mind in the mind of like John, the stature of somebody that John Lennon, but he was arrested and they took him to jail and he called Mirage for bail. But it was kind of a crazy. He actually called Mirage for bail. And so
he got arrested for harassing Mirage, basically. And when he tried to post bail, he tried to call Mirage to pay his bail money.
Yeah. But it was it was very disconcerting in that it was back in the day it was like $180 to file a lawsuit, and anybody that said I created the Turtles and they stole my idea, and you've got even the slightest basis. So we'd have oftentimes, and it was varying level of severity, whether it be just kind of somebody just saying I created them and I want money, and looking for what it's like they called it a strike lawsuit, try to get $20,000 to shut up or something, and to other things. So we would have to go through the process. So there was 6 or 8 ongoing all the time, and that was I think it was frustrating to both of us. But I know that and I don't speak for Pete, but I know that Pete took it very hard and very personal because he's just sort of, why are people being that mean, and why are people just being like that? You don't have to be that, and that's the way of the world.
People, by the way, Scrat asks, did we bail him out? No, we didn't bail him out.
Just to wrap that up a little bit more, because it's kind of funny, is Molly Bodie, who's Mark Bodie's wife, is worked at Mirage Studios for a long time. Mark and Molly. So she worked at Mirage Studios for a long time, and so even when things were winding down at Mirage, she would still answer phones and help and do that kind of stuff. And so this guy would call still occasionally, checking in.
Wow.
And one of the last times he called, he said, "Look, I'm not going to be calling anymore because I'm now the president of General Motors." and we never heard from him again. But
hey, man, stranger things have happened. Maybe he was, I remember a very interesting character. This is one of the cautionary tales one, because of, listen, as much as you guys were not what the press said, there was obviously money around the Ninja Turtles, right? It's like it earned good money, and obviously it was a giant, a worldwide phenomenon for licensing. So there was money in the toys, and there was money everywhere, the movies and all that, right? So people's perception of it was, I want a piece of that money. And greedy people are terrible. I mean, I've dealt with them in my life, and I know you've dealt with a ton of this. But let's talk about one particular reprobate, which we actually always thought was really funny. And the first time you told me this story, as horrible as it was, it was actually also funny. So let's tell everyone about the saga of Abu Shadi, or as we used to call him, Abu Shadi.
It's such a fantastic tale because it was really, again, this whole experience of what Peter and I were going through, and that when we get into publishing, it was one universe of laws and understandings, animation the same, movies the same, licensing the same, and so with all things that relate around intellectual property that you own, you have to protect it, copyright and trademark, not only in the States, but as you start licensing into other countries and other territories, you have to then file, trademarks on all those territories. So it'd be like, back in the old days, now I think it's scores of different categories you have to file and to protect. But back in the early days, it was simple as like, paper goods, toys, apparel, publishing, that kind of stuff. And so we would have to do this as it grew worldwide. And in the Middle East, at this particular time, I think there was something, it was explained to us by our Will Crutcher, our trademark attorney. It was like something to the tune of like 53 different sub-territories that you had to file in.
Well, I remember you telling me closer at the time, and it was something like the Middle Eastern territories, let's say it was like, we're talking about like Palestine and Israel. And so they're not really very big territories, right? They're actually quite small territories. And it's not like any one of them is going to be worth a massive ton of money. But if you add them all together, it's relatively significant amount of money, right?
Yep. And basically this guy who I just remember it was pointed out to us on the documents because he sued us because when we started signing license deals in the Middle East, he had gone ahead. What he would do, and he did this with like The Simpsons and other intellectual properties, even Warner Brothers characters and stuff like that. But he would file trademarks in all those territories, and then he would basically say, you can't license those characters in these territories because I own them. And so he had done all the paperwork and the investigation so that he knew exactly how much it would cost to fight it in the courts to free them up, so he could then licensing, and so you could license in those territories. And so he kept it at a level where he said, look, it'll cost you, say, just picking a number out of it, say it would cost you $100,000 to fight me and win. But if you pay me $150, I'll sign all the rights over to you.
And do you remember one thing that was really important to this story? Because I remember when you told me, and I was kind of impressed with this guy, even though I hated his guts, was that he said, I will let you buy my creation, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And he would write that all the whole time. Remember, he would say, my creation, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and you may license and own my creation. And he would say it as a matter of course, because that was basically what he was trying to pretend.
Yeah.
Remember? And that he would say, my creation, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So the bottom line of it, to sort of bring everyone up to speed, is he realized that if he put in an injunction in those territories, you basically, no Ninja Turtles toys could be sold for that period of time, right? So, while he's busy fighting it in court, even though international copyright law doesn't support his claim, he still puts it in because he knows it will delay the release of the Ninja Turtles. And maybe if there's just a smaller life cycle, like maybe if it lasts only 18 months, he's killed you because he's killed the sale of it, because now it will go on to the next thing. So it was basically extortion. But what could you do?
Yeah, I know. It's like, because it's just funny. It's like, you remember when it's similar to when what are these things called? Computers and the internet and all that stuff started taking off, and and everybody had a .com, and so if you didn't have a .com, it was so you had these poachers that would go in and buy like Steven Spielberg at .com something, or they'd buy the .coms, and then they would just hold them hostage, and it was until you paid them a certain amount of money to get it back, and that was
that's right.
It was very similar.
In fact, I seem to remember that some of the early ones like sex.com and XXX.com and stuff like that, they kept them. They caught, the people that were smart, they kept all of them, and then they sold them for like $7 million and $3 million because they were so valuable to someone, right? So if only people thought to do it, right? So
That was,
this is a good question. Now, we can't really get too much into this one, but it is worth it. So Jasny asked, wasn't there a link between marketing the toys in Russia and the mafia or something? And I'm going to say, yeah, not Russia.
no, it long story short, and it's a very true story, and it's one of those, because around that time when the Turtles were taking off and they were becoming popular, because interesting enough, that's a dip into a convention story we did in Russia, which was one of the coolest conventions ever. So we were approached. I actually said Mark Friedman was approached by an agent in Russia, a licensing agent, said I would like to license and merchandise Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle items in Russia. And basically at that time, it was still, the wall had come down and everything was transitioning, and people would phrase Russia as being open into capitalism. It was like the Wild Wild West over there and stuff. And so Mark had a few discussions with him, and Mark said, look, we looked into it. We can't protect the trademark in Russia. There isn't a system for us to protect the trademark. So it would be hard for us to sort of give you a license that you could then provide you the right to exploit T-shirts and toys and all the stuff in that territory. So I don't know what to do. And he goes, don't worry about it. I'll take care of any infringement. And Mark was like, okay. But from what I understand, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say also, there were some other territories. I mean, and certainly the problem is trying to get money from international territories is really quite difficult. And that's what Mark Friedman would do. But then he would sub-license it to different people, right? And without explaining exactly which territory it was, there was certainly one territory that was very large. And their report was, yeah, Ninja Turtles aren't very popular here. And so we went over to basically, like Mirage or the Turtle organization went over to find out, wow, were they selling anything, and got off the plane. And it was like the airport was green. Yeah, they were doing very well. It was just they were saying, no, we're not selling any toys over here. And it was like literally the culture had been taken over by Ninja Turtles. So those things happened.
It was funny because it was pretty crazy. That's it's crazy that it caught on, because one of the things that fascinated me, Courtney and I did a convention in St. Petersburg 2 years ago, and it was just fantastic. I never thought I'd get a chance to see Russia, and so these guys ran a festival over there, just nicest bunch of guys, and it was more like a pop culture artist festival. It was funny though too. Jim Lawson went as one of the guests at the Mirage Studios. It's two of the most popular areas of the show, and it was a very busy show. Was the Turtles booth, and then the Russian guy that did the voice of both Rick and Morty for the Russian version of American Morty. And so we're signing the first day, and this guy brings up this hardcover novel with illustrations in it. And so I look at the cover, and it's got Turtles fighting Batman, and I'm like, holy shit, I've never seen this. This is amazing. When's this from? And he goes, and so he kind of looked kind of sheepish, and he goes, well, it's from the early 90s. We couldn't find he said, I found this out later, but we couldn't find turtles here that were the real turtles from the United States. So publishers here just made up their own. And so there was like Turtles fighting Batman and Turtles fighting Predator and all these things. But they would, publish these little mini novels, hardcover, with illustrations. And it was, you take the leap. For me, it was just amazing that even from not an authorized turtle thing, that there was still something that they loved about these books. And then they couldn't speak English very well. And so it was just one of those, these guys were the original fans when they were little kids, and now they're young adults, and they were just sort of practically weeping, and the big hugs and all that stuff. I mean, huge fans of turtles from unauthorized product.
Like I promised everybody, one thing that's great about our job is that we get to interact with fans, and we go to conventions, right? And so one thing I would tell anyone listening, if you ever want to have the most fun in your life, hang out with people, professionals that go to comic book conventions, because our convention stories are amazing. You and I have a similar one, so I'm going to start us off, and we'll just trade convention stories, right? So I know there's one about you and a crazy fan sketch, but I've actually got one of my own. Because I'm a writer, man. I don't draw. So what am I going to sketch?
Right.
And by the way, the answer quickly, Jazz Neat. Yes, we will get, Tundra will get its own show. We will do its own show about Tundra. We've got so much to talk about. So Tundra is, for anyone listening, is a big publishing endeavor that we did after Mirage. That will have its own show because there is a ton of stuff there, right? So anyway, so I was at a show and they did an auction, and I didn't really know anything about the auction, but the auction apparently was for the comic book creators, you know. And so I had Jim McLaughlin, who ran the thing for Hero Initiative, said, "Hey, Paul, would you be willing to have breakfast with a bunch of fans if we auction that off?" And I said, "Yeah, no problem." I didn't remember it because I was drinking at the time. I was in the pub. And so he asked me in the pub, and he remembered, and I didn't remember. And, you know, one thing led to another that particular night, and I just got plowed. You know, it was one of those nights where it was sort of like, I'm with my friends and I never see him. And I got really drunk and wasn't thinking anything of it. And that night, Jim went off to the auction, and they did the auction while I was busy getting drunk. And then at 7 o'clock in the morning, my phone rings, and he said, "Well, you're supposed to be having breakfast with this lovely family who bought you last night."
What?
I had no memory of it. So my eyes were like this, and I showed up and I was so hungover. I couldn't even think, and I was really nauseated. And apparently this lovely family were under the impression that I drew Sonic the Hedgehog. They were convinced that I was the artist of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh my God.
And I kind of pulled it together where I have a little boy sitting on my knee and a little girl. She's only 5 and she's sitting there, and I'm reading them a Sonic the Hedgehog book that I found. They're waiting for me to draw Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'm in too deep, Kevin. I don't know how to get out of this, right? Like, what do I tell these beautiful people? Because I am so drunk and I smell like vomit. It was so bad.
Oh, that's genius.
So yeah, I probably was in a little over my head. I know you have a story about a crazy fan sketch request because they can get a bit crazy. Tell us that one.
Well, you know, it's funny because you know what I love, like in the very earliest days at comic conventions, you know, especially for Pete and I, we didn't go to a lot. You know, then Pete stopped traveling, and I would still go to a lot more. But it was always like we'd have our little, you know, $5 sketches or $10 sketches, which is probably one of the most we could get back in those days. And just would have some available, and then some would take some requests. And the idea for us was if we'd make a little bit of money, then the last day of the comic convention, we'd run around and buy comic books to fill holes in our collection or some original art and stuff. But this one guy came up, and there's two specific that stand out spectacularly, and they're probably 20 years apart. First one is a guy came up and had this absolutely amazing family of 8, you know, him and his wife and 6 kids. And he said, "Can you draw a portrait of all of us?" And I go, "Oh, dude, you know," I said, I can hardly draw characters that look the same panel to panel on top of them. I don't do portraits at all. I can't do it." I said, "It won't even look like you guys." And he goes, "Oh, sure you can." And I go, "You know, you're going, I just can't. I said, I don't, you know," and he's, you know, because he's thinking a $10 sketch, and I'm going to draw 8 people that don't look like these people. Right. Like you trying to draw Sonic the Hedgehog, you know, right. You imagine, you're like, okay. And so we just kept going back and forth. And so finally I was like, you know, dude, I just, you know, I'll pay you $10 if you don't ask me again to do the sketch. I just can't do it. And he goes, "Well, when you get to it, give it to it, and I'll give you my address. You can send it to me." And it's like, there you go. The other one is very, very similar. You know, Courtney and I were a show in Texas, and this guy had come with some of his buddies, and they drove, I think, a couple states away as part of his bachelor party. They wanted to come down to the convention to meet me, which was, you know, a huge honor. And so he's got him and a bunch of his buddies, and he goes, and so he gets up and he goes like, "All right, just really quick, I want to sketch of The Last Supper. We'll replace all of the scene with turtle characters. And I went, what? He said, just quick, just really quick, I know there's a line, but The Last Supper, and just all the apostles and Jesus, everybody. The turtle characters. I was like, not gonna happen, man. I said, there's no.
It's not gonna happen, dude. I'm really sorry. It's funny because at conventions, I love to be at conventions because I just think, interacting with fans. I know how friendly you are with fans, man. I know you're always super friendly, and I always told you I learned from the way that you guys were, and so I've prided myself on only one thing, which is being super friendly to fans, right? But there are times, and maybe this is one. I know it's not in some of the stuff we discussed, but I ran into a couple of really angry fans. When I did the origin of Wolverine, I had 3 or 4 fans that year come up to me and say, "You don't even know what you're talking about." I mean, just literally confront me at shows. And I'm like, it's a comic, dude. Like, I don't know what to say. When I worked on Hellblazer, I got a death threat, which was really funny because it was emailed to me. So you're sort of like, dude, I think you're missing the point. If you email me a death threat, I kind of know who you are at that point. But the guy was really mad. And, people would I remember when we did Civil War for Marvel, I did the Civil War Frontlines book, and fans saw it as being Republican versus Democrat. And, once it gets into that kind of conversation, here we go, right? And most of us creators would say, it's got nothing to do with Republicans in that. It's just a comic book, right? But once it became part of the conversation, so fans can be at times, it can be a little bit difficult at shows because they get a bit annoyed. But my favorite one of these actually was when I did the origin of Wolverine. I had to do 2 conventions in Canada, but I couldn't tell anyone the end result. So when I wrote the first 2 issues of the book, I had to go to Canada and do a convention, and it looked as though I'd written him in Nebraska. And so the Canadians hated me. They were so angry because they wanted Wolverine to be a Canadian. Yeah. And I couldn't tell him he's not Canadian. He's not from Nebraska. He's living in Alberta, and you'll find out in the next issue. So I would say, and I mean, I just faced the gauntlet. Like, yeah, it's okay. You'll keep reading. And then when issue 6 came out, I went up to Canada, and I was like literally Canadian. I was their favorite son. They bought me food. They would hug me. They had drinks in my honor. They bought me big, full bottles of alcohol and stuff like that. They bought me muffins. They bought me everything because I had written them in Canada. But for just a brief moment, I was the most hated man in Canada. It was great.
No, it's funny because, I remember, that there's a seriousness on fandom in some cases. I remember when Frank Miller killed Elektra, that was a big and understandable and stuff. But personally, or on a much similar level to what you did, the Wolverine thing is when Tom Waltz, as we were working through the 100 issues we finished last year of Turtles, the IDW universe, we had this idea, which was we loved. Fugitoid was a human consciousness sort of put in a robot's body, blah blah blah, and so we would sort of come up with this kind of a real dramatic thing we put into one of the bigger arcs. In this particular story, we wanted to do something that one of the turtles gets really hurt, which was Donatello, because he's sort of left behind, sort of as the turtles are forced to do this big fight with some alliance to the Shredder, and so and if that didn't work out the way it was supposed to, then Bebop and Rocksteady was supposed to basically take out Donatello, and our idea was we never were going to kill him. It was never going to be that kind of thing. I got one of those over there, sleeping all while. So it was never any intention to kill him, but he was going to get hurt. And so while his body was healed, they put his consciousness, Donatello's consciousness, in Metalhead, much like Toy. So it was easily, in comic book science, it was explained away that way. And so that was issue 44 of the Turtles. And so we're always working, as 3-4 issues ahead sometimes. And so we had to go to a show, and these guys coming up, and they're like, some of them are really upset, and they've got the issue 44 to come out, and we're already finished 47 where he's 45, he was cured, and 46 he was back, and then heading into 47, the whole team's back together, and then this other fight, and he's like, they'd be like, why did you have to kill Donnie? And we were like, what? No, we didn't. I said, even in previews and some of the press has come out since that issue was released, it's already been said, yeah, he comes back 2 issues later. And we said, no, we didn't kill him. And they just didn't believe it. And that happened for like the next year or so. And he's like, yeah, I stopped buying the Turtles after 44 because you killed them. And I'm like, we didn't. Go pick up an issue here. Take this issue. He's alive. But they were adamant that we killed Donatello. It's like, we'd never kill one of our kids.
No way. Yeah, Donatello gets it every time. Yeah. So we'll do one more convention story because I have the ultimate. We'll never get through all of these stories, right? I happen to have the ultimate convention story. I've got the best convention story, right? Is there before we get into the Hollywood stuff quickly, is there another one of these convention stories that you want to tell? Because every one of these is gold, right? Bisley going to San Diego.
It was, well, the Bisley one was kind of funny just because it's really, of course, the one with Rolf and Eddie and everybody.
Oh, Kevin, you know what we should tell everybody about? How about the Tundra UK? Because that one is interesting. When Tundra UK opened up, we were trying to make a big splash, and we did the thing in the British Museum. Man, that was a party, wasn't it?
Yeah, Natural History Museum, and invited everybody because by that time we'd already either had signed or had agreed to projects from so many fantastic local creators. I mean, we had Alan Moore and Mr. Bisley and Jamie. There was a lot of other people, and we would actually, I think, also we're trying to expand some of our distribution options there because it was really not a direct way to get things from Diamond into the UK stores and things. But we did this big event, but it was and I mean that one particularly because you were there. It's just so funny that with the wonderful and adorable Eddie Campbell, the magnificent Dave Gibbons, and in this particular instance, it was Rolf Stark who created a book I really liked. It was this insane book, a real life based on his life story called Rain, and so we were just chit chatting, and I think it was just in this comfortable little lounge, and somebody brought up, so how do you get prepared to work? What's your regimen? Just out of curiosity, and Eddie Campbell talked about taking a walk in the outback with his family and sort of clears his mind and that kind of stuff. And then Dave Gibbons went on to say, I like to grind my own pigments and do this kind of stuff. So this ritualistic preparing to go to canvas or whatever. And Rolf just blurted out, I strip naked and shave my whole body and then I paint something. And everybody just went like, all right. I've run into Rolf a few times over the years, and he's so lovely as always.
Rolf was German, so his accent was brilliant. I like to paint in the nude. I
paint in the
nude. He was crazy. That guy was great. He was one of a kind. Well, let me tell you this funny story. I don't know if you even know this, dude, but this is the best story, right? So it takes place one year at the Wizard World Convention. And this is a story that's literally legendary amongst a bunch of comic book creators. Because if you want something crazy to happen at a comic show, stand near me because it'll happen by accident, right? And I've always been that guy. Just crazy stuff happens around me. And so one year, Wizard World, the Wizard booth used to have a spin the wheel. And the way it worked was you would spin the wheel and you would win a prize. But the way the Wizard ran it, they didn't ask you a question. You gave them a category. So you would walk up to the Wizard booth and you would say, I would like a question about the Simpsons. And then the person from Wizard would say, okay, who owns the store? And you would say Apu, and then you would spin the wheel. So I was walking by the booth and one of them said, hey, Paul, would you like to come in and be the guest celebrity spinner? And I said, yeah, what do I do? And they told me this thing. And the problem is I don't know anything about anything, Kevin. I don't know the Simpsons. I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know comics. I don't know anything.
So all the fans are coming by, and everybody's winning because they would say, "I want a question about Pokemon," and I'd be like, "What's the little yellow one called?" And they'd say Pikachu. So everybody wins. And at some point, some fan decides to come up and he says, he's trying to be too clever, and he said, "Well, I want German fighting ships of the Second World War." And finally, it's a category that I know something about. So I said, "Well, which ship did this?" And it was the Tirpitz, and he said the wrong ship. You know, he said the Grass Bay or something. And I said, "No, sorry, man, you lose. You don't get any prize." And the people from Wizard said, "No, Paul, what happens is when they don't win a prize, we like to make them do a physical challenge." It was something the Wizard guys thought was really funny because they would get the comic fans to do star jumps or push-ups or something, right? I said, "Oh, right, yeah. And if they can do the physical challenge, then they can get to spin the wheel and win a prize." So I said to the guy, and I wasn't thinking, I said, "Okay, buddy, why don't you walk on your hands to the next booth?" And it was like the entire convention center went quiet, and everybody's looking at me like, "What?" So the guy turns, and it turns out he only had one arm, right? And I was like, "Oh my God. Oh no." So I said, "Dude, I'm really sorry. I did not mean to be, I thought he was going to step on his hands, but I didn't see he only had one arm." So I was so apologetic, and the guy was so mad at me. He was genuinely mad. He didn't forgive me. So I said, "Just give him everything." So there was one slot in the Wizard wheel where if you spun it, you could just win every prize. And so I said to the Wizard people, "Give him everything. Just please give him everything." And the problem was he couldn't carry it because he only had one arm. Right? Yeah, Nolan's heard this one before.
Oh no.
So I felt awful, right? And I was just like, "Oh no." So I then said, "Let me help you carry it to your car." So I carry all of this guy's stuff to the car, and the whole way I'm apologizing because I'm British, right? So I feel terrible, and he's genuinely mad, and he actually left the convention because he was so mad that I'd made fun of him. And so I help him load in the truck, and for the 100th time I say, "Well, I'm really sorry, sir. Please forgive me." And he drives away. It got worse, dude. It got worse. So that year, maybe a month later, I'm at Dragon Con, and I'm telling this story to Bill Sienkiewicz, who I will never forgive, because Sienkiewicz says to me, "Well, that's just bad karma." He said, "You need to get your karma back. So I've got a good idea. Why don't you go find a random fan who you think is a Wolverine Origin fan and just go introduce yourself and make their day. That will like really make them happy." And I said, "That sounds like a great idea, Kevin." It was a shitty idea because I go over and I start walking around in the comic section, and there's all these booths, and there's one booth where you can do like the fake eyeballs and the kind of the scars and stuff, all the prosthetic makeups, and you can like goofy teeth and vampire teeth and stuff. And I see this woman, and she's wearing a Wolverine Origin shirt, and I'm like, I got it. This is great. So I walk right up to her, and she's wearing a pair of Austin Powers goofy teeth. And I said, "Nice teeth." And they were her teeth. I flipped out. Now I'm like, I don't know what to do. And I didn't even know what to do. So I went, and I ran away.
You say that's
I didn't know what to do. And you would figure that would be the end of the story. And I kid you not, that's not the end of the story.
My God, this is
about
awesome.
3 years later, they stopped doing the Wizard World booth because I think of what happened. And McLaughlin had left now. And my friend Mel Kalo started running it. And maybe 3 years went by, and they finally brought back the Wizard World Spin the Wheel. And it was on preview night at Chicago, and Mel Kalo was working there. And I see the wheel, and I'm like, "Oh my God, they brought the wheel back." So, and I kid you not, this is dead true. So I went over to Mel Kalo and I said, Mel, I can't believe that you brought the wheel back. And he said, "I don't think that's a good idea." And I said, "Well, come on, man. Like, let me do the wheel, please. I got to get my karma back." It couldn't get any worse. Like, everyone's got two arms this year, right? I kid you not, the guy spinning the wheel had one arm.
Oh no. That's like
It is
go
the
home.
craziest
Just, you know.
of crazy stories. And I just thought to myself, that's something that should never happen to a British person, because I can never forgive myself. You know, I will never forgive myself because I'm British. So there you go. There's my
That's
crazy,
awesome.
crazy convention story. So
That's brilliant.
as you know, and you know very well, crazy things do happen around me. Because we're going to tell a little bit of our Hollywood stories as well, because our Hollywood stories are particularly awesome. Why don't you tell everybody? Why don't you tell everybody about your meeting with a very famous and very big character, Richard Branson? Tell everybody about your Richard Branson love, which I think is awesome.
Well, what's funny is it's it's almost one of those. It's interesting, but maybe more fascinating to me because I was such an idiot. It's almost in the sense that a long time ago, I invested in Limelight, which is Steve Barron, who directed the first Turtle movie, on Limelight Pictures, and Richard Branson was one of the owners. And Steve and Richard were really close, and Steve had been to his private island and stuff. So I didn't know any of this. I'm very naive, and so we sitting. I was in the office with Steve, and this guy comes in, and Steve and I were talking, and this guy just sort of barges in and tells a story about this, that, and the other thing, and barges out, and he's like, "Hey, Richard," and I said, "Well, that's weird. Who's that guy?" And he goes, "Oh, that's Richard. He's crazy like that. He's just." I'm like, "Well, that just because it seemed really inappropriate to me." And then so we were out at lunch like not a year later, like 6 or 7 months later, and this Steve, and so this same guy comes in, and he just sort of jumps into the booth and just starts talking away. And he was talking about the having Princess Diana and Charles down at his island in the Virgin Islands, and Steve goes, "Oh, tell him the story about how you bought the island." He tells a story about he just wanted to be in a plane, and this is when and so he tells a story, and I'm like, that's just the biggest load of bullshit I'd ever heard after he left. And I said, "Who is that guy?" He goes, I was getting really annoyed with him because I thought he was just, bragging and this stuff. And, he goes, "Well, that's Richard Branson." And I go, "Like Virgin Airlines guy?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I go, "Oh." I was kind of grumpy towards him. I just, I like Steve, and we were talking on, he just came. And so
that's awesome, man. That's great. The best kind of feeling. Say hi to Frago Dan. How you doing, mate? Good to see you.
Hey.
There you go. We got our mates coming in. Yeah, I had, because one thing that's really funny is when you're dealing with celebrities, right? And we've done this before, but it is again one of our favorite stories, right? I used to go pitching my stuff around with the agencies, right? I was at William Morris or something, and they'll send you everywhere, right? You go make something happen, they say, and then if you make anything happen, then tell us, and then we'll take 10% of it, right? It's really frustrating. And I used to go around, and some of those pitching stories are really bad because a lot of time it's just like really bored development executives, right? And they've done a bunch of coke the night before, and they're really tired, and they're just yawning, and they're like 23 years old, and you're pitching to them. And I used to get grumpy about it. I remember this one kid walked in, he's like 23, and he sat down opposite me and just did this big yawn. And I'm like, "Am I keeping you up, mate?" And he looked at me, and I'm like, "Am I keeping you awake? Too much coke last night?" I was really mad about it. Right? Obviously, I wasn't going to make a sale, but how the hell was I going to make a sale to that guy anyway? But I remember there was this one guy, used to work at John Davis's company. I really don't even care because the part of the story is the fact that his name, I kid you not, was Ira Napoleano. He was like literally this guy Napoleon. And I went in to pitch with him, and the guy I was with, who was like our business guy, took his jacket off because it was kind of warm, and he put it down like that. And this guy flipped out at him. "What the hell are you doing with your coat?" And we were sitting there like, "What? What's happening?" He said, "What the hell are you doing? What are you doing to that coat? You can't do that to a coat." And he runs over and grabs the coat and walks it over to a closet and puts it in a thing and then hangs it up. Like he's mad about us folding our coat the wrong way. And then he goes and he sits down, does this to me and goes, "What do you got?" And I'm like, "Nothing for you, pal. Nothing."
No, it's the meetings were it's a good thing because Hollywood to me is such a strange and unusual place in that and you've done a ton of pitching. I would estimate out of my time in Hollywood, and that would be somewhere around 20 years of doing stuff and writing stuff and pitching stuff. I would estimate with some closeness basis, some basis in reality, that I probably did 10,000 meetings. In Hollywood, possibly more over almost a 20-year period, and not sold one thing, not got one job, and not got anything to the point like where I would go into meetings and it would just be you basically somebody would tell you you've got a deal in the room. You got it. This is it. This is the greatest thing ever. We're doing it. We're doing a deal. We're doing stuff.
You and I had one.
It was just never, and never.
Remember, you and I had one, and we went right into a place, a big major network, and that the moment that you started pitching it, and I mean 1 minute into it, they looked at you and went, "We want it."
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
I remember it, and it was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was you'd pitch with people like that just was a system that as well. I always feel like we were raised. It's like I'm sure the same for you. It's like you learn your job, you do it well, you excel at it, you work hard, you do better, and if you understand the system, you can. There's a method to progress and succeed and make something happen. And to me, it was like none of those, in Hollywood, none of those rules really applied because it would just, it's like, we were doing, to me specifically, it was, I spent this glorious 3-year period with David Fincher, and it's actually it's an interesting thing, and I try not to be too long-winded, but I'd actually sold a very small direct-to-DVD heavy metal animated movie. And it was my friend of mine, Robert Mandel, and we were literally moving towards contract with Columbia TriStar, and Tim Miller, who owns Blur Animation, who directed Deadpool, the most recent Terminator, reached out to me because we had gotten to be friends
through
he's
Blur.
a huge comic fan. Yeah, and he said, "Yeah, Blur Animation is just outrageously fantastic." And he goes, "What's going on with heavy metal?" And I said, "We're just, we're wrapping up. We're going to get into production and get this little direct-to-DVD thing we're doing." And he said, "Kill the deal." And I'm like, "Dude, it's taking me, it's taking me 10 years to get a deal. No, of course I'm not going to kill it." And he said, "No, David Fincher wants to do a heavy metal movie, and he wants to do big budget, like $50 million." And so, long story short, we negotiated, and with great sadness, I killed this hard-earned deal, and then proceeded to work with two exceptional guys, both David Fincher and Tim put heart and soul. They got Paramount on board. They invested a bunch of money in development. They brought in, at the time we went out to pitch this project, and people actually think I'm lying. We literally had Guillermo del Toro, Zack Snyder, Jonan Vasquez, David Fincher, Tim Miller, and James Cameron, and there was another one, Mark Osborne, who directed Kung Fu Panda. All had agreed to do shorts for this. It was like, this was the lineup that we're pitching. How could you say no to this deal? It was fantastic. And David had a great vision for it, and we did, I'd say probably 80 pitches later. Just 2 years. It was like they took a 1-year option. After 3 years of pitching it, we still could not find an opportunity to do that with that kind of lineup and that kind of cast. They were doing stuff like, to me, it went down to the root of this unfortunate sort of semi-awkward failing upward system that Hollywood has, and fear of losing their job. And I understand that because, again, if you're working in a system that has no rules, I'd be very scared as well. And so they would run models on, they'd come back to David and they go, "We can't do your film because nobody in the world understands an anthology." It's like we were running models against the Twilight Zone, the movie, which was what, in the late 80s.
Yeah, yeah.
We were running models against stuff.
The original heavy metal movie. Or the original heavy metal movie, Kevin. You know, because the original heavy metal movie was fine. Thanks very much. You could run that as a model.
Yep. No, but that was 1981, and that was like one of those they had no tracking because back in those days they also try to hide all the numbers, and so it didn't do much at box office. And you talk those kind of numbers, and it's so it was just one of those things. So the deal sort of went away and came back later as Love, Death, and Robots, which they ran on Netflix now, but it's deserved their homage to heavy metal. But I think that was for me, that deal was the end of kind of dream of really trying to accomplish something in the Hollywood system. If you can go in with that kind of lineup and that kind of talent and that kind of abilities, just the trailer alone and what Blur put together was, and we're talking, this was 2008, 2007, 2008. It was Pixar quality, sort of just mind-blowingly cutting-edge science fiction.
Yeah.
And you couldn't close a deal. And I said, what's the point?
Well, the question here is that the real difference between the comic book world and Hollywood imagination. I'll field that one. Yeah, because in comic,
tell your pathologist story.
Which one? Which one? The pathology story? Oh yeah,
the one about the burn.
Yeah, I mean,
anyway, but tell the story you're going to tell because I love.
Sure, but this is more of the dark side. We're going to do the dark side next week, which is the sinister side of this stuff, because I'll probably save that story. But yeah, the pathology story is not necessarily a pleasant story. It's actually, hey, this was a way in which I was ripped off, like it happens all the time, right? And if you don't think it happens, all you have to do is to follow the trail and realize that in Hollywood, that they are very good at understanding one rule, which is you cannot copyright an idea. So if you can't copyright an idea, it means that your ideas are vulnerable and you have to be very careful. And that's why I have my own company, and you do too, Kevin, to do my own stuff, because we don't go through the Hollywood side of it anymore. We actually go outside of it so that we get a chance to make it ourselves. The new model is going to be that the stuff that's generated by people like us will then go into Netflix and all those places. We'll do it. They'll sell it now, because the system is very different, especially because of COVID. So the dark side, we'll do that next week, right? That's more of a, bring beer or some comfort food or something that you can manage, because it's not the most fun to talk about, but it's interesting. The fun side of it, although, there's also the sort of lower side of Hollywood. And I know you've seen a bunch of this stuff too. I remember going into Hollywood. There was a group that brought me in to come and fix a script of theirs. And that happens to me a lot, right? Can you fix up a project? And I go, yeah, okay. And you go in, and there was this guy, and he had a project. And it was basically, he said, I've got the money, I've got the producers. And the first meeting I took was me and Rob Pryor went out to the Valley to go meet with these producers. And there were 4 of them sitting in this beautiful house. Mm-hmm. And they've all got glasses of wine. And you're like, well, it looks like they've got money. Let's see what happens. And they said, we heard a lot about you, Paul. We know you've done a lot of good work at Marvel, et cetera, et cetera. You're sort of like the fix-it guy. Can you fix my movie? We think it needs a bit of work. And we've come together as a consensus of us producers. We really think that you could help us because we think it needs a little bit of work. Dude, it didn't need a little bit of work. What it needed to do was to be scrapped, because the first 5 minutes, they not only kill a child, they torture a child on camera.
Jeez. What the?
I'm sitting reading the script thinking, yeah, I wonder why you're having a hard time selling this film. You are literally talking about the torture of a child on camera. That's not going to work. And I remember that Rob and we went through this thing. We did a bunch of artwork. And after a while, they play this dog and pony, the shell game. Well, okay, guys, we're now work forward here. And what he's having me do, and you realize it, and it's probably earlier in my film career, he's having me rewrite his film with the promise of, yeah, we're going to make the film. And at a certain point, you just knew. And so we challenged the guy, and we were like, dude, you got nothing. You got the worst idea in the world. We've pitched you the best idea, and now we can make it work this way. And immediately, and so, where's your money? And at that point, he says, I've been thinking lately, I think I want to do my rom-com. And that was it. Like, I'm finished with it now. Now that you've challenged me, I'm going to do my romantic comedy. And you're like, I just put like 6 months of work into you. And that can be the film industry, right? It is that crazy. And people that think it's not that crazy, it is that crazy, you know?
No, it is. It's funny because that has really gotten to be, in many ways, the new norm. And that's about, well, not the new norm because it's been that way for a while, but I think that's why, we're, even things, projects that I've done in the past and developed a certain way, I'd do like you would, find a way to get into a comic book form, that was a great one. We did the sidekicks or the agency or just some of the other stuff. So you'd put the stuff in comic book form, so you sort of now have a basis and you can sort of show this is my idea without having somebody come in and say, well, we want to develop it. We can't pay you anything to develop it, but we want to develop it. And then they sort of string you along for 4 or 5 months. But I have, I got a really good one. You'll get a kick out of this one because actually, this to me combines. It's based on Simon Bisley, and it combines comic book theme stuff, Star Trek comic convention theme stuff, and the incredible brilliance of our friend Simon Bisley.
He's a nut, by the way. He's a total nut.
But so this is it's on a project, and so I get a call from Simon because it's one of those things. It was 3 a.m. his time. It was roughly just after dinner here in California, and I know he'd been working all night. And he was done, and he was probably had enough to drink. He was getting ready to go to bed, so he just wanted to chat for a little bit before he went off to bed. So I was calling somebody that called that time of night. So he calls and goes, do you know a guy in Hollywood? His name is Stanley Winston. And I went, yeah, like Stan Winston, like the special effects, like the Stan Winston. He goes, yeah, he does effects for movies. And I went, oh, yeah, he's a legend. Oh my God, are you kidding me? He's worked for Spielberg. He's done some of the most fantastic stuff ever. Why? What's going on? He goes, well, he called me and he wants me to work on this project that sounds really stupid. And I go, what's the project? And he goes, oh, it's something about these like actors that were on a show like Star Trek, and these aliens thought like it was
Galaxy
real,
Quest, yeah.
and so they come and get the actors. Galaxy Quest. They come and take them into space to fight this real alien invasion. And I went like, dude, that sounds awesome. I said, you should. He goes, you think so? And I go, do you think I should do it? And I go, hell yeah, you should definitely do it. So when anybody out there is fans of Galaxy Quest, I adored it. I was thinking with Tom's mentioning is that great, when Tim Allen goes into the bathroom and there's those 3 Klingon-like guys at the urinals and all this stuff, and just all the little isms that they did, and by Graptar's hammer, I shall be avenged.
Yeah.
Alan Rickman's character.
Alan Rickman is so
anyway,
brilliant.
so if you look at it, oh my God, it was like Tony Shalhoub, Sam Rockwell as the guy with the first name who gets killed.
Yeah.
I was the guy who got killed in the first 5 minutes of episode number 103 or Sigourney Weaver. I watched that movie a billion times, and so Simon took the job. And if you look at it, you look at the main bad guy with all the teeth and the things. I mean, it's totally Simon's. He designed, the conceptual art for the rock guys and little blue guys and all this stuff. So just to round the story because it's really funny. So he got to be really friendly with Stan, and he did all these drawings from his home in London and from outside of London. And so Stan always said, hey, Simon, if you ever get over the States, come by the studio. And so Simon came to work with me on a project, and he said, Stan said we come up to the studio, and I'm like, yes, let's go. And so he sets it up, and so we go up to this studio in this absolutely gorgeous and exquisite studio up in the valley. And so this receptionist, this assistant brings us into the conference room, and then the conference room is massive, and there's like, there's all these, Jurassic Park creatures and just this stuff. And so we're sitting around. This is so brilliant, Simon. So we're sitting around the conference table, and suddenly the TV at the far end, the big screen TV, sort of lights up, and it's like, and it goes, the man, the myth, the legend. It starts doing this like, about a 2-minute trailer on Stan Winston, and so Stan would time it because it was right next to the TV. There was kind of this curtain, so he would time it. So right when it was like, bum, 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 and then Stan would come out from behind the curtain because it's trying to impress traditional Hollywood people that aren't that creative, and so Stan pops out from behind the curtain like, here I am, and Simon let out the biggest, longest laugh. He was like, that was ludicrous. And Stan, it basically cut right to the quick, and he goes, yeah, that's pretty stupid, isn't it? It was
great.
Immediately, it's like, I might as well have not been in the room, because him and Bisley were fast friends. Well, they'd already been talking and stuff, but Simon, just the way that Stan had to portray it to come in, and I just loved it.
That's great. Simon, for anyone who knows anything about him, he has no filter. The first time that Simon met my beautiful wife, and I introduced him, Melinda and I were getting married, and he just basically went, well, you're beautiful, aren't you? And he just started hitting on her, and I was like, dude, give me 2 seconds, dude. And he just was like, he did his thing, and then he went, and then he moved on, which is very Simon, right? Because he didn't mean anything by it. He was just like, I like the way you look, so I'm going to tell you that, because he's got no filter, right? Well, here we'll sort of wind this down over the next 15 minutes, but we may as well get to the other time that you may as well not have been in the room, because we're about to talk about. We've done it once before, but we'll tell the story again, because this is the Hollywood story. The time that for anyone that's never caught up with us, the time that we met Terry Jones, because that is a funny story.
I love it.
So I'll start us off. I had flown into Los Angeles, and I was really tired. I come all the way from Britain, actually, at the time, and you were there already, and it was right when the Northridge earthquakes were happening, so the place was going nuts. And you wanted me to come reveling with you the night before, and and so you went off somewhere, and I go, no, I can't, right? And you're like, what are you talking about, man? Like, come out with me. And I'm like, man, I'm really tired. But I went down the bar, and I ended up talking to Bill Maher and Ian Astbury from The Cult, who was wearing black contact lenses. And I'm standing there like really jet lagged, having a beer, going, what am I doing? And the ground is wobbling. And this is the new norm for me, right? Because, like you said, it's not like there wasn't, it was a beautiful hotel, right? And so we had this amazing suites in the Sunset Marquis, and which is very kind of you, right? And they were convinced that I was the drummer from Metallica. Right? They were absolutely convinced, and I kept saying, I'm not the drummer from Metallica. And they kept sliding me this guy's telegrams, because in those days it was still telegrams, and I kept returning them to the front desk and going, I'm not the drummer from Metallica. And they kept going, absolutely, your secret's safe with us. And I'm like, no, you're not the guy from Metallica.
Because everybody would be
Say again?
No, because everybody was signed under a false name. So
That's right. That's right. And they thought I looked like someone, so they were convinced that I was trying to be incognito. And so I'm weirded out, because I haven't done much Hollywood at this point. It's probably early for me, like going to LA, and it was when you were brought into Limelight, so we were doing all these pitches.
Right.
And so the ground is shaking because of the earthquakes, and it shook for maybe 2 or 3 days. I don't know. I'm so jet lagged, I don't know what to think. And I ended up waking up in the morning really early, because in Britain at this point it's midday, but now in LA it's like sort of 6 in the morning, or even later, right? So I go down to breakfast, and I sit down at a table, and I look up and I realize, oh my God, that's Roger Moore. And I'm literally sitting across from Roger Moore, and Bruce Springsteen is over there like 3 feet. And I'm like, where am I? What is happening? I am nobody. And I was a bit nervous, but sort of like, whatever. And at this point, and I'll let you take on the next bit, right? Because it's a funny story. At this point, in comes Kevin, who goes, you never guess who I meet last night, right? So you're next. Here we go.
Well, it's what's funny is I found out with that hotel, which was through Steve Barron, who was, because he was doing a lot of, he was the music video king. It was a sort of like hotel that nobody knew about. If you drove down the street, there were no signs.
You couldn't see it, yeah.
secret place. So a lot of, Michael, like you said, you'd go through the lobby and be like, there's Michael Hutchins from In Excess, this person, that person, and it was just this great little thing. So that night I got back, they have this really quaint, really nice little bar, and so I went down for a nightcap with one of my friends I was visiting with, and so he and I were having a drink, and I sort of looked across and I saw Terry Jones from Monty Python, and it was just I grew up in New England, and when I was a kid, that show was it. There was nothing greater in the world. I think I speak for all of us fans.
Yep.
There was nothing greater than Monty Python's Flying Circus. And so it is, and I never do this because anytime, I've ever tried to introduce myself to somebody I was a fan of, never worked out. So it was just sort of one of those things. Like I'd rather it either happen organically or just avoid it. But I couldn't resist, and so I just told the bartender, and I said, "Can I pay for his drink? Pay for his table, whatever they're drinking." That's it. And he said, "Well, they just finished up and they only had it in." And so, so he did. And so, I could see Terry getting the check, and he just sort of he was very awkward about it, but he was like, so he got up and walked over, and I just jumped up and I go, "Hi, Kevin Eastman, created the Ninja Turtles. I'm a huge fan." And he just went, "What?" I said, "You created the Turtles." And he happened to be a very big fan. And so we just had, it was only like, 10 minutes, but it was the greatest moment of my life. I'm like, oh my God. And so so I come down to breakfast, and I'm like, you missed it. I was talking to Terry Jones for like 9 minutes or something.
Because I went to bed, right? And so you were so full of it, and you were like, you missed it. You can't believe it. But I ran into Terry Jones from Monty Python. He was really nice. But hey, guess what, Paul? You went to bed, so too bad for you, right? So, well, you weren't being a dick, but you were just like, I had the best night. I hung out with Terry Jones, right? So carry on.
Yeah. So sure enough, then I break into a sweat immediately, because there he comes through the hallway into the breakfast room. He sort of comes walking, close to the table, and he's like, like, "Good morning, Kevin." And I'm going like, "Oh," and you go, and then you took over. You go like, "You moved in next door to my mom." I thought it was your nan, but it was your right?
it was my mom. So you introduced me to Terry Jones. You said, "Hey, Terry, just like to introduce you to my friend Paul." And I said, "Hi, Terry, you live next door to my mom."
That's right. And I disappeared. And it was like, you guys were like, "Oh," but no.
And it turns out that a week before, just completely by accident, my mum had called me, completely coincidental, and she said, "Well, you never guess who moved around the corner from me, Terry Jones from Monty Python." And she had been hanging out in the pub and downtown in Llanidlos. This is in mid-central Wales. This is nowhere. And Terry Jones had come in, and now she'd met him at the laundry. So she said his wife's really nice. And they'd gone down to the local laundry, and they'd been hanging out, and she saw him in the pub. And a week later, I'm in Los Angeles, of all places, and Terry Jones is there, and you've met him, and you introduced him to me. And I said, "Well, Terry, you live next door to my mum." And he said, "Who's your mum?" And I said, "Hazel from the pub." And he said, "Are you Hazel's boy?"
Oh, that's lovely.
That was crazy, man. That is that moment where you just go like, what am I doing? Because I'd already had a morning where I'd been sitting with like Roger Moore and Bruce Springsteen. Not really, because I was just near them, and they thought I was the drummer from Metallica. So at this point, I didn't even know what was happening in my world. That was the best.
Yeah, there's so many, and it's funny because I was like, you think of stories like that, and it's just one in a million. It was like, I remember my mom came to visit once, and we just went to the movies. We went to see him. I said, "Let's go for a movie, do something fun." So we go there, and there's my mom and my sister. We're in line getting popcorn, and I looked at the guy next to us, and it's Adam Sandler. And so my sister Judy was like, "Hey," she's like, no filter as well. It's Adam Sandler. And he goes like, "Hi," and so it just sort of sauntered away. And then my mom came out to visit like 6 or 7 months later. And this never happens, really, not that much. And so we went to the movies again, and there just happened to be a night where Russell Crowe was doing some special presentation at the theater for something, and he was there. So she's like, "What are you, just celebrities everywhere, all day, every day?" But no, one last funny one. It was I don't know if you know an actor name. You remember Judd Nelson? He did, like, the Breakfast Club, and he was also from Maine. And I had met him before in Maine because we dated sisters differently. And so I met him, but I was just went into a liquor store and he was buying smokes, and I was in there to buy smokes, and I'm like, "You're just, you know, you probably don't remember, but we ran into each other at the Old Port Tavern once," and he goes, "What, in the Old Port? Who are you?" And I told him, and you know, Turtles, and so we got to be friends, and it was good to see him once in a while.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know, it's such a bizarre planet. Otherwise, you know, the whole planet Hollywood. I say that.
The biggest, as they say, it's the biggest small town in the world, because I run into this all the time. I will meet people who are in our business, and we'll always know the same people. Always, you know, like, oh, do you know this person? Do you know that person? And we've known them. You know, in Hollywood, I've driven a stunt car. I've driven stunts twice because we ran out of insurance filming. When I did that with Rob Pryor, we ran out of money for insurance, and so I drove a couple of stunts one time. And I had this big Buick, and I did the first pass, and I thought, that wasn't so bad. I'm a good driver, but this thing was a boat.
Right.
And they said, yeah, well done. You know, all the crew was sitting at the side. They went, yeah, good job. Very polite, like a golf clap. And I said, no, I think I can do better. So I reversed this big Buick all the way back up the hill, and I went for it, and I came down the hill, and I skidded, and I smashed into this thing I was supposed to, and it all went flying. It must have looked great. And I went up over the rise, and the side of the car that I was on went up sideways, and it stopped, and then it went wham like that. And my back, I was like, oh my God, that hurt so badly. And there was silence for a second. And then all of a sudden the crew were like, yeah, that was amazing. And the fucking DP hadn't set his camera. He missed all of it. He missed the entire thing.
That's
pretty funny. It's pretty funny, but yeah, being a stunt driver, I've done, you know, the things that this business will get you to do.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because we touched on it a little bit when we were talking about the first Turtle movie, because it was, you know, just referring to directing. There's something I wanted to do a time or two was direct, but it was just one of those, you know, I think I'm just better off with my little comic pages. Because the first time I went on set was Steve Barron on the first Turtle movie, and all I could think of was watching what, you know, whatever the scope, whether it's a commercial or a music video or a large movie, especially, I felt it's amazing that any movie comes out good ever, because it's just so many moving parts. It's a crazy thing. It really is. You know, it's like, I think it was in that same video that wasn't the guy that was your sound guy or something that was worked with you through the whole thing, and you get to this big fire scene because he's read your script, and then you get to the big scene where they're lighting something on fire, and he goes, "Oh, I can't do the sound in this because I don't work with fire."
Yeah, we've had that guy, Eric. Yeah, that guy was terrible. We also had a problem because we had two Buicks, right? So we had the one that I drove and one that was a scrapper. And what was supposed to happen is you drive it and it looks like it's going over a cliff, and then you drop it from a crane. So we had a crane with a car attached to it. Whoa. And we're over in the corner, and I'm busy working on something, and I hear this big loud crash, and I'm like, wow, someone dropped something. And the crew, who were all Spanish-speaking guys, and they didn't really get what they'd been asked to, they came over and proudly informed me that they dropped the car for me. And I was like, no, you're supposed to be pointing the camera at it when you drop the car. Like it's our one chance. They had dropped the car. And then they came over to proudly tell us, well, we did what you asked us to do. And we're like, that's not what we asked you to do. So they literally dropped the car, and we couldn't get the shot. We couldn't get the shot of the car crashing. Hollywood, man, it's
funny that actually, I always tell people, you know, if you're, you know, and there's a lot of great books on directing, but one of my favorites that I read early on, which I thought was fantastic, was Robert Rodriguez's Rebel Without a Crew.
Yeah,
and it's how he shot with Carlos Gallardo, how they shot El Mariachi on just, you know, I think he raised the money by doing one of those medical experiments for 30 days where they give you a placebo or not a placebo and see your reaction. So he raised $3,000. But he wrote this book on how they did it, and it's just a fantastic sort of everything that could go wrong did go wrong, but they still, you know, it's you got to push with your vision. And
one of the strange things about working in film, man, and I love directing. That's really literally like, that's my life, right? Like being a director, that's really what I did so many comics and I did so much other stuff. I love voice directing. And I love directing, right? But it can be a challenge, man. When it goes wrong, you better be careful and think of something on your feet, because if you can't think on your feet, you are going to, it can kill you at times when you see people doing dumb things on set and you're like, no, you're killing me right now. Like, please help me. What are you doing? So dropping a car is pretty extreme. But that being said, it's all part of the crazy, right? Like the crazy is what makes us like we are, I suppose. You know, we're lucky. We're lucky because it is crazy and we're in a crazy business.
It does keep you, keeps you kind of grounded. It's like it's like everybody says, let's say something like, oh, you should meet my family. My family is crazy. It's like all our families are crazy. Tell anybody you have a normal family, you're lying. And it's like those experiences and going out into the world where you experience, crazy things like just one music video, like that thing, how much stuff you learned and you saw, and it was like, but that kind of crazy. That's how you learn and you proceed, and it's tough, and I still think
So I was going to say, I'm currently directing this Star Trek project, right, which is really cool because at a certain point, you walk on a set and you're on a bridge of a starship, man, and these now, it's all in camera, right? So all of the screens are all in the camera. You're on the bridge of a starship. It's not just a set. This thing looks amazing, and you're sitting there going like, how did I end up doing this, right? It's so cool. So it's got the cool factor, but then it's got the dumb factor. You sort of sit there and you go, well, would you mind getting those cables out the way? Or, hey, you're dropping the microphone right and the boom mic's in my shot. Like, is this your first movie? Like it could be crazy, man, but it's fun. I love it.
Well, good luck with that. That's exciting. I can't wait to hear more about that one.
Yeah, man. And we made a comedy out of it as well. We took another day to do a comedy called Warped, and it's just basically this one thing that we did with the dumbest crew in Starfleet. So we're kind of repurposing the set so we can just have some fun with it. It's nuts, man, but it's crazy. Now, talking of nuts, I figured that we would end up, because we're closing in. We normally play a game at the end, and everybody at home is entitled to play along with us. So this is a game that I always set you up with one, and you go like, "What are you doing to me?" Last couple of weeks, we played the game where I hold up a little green thing, and then you try to guess who the character is. I'm going to make it easier on you this week. Maybe. I'm going to make it easier on you because I'm going to show you somebody doing cosplay, and then what you have to do is to tell me who are they cosplaying.
Awesome. I was going to say you maybe do it blindfolded or something. No, that's
and I know that I think Stogie's running meta tonight and says, show them a picture of you looking goofy on set. Well, I will, because one of them is almost like me cosplaying. Anyway, here we go. So as you can see, it's very clear that the She-Hulk is on the right there. Who have we got on the left there, Kev?
It's Thanos, bro. Anybody, you can see that a mile away.
It is Thanos. It is a particularly, I love this guy. And this is the kind of thing that I'm saying. I just love this guy because he is Thanos, man. There you go. Yeah. Got the look and everything. Look at that.
Oh, I do appreciate
it. Right. Who's this?
Holy macaroni and cheese. He looks like an Oompa Loompa from hell.
I'll give you another one doing the same character. Here we go. There you go.
That's awesome. Stumped officially.
That would be the redoubtable Captain Planet.
Captain Planet and the Galactic Rangers. Oh my God, that's fantastic.
Look at that. I like the shorts on this particular fella because I'm not even going shape. I'm going to put the colors on. And if you don't like it, I don't care. Like, this guy is totally loving it, which I'm really proud. And then this guy's got the shorts in the right direction. Let's see, he's got the little trunks,
Fantastic. I love it.
It is exceptional. Do you know what this is?
I mean, it's based on, it's a form of Pikachu, I'm guessing. But I know that because our son has collected the card series, and there's only 19,000 cards that have different variations on them. So it's
and I want to point something out, by the way. I know Miss Sile, I know you're saying we're not nice to chuckle at these cosplayers. No, we love these people. I want to be clear about this. Like, I actually think it's great. Like, let's be clear, right? We love these guys because I love the enthusiasm, and I think it's really cool. Anyway, this is a Jolteon. So this is kind of what Jolteon looks like. So not bad, you know, you got the long legs and everything, but I'm going to tell you that costume must be a massive pain to try to wear, man. That is a rough one.
That's like, you know, to be honest, it is like, you know, and that's like you said, responding to the comment was, trust me, it's like, you know, we're laughing out of pure mutual respect and enjoyment, because it is like it's like I've seen, you know, these people with these just massive wings, or they're wearing like something they built on stilts, and it's like, you know, just the dedication. It's like, you know, even as the Captain Planet guys, it was like, look, you can only get away with having that much fun and doing that at a Comic-Con, so it doesn't matter. That's the fun part, you know.
Exactly, and that's my point, I think, actually, which is what's so cool about it is they're like, I don't care, I'm going for it, right? I'm going to show up like this, and if you don't like it, like, I love the people that do bad cosplay because they do it on purpose half the time. They're like, look at my bad costume, and they're loving it, right? We are celebrating their bad costumes, and there are some bad ones. Okay.
Well, they had some guys. I remember some guys showed up at San Diego one year, and they were all like, had, you know, beards and, you know, hairy legs, and they all dressed up as Princess Leia. That was their thing, and all of them, it was like 15 of them running around and dressed as Leia. And I thought that was like literally the coolest idea ever. This is great, by the way.
I love it. So this is a joke, actually, but anyway, yes, there I am. This is our comedy that we're doing.
You look so serious. It's like the guy from The Cage or something.
I know. Well, the guy from The Cage. Let me tell you something, sir. You score a point, big time, because I did go. It's kind of pikey, kind of stuff like pikey, right? Because I'm pikey. So there you go. Yeah. So this is me. If you're asking me, what are we doing? I'm actually sleeping with a bra on my head. It's all part of the story. So yeah, Captain Pike.
I love that you did that because, oh my God, that's awesome. Oh, Jabba the Hutt, that's brilliant.
Is that not brilliant though? I love it.
Oh, it's totally brilliant.
Let's do it. And they did Jabba the Hutt and Slave Princess Leia. Here's their inspiration.
Yeah. It's funny. I was just going back to your Star Trek one. Is like I have full Captain Kirk uniform, tricorders, the phasers, everything. And one time at our neighborhood block party, I you know, nobody expected it. We just moved into the neighborhood, and so we were getting to know all the neighbors. And so I decided to put on my Captain Kirk outfit and go out and meet the neighbors that way. I thought Courtney was going to pee her pants because she was laughing so hard. And all the neighbors were just. It took about 10 minutes to realize that I was just having fun, and so we all became friends. But it was just like, is this guy okay? Should we let our kids around him? You know?
And one of the jokes that we love, by the way, was when William Shatner got a little bit larger, you could always see his girdle. So one of the jokes in the story is that we have his girdle, and it gets worse as we keep going. His girdle is visible. Look at the girdle on it, like it pokes through. Right, so yeah, I think these guys absolutely nailed it. This is Jabba the Hutt and Princess Leia, which I just think is tremendous because they grabbed the beanbag or something and just went, "Let's do it!" Right?
Absolutely brilliant.
And then these guys.
That's it, man. That's it. That's the shit. It's like I would wear that.
Because you just go like, how drunk were they when they decided to come to the show, and they just went like, "Let's do it," you know?
It's all going to be too. This is all Dragon Con?
I'm guessing.
Oh no, I'm just curious.
I know why this is not Dragon Con, because there are like convention numbers around the back here. This is going to be some other convention.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking they do like, I know Dragon Con would do that big massive parade every year, like they'd block off multiple city streets and do this stuff.
It's brilliant, man. But I love these guys because they just do not care. The guy is laughing his face off as R2D2, and the C3PO is brilliant because I mean they're modeling it on this,
That's
and the C3PO is just great. He's my favorite. This guy, like, you got it.
Best Iron Man ever.
It is the best Iron Man ever. I mean, there's Iron Man, greatest Iron Man ever.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, and again, it's like, you know, you want to be part of the moment and do it, and it's like, however you get there is how you get there, and that's awesome.
I just think that most of the time people come doing this because they're having the time of their life, right? They're like, they're not serious about it. They're laughing, right?
Yep.
There's one for you, this guy.
Yep. That's great. See, that's you know, that's so brilliant, because I was like, you know, we had a bunch of people that came. Some of that, they just had a green T-shirt and a red mask, and they painted their face green, and they just painted these turkey baster pans that have got kind of this shell design. And I'm like, you know, best costume ever. I love it.
I love this guy. This guy's expression tells it all as well. He's like, I'm having the time of my life, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
There he was. And then these guys who did their entire heads and everything. And I'm like, that is great. Now that one, I guarantee, is Dragon Con. I can't quite see that sign in the background, but I recognize the carpet, dude. That carpet was in the hotel for 2 years, and they took it out because it made people dizzy.
Oh, that's awesome. But no, it's funny because this is so similar to the 1986 Turtles that we saw in Comic-Con, which we were so, you know, like you said, it's when you see somebody dressed up as the Sentry or one of your characters, it's like, it's the proudest moment ever.
I'm always like, I want to give you a hug. And occasionally, like, I've had someone come as an obscure character. And when they come as an obscure character, I'm like, this is the best, man. I'm going to give you a hug, you know, because you did like, so there you go. There was the Ninja Turtles. By the way, I found this picture of the most disturbing kid's face mask. I'm like, apparently this was a licensed product, Kev, but that looks scary as hell.
Yeah, no, it's funny. It looks just like the it's a Nickelodeon version of the Turtles, and but yeah, that's highly detailed. That's great.
Yeah. And then this dude, I love this guy. This is the best. This guy came as well. Do you know which character that
Powder
is?
Puff Girls?
Which one?
One of the Powder Puff Girls?
It
I don't
is
know
one of the Powerpuff Girls. Is actually Bubbles. There she is.
Oh no!
I love Bubbles.
See everything. Yeah, that's
cosplay.
That was you know, people got so mad at that. It was one of those. It's like, you know, we never saw the movie. We just only heard the different, you know, repercussions of that stuff. But it's like, that's a tough one to swallow.
Yeah, you couldn't drag me. I mean, Wild Horses couldn't drag me to go see Cats. I'm sorry. That's just not for me. This is Dragon Con. I just wanted to show you this at the end. This is us just kind of hanging around at Dragon Con. Look at all the crazy people. They're just, look at that costume in the middle, man. It's the best.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then this was us outside in the park. There's me. I love this guy's face.
That's awesome.
We were filming something, and these tourists came up, and they were like, "Can we take pictures with you?" And I was like, "Absolutely."
Yeah, like Sid Vicious, or who is it? One of the.
Yeah, it's the best, like a punk zombie. So anyway, yeah, we have fun, don't we? Like, we're very lucky.
Yes, we do. It's like it's an awesome life. It's been an awesome career, and it's been so fantastic. And the stuff we've seen, it's really is like, you know, that's part of our, you know, inspiration. And even like, you know, I look around, like, you know, my studio here and stuff, and you know, and I feel like it's like memories and things that is like the scene out of oh god, what was the Kaiser Soze? What was that movie again?
The Usual Suspects. Yeah,
Usual Suspects. Like, because you can look around and it's like each one of those things brings a specific memory, or, you know, like we were talking about last time. We've gotten so many amazing gifts from fans, and we keep everything. I love it. But it's so yeah. But that was fun. So next time we go to a convention, we're gonna go as we'll come up with our own cosplay, and we'll meet somewhere.
And I'll tell you what, when all of this blows over at some point, and it will, it might take a while, but when it will, Dragon Con is the place to come, and I'd love it if you came here, because it is funny. We did it 30 years ago. You and I, we did Dragon Con, maybe a little more, even maybe 30 years ago. We came to one of the very first ones, and it was fun. We are very lucky and fortunate to have our careers and to have done this for so long. So
I think one last highlight from that Dragon Con was, just to remember, is that the year we gave out the Tundra stickers with the little elephants, and then hundreds of them, and the people stuck them everywhere. So we get into an elevator, and they'd be like 25 Tundra stickers on the thing. We'd be like,
That is correct, and everybody was so mad with us because we gave out stickers for our company. And they got stuck everywhere. Yeah.
everywhere. Whoops. So,
Yeah. So thanks, man. As always, it's a great time here, and thanks everybody for coming here, Miss Sai and Jasneet and Tolka and everybody. Can't go list you all, but this is a great time. Kevin and I love doing it, and next time we're going to get into, we'll try not to make it too miserable, but we're going to get into some of the darker side of this stuff, because there is some stuff that can be a little bit frustrating working in this business, and it's definitely something that's interesting to talk about. But in the meantime, you can console yourself with the picture of me as a zombie living my best life. There you go. And Kevin, say bye, Kev.
awesome. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody.
Talk to you soon, mate. Cheers.
Hey, everybody. I hope you are doing okay. There's Paul here, and I've got my mate Kevin with me. So without further ado, here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, out there in sunny California. He's What's going on, mate? How you doing?
That's my enthusiastic Wednesday life. Actually, it's been beautifully sunny out recently. I know you guys get some weather down there too. It's nice, but no, we're blessed and fortunate, and continuing our days. As Shane's just started doing virtual soccer training twice a week, because he's a big soccer fan. I know you're huge on that yourself, but Shane's got some skills, and so they've been doing this thing where they sort of set up a Zoom meeting, and he does it through his phone on our front lawn, and the coach runs them through all these things. So that's been fantastic.
That's good. And it's kind of a big day today. We'll talk about all of our stuff in a little while, but actually today is the first New Comics Day in a long time, which I think is pretty encouraging for a lot of people. So I've seen a few people get really excited about it. I think it's amazing that we're back to that point, because I think the industry's really been struggling. So hopefully this is the beginning of good stuff, Yep.
No, that was, when I heard that, that when DC when Diamond made the announcement a couple of weeks ago that May 20th was going to be the official, back in business. I have seen, I follow a couple comic stores. Of course, my good friends up at Jetpack Comics up in New Hampshire, as well as Ryan Leibowitz, who runs Golden Apple Comics up in LA and stuff. So we've been trying to help and support and keep tuned in with them. So fingers crossed that curbside pickup and.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I've obviously, we have so many friends in the comic book business, and so many, we're very hopeful for the way it goes for the retailers. So hopefully this is the beginning of a new kind of normal. I hope everybody out there is staying safe. Obviously, it's really difficult right now, and people are struggling to work out what to do. Since we're going to just chat for a minute, tell us what's kind of like the way that they're reintroducing like COVID and all this stuff out there. Like, how are they dealing with it right there? Is it all masks all the time? Is it shelter in place? What's the deal out there?
Well, just from, because we're still, even though, California in general is sort of reopening like a lot of places very carefully and with a separate time, but it is, masks pretty much anywhere and everywhere you can go. It's just, it's some places, a lot of stores, grocery stores, and a lot of places like that won't let you even into the store without a mask on, which is generally good. But there is still sort of those blurred lines between walking outside with a mask or without a mask if you're walking your dog, that kind of thing. Some of the people think in our neighborhood you should wear one all the time, and some people think, well, we don't. We think it's still a lot more is being made of it than it really is, and so they're being a little bit more skeptical, not being as careful. But we'll sort of take it, try not to get angry. We've all been inside for the same amount of time, and we miss our time outside with our friends and our families.
Yeah, so I'm in Georgia, and as you know, Georgia's got a different way of doing things. Georgia is just like, I went to the store today to get something, and maybe 20% of the people in the store had a mask on. 80% of them didn't. Like, it's really different here. So, there's a lot of different thoughts about it. You and I are not here to talk about COVID particularly. It's just kind of interesting to find out how things are in your part of the world. I want to say hi to Mahir Jasneet, who's a great regular, Stephen, Gabriel, Scrat. Well done, by the way, Scrat. You're scoring points with us already because you literally posted something about my wife. So I'm gonna talk about my wife in a second, because that's my only thing. Is she's been working really hard, Kevin. As you know, my nigh perfect wife has been she's awesome, and this week we spent 3 hours dropping off little presents for her kids that she teaches in her class, because she wanted them to feel special. And so she's been teaching remotely. She's been reading them every day. And so we drove around and she dropped off little presentation packages, and they got to open them online, and they got candy in it, and they got like a little award that says like, well done, or something like that. So my wife is awesome. That being said, she's also loopy, which is why she's nigh perfect and not perfect. So amongst her accomplishments this week was, last night she tried to fix a faucet and it didn't work so well, so she flooded through the ceiling and down into my office, which is why.
Well, I've been one of those guys lucky enough to meet your wife and the whole rest of your family, and she's adorable. And the first thing I do is congratulate her for the tolerance of you, and I do the same with my one. No, but that's great. I think that's wonderful she did that, because that is it's a thing. See so many students right now going through graduation, which is whether it's a drive-by parade where they go, or people going in front of their favorite teacher's house and just sort of going by with a sign saying "love you," and it's hard because this was Shane's graduating from 8th grade, and he's going to be a freshman in high school, so this was a big. Every year is a big year, but this was a big year for him, this transition, and it was. So we feel for all the people that did graduate that couldn't experience those moments, not only to say goodbye, and Shane did. God bless him. He's just so great. A lot of his students, they write all the teachers and they say thank you, and that's
yeah. Teachers are amazing. My wife is amazing. And everybody here is amazing. Thanks very much for showing up, Anthony and Toka and Shaman. Yes, it's a tap, Shaman, not a faucet, but I'm just saying it, like the way that I expect you people to understand it. My wife does this all the time. She has these loopy behaviors, and one of them is that she likes to start doing a job, and then she calls me over and says, every single time she says the same thing, some of the pieces are missing. Some of the pieces are missing. I'm like, babe, did you start from the beginning and follow the instruction? She's like, well, how hard could it be? And now, of course, the room is flooded. And so, my house had a little bit of rework done this week. She's brilliant. So this week, you and I are going to be talking in a way. I want to kind of like qualify this to everybody. Kevin and I decided that we are going to talk about Tundra Publishing, and we're going to do that like next time that we do something. We're going to take a break in the next couple of weeks, I think, because Kevin has some other stuff that's sort of prearranged. But at some point, we're going to talk about the big thing of Tundra Publishing, because it's never been spoken about. Nobody knows what the story is. And you and I understandably know the entire story of what happened at Tundra. So that's going to be super interesting. But to qualify what Kevin and I are going to be talking about tonight,
you know, there's a real dark side to the entertainment industry, but it's not like Kevin and I are here to literally just name names. Okay. We're not going to do that. We're not about naming names and being mean to people and telling like how frustrated we are. And there's Gib over there. Gib's like the Big Numbers 3 story. Gib, we will tell the Big Numbers 3 story because it is an interesting story, along with Big Numbers 4. We'll tell that next time when we do the Tundra thing. But this time, you and I, Kev, are going to talk a little bit about some of the difficult stuff that's in our business, right? And I figured a nice light way to sort of get into talking about that stuff is to talk about like what people's perception is of our job and what our job actually is, because it's much different from what I think people might assume, right? So here's a good one to start with. Like, how many hours do you get drawing or writing in a week compared to hours of bullshit? What's your ratio of actual creating stuff to actual bullshit?
You know, it's funny. I tell this story. It's told it for many years in transition of what Peter and I were doing for a living, say in 84, 85, 86, to a good part of 1987, before it transitioned into the release of the Ninja Turtles in late 87, and then the cartoon in very late 87, and 1988. And it's with them, and I always want to tee it up that it's not a complaint in any sense of the word. It's one of those things that's like when we went into this, we definitely had no idea what to expect, and this is going to be a great sort of segue when we get into some of the things of those pitch meetings and the stuff that we went into in Hollywood, in the years to come, immediate and the years to come. But so we didn't have anything, know what to expect, but we went into it with the knowledge that how lucky we were in meaning that. Touched on this before, is that our heroes that we stand on the shoulders of, the giants that didn't get to have that kind of control or say over the characters and the creations, and we, as fans, you and I and a lot of fans watching have sat through some really terrible Marvel movies and or DC movies long before the Marvel Cinematic Universe sort of started getting things right and that kind of thing, and so we've seen things that can go array and go that spinning up into a unpleasant universe so quickly. And so when we started, we wanted to make sure we had say over everything. So we then went from say a good chunk of 1987, for example, still drawing and writing 90% of the time and dealing with the business aspects about 10% of the time. And by 1988, it was almost an immediate switch to 90% of the time dealing with the business aspects of our creation and 10% of the time doing physical creative work on the comic books and those kind of things. We're still doing creative work as far as it was working on the animated TV shows and so many other, the coloring books and just different stuff that was coming through that we wanted approval over to get right. But it was a pretty immediate switch, and that progressed through, a number of years of that, which again, not a complaint. We were running our universe and we were working very hard at managing our characters and making sure they were represented the way we wanted to. We didn't get to do as much hands-on creative work that we did, and then it's probably a good segue into the next conversation on Tundra, where I can go like around the time where I could have sort of balanced the schedule and started going back to more regular drawing. I did this nutty thing where I started a Words and Pictures comic book museum. I bought Heavy Metal magazine, and I started Tundra Publishing, which took me straight off the drawing table and right into this other world, which I thought I knew better than I did. But no, it was a complete role reversal.
The interesting part of Tundra, and we'll get into this again when we talk about it, it wasn't really just one company. It was about 6 companies, because there was one in the UK, there was a pre-production house, there was, all kinds of other peripheral companies that were tied into it. So there was a lot to manage, man. There was a ton going on. But, how about now? Like, how much work are you getting done in a week compared to
bullshit.
Well, I was lucky in that I had this thing that probably around 2010, 2011, I literally had gotten so not misguided. I was just frustrated with Hollywood and trying to evolve to ideas where, say, I thought I'd like to direct a movie. You've done some directing, you've done screenplays. I thought that there was other ways to express the creativity, because I would always sort of be like, well, comic books are kind of, if you're a writer, artist, they're kind of a simplified director's chair. If I thought I'd like to direct something, I thought there was opportunities for ideas that I had that would be great children's projects or other age groups. As we segue into later into this discussion, is this meeting after meeting of just nothing being accomplished. So when I finally left Hollywood, and I literally left Hollywood, I did this final series of gallery art shows at Meltdown Comics on Sunset. I just sort of said, I just got to go back to where I started. I need to go back to writing and drawing. And so just dealing with life, and then the artistic writing and drawing stuff was about 50-50 for a good chunk of the time. You balance your days like that. And these days it depends. If I can get, like today was a challenging day where I got 2 hours in when I needed 8 hours of creativity. But if I can get 6 hours of literally doors closed in the studio, I'm drawing. That's a very successful day. And it's tough because I would, back in the old days, if I was drawing, 10 or 12 hours a day, it still wasn't enough. But
yeah, I think first of all, we're all dealing with COVID, right? So you have a young son, I have 2 young kids, and they're home. So that's really difficult, right? It reminds me of a story that I heard one time. Orson Welles, just before he died, they asked him the question, do you have any regrets? And his answer was, yeah, I got a lot of regrets. And he said his regrets were that he felt that a person like him should have been working 90% of the time and trying to work 10% of the time. And it was the other way around. He was trying to work 90% of the time. He was trying to get deals done. And only 10% of the time did he ever get to work, right? And I feel that pain. That's part of our lives, right? In terms of the complexity of our jobs, right? It really depends on what kind of creator you are. I know that you, for example, are really big into, like, when you do your art for comics, you're really big into layouts, and that takes a lot of time and preparation. And people don't really understand what even goes into, say, a comic book, right? Like, I happen to be sitting in front of, a book. I got these all over the place. These things, I break. Whoops, here we go. I break down every single line of every single comic book, and then I write a treatment, and then I write the comic book. Now, I've heard other people tell me that they just start typing and see what happens, and I couldn't possibly do that. I don't even know how to just type and get going. I need to structure everything, and I know you do a bunch. You're really into layouts before you get into the artwork. Do you get this is a good one. Do you get any health issues, you think, that have come from this, like bad back, bad neck, stuff like that? Because lots of artists do, right?
Yeah, it's like, it's just funny because I'm thinking certainly at coming up, my birthday's the end of this month, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be 58, but I'm getting old enough where I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, you can't remember.
It's funny because my adorable wife too, which should for a while she'd put 49 as on the birthday cake every time, and then Shane a couple years ago thought it'd be funny to switch it to 94, and he said if you put it at 94, then everybody would think you look really good for your age, which I thought was very clever. But yeah, pretty much everything hurts at some point. But it's funny just going back to your preparation, because it is really fascinating to me when you meet another creator or another artist and talk about how they prepare, and just directly related to what I'm working on now, which is this series called The Last Ronin, which was based on a story that Pete and I wrote in 1987. Tom Waltz and I have adapted it. So we have broad strokes of what the story is going to be, but I'm doing 2 things. Like, I'm doing the layout. Oh, is that a he or she? I forgot.
This is he. This is Claudius, and he's decided to come in and just make it his own. It's like a big baby.
We have a cat, and the boy cat is named Callie, but he's both the cats. We changed their names to bad kitties. They're just bad kitties. They're actually good kitties, but they're actually bad. But because it's the setting is slightly in the future, and there's certainly so to provide the artist with what I'm doing or where the story is taking place. Like Tom and I have talked about the idea, and then as I do the layouts, we adjust the script to fit sort of some of the movements page to page. But then if I'm describing a certain scene set in a certain location, Andy has no idea what that location looks like. So then I'll do the drawings of that location to sort of give him a guideline of what it's fun. It's a process, but it's challenging, it's brain racking, and it's just incredibly rewarding when you get it right. But dude, it's like, I know you've done this. It's like you wake up at 2 a.m, or you haven't gone to bed yet, and you haven't solved something, or you wake up at 2 a.m. and you solve something in your head, and you can't go back to sleep until you get up and you address that on your table. So then suddenly it's 4 a.m. The rest of the family's getting up in 2 hours, and you've got to. So it's I think sleep deprived, probably having a few too many glasses of wine at night sometimes. Depending how late the night's going to go. Otherwise, you don't have anything. You just drink green tea or coffee. And then, it's the gym is always the first thing to go out the door, and certainly in the experience, the world we're living in now, that it's hard to even get that kind of physical activity, which we know.
I've been biking, by the way. I did another 20 miles today. I'm like really into biking now. It's killing me, but I'm loving it. But it's like
you have to, because it's like, and it's one of those things that I once did this lecture down at the Cubert School, and a couple of the guys that I met there, artists and instructors, one of the guys that was an instructor had really put this important program together for a lot of the QBs at the time, which was just stopping at some point and just stretching and getting activity. Going for a 10-minute walk will change your life. It's like it blows out the cobwebs. It's like you got to get out and you got to sort of stretch that back and feel, just think about anything than that page in front of you that is already late. You're already going to get yelled at, and you're already going to need to do revisions, but you just got to sort of set it down and you work later. But take out.
Sorry, by the way, I was a bit distracted because this stupid idiot keeps climbing behind my computer and trying to mess with the wires because he wants some cat treats. So I'm just ejecting him from the room right now. He's really stupid. Go away. All right, he'll come back in about 2 seconds. I think this is actually pretty interesting to talk about. I didn't plan on talking about this, but you know how our conversations go. This might be really nice to explain to some of the people out there, how do we make comics, right? So I'm going to start. First question, where do ideas come from? Damn, I don't know, man. They come from all kinds of places, but, it's probably from living life. And so me personally, I start with a blank piece of paper as the writer, and Kevin, you're a writer too, so you do the same thing. And what I tend to do is I do this thing, I'll get to there, which is a sort of a page-by-page breakdown of what I'm going to write. And then I break down my page-by-page breakdowns into these things, which are panel-by-panel layouts, right? I lay them all out, I write out the script, and to me, my scripts tend to be maybe 6 to 8,000 words long, and then we get it to the artist, right? So now imagine that I write a script for you, right? You get my script, and now you've got to break that story down. Now tell everybody what it is that you would do with it.
Well, actually, what's funny. I'm just going to flip it back to you for a second and go. When you write your scripts, do you do page to page, panel to panel, descriptive caption, dialogue? So when you're sending a script and it's fully, boom, it's basically it's pretty tight overall, that the story you want to tell.
Yeah, and I've got a very specific thing that I like to do with artists. So I say to them, look, here's where I look at it. If you want to add a panel, so if I write a full-page script and it says there are 4 panels and you want it to be 5,
go ahead, because adding a panel probably helps you, the artist, to tell the sequence, right? However, if you want to combine 2 panels into one, please call me, because I wrote those panels for a reason. And that's pretty much it. So I'm fine with how, artists can take my scripts. And by the way, anyone out here who is watching, I am always happy to send any of you a script. So if you would like to contact me on Facebook, please send me a message, and I will happily send you a script so that you can see it. So Scrat, I see that you're writing your first comic, which is awesome. I will happily show you how scripts are written, but remember, it's how I write comic book scripts, and different people have different methods. Now, what Kevin's talking about a little bit is some people will write just an idea. So they'll just give you a page, right, Kevin, and go, on this page, this is what happens. They leave it to the artist to do, and then they dialogue it afterwards. That's called Marvel style, and I have no idea how that works. I can't imagine writing a story like that, but anyway, so carry on, man. So you get my script, and it's a full script, and now you have to break it down, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I like, is why I was asking, because that's what I thought, and what's fascinating is and working with Tom Waltz, who's probably the most traditional method writer that I met, in the sense that he does exactly what you do. He sort of has, what's the idea? Because we'll sort of beat around a premise. It'll be like, say, myself and Bobby Kurnow, series editor at IDW, and Tom, and then we'll collect our notes from Nickelodeon, who has approval and input and all these things, and so eventually, so we'll come up with about a page and a half of a treatment, a full story summary. Then Tom goes in and he does a full script. He does it detail to detail, panel to panel, page to page, and then which is fantastic. I love reading his full scripts, and then he passes it off to guys, Dave Walkner or Corey Smith, and they pretty much adapt it pretty straightforward. And I think when they do have an idea or a suggestion, like you said, if they want to change a panel or adjust it, and Tom's pretty good at it, because we were working with a number of the same artists repeatedly, Michael Delanis and guys that sort of, so Tom would know his strengths. He would go like, hey, Michael, we need, over this 2-page spread, I need this, this, and this covered and accomplished in the layout, so you can break the design of that spread down, but this is what I need to sort of go through and be accomplished by the end of the spread, which is great. And I love it, because I get this complete visual picture in my mind when I read some of the scripts. For me, what Tom and I have been doing, which is very interesting, is that it's really sort of an ebb and flow, where we sort of go back to a version of what Pete and I used to do, in the sense that Tom and I will talk about the ideas, and even like on issue 1 of The Last Ronin, which is the first issue we're really doing this very intimately on, is the whole issue has been broken down almost like roughly what we want to cover on each page. And Tom will go in and he'll do more specific, his traditional style scripts for pages, say 1 through 10, which will cover this kind of scene, and then there'll be like this 20-page segment in the end, in the middle, which is what we're doing on Last Ronin, is that it's a big action set piece. We know we have to hit certain beats, but he and I we do it almost more Marvel style. I'll do the layouts, and then he'll go back in and on dialogue, but it is that transition that it's an interesting sort of organic ebb and flow, where to me it always was, when I would write, and I use the term loosely, it's like, to me, in a perfect world, having a story that has no dialogue at all is the perfect story to me.
Yep.
I feel like
I agree with you, because listen, I'm a writer, and I learned a long time ago to try to avoid putting too much dialogue on the page. But then again, there are plenty of times where we need to be careful and realize that the actual action and the most exciting thing that's going on right now is what's being said. Like sometimes it's not really the visual that's carrying it. It's actually what's being said and the things that are happening. But such things as pacing, timing, there are techniques in comic book storytelling that are not available in any other form of storytelling, because here's the one thing by the way, I'm going to do a timeout.
I have no idea how we got onto this because we weren't going to talk about this tonight, but this is awesome. Right? So we're going to talk about this. Right? We'll get onto the dark stuff in a while. We're being very positive right now. So, you know, we're looking at pacing. So here's a good example, right? You know, I may want to pace a page, and I may want at the very bottom of the page for 3 panels to be put one next to each other, where you show the exact same image in each panel. And then in the final panel, maybe one of the characters kind of turns to the other one and says, "You're an idiot." And you're like, that's a good piece of comedy, but it only works with the first 2 panels in front of it. You know, you're talking about like pacing and a little bit of a moment for that joke to hit. And if you just did it with only the joke, it wouldn't work. So you have to work out how to pace it, how to time it. I wanted to share a moment here. I wanted to share something that people can sort of take a look at here. This is a page of scripting. This is how I write scripts. It may not be how anybody else would write scripts, but Sin had asked the question, you know, how do they look, right? Well, these are my panel descriptions. That's a pretty big one. And as you know, I used to be Alan Moore's editor. And I've changed a lot, right? I've changed a lot. But this is the first issue of the Inhuman series. This is the very first panel description. And so really what's relevant is this stuff that I'm highlighting. You know, that's the dialogue that's in the panel. And then this giant piece of stuff up here is, to me, a letter that I send to the artist. And I say, "Hey, artist, here's the best idea that I can give you, but I'm not going to give him camera angles except on rare occasions, you know." There are other times when a panel description can be really light. You know, obviously, if you look down, there are way smaller panel descriptions here. And this is what became the Inhumans, which, you know, people are relatively familiar with. So I've worked out it's 3 panels. And, you know, here's the way that the script kind of continues. And to me, I'm trying to write a really friendly letter to the artist and say, I'm trying to spark the best ideas I can in you. But at a certain point, I've abandoned it now. Like, I never abandoned the work because I'm available on the phone, and I'm one of the few writers, apparently, who says to the artist, "Okay, what do you want to do?" Because a lot of writers won't even do that with an artist. They'll just send a script in and then they're finished with it. Me, I want, and you and I have worked together on some other stuff anyway, Kevin, but what I want to do, I want to send this to you and have you call me and say, "Okay, I get what you're saying, but let's take a look at this and fix it," or let's get some other ideas in it. Or even before I even write it, I want to hear what you want to draw. Because if you hate drawing, I've got an artist that I think is a brilliant artist that I know, and he told me, "Please don't put vehicles in it because it will make me miserable." and if I'm having to draw vehicles all over the place, so is there any way we can do the same story without vehicles? And my answer to that is absolutely, man. I don't want to mess up your week. To Jay Lee. Sorry, one last thing, which is an inside joke to Jay Lee, who is notorious for not doing any backgrounds. I put in on one of my first scripts to him, I put in, okay, so in the background, there's a load of horses running, and they're being ridden by giant hands. Because artists hate drawing hands or they hate drawing horses. So I told him there was this giant thing, and it was a kind of metaphysical thing. And he called me up immediately. He's like, "What the hell is this thing?" And I said, "It's a practical joke, Jay. Don't worry about it."
No, I love it. You know, and what's interesting is, like, you know, it's like, because I think it, you know, as flexible as can be, and you want to be in your stuff, but I know that it's like there is some specificity in sort of is capturing those moments. And if you get a shorthand with an artist like you work with Jay Lee and some other guys that you work with, it's wonderful because you can, like, you know, that little the large chunk of exposition that you are teeing up for the artist, to me, is important because I still will do that. It's like how I talk sometimes. I talk way too much, but I'll still sort of set out you know, just like a paragraph of sort of what I see, and then because I can visualize it, especially when I'm working with somebody that can draw, you know, have characters emote better and pull off some of the acting stuff and suit these specific moments that we need to hit. It's like I'll still do the layouts, but then I'll do the scene and sort of visual scene. So they've got the sort of the description, but even though, I might be thinking of, say, how Ridley Scott might stage a futuristic set, and they might be thinking about how Roger Corman might stage a futuristic set, and they're worlds apart. So you still want to get them in the, mind melt with them in the same headspace. And it's funny, I have a couple quick anecdotes, which is interesting, because I feel like when I do stories, when Tom and I do stories, and I've done a lot of stories for IDW, and I found this out, and it was such a surprising thing. It's like when I worked with DC, but in IDW Comics, they don't do any advertisements in the stories. So page one, and then your left, right, left, right, left, right, your page turns are all spot on. They lead right into the next page without any kinds of advertising. And I completely forgotten about this, and it made me think of you just as we were talking about, as you're saying this now, because when we did the Commandy story, I worked with Freddie Williams, who I adored his skill and his talent. We were sort of paced up this thing, and so I was very adamant of, well, if we leave this panel as, again, what you're thinking on, lower right hand, it's going to lead into what's going on to, left, right on the next two pages. Yep. But you flip the page and there's like a hostess ad, and you go like, and just threw everything off. And I completely forgot about it. So when you did, Tom King had written the script that we adapted for Commanding issue 9 and the Commanding Challenge. And so when I got the issue, and it was like all the page breaks were wrong. Everything was just like, I just went, oh, poop. It's like the moments you would, work so hard to get those.
It's amazing.
Anyway, so that's it. It's fun to sort of figure that out. What's that?
Yeah. Like I mean, I think the thing is, that people would get a lot of help out of, right? Because you're working on a project right now. I think you have one that's coming up. You're always working on comics. I'm actually surprisingly working on more comics than I normally do right now, and I'm working on a form of digital storytelling. So I've been a big grumpy bastard about how digital comics work. I've been really grumpy about it over the years, because I tend to be more of a futurist. And so I tend to say to people, look, I don't want to see a comic just appear on a screen. I want to be able to touch it if it's digital. I want to be able to move something with it, not motion comics, which tend to be really bad. I want to be able to interact with it so that it tells the story better, right? And so, there's loads of ways in which you can do that. But just for most basic comic book sort of description, I give you a script, and then it's a full script. Generally, I say, hey, man, if this has got 4 panels on it, if you want to make it 5, go for it. Because, but I've always believed that I'm the writer and co-director. If you're the artist, you're the DP and co-director with me, and we're directing this little movie in 20 pages, right? And so I give you.
Yeah, you need to.
I give you. I just want to make an aside. Hey, Craig, thanks very much for texting me and telling me, look, I look like a scruffy goat. That's one of my Crystal Palace mates who just texted me to tell me you look like a scruffy goat. Thanks, Craig. Anyway.
Actually, no, just to go back for a second, you saw Kino Dude?
Yeah.
Kino Dude, who was just posted just before. That's Ernie Reyes Jr.
Oh, Ernie. All right, man. Excellent.
Yeah, Ernie and I, and we did a Facebook Live event last Friday with we watched TMNT with me movie 2, and so Ernie joined and stayed for the whole session, and it was just one of those things that, I've been lucky enough to keep in touch with Ernie over the years. He's the most lovely and adorable person. His family is awesome, so we had such a great time. So it was great to see Kino. So thanks, hey Kino. Thanks, Ernie.
Right, Ernie. Not really Ernie. Sorry,
I don't think you look that.
All right.
Well, you don't look that scruffy. You look like an older version of Vivian from The Young Ones. That's all I can think.
Okay. So going back to comics, right? It's how you create them. You get my script. Now you got to break it down and tell us your process. Because you got to break it down, and then you got to like pencil it, right? And what process do you go through to try to work out like how to make panels big and all that kind of stuff? Like what, how do you do that?
It's very tricky because it's It's funny is the first couple of times I had conversations with and worked with Freddie Williams, who's quite a gifted and talented artist, and he would be like, and he's also it's like he's one of these guys. We have the same birthday, May 30th, and so he's even when he was growing up, and he was a huge fan of the Turtles, and he always knew we'd be friends. We are friends. I love the guy to death, and his wife Kiki, and so he would always come in and go like, I love your nuance here, and I love how you did this there, and I like how you did this specifically there. And I go, dude, half the time I don't know what the hell I'm doing. It's just sort of like, and he goes, and he would look at me like in this look of horror, like, no, you carefully plotted this out. I know. I said, no, guys like Jack Kirby and people like that, those guys had the shit down. They could figure it out. But for me, it was sort of like, it's just a feeling you go on. It's like when you're writing one of your scripts and I'm adapting something or writing some of my own, it's sort of like, you feel the moments that this one needs to be a little bit bigger because I want to express this moment in a more important way, or this thing needs to be. I need you to do that, like you described earlier, like same panel, head turn panel, because you need those 3 beats in a moment to make that work. And so it's almost like the story sometimes tells you, and so you sort of ebb into it that way, and then we always think about the page turns and stuff. So
that is right, man. I want to point something out because I think this is a really interesting thing. I bet you this has happened to you, right? So for me, I'm really meticulous. Like I've laid everything out. I know exactly what I'm going to write, and I start writing it. But then there's a second half of this, which I think comes from confidence. And confidence is always equal to accomplishment. So if you're confident in what you do, you're probably going to do better. Now, I know that Sarah from Meta and Stogie, who are in tonight, will probably roll in their eyes right now because I'm about to give you a piece of my college lecture, but fuck it, here it goes. When you see somebody, I've found a funny analogy, which is a golf analogy, right? If you hand someone a golf club in the middle of a field and let them hit the ball, and they're a halfway decent golfer, they'll hit it fine. And now when you put a green and a flag in front of them and say, do that again, now physically they change because they're less confident, right? So confident, as Sarah knows, confidence equals accomplishment, right? So she knows how to say that, right? So what I've always known is that once I start typing and once I start making, I'm going to have a few things called happy accidents. Stuff is going to happen, and I didn't plan on it happening, but it's probably the best material. And the first time it ever happened to me, I was writing Hellblazer, and I was writing a story that was very much about my little Nan, who you loved, and my granddad Bill. And it was very much about a grandfather of a girlfriend of mine in Great Britain. And he'd been at Dunkirk, and he had half his hand shot off in Dunkirk. He walked in and out for 2 days with the tide, and just as he was about to fall asleep in the sea, because they told him to keep his rifle dry, so he had his rifle above his head. And just as he fell asleep, they picked him out of the water, and they brought him back to Great Britain. So I wrote a story about a guy who was walking in and out with the tide because he could smell his girlfriend's perfume, and he wanted to she was keeping him alive, and she was keeping him sort of ready to go. So he was thinking of her and thinking of her. And the last line I wrote, probably 3 o'clock in the morning, was, so he walked in and out with the tide for 2 days, and she was there with him the whole time, helping him keep his rifle dry. And I kid you not, I'm a big softie, and I started crying. And I had no idea that I would write. I had no idea. I didn't prepare for that line. I didn't know I was going to write that line. And it was the very first time when I finally realized, wait a minute, some of this stuff is making itself. And it's probably from practice, and it's probably from all that kind of stuff. But all of a sudden, I wrote a line, and I said, wow, that's really hit me emotionally. So that stuff comes all the time now. I often find that when we start working, the best stuff happens. So don't over prepare, because guess what? Stuff's going to happen that you didn't think was going to go, right? That's surely the same with an artist.
No, that's the greatest advice ever, and it's so true, because it is like it's this combination of when you're certainly when I was younger, you sort of have more happy accidents, and so like you don't know what you're doing in the sense that you kind of feel it along, and I again it goes back to the point I mentioned a minute ago with Freddie would, I mentioned Freddie because somebody would come up to me at a show and they would go, that they've read into your work, and they go, the simple, lovely nuance that you put between that moment, between the reflection of these two characters talking together, and then before they transition to the scene, it's just so powerful that you go like, that was.
Yeah, I've had people say about my work. They've said, "Oh yeah, I can tell that you really were informed by John Milton's Paradise Lost, and it's clearly an analogy for Paradise Lost." And I'm like, "Fuck no, I don't know, no, but great, thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment, but no, So yeah,
and I love that. What you were saying. I love the idea that you're saying is like as you evolve as a writer, and you start doing things like getting better at imagining yourself as this character in this certain role, and allows you to write those lines that you're doing. But that starts first with like you talked about before, like putting your brother Richard in one of the comics, or you start going to personal experiences of things that you can find yourself definitely getting into that headspace, so you feel confident and comfortable that you can come up with an emotion, and it is that happy accident of creating emotion that actually has the effect on you, which is going to have the effect on the audience, it's hard, man. And it's like, you do have to, you can model this character is kind of like Jean-Luc Picard meets, Jack Burton meets someone, and it's a mess. It's hard to focus the emotion, and it sort of falls short of what you want to do.
It is. It's difficult to work out the difference between planning for something, right, and how it came. It just comes about anyway. Anthony was asking this question right here, right? How do you distinguish between where you want a character to go and where the character wants to go, right? So, in other words, I've got all the best plans in the world, right? And then you start working on it, and you realize, all right, throw it out the window. So here's what I would say from my perspective. If you're on a film set and you bring your storyboards with you and you look at the set and you realize not going to work today, and you got to be prepared to throw those storyboards away. You got to be prepared to throw any good idea away, because it's not as good as the one that's coming with what you make, right? So what they call killing your darlings, right? You got this darling in mind, you really want to do it, you're so in love with it, and you get to actually do it, and you realize at the end, after trying to find a way to make that idea work, you realize the best thing you can do is throw it out, and then the project is starting to work, right? Are you a guy, because I know Jay Lee, by the way, just talking about him, are you a guy that throws away artwork a lot because you finish it? Do you work through the art, or do you finish a page and go, I hate it, and then throw it away?
Well, it's tough, because there's two parts to that. The answers in two parts to that. One is that, in my mind, I envisioned myself as a much more talented and much more skilled artist than I am. So, and so you have to have the impression that sometimes the pictures that I see in my mind and what I actually can physically draw are vastly different. And so sometimes I get frustrated, and some pages are pages and covers are a war that I felt that I have lost, but I'm on deadline, so it has to go off to press anyway. And then other ones that I like, that I feel like I won the war. But what's really weird, it's so weird, and it's not always the case, but sometimes the ones that I feel are the most unsuccessful pieces, I've had people come back and go, holy smokes, that piece was exceptional in every way because of this, and this, and you go and like, what? I hated that piece. I almost threw it out. But
you can't win, man. You can't win.
You can't win. But it is sort of like it's a bit of a war. And I think if you're continually challenging yourselves and looking, and again, I think that going back to this idea of happy accidents, is so you keep challenging yourself that the ones that you're looking to solve a problem and something that turns out pretty good. That's a nice happy accident, especially if you can look at it like, have you gone back and read some of your older stuff and went like, well, I kind of wasn't happy with it when I was doing it at the time, but when I go back and read it now, it actually wasn't as bad as I thought.
Well, there's a thought to this, Kevin. They often say that, you know, you never finish a script, you're just prepared to abandon it, right? Like,
Yeah.
because you can't. If I ever felt like I was satisfied with something, I have a way of saying it, which is if you think that you've arrived creatively, because you hear a lot of people talking about it, like, "Oh, I've arrived creatively," and I'm like, "Yes, you have. That's as far as you're ever going to go. You finished. You're never going any further, right?" So I'm rarely satisfied with what I make. But then I'm forgiving to myself. So a few years afterwards or a year afterwards, like when I get a new book out, I rarely read it. I don't look at it for ages because I just don't want to see it. And then maybe I wait about a year or two, and then I'll finally pick up a new book that I've done, and then I'll see what it was that I did. Sometimes you're really proud of things. I can pick a few things from my career that I'm super proud of and say, man, I can't believe I wrote that. That's much more intelligent than I am. And then other times I'll see work that I've done and think, I mean, I always try, but I'll look at it and I'll know that was not successful. I didn't make that work the way I wanted it to work, you know, and you can't win them all. But obviously in comics, we do an awful lot of work. So we get published quite often. And, you know.
I'm sorry. I just when you say this, it reminded me of a story that you'll love. Is when we did the opening of Tundra UK. And,
how could I forget? The British Museum. Yes, I do.
The British Museum. And I should probably save this for Tundra, but it's just because it's on topic of what we're talking about now. Yeah. Is the British Museum. So we were over there. We're doing this big opening of Tundra UK, and we're meeting a lot of these. In some cases, meeting some of these guys for the first time. And that's where I met Alan Grant. And Alan Grant had been working with Bisley for a while, especially on a very successful line, Keith Giffen and stuff on Lobo. And I wish I could do Alan's accent because he's, you know, right from the heart of Scotland, and he's got this great, you know, deep, rich, like, you know, you can almost barely understand him sort of accent. And he's like, yeah, so how do you like working with Simon? And I went like, and I'd been working with Simon for about 6 or 7 months, and I said it's kind of challenging. And he goes, he doesn't read. And I went, what? He goes, he doesn't read. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, I send him these scripts for Lobo, and then Simon will call me up to discuss the script. And he said I can hear the pages rustling and that kind of stuff, and Simon will ask several questions related to the script, and they'll kind of talk it out. And Simon likes to talk. It's usually very late in the evening. And so suddenly, like 2 days, then Simon, over the next 2.5 days, would pencil the script out and send it in for approval and for lettering before he did the final inking. And Alan would call Simon up and go, "What the hell is this? This has got nothing to do with the script that I sent you." And he goes, and he said Simon would go on and defend this idea, like, "Well, I thought this should have been here, this should have been here, and this didn't quite play out well here." And he would come up with some completely on the spot, completely on the fly, fabricated bullshit story defending his ideas and his changes. And it took 3 or 4 or 5 issues, he said, before Simon would send him stuff that he had to completely rewrite. That he would go, he was just remembering what we talked about on the phone call and penciling it because he did not want to read the script.
Because he didn't
have a script in front of him.
And I will tell you, I'll tell you from the perspective of a writer, you know, I don't draw, but I have a really visual imagination. I can like see the movie. And so one of the things that I have to do, and you can imagine this if people don't do comics, imagine that you write a script and you see it backwards. You know it. You know what it looks like. You're doing the best you can. You are always going to get it back, and it will be looking a little bit different from what you imagine. And you have to accept that as a writer. Like I don't draw. I tend not to, you know, give people like stage directions on art, but sometimes I do if I think it's important. So when it comes back, it's going to look different from what I've got in my mind's eye, except for one artist that I've worked with who basically drew everything that I imagined, which is Ramon Bucks, who drew the Fiction Squad stuff that we did for Fablewood. And I also worked on Civil War Frontlines with him. And every time I got a script back from him, I couldn't believe it. It would look exactly the way that I imagined it to look. I mean, it's almost like our brain thought the same way. And I didn't think that would be the case. Now, since nominally we're actually talking about the dark side, I will tell you one anecdote from me that is a little bit frustrating. I was working on a mainstream book for a while, and I found myself in with an artist who so didn't care about the work. And it amazed me, right? I was really astonished that this artist just didn't want anything to do with it. And what the artist was doing was drawing stuff that, so if we're working on, this is not the character. So for the sake of argument, we'll say Superman, right? I'm writing a Superman book. I can use that because I've never written Superman. So there you go. I'm writing a Superman book, and we have a story, and there are certain things that are happening. Well, on every page, Superman would show up, and I'm like, I didn't write Superman on that page. This is stupid. And I later found out that he just draws Superman on the page because he wanted to, or draw the character on the page, basically, because he wanted to sell the art at conventions. And he sold it for more. And if it had, and I'm like, first of all, I had a big problem with the publisher. It's your book, it's our content. Because in the end, when the pages would come in just before publication, I would have to re-dialogue them at the last second. I would basically have to dialogue them again because this artist had sabotaged them. Hey, listen, pal, if I write you a panel that says, Batman punches the Joker, the last thing I expect you to do is to draw me a page of a kangaroo jumping over a tank. Like, that's not what I wrote, right? It's impossible to work that way. And I find that to be really unfair, because I find that the people buying those comics, they're getting ripped off, man. They're not getting what they pay for. That same artist, by the way, once handed in 19 pages of the book because he didn't count them properly. That's how badly he went to a full script. He so couldn't be bothered that he basically only drew 19 pages, and we had to remind him, well, there's at least 20 pages every issue. So it can be frustrating, but the point is that I know you to be very meticulous about this, and I tend to be as well. So creatively, is there a script that you got or a script that you wrote, especially one that you wrote? Like, what's your favorite thing that you ever did as a comic? That's a good one.
Well, it's tough because it's funny because I'm still lingering on, because I actually when Alan Grant was explaining this situation, I actually felt bad for him as a writer, because I immediately thought, like, well, how did the script read before? Because Alan Grant's a very talented writer, and so is Keith Giffen, who I adore, and stuff. But it was just sort of, and you just, because I, in the same sense that when I was working with Simon on Body Count, which was around the same time that this kind of stuff was on, a little bit after, I guess. But there was the same thing that I would send Simon. So when I would work with Simon, I would send him not only a script, which I knew he wouldn't read, but that's when I said I would do the layouts for him, and I'd send him. I said, this is what I need to accomplish on the page. Yeah. But even then, I'd be like, there's one of those pages, and this reflects directly what you're saying. Is like, there's this one page where there's a very important moment, this beat in a story where this thing set off this whole church building being blown up, and then these two detectives who were sort of taking money on the side, and they sort of part of the thing. And so it was this big, huge moment. They sort of walking away as this church is blowing up, and it sets up a very dramatic moment of what happens next. And so when I got the page in from Simon, the panel of the church blowing up was that big, and the whole rest of the page included the two detectives, and one of them had a marionette that was like a little elephant with horns and a little circus helmet on, and the penguin sticking his head in from the side panel. And I went like, and I got this page, and I went like,
yeah,
what the hell is this? And so, of course, we were up against deadlines, so you sort of like, there was no time to redraw, so you just sort of let the page go through, and you go, but I had to re-dialogue it to go, you took this amazing moment of intensity, this big thing you set up for 4 pages before, and it plays out, for 3 pages afterwards, and you've got a detective holding a marionette of an elephant and a penguin. So,
I've had it recently. I had a book. Thankfully, it's not on schedule, so we could fix it. And my return to get the artwork back was fix every fucking page. It's the worst art I've ever seen, the worst storytelling I've ever seen from a book that I've ever written. And I was genuinely offended, and went, look, I'm going to stand up for the work, not for me. I could care less, right? But let's go fight for the work here. Here's an example.
Because it's like,
go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it was just siding, coming into that's at the end of the day, that's your story and your idea, and you have come up with, the importance of the moment as you are directing it, especially if you're working with an artist that you're not intimately, connecting with and talking about and pacing it out together, but you're directing it to the point where, they've taken your, epic tale of, medieval crisis and blah 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 blah, and made it into like a episode of T.J. Hooker, and you're going like, no. This is,
well, to give people out there a sense of like how this kind of thing would work, right? So the artist that I was recently working with, their instincts were completely wrong in every decision that they made. So here's an example, right? When you've got two people in a room and they're talking, and a third person arrives on the scene, right? So it's pretty simple. Two people are talking. Let's say it's two detectives, right? They're talking. Now, person number 3 arrives and says, hey, I just discovered some new evidence, right? When the camera goes onto that person, you need a wide shot, right? Because you need to see that they are arriving at the scene. In other words, you need to see them walking in and maybe the other two people there, and you need to know. So this guy kept doing all of the new arrivals as a close-up because he felt really comfortable with close-ups. But it's like, yeah, but I don't know where that person came from. I don't even know who they are. All of a sudden they're talking, but we didn't establish that they're arriving. So when you get that, it can sound like really weird or esoteric or kind of pissy on our part, where we say, no, wait a minute, there are certain established things that you do. You need a wide shot for when somebody arrives, because if you do it as a close-up, I will never know who that is, right? And so it's very, very difficult for us to and then we have to go back and say, I need you to redraw it. Here's another one that I'm really amazed at, Kev. The very first person I worked with was so when I did Hellblazer, right? Sean Phillips was the artist on Hellblazer, and the first thing that Sean would do would take my full scripts, lay them out like you're talking about, and then draw a little word balloon to know where the real estate was, where the space was for the speaking, and then he knew how to draw the space, right? I would have thought that every comic book artist in creation would do that. And in fact, maybe 50% of artists do that. And then the problem becomes, well, where do we put the word balloons? And if you put them in the wrong place, colors that look beautiful, and then you take the lettering and you move it into the wrong place, and you can't read it, and it's frustrating. So no,
it's brutal. It's like you just, because you have to have a certain level of dialogue that you have, this and this has to be explained on this page to make this page or the page after and the page after work. If they don't leave any room, then suddenly you have to choose covering up artwork. Certainly, it was a little bit different in the old days where they would pencil it and then letter it and then go back to inking it. So there was some room to do it sometimes that the penciler and ink would be different people. So there was some flex there. But these days, I've seen that even in working a couple different artists. Simon, again, I'm not going to sound like I'm picking on him in any sense of the word, but but I would sort of lay something out, and you'd have this beautifully rendered panel, and there was just no room for the dialogue.
Yeah. I'm very meticulous about how I work, and so I kind of want to share another thing with you for a second. This is actually this to do with a film script, right? So here's a screenplay for a project that we have. I'm not going to show too much of it, but here you go, world premiere it. So when you see all of this, this is how they appear, right? This is a screenplay, and they are paced a certain way, and I take a lot of time to pace them, right? But what I think is really important to show people is all of the work that goes into creating that before it's even written. Here is the pacing breakdown that I do of that work, right? Now, if you can see it, I've already written the screenplay before I've written the screenplay, if you see what I mean. I've got a minute's worth of stuff in there that I've already written before I even write it. And that's the difficult part is, we're trying to build a film. So this document, you see this crazy document right here? This thing is all the work that I do before I even type a page of a screenplay. So when you when you're putting that amount of work into it, it can be a bit frustrating when someone else takes all of that work and doesn't do the minimum. It can be frustrating in this business.
Well, that's a great segue into some of the Hollywood stuff, because I love it in that because transitioning from the work you did in comics, and we both started that, and so as you transition into working in Hollywood and finding out things like as you're staging a script, you have to do what you've just shown before you can write the script, because now you're talking about not pages, but you're talking about minutes, and it's like down to the point, like those minutes are, I guess, like, sort of, they kind of still base, it's a page a minute kind of thing. Is that just sort of just a very loose guideline as you sort of
it's a page a minute, right? I fit everything that's on that little pacing breakdown. If it's minute 1, that's what my first page is, and if it's minute 2, that's what my second page is, so that I know in advance of doing it, I'm expecting to do a 102-minute piece, because I've got 102 minutes broken down, because I pace it that way. I'm super meticulous about it because I want it to work a certain way, and I like to see films that have really good pacing. Like one of my like holy grail kind of films actually is the movie Seven, because I love the way it was paced, and it looks brilliant and all of that kind of stuff, but the pacing of it was so great, and there were certain things that they did that made you feel a certain way, and it was all to do with pacing. When I got to understand film pacing and film work, I began to look at how movies were paced and what was it that they did, and the fact is, 20 to 25 minutes in is the end of Act 1. That's what happens. If you don't like it, don't make movies, because that's the end of the first act. And you need at that point to have set up the audience so that they're going to follow these characters for the rest of the time of the movie. And so it amazes me when I see people that don't give a flying rat's ass about this stuff, and they throw the stuff out there. It can be comics, it can be film, it can be video games, which I work in. For those of us, I can count you, because I've seen you work, who actually care about our craft. It can definitely get exhausting when you're watching people who do not care about the craft and they are pushing out content, because what we want to do is to improve the craft. I know that you are built towards directing. I know that you and I were involved in a couple of projects for heavy metal and this stuff that you were building out. I'll tell you this, I think comic book people are the best directors, people that get training in comics, because we take frozen moments in time and we juxtapose them against each other. You're taking out most of the story and you're putting these big stories into tiny little books, right? So for us, the freedom to make a movie is incredible. So, don't sell yourself short, man. You, like most comic book people, who would be a great director, because the freedom of making a movie is so much more than the freedom of making a comic, right?
Yeah, I think that it's for me, the easy out was like, comic books are so much easier than dealing with all the challenging people and things you have to deal with in making a movie. But I feel like it's one of those things though too, that when you look at like and I'm sure you've got the same. I know I have. It's like sometimes you watch a movie that you look at the amount of tremendous effort and idea and what it took to pull that movie off.
Yeah.
And how it could fail so badly on every single level. That was, and it's like, and I'm not, you can't. I think it's hard to point your finger at one specific aspect of that movie, whether it be the investor person or the producer people, or actor didn't quite work right, and we've heard a million different stories behind this scenes of just people that can sabotage a movie for the right reasons and the wrong reasons. But it's like it's pretty. There's so many moving parts. That's why the simplification of being a one guy in the director's chair writing the pages on my own is super appealing. But I think that if you could go in like here's a great example, which I think is is fantastic, and it's just one that I know because I saw parts of it firsthand. Was there's a guy named Tim Miller who runs a studio called Blur, and Blur Animation, fantastic, and we worked with them on. I worked with them on a couple of things that never came to fruition. But I saw the Deadpool trailer, 7 minutes, 4 minutes of 5 minutes of what they put together, the Deadpool, 4 years before they actually leaked it online, and then suddenly got traction. We're able to do it as a movie. But Tim has good director sense. He has a great visual eye. He's a great storyteller. He came on the set and he said, "Look, on set, the first thing he said, look, I'm a first-time director. I've never done a live-action movie, but I've done this and this. But I said, we're going to work together. I have a vision. We're going to work together to make this movie the best that it can be, and that's all we could hope for." And to me, that first Deadpool movie was one of the most successful R-rated movies up to that point.
It was hilarious, and it had that spirit in it. You could show. I've been through this because when I first went to Marvel, they were in such trouble that they basically said, "You can do whatever you want, and we trust you, and we're going to let you do it." Right? After 5 or 6 years, they said, "Okay, now we're not going to do it. We're going to tell you what to do," and that's when the content became bad. But when they actually let creators do it, I know someone, Jeff over at Rich Films here, is suggesting, what do we think about the Snyder cut of Justice League? And I will tell you, I'll take from my perspective, I don't follow the fan side of it, but I do think that if that's what Snyder intended and it never got released and it really cut it off creatively at the knees, it's great that they're coming out with that, because they should come out with that kind of thing. So many times, I've had stuff that I had a book that I did for a publisher years ago, and the last book was always supposed to be 35 pages, and it was a mystery, right? Mm-hmm. So we got to writing the last book, and the publisher said, we changed our mind. We kind of want it to be a 22-page book. And I said, no, it doesn't work like that. I don't know how to do this now. And they were adamant. They were like, no, we just want to do it as a 22-pager. And they changed their mind. And it killed it. It killed the end of the story, because you just trying to look at it and go, like, I don't know how to fit all these ideas in, because it was a mystery, right? Yeah. So what you and I see that I think a lot of people do not see is the crazy ass decisions that get made behind the scenes that most people do not see. I'm going to go to one. No. We're not going to name names, but I'm going to go to one that you and I are super familiar with, right? So you and I developed a TV show when I was quite young. We developed a TV show, and I had never been involved in anything like that before. I was excited to get my first chance. You were the creator of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I was sort of walking into a pitch session with you. And man, pitch sessions are like literally my least favorite thing in the entire universe, right? But we walked in to do this pitch session, and we pitched it, and I'll let you tell some of the story, obviously, but you and I pitched it, and mostly it was kind of like you pitching it, because I really was this, I was the younger guy in the room, and I wasn't like, but I had helped you develop the project. So we pitched it, and within a minute, the broadcaster had said, "Yes, we're doing this." And you and I were like, "That's crazy." And I actually remember personally walking out with you and saying, "Is this normal? Like, that doesn't seem to make, that seems a bit weird, man." They said, "Yes." You didn't even tell them what the story was, and they said yes. And you and I later found out that project was accepted so that they could squash it, right? Now, that's crazy bullshit. They didn't want the creator of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles' next project. They wanted to squash it. So they optioned it, and that basically killed it, because it never came out. And does that make you want to just like punch the walls?
Yeah, no, that's like, I guess it's the frustrating part of Hollywood, or dealing in that level of the entertainment industry, is because if you come from outside of it, and you've had some success, and I was one of the very lucky that I had some success outside of that, but still within the framework. And so you think like you go in very trusting, because you go, well, I'm here in this meeting because they like this other thing I did, which was a success. So they want to have you part of something that will help make another project or your next project a success, and everybody wins. But it was something that I discovered over time. We all did over time in the first couple of years of pitching stuff and having, I've left multiple meetings in Hollywood where you pitch an idea and you just literally have somebody shake your hand and go, "We have a deal. We'll be moving forward this project next week. This is the most exciting thing that's come through the studio gates in a long time. We cannot wait to, we want to be in your business. You're the one. We want to be in business with you." And then it just never goes anywhere forward. And it came back to to something Mark Friedman told Peter and I very early on when he selected, say, Playmates, for example, as the toy company for the Turtles. He said we have to be very careful in who we look to partner up with because it would be worth, say, some of the bigger companies, whether it be Mattel or Hasbro or some of the other bigger companies out there, that would option your idea going into a boys action figure line of toys and products, that they would buy it. It was worth it them to give you $100,000 to squash the idea, spend 2 years in development until it just fades away or it gets ripped off or something, but it doesn't compete with anything else that they're doing.
Yeah.
And that's more prevalent than more expansive than I thought. The same with why you can have a couple movies the same theme. Remember, like they had Dante's Peak, and what was the other? Volcano and Dante's Peak come out.
Or what about the one where the same two movies came out where there was like a meteor coming from the sky? There was like the one with Bruce Willis and the other one, and they were both in. Volcano was one of them, and Dante's Peak was the other one. Then there were two about meteors.
But yeah,
basically, some of those people exploit the fact that you cannot copyright an idea, which is true.
Yeah.
But man, you can steal it, right? And so I know, and I know that we get stuff stolen all the time. I mean, I have had stuff stolen. I have been very careful not to get stuff stolen. I want to bring up this comment from Derek, right? Didn't ABC do this when they bought the rights to Fables only to develop Once Upon a Time, which they then owned outright? So if you think about the logic behind that, they take Fables, they don't own it all, they develop something just like it. And now, because you can't copyright an idea, it fully belongs to them. And it sounds like the kind of thing that you would think, well, nobody could do that, surely. And I'm like, let me tell you something. That is standard practice in this business. That is like literally the way things are done. The only reason that they're going to go with your project is because they want that creator. But if they don't want that creator, and it's a long shot, because even the creator of the Ninja Turtles, right, that bringing you from the outside means that you're outside the business. So Sony are not going to go, yeah, let's work with Kevin Eastman inside on a Sony project, because they want you on the lot and they want you working for Sony so that they own it outright. And it's tough, man, because as you and I both know, and I think that we'll get into a couple of these, pitching stuff is insane. So I'm going to give you a minute to think of a couple of your crazier pitching stories. I'm going to go to one that's become one of my favorite. I actually did it, and my Meta Studios peoples are about to go. They're going to roll their eyes again. I recently did it in my TED Talk. Yes, folks, I did a TED Talk. Sorry, I had to throw that in as my little plug. So I was talking about going to, and I actually made a big joke of it. I was like, I was at a company, I can't tell you who it was, rhymes with Disney, right? So with Disney. And I'm literally sitting with them, and they wanted to talk to me because I've got a background in like new media, so I understand elements of like why game design and story were mixed over in the years, and I understood like elements of like new media, like how virtual and augmented reality storytelling will work. So what they wanted me to come in and do was to talk to them about virtual and augmented reality and what I thought it would be like. I'm not a big fan of virtual reality. I think that that augmented reality is different. It means that we can walk in the world and play our stories out in the world, right? But who wants to sit with a brick on their face like this, right? Like, I don't get virtual. Anyway,
So I'm over at Disney, and basically one of them asks me, well, what do you think? And I'm pitching them ideas about how I think the storytelling works. And one of them says, this sounds good, but is there anything you can do with the Shaggy Detective or Herbie the Love Bug? And at that point, like the life drained out of me. Like, what's the point, guys? Like, you're literally telling me you want to see if I can reverse engineer an entire technology to fit Herbie the Love Bug? Fuck off. I don't want to do that. That's the worst idea in the world. And that's unfortunately what we're sometimes dealing with. It's extremely difficult to get a corporation to play ball with stuff that works, It's really hard. And
No, it is. It's
yeah, go ahead.
Because I know because it's like and I have noticed this like man, it's like it's difficult not to tell stories and not name names because it would be really funny.
I didn't name names.
Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith. No, but it's like Kevin Smith has done a great job. When Kevin Smith has done a few things like an evening with Kevin Smith when he talks about talking about his meetings, writing the Superman movie and meeting with Peter Goober, John Peters, one of those guys. Because it's like the unfortunate part of Hollywood, in my experience, it's not always the case, but it's certainly my experience with who I've met. It's been people failing upwards and people that have no creativity at all, and sort of somehow they would have a position at one company, and before they, so they would just never make a decision, and before they were about to get fired, they would sort of go to the next company and say, everything that was a success at this company was because of me. You need me. So then they hired at this company at a higher salary with more power and stuff. And it sort of would keep going to this point where, I was working when I was developing a project with the company TriStar. It was heavy metal. It was a new version of heavy metal, and it started with they hired an executive who, you go up on the 8th floor of the Sony building in Culver City. There's this, the 8th floor is like, I call it the hall, the floor of vice presidents. Like, as you're walking down the hallways, every single door has a VP in front of it, VP of this, VP of that. And so we meet this guy, and we're introduced like, this is the guy. He's into all the same stuff you're into. He's going to point your production all the way through, and he's going to be great. So we're just developing the idea for the second heavy metal movie, which ended up being a disaster anyway. But so, long story short, so I took this guy. I said, let's go out for lunch. Let's go through everything that I want to do with this movie, and so we met for lunch. And I said, well, we've seen what they've done. We all know what Ivan Reitman did so well with the first heavy metal movie. We've seen evolution in animation with what they've done with Akira and Tokyo Wicked City, and this new emergence of Japanese anime. We want to be this, and this, but not quite that. And we want to sort of take it to this level. And I just see the look on this guy's face, and he's just sort of like completely glazed over. Like and I go, you've seen Akira, right? And he goes, not yet. It's on my watch list. And I said, well, do you know who? Do you know this director? Do you know this director? Have you seen any of this stuff? And he goes, haven't seen it yet. And I said, have you seen the first heavy metal movie? And he goes, I'm going to watch it tonight.
Damn.
And I said, so just to be clear, I said, dude, you know nothing about anime. You know nothing about animation. You don't know nothing about, you've never seen Wizards. You've never seen this. You've never seen this. You've never seen this. And so you're my executive. You're the executive. You're my point of contact for all things related to this movie. And I said, well, I was at this point, I was getting kind of pissed. And I go, well, how did you get your job? And he goes, well, that's kind of personal. And I go, not really, because, so long story short, so like we used to do this thing where this is back in the day when fax was king and all that stuff. And so we'd rework an element of the script or rework this. I was working with a writer at the time, and I would send them stuff on Monday because we worked on it all weekend, not slept a wink. And I'd send them stuff on Monday. Call him on Monday, call him on Tuesday, call him on Thursday, Wednesday, call him on Thursday, call him on Friday. Friday about 5:05, his assistant would fax something to my office in LA and then go, could you give us like what you're doing, see what you're going? Could you give me a little more human condition, and could you up the violence a little bit more, up something a little bit more? And I went
Ramp it up by 5% is literally one of their go-to phrases, man. Ramp up the violence by 5%. Ramp up the 1%. Yeah, because I
give us more than
last time, so I'll try harder now. Fuck you.
And so I would so immediately it's like, I get this fax that's coming through, and I'd be like, what does this mean? What does it mean? What does it, and
as you know, Kevin, I was on I lived in LA for 6 months one time when Rob Pryor and I were working on this Tattooer movie, right? And
I like that.
And that movie is a terrible shame because it was literally a license to print money. So for anyone that's never heard of it, Tattooer is a movie about a guy that has tattoos all over his body, and he can pull them out and use them as weapons, right? And he goes on a mission of revenge, pulling these tattoos out. It's a license to print money, this movie. And I was very excited to live in LA. I was under contract to direct my first major feature film, and we had some producers on it, and it was unfathomable, these producers. Like, I wanted to physically strangle every single one of these people, right? And the reason that this movie never got made and can never get made is because one producer decided to sue the other producer. And we found out about this because we were just sitting around working on our stuff. And all of a sudden we received a phone call. And this is literally what the one producer said. Pick up the phone, and he goes, you'll never take this movie from you. I'll kill you. I'll have you killed. And then you go, hey man, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in a while, right? So this thing was so incredible. And I'm going to give you again a minute to think about this while I tell you my anecdote. Have you ever just lost it in a meeting? Have you ever just got to a point, Kevin, where you're sitting there and you realize that these people are awful and you can't take it anymore? Because I'm pretty patient, and I have this, I have my favorite thing, and it goes back, I think it goes back, and this is a Tundra Publishing story, but we'll get into it. There was a time when we were sitting at Tundra and someone had got me to a point, and it was basically it was an attorney guy that was around us peripherally, and we were trying to work out what to do. And this guy had come in the Monday morning meeting, and he'd taken it over, and we couldn't get past this person's ego, and it was killing us, right? Like, we just wanted to work. And so our good friend Mark Martin was trying to get out the door. He never wanted to be in the Monday morning meeting, so he's trying to walk out the door. And I was really frustrated. And at a certain point, I just snapped, and I said, I'll tell you what. Why I'm leaving now, but why don't you stay here and have an argument with your ego? And when you finished arguing with your ego, come in my office and tell me who won, so I can tell that one to fuck off. It was my favorite moment, because everybody in that was sort of like, Paul, that's the best comeback I've ever heard, right? But I was so mad, and I just said, I'm not going to put on any pretense anymore. I've had it, I'm just going to tell you how it is. And I've done it a couple of times. I did it on the Tattooer movie with a couple of people. You just have to tell them at a certain point. Have you ever had one where you just went, that's it, I'm laying it all on the line?
Yeah, there's been a couple, and it's just been it's one of those things that you just like. There's a great line in Zoolander. Most awesome fucked up movie in the history of the world.
Zoolander. It's brilliant.
Will Ferrell's there, and he's Bambusho or whatever, and he's talking about Ben Stiller's True Blue, and he's working on a steel Magnum look, and he's doing. Yeah. It's like, it's the same look. It's the same look. Are you people taking crazy pills? What's wrong with you? So I've been in those moments, and it's like, I remember fairly recently I was developing this project, and it was this company, and they said, because because it was always be like you go into a pitch meeting and they go, and I've started these things with like, and this goes back to Fistful of Blood, which we worked on together and some other stuff. It'd be like, so the lead's female, and they go, let me stop you there. Female leads don't work. After Tomb Raider, after something, no more female leads. So you go, so our movie with a female lead doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, because 50% of the world's population is now disqualified. You got to be kidding.
I said, so the pitch is dead. You died in the race. You're in minute 1, and they go, don't do movies with female leads. And you go,
yeah,
all right,
yeah.
But it's so we were in this meeting, and it was like, and we were developing a cartoon series, and this person that worked for this company, we hadn't even signed a contract. They hadn't taken an option on it yet. We were still discussing that, but they brought in their showrunner. They go, if we're going to take this project into a company like a Netflix or Amazon or whatever, we need you have to have a showrunner. And I go, why? They go, it makes people at these companies feel comfortable that there's a guy or a girl or a person that's run shows before, and this was an animated show. And I go, well, look, I did not intimately oversee every single aspect of 300 turtle animated cartoons, but we were really intimately involved in them.
Yep.
And I think that I think we got it covered. Why do we need a showrunner? And like, no, and I've got the person that's going to be the perfect showrunner. And it was like the equivalent of like this guy directed season 3 of Muppet Babies or something. And I'm not saying it was Muppet Babies or it was something.
Yeah,
so this person worked on season 3 of the show, and this is the guy that's going to sell it for us. And I go, look, I don't come in here with an ego. I don't come in with anything, but I'm telling you that the co-creator of the Ninja Turtles doesn't need the guy that did season 3 of Muppet Babies to sell the show.
No,
it doesn't make sense. And she goes, well, they won't do it without you. And so finally I just go, you know what? Then we're not going to do the show, and left. And I go, like, because it was just such a ludicrous thing that, like, this particular person had it. The only way the show was going to go forward if this person got the gig. And I'm like, well, we're not going to do that.
We don't do a lot of like naming names, but I really don't mind talking about. There's one name I would mention, which is Mattel, right? It's not all Mattel. It's just kind of like interacting with Mattel at one point. I was on, I think they were on the Fox lot for a while, or the Warner lot, and I was sent over there by my agent to talk to them. So I go over there, and immediately they don't want to talk about my content, and what they wanted me to talk about was their content. Now, at the time, they had Peter Berg on a ship, and they were making Battleship, the movie, right? How'd that one work out for you? It was literally one of those. It was a big shithole. But they had him making this $210 million movie out in the middle of the Atlantic, and they were running around, all because their theory was that Battleship is a branded thing, and therefore people will buy it. And my answer to that would have been, yes, it was branded in 1931, but I tend to think that people play video games now, so, fuck off, right? I tended to get into this like little punky kind of like, you got to be kidding me. It was Hasbro. That's right, Derek. It was Hasbro. So it wasn't Mattel. Sorry, it was Hasbro. So I'm over with Hasbro, and so they sit with me and they say, "So Paul, we've followed your work for some time, and we're just thinking, we think it would be kind of interesting to see what your pitches might be for, say, Jenga or Stretch Armstrong." Do you have any ideas maybe for Jenga? And in my mind, I'm thinking, actually, I do have an idea for Jenga. And there is no chance in a million years that I'm going to tell you what my idea for Jenga is in this movie. Like, that kind of fishing expedition is something that happens to people like you and I all the time, right? You go into these meetings and somebody is fishing for something. And so what they want to do is they throw out a little bit of bait. Hey, Kevin, we're thinking, we might like to work with you on something. We might like to kind of maybe develop something together. Tell us all of your best ideas, Kev. And you're sitting there going, like, like, you can't do it, man. But
No, because it's a good point, because it's a big worry, because we've done like been in pitch meetings before, and it's like if it's getting to the point where they make you sign lots of NDAs and this kind of stuff, and it's like and I don't remember, I think I was pitching, you might have even been there, I think we were pitching underwear somewhere, and underwear, we brought up like, this is the basic concept of underwear, and the person was like, wait, let me stop you right now, because we're developing Goosebumps, which is just like your project you're describing. Like,
no,
it's not really.
Yeah. No,
and so
I remember you and I sitting in Mattel. So now we can get back to Mattel. I remember you and I sitting in Mattel with underwear, which was a cool little, thing. And then I remember Mattel people saying, "Oh, we have an idea just like that." And I remember you saying, "Would you care to show it to us?" So I think I've actually seen you be mildly grumpy. I remember you saying to them, "Would you like to show that to us?" And they all kind of looked around and were like, "We didn't expect that." Like, "No, well, we can send it to you." And they're probably busy trying to work out how to draw it this week so they could send it to us,
I think but it is a good point to bring up. I think that, is in the experience of, it's like what's been, when something is developed as a comic book and published and been out there in the public, because you have on the one hand, you have people that will option a successful comic book because they've opted a successful comic book, then they'll try to take it over and do what they will. There's ones that'll offer something. But if you've been established even in the smallest way, it does give you a little bit of protection when you're going in for them fully ripping you off. You get something published and out there, like I know in concept, and there's a lot more detail to it. But when Men in Black, which evolved out of a Malibu publication, which then was sold to another company, which was held back, and then suddenly became this major movie through a series of interesting instances. But that was not a very successful comic, and I think it was actually canceled at some point. But that was something that had sparked an interest with the right director and the right people to develop it. And that, and you've heard stories like one of my favorite movies. Romeo is Bleeding, which is a great film that floated around Hollywood for years and years and years before it was put out there. And
by the way,
it is.
Sorry, I was going to say, somebody right here asked us, "What is this underwear that we keep talking about?" Right. So I'm actually. I'm going to share just a couple of screenshots so people can actually see what underwear actually is. Here it is. This is an idea that a long time ago, Kevin had the original idea, and then I worked with him on this idea. And so it was a really cool project. These are some of the later ones, right, Kev? These are ones that were done after the fact, but there's still brilliant artwork. This is some of the, and this was like a version of the main character. I always liked this image particularly. It's not very large, but I always liked it because it shows like the whole point. But underwear was like a little kid that would shrink down, and we actually published the book. It's a little kid,
it was definitely
in a world that you saw with your eyes, and then he would see his room and it would look like a carpet and all that. And then when he went into underwear, it was like the carpet became a sea and the table became a mountain. So the world would look completely different. So it was a really cute idea. And there you go. That's what underwear was. And that's
it's funny because it's like, watching that project evolve, and that's actually a good example to follow. As an example, it's like, underwear was originally developed. I had this idea in 1989, and it was an idea that was sort of based around the idea that when a child gets a toy, usually a boy, and that they play with that toy, they engage with that toy, that any environment, the whole play environment is the household. It's the stairs are a waterfall, the rug in the living room is a lake one day, it's an island the next day, and they have to accomplish that, or the whole floor is lava and it's something else, or the couch is just giant mountain and stuff. So I built this whole idea around a toy idea with a story that was sort of, again, if you could shrink yourself down to an action figure size, and then and your home would magically transform into this mysterious, wonderful world of kind of like Wizard of Oz, kind of like Calvin and Hobbes meets Wizard of Oz, a great imagination meets this fantasy world. And so I spent another couple of years developing it, and then this was around the time that Martin had moved up and was when we were putting together Tundra, and so I wanted to do something with Mark, so I sort of beat out this story and did the layouts, and then you're the series editor on that, but also at the same time you were contributing some wonderful ideas to the structure of the story, and so we ended up producing this book that came out in 1995. I originally published it at Kevin Eastman Studios, but that was for a number of different reasons. What was interesting is that project was sold to Sony Wonder.
Yes.
In one pitch meeting, it was sold to Sony Wonder. It took 12 months to do the contract. After a year, we started working on the project, and that's when we went out a couple times and met with Len Jansen. And I'm sorry, that was Sony Wonder. That was before. That was Becky Mancuso and a couple other Sony executives. So it was basically 2 years of Underwear not doing anything. It never went forward with Sony Wonder. And then it transitioned to ABC Television, which was we first met Dan Didio and Jenny Trios and Len Jansen.
So let's do it, because I don't mind this. It's kind of funny, actually. Like it is a funny anecdote. Went to ABC Television, and what was interesting about it was that we went in, we pitched it, they signed it up in about 5 seconds, and then that stuff kind of messed around for a long time. And after a while, they put a young executive on it who basically did nothing with it for a really long time. And it was really quite funny because that young executive's name was Dan DiDio, and he ended up becoming the publisher at DC Comics. So years later, Dan and I met, and he wanted me to come and work for him do some work at DC. And I said, hey, Dan, actually, I already know you. And he said, well, how do we know each other? And I said, do you remember the TV show Underwear? And all the blood drained from Dan's face at that point. And he realized, like, oh, yeah, that was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? So it
was never, and we found out later pretty much that Underwear was never really intended to move forward at ABC. And that was sort of like something that they squashed. But, my favorite part is, so ABC was then, after about 2 years of us not going forward with ABC, it was acquired by Disney. And then I had met another guy through a guy named Sandra Schwartz, who had taken over Columbia TriStar Television and had been doing stuff like Men in Black TV animated series, Rusty and the Big Boy, and a number of other things. Jumanji, I think, maybe. And he loved Underwear, and so we brought it over there. He optioned it, and we were there for 2 years. And then when that division of Columbia TriStar faded, he ended up going over to Warner Brothers Animation, optioned it there, and floated around there for another couple of years, did nothing. It was optioned at least 2 other times. But I'm just thinking, like, if you look at the timeline, that it came out in 95, so over the next 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15 years, it just never went forward. There was interest in it, but it just never was able to find that right connection to move forward. And I still think that Underwear can be and is going to be something awesome in the future. But but it's one of those. You've heard about projects that have floated around Hollywood for years, decades. It took 10 years to make this.
Underwear is something that floated around, and you and I have tried. We've had Nickelodeon come back to us on that. I worked on that for a little while with you. We tried to get Nickelodeon loved it. It's a great idea. It just it got messed around for a while.
It's like you think like would the Turtles really have a shot these days? If you think about it, or anything that worked. I think it really I think we touched on this in one of the previous discussions. It was just sort of comes down to the point. It is really kind of a quite magical moment of the right place, at the right time and the right opportunity, sort of connecting with enough of the like minds and pulling together, right elements to make a project work, which is, for the longest time, one of my favorite parts of when the DVD market was really booming was the behind the scenes. Like, they would just put out these epic, director commentaries, director actor commentaries, director producer actor behind the scenes footage. And even you could take the, I loved it. Like, when you hear the behind the scenes for John Carpenter's The Thing, or listen to like Kurt Russell and John Carpenter, in my impression, quite obviously smoking weed while they're talking about Big Trouble in Little China and the director's commentary, or this goes to directly back to, say, the 30th anniversary of the Turtles' first movie, which is this year. Is that we've repeatedly gone back to New Line Cinema, which is now Warner Brothers and part of Warner Brothers, and said, we know there's, Steve Barron, the director, has acknowledged that there is a director's work print that is different from, the original movie. There's a work print that shows alternate scenes that have never been seen. So it's not color corrected, it's not perfectly edited, but it is a work print of the version of the movie that's never been seen before. That there's they've never done a director's commentary. They've never done any behind the scenes for anything for that. Nothing else. So the first Turtle movie, it seems like one of those ones that you want to celebrate a little bit, and do a little bit of, sort of the Criterion version of behind the scenes for a project. But because it was
I was going to say that Steve Niles, I remember him telling me a story about how 30 Days of Night was being made. And when it was being made, they were on video. They kind of were videotaping a behind the scenes, like, board meeting amongst the producers. And so they're talking about how the story's going, and they're talking about how it's being made. And at one point, one of the producers says, you know what we should do? Should we just set fire to the town at the end? And in the video, apparently, according to Niles, you can see everybody in the room look at this guy like, what are you talking about? And that's literally what made it into the movie.
And it made it into the movie.
That's what they were doing. And so a friend of mine on here, Dan Boutrell, says he was in an entertainment company. I saw motivations behind what gets signed. A percentage of the time, it's genuinely good stuff. But another part of it is all about relationships. So in other words, it's the friendships that you have, the casting couch. I kid you not, it's real, folks. Like, all of these things that should have no bearing on whether or not we make a movie or a comic or we get something signed. What should be the requisite, Kevin? Should it not be it's the best material, it's the best creators making the best stuff that speaks to the most people because it's really cool? That almost, in my opinion, is one of the last considerations of why something gets made or why even you do a project, right?
Well, I think it's, what's unfortunate is, like, and again, this is a philosophy based on an outsider looking in, based on limited experiences in the town. But it's like, at the same time, I spent considerable amount of time there watching some pretty crazy things that don't, they're so crazy people would never believe that they were actually true, whether it be from producer situations to setup to staging to feuds between people to actors acting. But it seemed like to me that if you were on two levels in the filmmaking industry, which was, you look at examples like Robert Rodriguez with El Mariachi, and he does a wonderful book, and I always tell, and we might have mentioned this before, if you ever wanted to read a great sort of get your head around the movie industry just in the smallest, in the quickest sense, is read Rebel Without a Crew, a book he wrote about making El Mariachi, because it was, he literally went through a month of medical experiments to raise the money to do the movie, and then Carlos Gallardo, who used every resource, including family and friends, and shooting in Mexico, and they would borrow they'd have a camera that they would get to use for a day. They would shoot as many scenes as they could and they had to take it back to the school library at night or that kind of stuff. To indie independent movies, do the Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing, to so many guys and so many up and coming directors that the only way to get something done is wholly independent, wholly self-funded, max every credit card. Clerks, Kevin Smith maxed every credit card. I mean, it goes, like I said, we borrowed money from our uncle for the first Turtle. But you have level at full creative control, and you make best possible, truest form, purest form of idea at that level. And then you go into Hollywood, and then it becomes, because you're a success, and now a lot of people have to get their hands into that success and feel that they have to have say to make you more successful, and understand the Hollywood system. So you have that level of success, and then you get sort of mucked up in the middle, and then if you stay true and you're able to reach a level of success where you can then take that complete control, then that's a whole other level of success where you can actually make films that are important and say what you really want them to say and have the say that you want them to be. And it's this so that whole middle ground. It's funny you mentioned. I was thinking about this earlier because it's so true. You're talking about golf. So you're a very talented golfer. I know that. I played with you before. I think on my wedding day, and but no, that
wedding day we played golf.
Yes. Yeah, we played golf, but it was. But I noticed when I started playing golf, and it goes to what you brought up before. And when I first started playing, I just went and drove a bucket of balls, and if you just went like, okay, and you get it, and you sort of don't know what you're doing right or wrong, but you sort of like, well, that hit good, maybe. And so, and you like. You're not good in any sense, but you're not bad either. And then so I felt like, well, this is a lot easier than I ever thought. I'm going to take some lessons, and I'm going to get really good. And so then I took lessons, and for the next 3 years, I completely sucked at golf because you couldn't think about anything but everything. But hold it right, do that right, try that right. And then I remember playing up at Beaverbrook once. That great Jay Leno story, which is fun. Playing up at Beaverbrook once, and I was watching these senior citizens play, and they were just like having the best time ever.
Yep.
Hero was all stressed out, and they were just like, if you get the club swing right, and you just enjoy the moment of the swing, and it would go 100 yards down the fairway straight, and you were like, yay! And I'll just get, I'm not trying to get it on in 1 or 2 or 3.
That's right. Just relax and enjoy. Play to what you can do. It's
Yeah, and that was, so I think that's the evolution of, that applies to, the golf aspect. It certainly applies to the comic book business, because I've gone from self-publishing through what I've gone through back to self-publishing, and it's been the greatest joy of my life, to, the same with movie making. And I think, that's what's cool about, I guess, this segment is I think you're in the same boat as you're at a level where you're now going back into comic books at a way that is comfortable for you, but you're actively pursuing filmmaking in a way that is something you can control.
Absolutely, something I can control. That's what Meta Studios is all about. Like we control the product because we make it, right? I have we'll do sort of like a minute or so aside. I actually have an interesting anecdote. So I brought up on screen a question from someone. This actually fits to what you and I are talking about. So I'll probably do a minute on this anecdote, right? The question is, how was All Winners Squad supposed to end? So let me tell you guys what All Winners Squad was. And in fact, I'll share the screen and I'll show you guys what this project was. It was basically a Marvel project that I did with Carmen de San Domenico, and he's a brilliant artist. And, here's the layouts, right? It's beautiful. And it was a World War II story. And what we did is we took all of the forgotten heroes. You remember, like, crazy ones like the Young Avenger, people that we haven't seen since Timely Comics from like 1931, And what we said was, the premise was that they were all propaganda pamphlets and that these people were real. And the reason they went out of print is because most of them died in service to their country. So it's a really sad story. But this is probably an infuriating story, and it's worth bringing up, right? Because given the darkness of our conversation this week. So this thing was beautiful. And,
it was an 8-issue series, and I finished writing it, and it is the only series I've ever done that was canceled in the middle, and they stopped publishing it. And the question that was asked was why did it get canceled? Here's the real story behind why that book got canceled. It got canceled because, in my opinion, Marvel got cold feet because it was about homosexuality. And at times, it can be infuriating to work with a company who at some point, because of corporate pressure, then says, we don't feel comfortable with the way that this story is playing out, right? Now, Marvel will always say, oh, well, the sales weren't good. But of course they will, right? The fact is, you'd already published 5 issues. You might as well publish the last 3, make a trade paperback of it, and sell that trade paperback for as many years as you want to. It doesn't make sense financially to cancel it right near the end of the series. But what happened was, we had a moment where 2 characters, are homosexual, and it's not allowed in the military in 1940s. And so one of the characters walks around the corner and he sees the 2 men kissing. And when I got the artwork back, they didn't show the 2 men kissing. They showed a shadow of them on the wall kissing. And I was furious because I said, if this was Batman and Wonder Woman, you guys would have published that in a second. If this was, Captain America and Black Widow, you guys would have put that on the front cover. But because it's 2 men, you couldn't even put it on the last page, right? It was the story itself, and I know that someone is asking, how does it end? Well, I'll tell you how it ends. It ends where this character, Captain Flame, is supposed to be there at the ignition of the atomic bomb, and instead of absorbing the blast as he can with his power, he basically turns his power off and commits suicide. So there were some moments in that story that were uncomfortable for them, but I don't give a rat's ass. It was always in the pitch, it was always going to be this way. And it was a really poignant story about like war. It was always a really poignant story about like love and dedication to your brothers, and how you get a certain love for people when you go to war and all that kind of stuff. And 2 of the characters happened to be homosexuals, right? But that wasn't, who cares, right? That was kind of part of what was going on in the story. And it drove me crazy that they canceled that book, because I put up such a stink that they made that page, and they said, like, I can't believe that you in this day and age would basically censor a page and not show 2 men kissing. It was always in the proposal. It was always the way that the story was supposed to go. And you guys turned around and drew some shadows on a wall. You would never do that for a man and a woman kissing. So why did you stop it? And right after that, they canceled it. And so the answer to your question, Fox 4, sorry, I didn't quite get your name over there, but A Fox 739. The answer to your question, what happened to it, is Marvel got cold feet, in my opinion. And I think that's really disappointing, right? We're making great, go ahead.
No, we're making great, strides with that kind of stuff. I mean, even like, I mean, that sounds like such a stupid statement when I even say it. It's like, it's like finally, things have changed for the better. The realization has changed for the better. The understanding of that has changed for the better in every possible sense, even though there is still, people that have issues with it. But it's sort of like, it's one of those things that it doesn't, my mindset and my appreciation for, love and understanding, and love the person you're supposed to be in love with, period. That's the beginning, middle, and end. But it just makes me think too that there are difficulties with like we talked about it in one of the early sessions about Swamp Thing '88, which was that same thing, that the story had been written. The idea of Swamp Thing becoming part of Christ's Cross was spelled out from the very beginning, but it got to be cold feet, but we, and I think like we had some very serious conversations when we first were talking Turtles back in the days. We were in one of the panels, and it was just one of those we had the turtles. One of the turtles asking for a beer in April's apartment, or there were just certain instances where some of the people that were in charge, they didn't want to have an instance where one misleading this would bring down a whole franchise. Sort of, they put a lot of money into, and it's just sort of that's it's been an unfortunate part of our industry, not only in comics and music, and also movies and things. You think of how many people loved Freddie Mercury until they found out he was homosexual, or or loved Elton John until he was able to come out. So there's always these things that were.
Wait, Freddie Mercury was homosexual? Spoilers, man.
No, but it's. I guess it's but it's one of those things that we're in a very interesting time, I think, in our lives, and certainly in my life, where I still have parents that were very old-fashioned and very strict in the way they brought things up, and their understanding of the world, of what was right and what was wrong, and what they instilled in me. And and I feel like some of the stuff that I was taught when I was younger, that then as I grew older and understood the real way of the world, and what was important, and what was important as human beings, and how we should really love and embrace and respect each other, and grow together, and make feeling that compassion.
Let me do this. Let me address this comment that Miss Sai makes, because the comment is, I'm not really digging all the LGBTQ agenda that infiltrates cartoons. And here's what I would say about that. If it's an agenda where we're trying to force these ideas into a story, and you and I talked about this before, like if Iron Man is suddenly forced in as a young African-American girl, and the Hulk becomes a young Asian guy, and this guy, Wolverine becomes gay, I'm like, I agree with you, right? Like, these characters were never that. So why are we trying to force feed them backwards? Why are we reverse engineering them? Why don't you just make brand new characters that do that? But the difference that I would make in what we did with Band of Heroes, and what we did with All Winner Squad, was that was always in the story, and it wasn't reverse engineering. It wasn't kind of putting homosexuality in for some kind of agenda. It was that as a historical matter, homosexuals were not allowed in the army in the 40s. In fact, the entire story was about a guy called Alan Turing, as someone that's a big hero of mine. If not for Alan Turing, we would all be speaking German. Okay, this guy was a brilliant mathematician. They eventually made a movie about him. He was a homosexual. He was not allowed to be a homosexual, and they had prosecuted him for being such. And then he ended up decoding the Enigma code and helping, the Allies win the war. And the moment that the war was over, they prosecuted him for being a homosexual again. So
that was
what have you done for me lately, right? And so All Winner Squad was when I heard about what had happened to Alan Turing, I couldn't believe it, and I wrote All Winner Squad because I felt that it was crazy. So there's
they did a great movie on that with
with Benedict
Cumberbatch. Yeah,
and
no, it's like it's even. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking it's sort of one of those things that like Mel Gibson did a really good movie called Hacksaw Ridge, and I forget about one of the first real guys that did not want, he wanted to represent and fight for his country, but he would not carry a gun to do that, and then ends up saving 75 people in this awful specific. And it's sort of like, it's those kind of stories that when you can bring that story to light and understand the conviction to the certain human condition elements and things that are important for people that will stand the ground, and those things, an important statement for that makes a change, whether it's Rosa Parks or just so many others that have just done the right thing. It's just
entertainment
stories need to be told.
Yeah, entertainment has the opportunity to tell analogs and to tell stories about things that we wouldn't normally tell, right? So I think that Alan, that All Winner Squad came out before the movie about Alan Turing, and I've always known about Alan Turing, and I've always thought that the guy was an incredible hero, and it was amazing to me that
a guy who basically helped win the war for the Allies was after they didn't need him again, they prosecuted him again. And they led him to suicide, basically. You know, they killed the guy, and they had him chemically castrated, apparently. So it's a sad story. And I felt like that we need to kind of look at it's just a story, right? It's not an agenda. It's really interesting to look at what homosexuality in the Second World War meant to a lot of people, right? It was just a good story. Forget anything else, just a good story. And so it was disappointing that Marvel would basically can it, because they were getting uncomfortable that it was leading in a certain way. And I want to, just to get that anecdote fully finished, when I first worked for Marvel, I wrote a story about Rogue, and it happened to have a swastika in it. And it was about how Rogue absorbs the memories of a survivor of Auschwitz so that she won't forget what happened, right? And it's a tremendously heroic thing that she does. She relives the life of somebody in Auschwitz so that she won't forget what happened in Auschwitz, right? And Marvel canned it because it had a swastika in it. And I said, I think you're kind of missing the point. The whole point of the story is, if we sweep these things under the rug, then we're destined to forget them, and so we'll repeat them, right? And they swept it under the rug. That story about not sweeping things under the rug was swept under the rug. And so it can be very frustrating as creators, right? When we're trying to do something and we are struggling to fight a system, you know, like we want to say great things as creators. You know, the Turtles had a great forum. They're a gigantic franchise. And so you guys had the opportunity to tell brilliant stories in all of this. But when you think about it, at a certain point on a corporate level, the corporations are going to go, no, thanks, Kevin. I know you created it, but I don't want to do that anymore. I don't feel comfortable with my franchise. So you could always do it in the comics, but you could never really do it. You know, you could do it in your comics, but you could never really do it with the franchise at times, you know? So.
Well, that's like, and let me put it in perspective in that, that under this point I'm going to make in a second is like the Turtles are not even in the same universe. Only in that I remember when Mouse first came out. It was just one of those things that, it was just the most revolutionary graphic novel of the horrors of Auschwitz and these mice characters, and the Nazis were portrayed as rats, and it was just told this story that was based on stories that his parents suffered as survivors of the Holocaust, and they would say, "Well, this is an amazing graphic novel," and people would look at it outside the comics community and look at it and say, "Well, that's not a graphic novel. It's an important work of literature." And even Spiegelman was like very much like, it is a graphic novel. I chose to tell it as a linear words and picture story as a graphic novel because that was the way that I wanted to portray to get past this incredibly difficult subject in a way that, reaches a deeper understanding based on my personal experiences told to me by my parents, my grandparents. And so it's just one of those things. It's a story that, like Senator John Lewis did a book called March that IDW put out in a couple volumes that was just fantastic of what he went through in the civil rights movement. And I think that we're lucky that, it's stories like that just need to be told, and whatever the format to get the word is in a way out in its purest form and the most intelligent form for all of us. We're lucky to have comics as a medium, and even, these days, we're lucky, going back to the spirit of independence with, say, film making, things like Kickstarter and Indiegogo and things, Kickstarter, you can have the opportunity with the right series of connectors and support. You can tell a truly independent story that is beholden to and only to you, and how you want to represent it and how you want to tell it. And that's the purest form.
Right. Comics are such a perfect medium to tell any story in, because they're super cheap.
I agree. It's
black lines on white paper with some coloring, and not even on paper half the time, right? So we have a luxury, even though it's a very difficult medium to tell a story in, because novelists have a hard time with comics, and screenwriters have a hard time with comics. It's a hard medium to write in, right? I found writing novels and screenplays much easier than writing comics. It's very difficult. So
just to keep on point, just as funny, because I was and I don't want to use funny in the wrong sense is that the opportunity to have a film like Jojo Rabbit come out
Yes.
last year and accomplish what it did in the way that it did and the understanding that it did, it was just brilliant in every sense of the word. So yeah, this is it's definitely is a subject we could probably talk on for many more hours, but I'm actually getting
well, we have to. Yeah, I was going to say we have to wrap up. We're 2 hours in, and this didn't go the way as it normally doesn't. It didn't go the way that we intended. For those of us who don't know, Kevin and I often get into conversations, and it goes sideways. So we went a little bit sideways tonight. Thanks very much. What I would say is thank you so much for everybody to come in and joining in. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, then please subscribe. One quick thing I want to mention, obviously, which is please go down to Kevin's website, which I am throwing in on the banner right now. There you go. I should have done it ages ago. Go find some stuff at kevineastmanstudios.com because that's the really cool stuff going on. Come visit us at our Facebook pages. Come visit us on Twitter, Kevin and I. And we have fun doing this. We do this every Wednesday. We actually do this every Wednesday. I know that my friend Dan over here is asking, can we do it regularly? We will do it regularly because we do it regularly. Kevin, you and I can't do next week, I think, or the next couple of weeks because we have some prior commitments. But what I will say is this. When we come back, we are going to tell over a two-parter the story of Tundra Publishing, and it's the story that basically has never been told, and it is the true story behind it. So, Kevin, thanks so much for coming on again, mate. I always have the best time hanging with you. And now we got some of this off our chest, right?
Until next time.
That's right. Until next time. And we'll see you all later. Thank you so much, everybody. And bye-bye for now.